When a resonating sound echoed in his mind, Yi-chun realized that the benefits of his transmigration had arrived. This was a grand arena system encompassing myriad realms. According to the system's description, it could summon characters from various universes into a single arena for combat. These battles would determine victors and establish rankings, with those at the top receiving extraordinarily generous rewards. As the master of the system, Yi-chun too would be eligible for these lavish prizes. Such rewards were sufficient to elevate Yi-chun to the pinnacle of this planet. After calming his excitement, Yi-chun began to select the worlds for participation. After careful consideration, he initially chose several anime realms: Naruto, One Piece, Bleach, Ultraman, Marvel, DC, Transformers, Godzilla, One Punch Man. Of course, these were merely preliminary selections. In the future, Yi-chun would choose additional worlds. For instance, the deities from various nations could engage in a grand competition against the deities of Huaxia in the arena. Once Yi-chun completed his selections, he addressed the system. Go forth. Venture into the worlds I have chosen. Convey this message to them. With Yi-chun's command, the omnipotent system sprang into action. In the world of One Piece, at Marineford, Admiral Sengoku was convening a meeting with senior officers. Suddenly, he heard a voice resonating in his mind. Greetings to all in the pirate world. Welcome to the grand interdimensional arena competition. Upon hearing this voice, Admiral Sengoku was startled. He immediately inquired of his fellow officers. Who just spoke? The expressions of the officers varied. Among them, Akainu stood up and said, Admiral Sengoku, did you hear that voice too? Did it not say, welcome to the grand interdimensional arena competition? Before Akainu could finish, the other officers chimed in. Admiral Sengoku, Akainu, so you both heard it too? I thought I was the only one. Sengoku's expression grew grave upon hearing this. If none of you spoke, then from whence did that voice originate? As the officers debated, they were interrupted by someone entering to report. Reporting to Admiral Sengoku and the esteemed generals, an anomaly has suddenly appeared in the sky. Upon hearing this, Sengoku leapt to his feet and rushed outside, with the other officers quickly following suit. Once outside, Sengoku looked up and beheld a colossal arena materializing in the clear sky. The arena stood empty, seemingly awaiting challengers to step forth. As the Marine officers witnessed this spectacle, they were astonished and began to discuss. How could an arena appear in the sky? Could it be that someone is utilizing the powers of a devil fruit? I believe that is indeed the case. Surely, someone is wielding the powers of a devil fruit. I recall an old pirate known as Gold Lion, who possessed the ability of the float fruit, enabling him to levitate islands in the sky. Could it be that the arena in the heavens is a result of Gold Lion using his float fruit power to suspend it in midair? As the crowd engaged in fervent discussion, Akainu turned to Admiral Sengoku and remarked, Admiral Sengoku, it is highly probable that someone is tampering with the devil fruit. Allow me to investigate and dispel this devil fruit's influence. Admiral Sengoku did not deter him. Nodding thoughtfully, exercise caution. Akainu acknowledged the warning, and with the assistance of another officer, leapt into the air. His magma fruit abilities activated, his fist ablaze with molten magma. He struck towards the floating arena above. All eyes were raised, witnessing Akainu's ferocious blow land upon the arena. This punch was potent enough to melt a small mountain. The crowd anticipated that the arena would not withstand such force and would at least suffer a gaping hole. However, in the next moment, their mouths gaped in astonishment. Akainu's blazing fist failed to inflict any damage upon the arena, and instead, he appeared to be repelled, plummeting from the sky like a stone. Then came a resounding thud as Akainu's body crashed onto the ground, creating a human-shaped crater. The onlookers rushed forward to extract him from the pit, expressing their concern. Admiral Akainu, are you all right? With their assistance, Akainu sat up, exclaiming, that was close. Thankfully, I managed to elementalize my body in time. Otherwise, I would certainly have sustained injuries. Admiral Sengoku approached, showing concern before inquiring further. Admiral Akainu, what transpired just now? Akainu rose and explained, Admiral Sengoku, as I struck the arena, I immediately felt a force of rebound upon contact and overwhelming power beyond my capacity to withstand. Sengoku nodded thoughtfully, pondering for a moment before concluding, In that case, this cannot be the doing of Gold Lion. Given Gold Lion's advanced age, coupled with his disabilities and the paddle lodged in his back, his combat prowess had significantly diminished. Even if the elderly Gold Lion could surpass Admiral Akainu, such a feat would be far from effortless. Thus, Admiral Sengoku deduced that the arena in the sky was not the work of Gold Lion. If not him, then who could be orchestrating this behind the scenes? Akainu, evidently grasping this notion, spoke, Admiral Sengoku. Could it be another individual possessing a power akin to the float fruit, capable of levitating islands or mountains? The other naval officers nodded in agreement, as the mindset within the pirate world had long since conditioned them to associate inexplicable phenomena with devil fruits. Yi Chun, observing this scene through the system, could not help but chuckle inwardly. These individuals have audaciously mentioned the devil fruit. How outrageous! Subsequently, Yi Chun communicated through the system, addressing the crowd. Esteemed ones, there is no need for speculation. This is not a devil fruit, but rather a manifestation of divine power. Upon hearing Yi Chun's voice echo in their minds once more, the crowd was struck with profound astonishment. What is happening? Why does this voice resonate within our minds again? Admiral Sengoku pondered for a moment before cautiously inquiring, "May I ask who you are?" Instantly, Yi Chun's voice reverberated again. "I am the sovereign of all things, the god of gods. I speak to you from another realm." The assembly was even more astonished upon hearing this proclamation. The sovereign of all things, the god of gods. Who might this be? Why we never heard of such a being? Admiral Akainu, summoning his courage, spoke up, "Lord God, this arena in the sky must also be related to you, correct?" Yi Chun affirmed, "Indeed, this arena is a result of my grand sorcery. It can be witnessed by beings from all realms across the multiverse." Admiral Sengoku then asked, "Might I inquire, Lord God, why have you constructed this arena here?" Upon hearing Sengoku's question, Yi Chun replied, "I shall host a grand arena competition across the myriad realms. The victors will be ranked, and those who place highly shall receive bountiful rewards." Admiral Sengoku grasped the situation with a degree of clarity. So, it is merely a contest of prowess. Yet, the participants hail from various parallel worlds. In the world of One Piece, the words spoken by Yi Chun reverberated not only throughout the realm of pirates, but also across countless other worlds. In the Hidden Leaf Village of the Naruto universe, the third Hokage gazed at the arena in the sky, his ears capturing Yi Chun's voice, and he couldn't help but murmur to himself, could this truly be the might of the gods? Beside him, Danzo interjected, "Lord Third, I firmly believe this is the work of a divine being." His attention was solely fixated on the potential rewards. If they could participate in the arena and triumph over the formidable beings from various realms, the rewards they would reap would undoubtedly be extraordinary. With this thought in mind, Danzo continued, "Lord Third, we ought to partake in the arena competition of the myriad worlds and claim the rewards to strengthen our Hidden Leaf Village." As he spoke, he cast his gaze towards the heavens and inquired, "Divine Lord, may I ask how we can participate in the arena competition of the myriad worlds?" Yi Chun was about to announce this matter when he heard Danzo's question and replied, "I shall randomly select powerful individuals from each world to compete, engaging in one-on-one matches. The victors will advance to the next round, while the defeated shall be eliminated." Danzo felt a twinge of disappointment upon hearing this. He had hoped to represent the Hidden Leaf Village in the competition, securing benefits for himself. He believed that if it were a matter of voting, he could employ a few tactics to ensure his participation. However, with Yi Chun's random selection of participants, his chances of being chosen appeared exceedingly slim. Yet, he still clung to a glimmer of hope. The third Hokage, well aware of Danzo's intentions, shot him a glance and cautioned, "Danzo, it would be wise for you to refrain from engaging in such battles across the myriad worlds." Danzo, upon hearing this, let out a cold snort. He was acutely aware that the third Hokage doubted his capabilities. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing his dissent, instead thinking to himself, "You old fool, little do you know. My arms are adorned with Sharingan. My entire arm is a tapestry of Sharingan. Just wait until I reveal them to you." With this in mind, he turned to Yi Chun and asked, "Divine Lord, may I inquire what the substantial reward for the victors entails?" The crowd perked up at Danzo's question, eager to hear the answer. After all, a generous reward would serve as the most tangible motivation for their participation. Yi Chun smiled slightly and replied, As long as you rank among the top, I shall grant you one request. Danzo, upon hearing this, exclaimed, Divine Lord, is that truly the case? If I succeed in the competition and secure a top rank, I desire an item that can rapidly enhance my strength. Can this request be fulfilled? Yi-chun, fully aware of what Danzo sought, chose not to expose his intentions and simply nodded. It can be arranged. As long as it is not excessive, your request shall be granted. Upon hearing these words, Danzo was filled with elation. As if he had already secured a leading position and was on the verge of receiving his reward. He then exclaimed, My lord, the deity, I am fully prepared. Shall we commence now? Yi-chun nodded and said, Very well. Let us commence at once. I shall now randomly select two formidable beings from different realms to engage in a duel. As soon as Yi-chun's voice fell, countless powerful figures' faces materialized in the sky. Yi-chun reached out and pressed a button, and instantly, a luminous point appeared, traversing across the myriad visages of these formidable beings. The crowd looked up, their hearts racing as they watched the shimmering point dance among the faces. They were filled with hope that the light might choose them, granting them the coveted rewards and elevating their names throughout the realms. Yet, there was also a palpable fear of being selected, after all. The number of mighty beings across the worlds was unfathomable, and one could easily vanish without a trace. Amidst the myriad thoughts swirling in the crowd, the wandering light abruptly halted, resting upon one particular visage. The onlookers beheld a name inscribed upon it, Ultraman Tiga. Upon seeing this name, a buzz of conversation erupted among them. Ultraman Tiga. What a peculiar name. One cannot discern which formidable being from another realm this Ultraman Tiga may be. Surely, he must be the primary contender. Yet, one remains in ignorance regarding the extent of his prowess. In a parallel universe on the blue planet, Ultraman Tiga also observed this scene. Upon realizing that he had been chosen as the first contestant, he couldn't help but exclaim to himself, I never anticipated such fortuitous luck. I have become contestant number one. One wonders whether such good fortune will persist in the days to come. As Tiga Ultraman was engaged in soliloquy, a sudden voice resonated within his mind. Tiga Ultraman, congratulations on becoming the number one contender. If you are prepared, you may ascend the stage now. The voice that spoke was indeed that of Yi-chun. At this moment, Yi-chun was observing Tiga Ultraman through the system interface. After a brief moment of hesitation, Tiga Ultraman finally spoke. I am ready. How can I ascend to that arena, soaring into the skies? Yi-chun's voice then resounded. Tiga Ultraman, you need not do anything. Simply envision yourself stepping into the arena, and in that very instant, you shall materialize upon the fighting platform. Upon hearing this, Ultraman Tiga nodded, promptly closed his eyes, and began to concentrate his thoughts, envisioning himself on the arena. In the next moment, Tiga felt a slight shift in his form. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself standing on a platform amidst the clouds. Gazing around in astonishment, Ultraman Tiga exclaimed, so swift. Could it be a spatial teleportation? Subsequently, Tiga Ultraman cast his gaze upon the empty arena. But who is my opponent? Has he yet to make his appearance? As Ultraman Tiga spoke, Yi-chun had already begun selecting an opponent for him, employing a random selection method with a beam of light. This beam flickered over the visages of countless formidable warriors before finally settling on one. Upon closer inspection, Yi-chun realized that the chosen adversary for Ultraman Tiga was none other than Thanos, the notorious figure often referred to as the Purple Potato. In the Marvel Universe, Thanos was also following the events with keen interest. He was taken aback when he found himself randomly selected as the second contestant to step onto the stage. Originally seated upon a stone, he stood up and remarked, This is intriguing. I have been chosen. As he spoke, Thanos advanced forward and declared, I am ready. I can take to the arena. Observing this, Yi-chun immediately harnessed the power of the system to transport Thanos to the arena. In the blink of an eye, Thanos' form materialized on the stage. Ultraman Tiga gazed at the suddenly appearing Thanos and thought to himself, Is this imposing purple giant truly my opponent? He seems formidable. Likewise, Thanos scrutinized Ultraman Tiga and pondered, Is this suited fellow my adversary? As Ultraman Tiga and Thanos took their places on the arena, the onlookers were captivated. Ultraman Tiga, in his humanoid form, was adorned in a triadic palette of red, silver, and purple, with a silver head and eyes resembling two luminous bulbs. In contrast, Thanos was clad in golden armor, his bald head and broad jaw rendering him even more robust than an elephant. Two distinguishing features made Thanos unforgettable. His entire body was cloaked in purple skin, and he wielded a formidable double-edged sword known as the Blade of Tyranny. In the Marvel realm, Tony Stark, observing Thanos on the arena, gently swirled the wine in his glass and remarked, "Oh, look who I see. Our old friend. The purple potato. Should I hope for his victory, or wish otherwise?" As he pondered, he downed the wine in one gulp. Setting the glass aside, he continued, "I do hope that this fellow, Ultraman Tiga, delivers a sound thrashing to the purple potato. Of course, he is quite powerful. One wonders if Ultraman Tiga can withstand him." Nearby, Thor took a sip of his drink and said, "It brings me joy to see our old friend, the purple potato, once more. However, I harbor little faith in his chances. I believe Ultraman Tiga should be able to teach him a lesson." Tony Stark shook his head and replied, "Do not expect Ultraman Tiga to defeat the purple potato. You have sparred with him before. Are you unaware of his might?" Thor chuckled and suggested, "How about we place a wager? I wager that Tiga Ultraman will prevail." Iron Man took a sip of red wine and remarked, "No, I shall not bet with you." Thor chuckled and said, "You must wager with me. If you triumph, I shall gift you my hammer." Iron Man shook his head, replying, "I have no need for your hammer. That weapon is beyond my capability to wield." Suddenly, as if struck by realization, Iron Man set down his wine glass and declared, "If I win, you must refrain from pilfering my wine." Thor laughed, responding, "If I win, you shall surrender all your wine to me." In the realm of pirates, Edward Newgate, known as Whitebeard, sat at the helm of his ship. Upon encountering Thanos, Whitebeard immediately remarked, "This fellow exudes a potent aura. It is quite suffocating. Should I confront this purple-skinned adversary, I fear I may not stand a chance." He then glanced at Tiga Ultraman, adding, "Of course, this individual clad in a suit is formidable as well. He is not to be underestimated." The sons of Whitebeard were taken aback by their father's assessment. They could perceive the strength of both Thanos and Tiga Ultraman. Yet Whitebeard, the mightiest man in the pirate world, their revered deity, had just confessed that he might not be a match for Thanos. How could this not astonish them? Whitebeard, noticing their unease, reassured his sons, "Fear not, for I am not weak. I possess the tremor fruit and unparalleled haki. That should suffice to challenge many." In the world of One Punch Man, the bald hero Saitama observed Thanos and Tiga Ultraman in the arena, exclaiming, "Are they two peculiar beings? I wonder if they will come to blows." The mechanical hero Genos remarked beside him, "Sensei, it appears these two individuals are quite powerful. They may very well possess the strength of top-tier heroes." Saitama's focus diverged as he gazed at Thanos, noting, "This man is also bald, and his skin is purple." Genos inquired, "Sensei, who do you believe is stronger, Tiga Ultraman or Thanos? Who will emerge victorious this time?" After a lengthy contemplation, Saitama finally responded, "Both are formidable. As for who shall win or lose, that remains uncertain." Genos was left speechless, realizing that Saitama's words were akin to saying nothing at all. Saitama then added, "I truly hope these two swiftly determine a victor, so that I may utilize my discount coupon at the mall for shopping." In the world of Naruto, in the village of Konoha, Might Guy turned to Kakashi and asked, "What do you think of Thanos and Tiga Ultraman?" Kakashi replied, "What is there to think?" Guy, with a smile, responded, "Of course, I mean their strength." Kakashi observed for a moment and remarked, "These two individuals exude an overwhelming presence. They must be two exceptionally formidable beings." Kai inquired, "So, who do you believe would emerge victorious if they were to engage in combat?" After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi replied, "Perhaps that Thanos possesses a greater strength." Kai chuckled, "I believe that Ultraman Dyna is even more enigmatic. How about we place a wager? If you lose, you shall accompany me in performing 10,000 push-ups." As the crowd speculated on who among the two on stage was superior, the combatants took action. Ultraman Dyna stepped forward and addressed Thanos, saying, "I am Dyna, the guardian of Earth." Thanos, with his deep and gravelly voice, responded, "You are a warrior from Earth? Are you a member of the Avengers?" Ultraman Dyna shook his head, asserting, "I know nothing of the Avengers. I am simply myself. I am Dyna." Thanos nodded, "Very well, let us commence." Upon the battle's initiation, Ultraman Dyna dashed towards Thanos, extending his palm and shouting, "Dyna Handblade. Cut." With this declaration, a blade of light emanated from Dyna's hand, slicing through the air towards Thanos. Thanos raised his blade, the Tyrant's blade, to block Dyna's attack. Subsequently, Thanos reached out and seized Ultraman Dyna by the head. In a moment of desperation, Dyna unleashed a powerful punch towards Thanos' torso. Unfortunately, Thanos' purple skin rendered him immune to most physical assaults, and his armor provided formidable defense. Thus, Dyna's punch failed to inflict any damage. Nonetheless, despite the lack of injury, Dyna's relentless strikes left Thanos feeling quite uncomfortable. Consequently, Thanos, still grasping Dyna's head, hurled him into the air. Dyna soared upward, executing a forward roll before performing his signature aerial kick, aiming a powerful strike at Thanos. The kick connected with Thanos' helmeted head, producing a dazzling burst of golden light. Thankfully, Thanos' helmet mitigated the impact, preventing any injury, though he was forced to stagger backward from the tremendous force. Chapter 4. The dazzling Dyna seeing Thanos pushed back. Ultraman Dyna extended his arms, gathering energy, then thrust one hand forward, unleashing the Lampart light sphere. In an instant, a radiant sphere hurtled towards Thanos. Battle-hardened, Thanos recognized the potency of the Lampart light sphere and would not remain idle to suffer its effects. Swiftly, he evaded the oncoming attack with lightning speed. As a member of the eternal race from Titan, Thanos has attained the pinnacle of strength and speed. Consequently, he deftly evaded the Lampart light bomb in a flash, then leaped into the air, brandishing the blade of tyranny as he aimed to strike at Ultraman Tiga, having just unleashed the Lampart light bomb. Ultraman Tiga was momentarily taken aback and was directly struck by the blade of tyranny on his left arm. In the Marvel Universe, Captain America observed this scene with a furrowed brow. Could it be that Thanos is on the verge of victory? Should Thanos emerge victorious, it would not bode well. According to the rules of the arena, should Thanos emerge victorious and secure a position among the top ranks, he would indeed be rewarded. As previously mentioned by Yi-chan, once Thanos attains a prominent ranking, his desires would nearly be within reach. If Thanos were to seek the 6 Infinity Stones, would the esteemed god Lord Yi-chan truly bestow upon him such a coveted prize? Should Thanos acquire the 6 Infinity Stones, he would become nearly invincible. Even without the Infinity Stones, Thanos is already a formidable force. The thought of him possessing all 6 is simply beyond imagination. The Black Widow merely cast a glance and discerned Captain America's thoughts. She remarked, although Thanos holds a slight advantage, the battle has only just commenced. Ultraman Tiga may yet possess the opportunity to triumph over Thanos. Captain America nodded and said, "You are absolutely right. Ultraman Tiga still has a chance to defeat Thanos. I simply cannot comprehend why that esteemed divine master, Yi-chan, would act in such a manner. If a virtuous individual receives a reward, there is nothing to contest. However, if those of ill repute triumph and are likewise rewarded, then they shall grow more formidable, engaging in even greater misdeeds." The Black Widow shrugged and remarked, "Who can say? Perhaps that esteemed deity, Yi-chan, merely wishes to host a tournament for his own amusement." In the world of Naruto, Danzo observed the fierce battle between Ultraman Tiga and Thanos, causing a cold sweat to break out upon his brow. Danzo, who fancied himself a formidable warrior, especially with his arms adorned with Sharingan, felt an overwhelming sense of arrogance, harboring a vague belief that he was the strongest in the realm. This instilled within him a burning ambition to ascend the stage and claim victory, thereby obtaining the rewards he coveted and ultimately becoming the Hokage of Konohagakure. Yet, as he witnessed the clash between Ultraman Tiga and Thanos, a chill of trepidation coursed through him. The prowess of these two adversaries was truly extraordinary. Is this truly the might of the strongest in all realms? It appears that even this duo poses a challenge too great for Danzo to overcome. How then shall he strive for recognition and claim his due rewards? Upon contemplating this, Danzo felt a twinge of despondency. However, he swiftly began to bolster his own spirits, reminding himself that the prowess of these two individuals did not signify the superiority of all. Perhaps there still remained a glimmer of hope for him. At this moment, the battle on the arena rages on. Ultraman Tiga has been slashed by Thanos, prompting him to roll aside. As Tiga Ultraman reached out to touch his arm, he discovered that his injury was quite severe. Though it did not pose a threat to his life, it would significantly impact his combat prowess. Therefore, Tiga Ultraman promptly employed his healing technique to mend the wound. Before long, the injury on his arm began to heal at a visibly remarkable pace. Within mere seconds, the wound had completely closed, and he stood once more. This spectacle left the powerful beings observing from various realms utterly astonished. In the world of pirates, red-haired Shanks could not help but exclaim, "This is an extraordinary display of self-healing ability. Those endowed with such abilities are nearly impervious to death." Red-haired Shanks, lost in contemplation, pondered the possibility of confronting Ultraman Tiga. Despite his unparalleled mastery of hockey and swordsmanship, establishing himself as one of the most formidable figures in the world of pirates, he harbored doubts about his chances against Tiga. Particularly concerning was Tiga's remarkable regenerative abilities. Even if Shanks's combat power could surpass Tiga's, The latter's terrifying capacity for regeneration would render him virtually indestructible. This singular aspect assured Shanks that he could never hope to triumph over Ultraman Tiga. Meanwhile, in the Marvel Universe, Deadpool, having extracted his dual blades from a villain, executed a flourish before sheathing them. He then gazed at the arena in the sky and remarked, "This Ultraman Tiga, much like myself, is encased in a suit. Could it be that this Ultraman Tiga, much like myself, has been infused with Wolverine cells, subsequently disfigured, and now compelled to encase his entire being in a skin-tight suit?" Suddenly, this loquacious Deadpool spoke again. "Look, this Ultraman Tiga possesses a remarkable ability for self-healing. Just like me. This is undeniable proof. This Ultraman Tiga, like myself, is also an individual infused with Wolverine cells." Upon witnessing the swift healing of wounds on Ultraman Tiga, Thanos was momentarily taken aback. However, as a formidable figure accustomed to chaos, he quickly regained his composure and remarked to Ultraman Tiga, "This is rather intriguing. I am pleasantly surprised by your remarkable abilities." Without uttering a word, Ultraman Tiga swiftly raised his hands, and his form expanded dramatically, soon towering to several dozen meters, transforming into a colossal being. This is the true essence of Ultraman Tiga, the Giant of Light. Once he assumed his gigantic stature, the originally formidable Thanos appeared, hardly surpassing the size of Ultraman Tiga's foot. Upon enlarging, Ultraman Tiga advanced with purpose, each step resonating with a thunderous boom, causing the very arena to tremble in response. Upon reaching Thanos, Ultraman Tiga lifted his foot and prepared to crush him, akin to squashing a mere beetle. Thanos felt as though a small mountain descended from the heavens, crashing down upon him with immense force. Reacting swiftly, he utilized his agility to dart aside, narrowly evading the first stomp. Yet scarcely had he dodged when Ultraman Tiga's second foot came crashing down. A hardened warrior by nature, Thanos chose not to evade this time. Instead, he swung the mighty tyrant's blade directly toward Ultraman Tiga's descending foot. The blade, a divine artifact in its own right, possessed the power to wound even the colossal warrior. Recognizing the threat, Ultraman Tiga swiftly withdrew his foot. But retreat was not in Ultraman Tiga's nature. Raising his hand skyward, he summoned the Hand Slash, a barrage of radiant arrows, and unleashed them toward Thanos. Chapter 5. Superior Ray with a single motion. Ultraman Tiga conjured countless luminous arrows, the formidable Hand Slash, and directed them at his adversary. Thanos, wielding the tyrant's blade, deflected the majority of the projectiles. Yet, though the blade was divine, the scattered nature of the attack allowed several arrows to strike his body. These arrows, capable of shattering stone and steel with ease, proved ineffective against Thanos' resilient violet hide. Ultraman Tiga recoiled in astonishment. Never before had his attack failed so utterly against an opponent. Could his defenses surpass even those of the mightiest monsters? Retreating several steps, Ultraman Tiga reassessed his strategy. Thanos, observing his hesitation, spoke gravely, "My skin is impervious to physical assaults, including your luminous strikes." The revelation struck Ultraman Tiga like a thunderbolt. This is absurd. If he resists all physical attacks, how can I possibly defeat him? Across the multiverse, spectators shared his dismay. Iron Man set down his glass, muttering, "This purple monstrosity is terrifying. Absolute immunity to physical force?" Thor, taking a swig of ale, countered, "Though his hide may repel brute strength, Ultraman Tiga is no mere brawler." Iron Man arched a brow. "You still believe he can triumph?" Thor spread his hands with a grin. "Naturally. My faith in Ultraman Tiga remains unshaken." Iron Man lifted the bottle with a smirk. "Then prepare to lose. According to the wager, you shall no longer indulge in my libations." Thor seized the bottle from Iron Man's grasp, filled his own cup with the rich elixir, and with a smile declared, "The battle is far from over. Let us continue watching." As he spoke, Thor swirled the crimson wine in his glass, savoring its flavor while his gaze fixated on the arena. At that moment, Dyna, the Ultraman, had come to the realization that he could not employ the same strategies he used against ordinary monsters to confront the formidable Thanos before him. With this understanding, Dyna swiftly executed a teleportation maneuver, reappearing behind Thanos. He crossed his arms and unleashed a freezing beam. In an instant, a brilliant azure light surged forth, enveloping the air above Thanos in a shroud of white frost. Sensing the impending danger, Thanos hastily attempted to evade. However, as soon as he moved, an overwhelming chill descended upon him, and in a flash, his form was encased in a shell of ice. The spectators beheld Thanos, frozen mid-stride, rendered immobile like a statue of ice. Admiral Kizaru, witnessing this spectacle, remarked with a mischievous grin, "How terrifying. This Dyna Ultraman possesses the ability to freeze." Kizaru, "This closely resembles your fruit powers." To which Admiral Aokiji replied, "I do not share that sentiment. I believe Dyna's ability to manipulate light bears a closer resemblance to your own." Kizaru chuckled in agreement. "Indeed. However, the versatility with which Dyna wields his powers of light is something even I must endeavor to master." Dyna, recognizing the precariousness of the situation despite having encased Thanos in ice, raised his arms and then slowly lowered them to his chest, concentrating a vast reservoir of light energy. With a swift motion, he unleashed a golden shockwave aimed directly at Thanos. This technique, known as Radiant Burst, possessed formidable strength, and when combined with the freezing beam, it could obliterate the frozen adversary into mere particles. With a resounding boom, the shockwave collided with the ice-encased Thanos. In an instant, the ice shattered into a fine dust, and Thanos emerged from the brilliant golden light, brandishing the blade of tyranny, and charged toward Dyna with a fierce swing. In the world of Naruto, Sasuke observed this scene and involuntarily remarked, "They are far more formidable than that man. I wonder when I shall attain such strength." Naruto approached and inquired, "Sasuke, what did you just say?" Sasuke quickly deflected, "Oh, it was nothing. I was merely pondering why Dyna Ultraman would attack Thanos with light, knowing he is immune to physical damage. Rather than vanquishing Thanos, he inadvertently released him from his frozen state." Naruto sat beside Sasuke and replied, "Perhaps Dyna Ultraman simply did not consider all of this in the heat of the moment." Naruto then spoke, "Sasuke, do you think if we were to step onto the arena and employ our ninjutsu, we could inflict harm upon that Thanos?" Sasuke shook his head and replied, "I fear that would be unlikely. Both of them are exceedingly formidable. Even if the third Hokage were to engage, he might not fare any better." Upon hearing this, Naruto exclaimed, "They're that powerful? Even the third Hokage stands no chance. If those two were to invade our Hidden Leaf village, wouldn't there be no one capable of standing against them?" After a moment's contemplation, Sasuke responded, "If the first Hokage were present, perhaps he could hold his ground." An instant silence enveloped them as each pondered their own thoughts. Naruto was lost in contemplation of the Nine-Tails fox, wondering if he could unleash its power to ascend the arena and vanquish the foe. A victory would undoubtedly bring immense honor to the Hidden Leaf village, and the villagers would surely re-evaluate their perception of him, treating him with greater respect. Sasuke, on the other hand, was consumed by thoughts of his brother, the man responsible for the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. He aspired to become as powerful as Thanos, akin to Ultraman Tiga, and seek vengeance against that man. Meanwhile, the battle within the arena continued unabated. Ultraman Tiga swiftly dodged Thanos' Titan blade, then extended his arms to tear apart a violet beam of energy. Subsequently, Ultraman executed his signature move, raising his bent arms high and unleashing the Spatium Ray. The Spatium Ray is one of Ultraman Tiga's most formidable attacks, ranking among his finest techniques, typically reserved for critical moments. It was astonishing that, in merely the first round of combat, Ultraman was compelled to resort to such a powerful move. In an instant, a colossal energy beam erupted from Ultraman's raised arms, hurtling towards Thanos. Chapter 6. Triumph at last. Ultraman Tiga, realizing that conventional attacks were ineffective, unleashed his ultimate move, the Spatium Ray. As he executed this technique, the surging Spatium Ray surged forth towards Thanos. Thanos, having anticipated Ultraman's intention to unleash his ultimate attack, was already on high alert. Thus, when Ultraman deployed the Spatium Ray, Thanos swiftly evaded to the side, countering with a strike from his Titan blade aimed at Ultraman. Observing this, Ultraman clenched his fists and forcefully pressed down, teleporting directly behind Thanos. He then proceeded to activate his Binding Ray. With a captivating flourish, Ultraman placed his hand upon the diamond on his forehead, summoning a radiant beam. He extended his arm forward, directing that beam towards Thanos. As the binding light struck Thanos, his body momentarily froze, rendered immobile and firmly ensnared. This technique, though not frequently employed by Ultraman Tiga, possesses a unique efficacy. It does not inflict harm upon the adversary but merely immobilizes them, akin to being ensnared by ropes. Thus, Thanos' physical immunity to attacks could be effortlessly bypassed by this maneuver. Observing Thanos under his control, Ultraman Tiga refrained from launching an immediate assault as he had previously. Instead, he surged forward, grasped Thanos, and hurled him from the arena. A resounding crash echoed as Thanos' form was cast from the platform, landing heavily on Titan. Witnessing this, Yichen promptly declared, "In this battle, Ultraman Tiga emerges victorious. Ultraman Tiga will advance directly to the finals." However, Thanos should not lose heart. He still has the opportunity to triumph over lower-ranked competitors in the Player Resurrection Tournament and subsequently re-enter the finals. Thanos rose from the surface of Titan, casting a glance at Ultraman Tiga upon the arena, and then spoke. "Ultraman Tiga, once I have gathered all 6 Infinity Stones, I shall return to this arena to seek my vengeance upon you." After Thanos finished speaking, he turned and limped away. Upon witnessing Ultraman Tiga's victory, Thor, filled with exhilaration, seized a bottle of wine and gulped down several hearty swigs. He then forcefully placed the bottle on the table and exclaimed to Iron Man, "Tony, did you see that? Did you see? The purple potato essence has been defeated. Ultraman Tiga has triumphed." Iron Man said somewhat dejectedly, "I have seen it." Thor, seizing the bottle of wine, responded, "Then you must keep your promise. All the wine here belongs to me." "Ha ha ha." As Thor exclaimed, he dashed towards Iron Man's liquor cabinet, extracting all of Iron Man's cherished fine wines. Without hesitation, he uncorked the bottles and began to gulp them down voraciously. In the world of Naruto, Might Guy urged Kakashi, "Did you see? Ultraman Tiga has triumphed. Thus, you are the loser. You must accompany me in performing 10,000 push-ups." Kakashi exclaimed, "Who would do 10,000 push-ups? You should do them yourself." However, Might Guy was relentless, pulling Kakashi down to the ground. Kakashi was well aware of Guy's tenacity. This fellow was quite stubborn. If he did not acquiesce, Guy would persist in his endeavor, leading to an even greater annoyance. Thus, Kakashi reluctantly laid down and joined Guy in performing push-ups. In the Marvel Universe, Doctor Strange suddenly rose to his feet. He had been deeply concerned that Thanos might defeat Ultraman Tiga and consequently achieve a high ranking, thereby receiving the rewards from Lord Yichun. If that were to transpire, Thanos would become even more formidable, making it increasingly challenging for the Avengers to confront him. Yet now, Doctor Strange found himself preoccupied with the potential consequences of Thanos' failure. In light of Thanos' character, he would undoubtedly refuse to accept defeat at the hands of Ultraman Tiga and would inevitably devise a means of retaliation. Given Thanos' current capabilities, vanquishing Ultraman Tiga would not be an easy feat, unless he were to assemble all 6 Infinity Stones. This thought sent a wave of anxiety through Doctor Strange. Without the Infinity Stones, Thanos posed a considerable challenge for the Avengers. Should he gather all 6, it would spell disaster for both the Avengers and humanity as a whole. Doctor Strange was acutely aware that Thanos had already commenced his quest for the Infinity Stones. Following his defeat by Ultraman Tiga, Thanos' efforts to collect the stones would surely accelerate. To obtain the Infinity Stones, he would have to come to Earth. This realization caused beads of cold sweat to form on Doctor Strange's forehead. He needed to convene the Avengers swiftly to devise a strategy. With this urgency in mind, Doctor Strange employed a spatial spell, transporting himself directly to the Avengers' headquarters. Upon his arrival, he found Captain America and Black Widow engaged in discussions regarding the arena. Doctor Strange stepped forth from the rift and declared, "Where is everyone? I need to gather everyone for an urgent matter." Black Widow looked up and replied, "Ah, Doctor, what pressing issue do you wish to discuss?" Approaching the table, Doctor Strange asserted, "If my suspicions are correct, Thanos is about to launch a significant assault on Earth to seize the Infinity Stones." Black Widow gasped in surprise, then pondered for a moment before responding. "Is this urgency due to Thanos' defeat in the arena?" Doctor Strange nodded in affirmation. "Precisely. Thanos has long sought to acquire the 6 Infinity Stones to annihilate half of all life in the universe. This recent event has undoubtedly intensified his urgency to obtain them. Thus, our time is limited." Captain America, upon hearing this, rose from his seat and declared, "In that case, I will immediately notify our allies to convene and strategize." With that, he grasped his vibranium shield and exited. In the world of pirates, Luffy was voraciously devouring meat while exclaiming, "This is fantastic. That guy in the suit defeated that purple sweet potato monster. I just wonder who will perform next." His curiosity about the upcoming match was palpable as he munched away. Zoro interjected, "Did you not hear Lord Yeching mention? This is merely a preliminary round. He will randomly select participants, and those who advance will enter the finals." Luffy, still chewing, remarked, "So Lord Yeching is the name of the deity? What a peculiar name. Hey, Zoro, do you think we might be randomly selected for the next match?" Zoro replied, "Random selection? Huh? There's certainly a possibility for all of us. However, the individuals on the arena appear quite formidable." Luffy declared, "I am well aware of that. But I am destined to become the Pirate King. A mere arena cannot impede my journey. Chapter 7. Six Paths. Pain and Whitebeard. Once Ultraman Tiga descended from the arena, Ichin once again addressed the myriad realms. We shall now commence the second match. Contestants will be selected at random, so everyone please prepare yourselves. As he spoke, Ichin pressed a button. As before, a luminous point emerged, gliding over the visages of the powerful beings across the realms, finally settling upon one. Ichin focused intently and beheld none other than Edward Newgate, famously known as Whitebeard. This figure hails from the world of pirates. One of the four emperors of the New World, renowned as the strongest man in existence. Not only does he wield the ultimate form of haki, but he also possesses the formidable Tremor fruit, rendering him nearly unmatched in the pirate world. Whitebeard, upon witnessing the outcome, erupted in his trademark laughter. Gurura. I never imagined I would be chosen as a contestant this time. With a grin, he rose and turned to address the crowd. Sons, your father is heading to the arena. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates immediately responded, Father, please be careful. We hope for your safe return. After bidding farewell to his sons, Whitebeard proclaimed to the arena above, I am ready. I shall ascend to the stage. No sooner had Whitebeard's words left his lips than his form vanished from the ship, appearing on the arena. In the pirate world, Akainu, witnessing the random selection of Whitebeard, stood and asserted, what right does a pirate have to represent our world in a contest against other realms? Meanwhile, Admiral Carp, munching on sunbae, remarked, we cannot fault Whitebeard. He was chosen at random. It is merely a matter of luck. Akainu slammed his fist upon the table, exclaiming, that is not the point. If Whitebeard triumphs over his opponent in the arena and secures a position on the leaderboard, what rewards might the divine Lord Ichin bestow upon him? Should these rewards enhance Whitebeard's power, it would pose a grave threat to us. Admiral Carp paused, contemplating his senbei, before responding, and what if Whitebeard were to lose? Let's first ascertain who his opponent is. As he spoke, Carp turned his gaze toward the arena, where Yichun was beginning to select Whitebeard's adversary. Once again, a luminous point swiftly traversed the multitude of visages, eventually resting upon one. The crowd beheld a figure adorned with a ninja headband, whose vibrant orange hair stood erect. The visage of this individual appeared exceedingly peculiar. Affixed to his profile was the inscription of his name, Nagato, also known as Pain. The spectators, upon gazing at the name, were enveloped in astonishment. Nagato? Pain? What an eccentric moniker! Who could this person possibly be? Even among the denizens of the shinobi world, few were acquainted with the identity of Nagato, Pain. Yet, before further speculation could ensue, a flash of golden light illuminated the arena, revealing another figure. This individual, adorned with a ninja headband and possessing vibrant orange hair, was none other than Nagato, Pain himself. Opposite him stood Whitebeard, a towering figure with a crescent-shaped beard and a massive sword in hand. In stark contrast, the originally slight Nagato, Pain appeared even more diminutive beside Whitebeard's imposing stature. Upon encountering Nagato, Pain, Whitebeard chuckled heartily. Gurura, you must be Nagato, Pain. I am Edward Newgate, commonly known as Whitebeard. Should you desire, you may become my son. The onlookers from various realms could not help but ponder, what peculiar behavior is this from Whitebeard? To propose such a relationship upon their first meeting seems rather impolite. However, the denizens of the pirate world were unperturbed, for this was the essence of Whitebeard's character. He valued familial bonds above all else, yearning throughout his life for a family. Thus, whenever he encountered a promising young individual, he felt compelled to adopt them as his son, a norm that his followers had long since accepted. In response to Whitebeard's declaration, Nagato, Pain remained silent, merely gesturing with his hand, and suddenly, 5 additional figures materialized beside him. Culminating in a total of 6, this was the true embodiment of Nagato, Pain. The 6 entities represented the realms of heaven, animal, hunger, hell, humanity, and Azura. Whitebeard, taken aback by the sudden appearance of 6 figures, quickly broke into laughter, exclaiming, Gurura, I see now. Nagato, Pain indeed comprises 6 individuals. Whitebeard's sons vociferously protested at this revelation. Isn't the battle supposed to be one-on-one? How can 6 emerge at once? Indeed, 6 against 1 is patently unfair. Allow us to join you with 5 more, so that it is 6 against 6. Now that would be equitable. Observing this unfolding scene, Ichin interjected, Nagato, Pain is inherently 6 individuals. If you, Whitebeard, perceive this as unjust, you may forfeit this contest. While Ichin himself acknowledged the potential imbalance, he understood that Nagato Pain was indeed 6 separate beings, albeit functioning under the control of Nagato. In essence, this battle was a confrontation between Whitebeard and Nagato. Hearing Yuchin's words, Whitebeard burst into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Now that I have stepped onto the arena, how could I possibly retreat without a fight? Yuchin nodded in agreement, recognizing that this was indeed in line with Whitebeard's character. He then declared, in that case, you two may commence your battle. No sooner had he spoken than the 6 paths of pain sprang into action. The Azura Path and the Hungry Ghost Path charged towards Whitebeard in a coordinated attack. Possessing formidable conqueror's haki, Whitebeard immediately sensed the impending assault from both the Azura and Hungry Ghost Paths. He swiftly evaded the strike from the Hungry Ghost Path and, in a fluid motion, swung his blade towards the Azura Path. The Azura Path deftly dodged Whitebeard's attack and unleashed his signature move, the Cursed Arm Rocket. This jutsu involved using the severed arm as a projectile. By concentrating chakra at the incision of the wrist, a small explosion was generated, propelling the detached arm forward with tremendous force, capable of effortlessly shattering a boulder. What was more remarkable was that this was not a one-time use. The chakra at the wrist cut could magnetically draw the arm back, allowing it to be reattached after the attack. The Azura Path executed this technique with remarkable proficiency, timing it perfectly as Whitebeard's blade sliced through empty air, leaving him no chance to evade. Chapter 8. The terrifying 6 paths of pain. Seizing the opportunity presented by Whitebeard's missed strike, the Azura Path unleashed his Cursed Arm Rocket, launching the severed wrist directly at Whitebeard. In the pirate world, the clown Buggy observed this spectacle with wide eyes, exclaiming, this Azura, could he possibly have consumed a dismemberment fruit like me, allowing him to detach his arm to attack his foes? He quickly added, yet, it is still somewhat different. His wrist explodes. This might be a new type of devil fruit, somewhat akin to my dismemberment fruit. Everyone in the pirate world was riveted by this scene. Many had direct or indirect ties to Whitebeard, creating a complex web of relationships. The members of Whitebeard's crew were naturally anxious for their captain's safety, yearning to rush in and shield him from this onslaught. The Marines at Marineford were also fixated on the unfolding drama. They wished for Whitebeard's defeat, as it would serve their interests best. Yet, they also dreaded his downfall, for Whitebeard's presence in the arena represented the pirate world in a significant way. A swift loss would bring great shame upon them. Conversely, the denizens of the Naruto world felt no such concern, as most were entirely unaware of who the 6 paths of pain were. It was solely due to the emergence of this arena that the 6 paths of pain made their first appearance before them. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, observed this scene with a grave expression and promptly commanded the Umbu to investigate the 6 paths of pain. Simultaneously, the other villages such as the village hidden in the clouds and the village hidden in the mist issued similar orders. After all, in their world, the sudden emergence of such a formidable entity warranted the utmost caution. Meanwhile, the battle on the arena continued unabated. The Azura Path unleashed its monstrous arm rocket, striking the figure of Whitebeard. Yet, at that moment, a layer of black materialized around Whitebeard's body, resembling armor, shielding him from harm. The impact of the arm rocket reverberated with a resounding bang, causing Whitebeard to stagger backward, yet he exhibited no signs of injury. Those from the pirate world recognized that Whitebeard was employing Busashoka haki. This form of haki could serve both offensive and defensive purposes. Individuals like Whitebeard, who possessed the highest caliber of haki, could indeed manifest a protective armor of Busashoka haki around themselves. Onlookers from outside the pirate realm were left in awe at this spectacle. Naruto, witnessing this, exclaimed in astonishment, "Is that old man Whitebeard using some sort of..." It appears to be a defensive technique, and its power is immense. Ultraman Dyna also found himself intrigued by the scene, recalling his own Dyna defense. Both exhibited formidable protection. However, his Dyna defense formed a luminous shield in front, while Whitebeard's defense took on a different form. In the world of One Punch Man, Saitama fixated on the 6 paths of pain, commenting, "Their hair." Genos, believing Saitama had uncovered something extraordinary, anxiously inquired, "Sensei, what is wrong with their hair? Is there some secret?" Saitama replied, "Their hair is thick and orange." At that moment, in Saitama's imagination, orange hair sprouted from his bald head, as dense as that of the 6 paths of pain. He even contemplated whether, should he grow such hair, he would style it like the 6 paths of pain with a headband or let it flow freely. Genos, upon hearing Saitama, was at a loss for words. "Sensei, can you be any more frivolous?" Just as Whitebeard withstood the blow from the Azura Path, the beast's path charged forward once more. The Azura Path summoned a hellhound, which opened its massive jaws to bite at Whitebeard's neck. Whitebeard raised his large sword and struck down upon the hellhound, cleaving it in two with a resounding crack. However, an astonishing event unfolded in the next moment. The severed hellhound did not perish. Instead, it transformed into two hellhounds. The hellish beasts summoned from the beast path are known as the split hellhounds, capable of incessant division and multiplication. Immediately, two of these hellhounds roared, launching a pincer attack on the Whitebeard. However, Whitebeard's observation haki was not to be underestimated. No matter from which direction the hellhound struck, he perceived their approach in advance and effortlessly evaded their assaults. Skeptical of their abilities, Whitebeard swung his blade once more, cleaving one of the hellhounds in half. This act resulted in the creation of two hellhounds, joining the original one, thus forming a trio that charged at Whitebeard from three angles. Realizing that conventional weaponry would only exacerbate the situation, Whitebeard deftly sidestepped the encirclement of hellhounds. He then channeled his armament haki into his fist and delivered a powerful blow to one hellhound's head. This punch, capable of splitting mountains, was beyond the hellhound's capacity to withstand. With a resounding crack, the skull of the hellhound shattered, as it was struck down rather than sliced in two. This hellhound did not multiply, but instead met its demise. Observing the effectiveness of this tactic, Whitebeard continued to unleash his fists, dispatching the remaining two hellhounds with ease. Of course, the six paths of pain could not merely stand by and watch. The Azura Path and the Hungry Ghost Path had already charged in from either side to assault Whitebeard. However, Whitebeard's observation haki had already detected their movements, allowing him to swiftly evade their attacks. Just then, the Beast Path, which had been lurking nearby, suddenly lunged at Whitebeard, delivering a punch aimed at his back. In a swift motion, Whitebeard spun around and swung his blade towards the Beast Path. The attack was so sudden that the Beast Path had no time to dodge and was struck directly. The sheer sharpness of Whitebeard's blade was formidable. With a crack, the Beast Path was cleaved to the ground, dead before it could even utter a sound. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates erupted in cheers, witnessing the fall of one of the six paths of pain, who were seen as a formidable force collectively opposing Whitebeard. With one enemy down, a gap had opened in their ranks. If Whitebeard continued this momentum, systematically eliminating each of the six paths, victory would surely be within reach. Admiral Sengoku, observing the unfolding scene, felt a sudden jolt of apprehension. Could it be that Whitebeard might indeed triumph in this battle? If Whitebeard were to win and claim the rewards, it would spell trouble for Marineford. In the world of pirates, upon witnessing Whitebeard slay the Beast Path, Shanks, the red-haired, remarked, "Indeed, he is the strongest man in the world. His legendary blade remains ever potent." Meanwhile, in the realm of Naruto, the deceased Uchiha Madara watched intently, commenting, "This Whitebeard is impressive. His power seems to transcend even that of the Kage level." Soon, Uchiha Madara's focus shifted. He noticed that no matter from which direction the six paths of pain attacked, Whitebeard could always anticipate and evade in time. Once or twice might be dismissed as coincidence, but after repeated instances, Madara sensed something amiss. Could this Whitebeard possess an ability akin to the Sharingan? Madara speculated, yet his eyes appear utterly ordinary. With the animal path slain, the remaining members of the six paths showed no visible reaction. However, this time, the human path joined the assault, ganging up on Whitebeard alongside the Azura Path and the Preta Path. Meanwhile, the Naraka Path stepped forward and summoned the King of Hell from the depths of the underworld, a grotesque, towering head with a gaping maw consuming half its, crowned by the character for king. The monstrous entity opened its jaws, devoured the fallen animal path, chewed thoroughly, then spat it back out. Miraculously, the once-deceased animal path emerged fully restored, indistinguishable from its living state. This spectacle sent shockwaves across the multiverse. Inconceivable. Is this the power of resurrection? In the Marvel Universe, Iron Man leapt from his seat, palms slamming onto the table, eyes wide with disbelief. He just brought the dead back to life. My God, that's something only a deity could achieve. Thor, swaying drunkenly, slurred, "Nay, not even gods can do that. Take me. I may be divine, yet I cannot resurrect the fallen." Iron Man clenched his fists. If that damn six paths of pain would aid us, our odds against Thanos would skyrocket. Thor took a swig from his bottle. With them, we'd be immortal. Even if Thanos kills us, they could just spit us back out to fight again. Elsewhere on Earth, The trickster god Loki observed the battle with keen interest. A smirk curled his lips as he murmured, "Now this 6 paths of pain. They intrigue me. I wonder which realm they hail from. A collaboration could prove entertaining." His laughter dripped with mischief. Meanwhile, the Whitebeard pirates watched in mounting dread. The reality was undeniable. The 6 paths of pain could be slain, only to be endlessly revived, no matter how formidable their captain was. This was a battle with no path to victory. Whitebeard, too, recognized the futility. Even as he fought, his gaze sharpened, fixated on the Naraka path. Whitebeard understood that even if he were to slay the realms of beasts, asuras, and mortals 100 times over, it would be in vain. For the realm of hell could effortlessly resurrect them. Thus, Whitebeard set his sights on the realm of hell, intending to eliminate it first before dealing with the other 6 paths of pain. Once he resolved to act, he immediately unleashed the powers of the Tremor fruit. In an instant, the entire arena trembled as the ground began to fracture. Itachi did not intervene, recognizing that the Tremor fruit was an extension of Whitebeard's abilities. And besides, once the arena was destroyed, the system would conjure a new one. This arena was, in fact, a small island, adorned with mountains and trees. As Whitebeard wielded the powers of the Tremor fruit, the island began to quake violently. The sudden upheaval left many in shock. Naruto was the first to exclaim, "This Grandpa Whitebeard can actually cause earthquakes. He is incredibly powerful." In the Marvel universe, Black Widow widened her eyes at the spectacle, pondering, is this some sort of superpower? Could this old man be a mutant? She even entertained the thought of recruiting Whitebeard to join the Avengers. In the world of Bleach, Kenpachi Zaraki felt a surge of excitement. This man was a battle enthusiast, always eager to challenge formidable opponents. Observing Whitebeard and the 6 paths of pain, Kenpachi grew. Both of these individuals are remarkably strong. They would make worthy adversaries. If only I could ascend the arena and face them myself. In the Transformers universe, Bumblebee remarked, "How can these 2 humans be so formidable? They are completely unlike any humans we have encountered." Optimus Prime responded, "These are powerful beings from another world. It appears their strength rivals that of our Autobots." In Konohagakure, Jiraiya remained silent upon witnessing the 6 paths of pain. After a prolonged contemplation, he finally deduced that the Deva Path Pain was none other than his former student, Yahiko. How could this be? The Deva Path Pain was indeed Yahiko. If Yahiko was the Deva Path, then what of Nagato and Conan? The more Jiraiya pondered, the more disconcerted he became. The effects of Whitebeard's Tremor fruit soon manifested. Amidst the chaos of collapsing mountains and splitting ground, the 6 paths of pain struggled to maintain their footing, completely unable to launch an attack against Whitebeard. This was precisely the opportunity Whitebeard sought. Enveloping his massive blade with haki, he surged towards the realm of hell with lightning speed, delivering a swift and the realm of hell, hindered by debris from the tremors, found itself pinned beneath a fallen rock. Just as it managed to dislodge the stone, Whitebeard's colossal blade descended upon it, leaving no time for evasion. With a swift and decisive motion, the head of the hell path was severed by Whitebeard, rolling away like a discarded melon. Observing this, Marine Vice Admiral Garp couldn't help but clap his hands, exclaiming, "Excellent. Truly, Whitebeard lives up to his reputation." His extensive combat experience shines through as he wisely eliminates the hell path first, preventing the resurrection of the remaining pain's 6 paths. Marshal Sengoku shot Garp a stern glance, admonishing, "Garp, whose side are you on? If Whitebeard emerges victorious and claims the reward, it spells danger for us in the Navy." Garp remained silent, secretly wishing for Whitebeard's triumph. For if Whitebeard were to receive the reward, he would undoubtedly grow even stronger, thus increasing the chances of rescuing Ace when he came to Marineford. Chapter 10, Shinra Tensei having devised a clever strategy. Whitebeard utilized the power of the Tremor fruit to restrain Pain's 6 paths before charging forward to slay the Hell Path. This shocking turn of events even caught Nagato, who was manipulating from the shadows, off guard. The Hell Path held a unique position among Pain's 6 paths. As long as it existed, the others could not truly perish. And even if they did, the Hell Path could resurrect them. With the Hell Path's demise at Whitebeard's hands, it signified that any further losses among the remaining paths would be permanent, a considerable setback. In response, Nagato promptly commanded the Hungry Ghost Path, Azura Path, Human Path, and Animal Path to encircle Whitebeard. The 6 paths shared a singular vision and executed their attacks with remarkable synergy. The combined assault of 4 paths was equivalent to that of 4 Kaga-level ninjas, their power far exceeding that of 4 such warriors. Yet, Whitebeard remained unperturbed amidst the onslaught. After all, his title as the world's strongest man was not merely a facade. Despite the coordinated strikes from Pain's 6 paths coming from all directions, Whitebeard's observation haki was formidable, allowing him to sense their movements and evade their attacks with ease. Under these circumstances, he swiftly gained control of the battlefield and began to dominate. After engaging in a brief skirmish with the 4 paths, Whitebeard deliberately left an opening. And the hungry ghost path took the bait, lunging from behind to grasp his neck. Simultaneously, the other 3 paths launched their attacks. However, this was all part of Whitebeard's plan. He had already enveloped himself in Busashoka haki, rendering their strikes ineffective. Seizing the opportunity, he cleaved the animal path in 2. Following that, he swiftly dispatched the hungry ghost path. The remaining human path and Azura path soon met the same fate, leaving only the Deva path of pain standing on the arena. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates erupted in thunderous cheers. Long live Pops. Long live Pops. To them, the situation appeared overwhelmingly favorable. Originally besieged by all 6 paths of pain, Whitebeard had now vanquished 5, leaving only the Deva path standing. Victory seemed inevitable. Yet, Shanks the red-haired narrowed his eyes in contemplation. With his keen perception, he recognized the Deva path as the soul of the 6 paths of pain. Moreover, the Deva path remained eerily composed despite the fall of its counterparts. Exuding an aura of unshaken confidence, Shanks surmised that this final adversary surpassed the others in strength, capable of standing toe-to-toe with Whitebeard himself. A veteran of countless battles, Whitebeard was no less perceptive. After eliminating 5 of the 6 paths, he did not recklessly charge forward but instead locked gazes with the Deva path in a tense standoff. Suddenly, the Deva path struck, uttering a chilling command, "Almighty push." Before the words faded, the Deva path extended its hand. In an instant, an irresistible force seized Whitebeard, pulling him forward as if he were a mere iron nail drawn to a magnet. Within moments, Whitebeard was wrenched into the Deva path's grasp. Seizing his shoulder, the Deva path drove its black iron rod straight through Whitebeard's chest with a sickening thud. The Whitebeard pirates cried out in anguish, "Pops! Pops!" Even Fleet Admiral Sengoku, despite their enmity, could not suppress a sigh, though he desired Whitebeard's defeat for the Navy's benefit. Witnessing the legendary pirate impaled stirred an unexpected pang of respect, a warrior's lament for a fallen rival. In the world of shinobi, the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, shook his head solemnly. That old man Whitebeard is indeed formidable, but pierced through the chest? He cannot survive this. Others across the multiverse shared this grim assessment. For any mortal, such a wound would be fatal. Even the Deva path seemed convinced of its victory. Yet they all underestimated Whitebeard's indomitable will. With a sudden surge of strength, Whitebeard roared and delivered a devastating punch, sending the Deva path hurtling backward. Bracing himself against his massive blade, he stood like an unyielding mountain and declared in a voice both weary and resolute, "I cannot die here, not when my son still awaits rescue at Marineford." In the depths of Impel Down, Ace heard these words and knew the son Whitebeard spoke of was him. Ace gazed at Whitebeard on the arena, collapsing to the ground with a thud, his hands covering his face as he wept. "Father!" The emotionless pain of the 6 paths, rose to his feet and began to advance toward Whitebeard step by step. Observing this, Whitebeard also approached Pain, and as they drew near, he swung his blade at him. Pain coldly uttered, "Shinra Tensei." The crowd fell momentarily silent upon hearing these 4 words. Shinra Tensei. What kind of jutsu is this? Such an unusual name. Little did they realize the true power of Shinra Tensei. However, Ichin understood it all too well. This technique is one of the unique abilities of the Rinnegan, requiring a substantial amount of chakra to execute. It allows one to concentrate vast amounts of chakra and unleash a tremendous force, repelling everything in its vicinity over a range of several kilometers. If Yichun remembered correctly, it was Shinra Tensei that had brought destruction to the Hidden Leaf Village, illustrating the immense power it held. With this thought, Yichun couldn't help but feel anxious for Whitebeard, especially since he was already gravely injured. Nagato had gathered all the chakra originally dispersed among the 6 paths into Pain, and in an instant, unleashed its concentrated might. A resounding boom echoed, akin to the detonation of a small nuclear bomb, obliterating the surrounding rocks and trees. The formidable shockwave propelled everything, rocks, trees, and Whitebeard, far into the distance. This spectacle left the onlookers in sheer astonishment. The devastation was staggering, rivaling that of a nuclear explosion. The world's Batman, witnessing the scene, exclaimed, "Oh, my heavens! Is this a nuclear explosion? Such explosive force emanating from a single individual is utterly unbelievable." Chapter 11. The heavenly body of the Earth explosion. The Shinra Tensei employed by Pain had left Danzo utterly petrified. Initially, Danzo harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that not every formidable warrior ascending to the arena was invincible, and that he still had a chance to compete and be ranked. However, the fierce battle between Pain and Whitebeard shattered Danzo's illusions entirely. He now comprehended that with his current strength, stepping onto the arena would merely result in his swift demise, directly leading to his downfall. Presently, Danzo not only ceased to hope for selection to the arena, but he also wished fervently that he would not be chosen in the next round, fearing the unknown strength of his opponent. The prospect of humiliation paled in comparison to the potential loss of his life. Across the myriad realms, many shared Danzo's sentiments. Such a cataclysmic battle was beyond their capacity to endure, and it would be wiser to retreat into the shadows. Naruto gazed at the scene before him, a hint of disappointment in his voice as he asked, "Has Grandpa Whitebeard truly perished?" He seemed quite benevolent. Sasuke shook his head and replied, "Given the grievous injuries he sustained earlier, compounded by this latest blow, it appears his fate is grim." In the world of pirates, Blackbeard Teach exhaled a sigh of relief, proclaiming, "Father, have you finally succumbed? I can finally breathe easy." Blackbeard Teach had long feared Whitebeard, and with the latter's demise, the immense burden that weighed upon him had finally lifted, allowing him to exhale in relief. Vice Admiral Garp, witnessing this scene, felt a heavy weight settle in his heart. He did not truly wish for Whitebeard's death. Though bound by his position and unable to save his grandson Ace, he had hoped that Whitebeard would come to Ace's rescue. With Whitebeard gone, any chance of saving Ace was utterly extinguished. Even the deceased Uchiha Madara lamented, "What a noble man. It is indeed a pity to die in such a manner. I had hoped to engage in a grand battle with you upon my revival." As the crowd mourned Whitebeard's apparent fate, a figure resembling a small mountain arose from the rubble. It was none other than Whitebeard himself, leaning on his great sword. He stood tall, his crescent-shaped beard now half severed, yet his form remained imposing. Pain from the Akatsuki was momentarily taken aback. "You are not..." In the world of Naruto, voices of admiration echoed, remarking on the tenacity of this old man. Yet, in the pirate realm, sorrowful cries erupted from the crew of the Whitebeard pirates, who were deeply pained to see him in such a state. Nagato, the one controlling Pain, observed Whitebeard's survival and declared, "He is still alive. It seems I must resort to my final technique." Conan, well aware of what that entailed, recognized it as the Shinra Tensei, an advanced sealing technique of the Rinnegan. This technique was notoriously powerful. It was Nagato's most formidable move and would only be employed in dire circumstances, as its use would significantly deplete his strength and shorten his lifespan. Thus, Conan immediately urged, "Nagato, perhaps we should reconsider." However, Nagato was resolute, promptly commanding Pain to execute the Shinra Tensei. Upon receiving the command, Pain formed hand seals, conjuring a black sphere that was a highly concentrated mass of chakra. As this sphere took shape, it began to levitate into the air, generating a powerful gravitational force that started to draw in all surrounding objects. In an instant, the rocks on the ground were swept into the air by this ominous black sphere. The white-bearded figure on the ground sensed an irresistible force, far more potent than the gravitational pull of the myriad celestial bodies. Despite his desperate attempts to resist, his body betrayed him, lifting him into the air like a mere balloon, propelling him directly towards the ominous black sphere. In an instant, under the astonished gaze of the onlookers, the white-bearded figure became entangled with the shattered rocks, coalescing into a colossal stone orb suspended in the air, with him imprisoned within. This spectacle left the multitudes across realms in utter shock. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were overwhelmed with grief, and even his adversaries could not help but sigh and lament for him. Saratobi Asuma, observing the tremendous sphere formed by the heavenly fall, felt a shiver run through him. He had just received intelligence revealing that the so-called Six Paths of Pain were, in fact, members of the Akatsuki organization, who were currently intent on capturing the Jinchuriki from various villages to extract their tailed beasts. Among them was a Jinchuriki from the Hidden Leaf Village, harboring the Nine Tails within Naruto. If all went according to plan, the Akatsuki would soon locate the Hidden Leaf Village, meaning that it would face the Six Paths of Pain. Asuma pondered deeply. questioning whether he could contend with the heavenly fall. It was clear that he was ill-equipped to confront such a formidable force, perhaps with his current abilities. The Deva Path of Pain would not even need to resort to the heavenly fall. Iron Man was equally astounded by the scene. After a prolonged moment of astonishment, he exclaimed, "This is truly staggering. If the Deva Path of Pain could be harnessed for our use, do you think this technique, the heavenly fall, could seal Thanos?" Thor shook his head in response. "I fear that may not be possible. However, it should certainly present significant challenges for Thanos." Vision remarked, "What a pity. If our worlds were interconnected, I would undoubtedly invite him to join the Avengers to confront Thanos together." In the realm of Transformers, Bumblebee observed the unfolding events, exclaiming, "This heavenly fall is remarkable. It behaves like a black hole, drawing everything into its grasp. I wonder if we Autobots encountered the heavenly fall, would we be ensnared and sealed as well?" Optimus Prime replied, "We would likely not escape its clutches. I have always considered humans to be weak. Yet the individuals we have witnessed today are astonishingly powerful. If humanity possesses such strength, does Earth still require our protection?" In the world of Bleach, Aizen adjusted his glasses and remarked, "This heavenly fall is quite intriguing. However, it appears that the Deva Path of Pain is nearing the end of its strength. If Whitebeard could hold on a little longer and expend some more of Nagato's energy, the outcome of this battle might very well be rewritten." As Aizen spoke, he suddenly exclaimed in surprise, for he noticed that the enormous stone sphere sealing Whitebeard was trembling in midair, as if something were attempting to break free. Aizen mused to himself, could it be? Chapter 12. Don Quixote Doflamingo. After Nagato had utilized the planetary devastation, he collapsed to the ground, utterly drained of strength. Although the chakra of the Deva Path was substantial, it could not withstand such reckless consumption. He had exhausted his last remnants of chakra to barely execute the planetary devastation, which only managed to seal Whitebeard. As Nagato lay on the ground, preparing to rest, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. He observed the sphere containing Whitebeard violently shaking. Panic surged through him. Could it be that Whitebeard was about to break free? However, this was not entirely improbable. After all, due to the excessive energy expenditure earlier, the amount of chakra available for the current planetary devastation was significantly below normal levels. Therefore, the power of this particular attack was not as formidable as anticipated. Consequently, the seal on Whitebeard was rather weak. Realizing this, Nagato hastily scrambled to his feet, intending to regain control of the Deva Path and reinforce the seal. Yet, he found himself completely devoid of chakra, utterly powerless. He could only watch helplessly as the stone sphere developed numerous fissures, followed by a thunderous from which Whitebeard's majestic figure leapt forth. This spectacle elicited countless gasps of astonishment. Everyone believed that Whitebeard had been sealed. None could have anticipated that he would break free so swiftly. Even Yichin was momentarily taken aback. However, he quickly grasped the situation. The reason Whitebeard managed to escape the seal was purely coincidental. It stemmed primarily from Nagato's excessive chakra depletion, which forced him to resort to a weakened version of the planetary devastation. Given Whitebeard's formidable strength and his possession of the Tremor fruit, which, to some extent, countered the planetary devastation, he was able to shatter the seal, thus enabling his escape. Having narrowly evaded the planetary devastation, Whitebeard, wielding his massive blade, strode towards the Deva Path, who was now entirely out of chakra and powerless to execute any techniques, left to watch helplessly as Whitebeard approached. However, Whitebeard merely regarded the Deva Path without delivering a killing blow, and the two stood there, silently locking eyes. Observing this, Yichin promptly declared, "Whitebeard has fortuitously triumphed over the Deva Path." In this round, Whitebeard emerges victorious. With Yichin's decisive proclamation, Whitebeard was declared the champion of the second arena match. In truth, the prowess of Whitebeard and Pain of the Six Paths is nearly equal, each possessing a fair chance of victory. However, on this occasion, Whitebeard's fortune favored him, allowing him to narrowly triumph over Pain. Thus far, in 2 matches, the victor of the first contest was Ultraman Tiga, while Whitebeard emerged victorious in the second. Both individuals are now set to advance directly to the next round of the finals. Conversely, the defeated Thanos and Pain of the Six Paths may still secure their places in the finals through the Resurrection Tournament. Upon witnessing Whitebeard's victory, a resounding cheer erupted from the pirate world. After all, Whitebeard represents the pirates in this battle, and his success brings pride to all within that realm. However, the Navy's sentiment was markedly different. Admiral Sengoku immediately furrowed his brow, recognizing that Whitebeard's victory bodes ill. Should Whitebeard rank highly in the impending finals, he would receive unimaginable rewards, significantly enhancing his already formidable strength. At this moment, the Navy would need to marshal all its forces to contend with him. If Whitebeard's power were to increase, confronting him would become even more arduous for the Navy. At this juncture, Akainu rose and proposed, "Admiral Sengoku, I suggest we expedite Ace's execution, ideally within the next few days." Akainu's words detonated like a bomb, shaking the very foundations of Marineford. Everyone understood the implications of Akainu's statement: to execute Ace before Whitebeard could secure a place in the rankings and gain strength, thereby luring Whitebeard into a trap to eliminate him. Vice Admiral Garp was the first to voice his dissent. After all, Ace is his grandson, and he harbored hopes that Whitebeard would rescue him. If Akainu's plan were to be enacted, Ace's chances of survival would be nearly extinguished. Should Whitebeard reach the finals and secure a high ranking, he would undoubtedly gain rewards that would bolster his strength, greatly enhancing his prospects of rescuing Ace. Thus, Vice Admiral Garp promptly interjected, "Admiral Akainu's suggestion is indeed well-founded. However, gathering the elite forces of the Navy requires time. If we act too hastily, we may find ourselves unprepared, potentially leading to disastrous consequences." Akainu, taken aback by Garp's audacity to counter his proposal, immediately engaged in a heated argument with him. Admiral Sengoku, witnessing the escalating conflict, raised his hand to intervene. "Enough, both of you. Admiral Akainu is correct. We must address the matters concerning Ace and Whitebeard promptly." Yet, Vice Admiral Garp's concerns also hold merit. After all, the 7 warlords and elite Navy forces have yet to arrive, and we currently lack the strength to decisively capture the Whitebeard pirates. Therefore, we must urge the 7 warlords and the elite forces of the Navy to hasten their arrival. Nonetheless, this will require time. It cannot be accomplished within mere days. In the era of the warring states, the words of the marshal held immense weight. Once he had spoken, there was little room for dissent, and others readily expressed their agreement. The only one who appeared displeased was Admiral Akainu, his expression stern and discontented. Meanwhile, in the world of Naruto, many breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the defeat of Pain's 6 paths. After all, no matter how formidable Whitebeard was, he hailed from another realm and posed no threat to the Naruto world. In contrast, Pain's 6 paths were its own inhabitants, intent on gathering tailed beasts and opposing the Naruto world. Should such a powerful adversary have emerged victorious and claimed rewards, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for that realm. Nevertheless, despite Pain's defeat, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, remained troubled, for no one could ascertain whether the defeated Pain might resort to desperate measures in response. The thought of Pain's extraordinary power sent a chill down Hiruzen's spine. After Ichin announced the results of the second match, he began selecting competitors for the third. As before, the selection process was entirely random. A light flickered over the visages of the powerful beings from myriad worlds, ultimately resting upon one particular face. This individual, donned in sunglasses and sporting golden hair, emanated an air of remarkable distinction. Upon closer inspection, Ichin recognized him. It was none other than Don Quixote Doflamingo. To his astonishment, Doflamingo had been chosen for the third match, though his opponent's identity remained unknown. Chapter 13. Don Quixote Doflamingo vs. Kakashi. Doflamingo himself had not anticipated being selected for this round of competitors. The pirate world erupted in excitement, as this marked the second individual chosen from their realm. Many within the pirate world viewed Doflamingo's selection as a fortuitous event, for he was a Shichibukai, effectively an ally of the Navy. Should Doflamingo participate in the tournament and secure a top ranking, he would be rewarded handsomely and enhance his strength, thus bolstering the Navy's overall power. However, senior naval officers held a differing perspective. Particularly, Admiral Sengoku was acutely aware of Doflamingo's true nature. He understood that the Navy and Doflamingo were merely leveraging one another's strengths. Should Doflamingo's power increase significantly to rival that of the admirals, he might very well disregard the Navy altogether. At that juncture, whether he would be an adversary or an ally would become an ambiguous matter. Of course, Doflamingo's rise in power would be preferable to the enhancement of Whitebeard's strength from the Navy's standpoint. Admiral Akainu slammed his fist on the table, exclaiming in frustration, "Damn it. Why does it always have to be pirates competing in the arena? Can pirates truly represent our world?" People from other worlds hold little sentiment towards the chosen Don Quixote Doflamingo. Their sole curiosity lies in uncovering the true nature of this enigmatic individual. Moreover, regarding the prowess of Don Quixote Doflamingo, upon realizing that he had been chosen. He casually crossed his legs and swayed them a couple of times. Subsequently, he rose to his feet, hands tucked into his pockets, and nonchalantly addressed the arena in the sky, proclaiming, "I am ready. I can ascend to the stage." As soon as Doflamingo's voice faded, his figure vanished from the spot, only to reappear on the grand arena high above in the sky. The previous platform had been replaced by a new one, situated on an even larger island. When Doflamingo materialized on the stage, the crowd fixated their gaze upon him. He donned a pair of sunglasses, a flamboyant pink feather coat, and cropped trousers, complemented by pointed leather shoes that accentuated his bare chest. Even after stepping onto the platform, he casually tucked his hands into his pockets, striding with an air of nonchalance and swagger. In essence, one could succinctly describe this individual, effortlessly cool and ostentatiously flamboyant. After Doflamingo took the stage, he glanced around and remarked, "Where's my opponent? Why have they not yet appeared?" Upon witnessing Doflamingo take the stage, Yi-Chin commenced the task of selecting an adversary for him. The selection process remained entirely random. A luminous point darted swiftly across the screen, ultimately pausing before the visage of an individual. To Yi-Chin's astonishment, this individual was none other than Kakashi from the Naruto universe. In that realm, Kakashi was engaged in instructing his students in the art of ninjutsu, when Guy approached him and exclaimed, "Kakashi, you have been chosen." Kakashi was taken aback by the words. What has been chosen?" Kai pointed to the arena in the sky and declared, "You have become one of the third groups selected to ascend this platform and engage in battle." Kakashi then came to his senses, realizing the truth of the matter. At that moment, Kakashi's mind recalled the voice of Yi-Chin. "Kakashi Hitaki, are you ready?" Kakashi nodded and replied, "I am prepared." As Kakashi's words faded, his figure vanished from sight, only to reappear on the arena. Doflamingo, utterly bored on the platform, realized that the individual who had suddenly materialized before him was none other than his opponent, Kakashi. This Kakashi, adorned with a black face mask and a forehead protector concealing his left eye, donned a form-fitting black combat suit complemented by a green jounin vest. His shoulders and back bore the striking red insignia of the Umbu. The overall impression he conveyed was one of inexplicable peculiarity. At that moment, Doflamingo gazed at Kakashi, and his immediate thoughts did not dwell on Kakashi's prowess, but rather on the enigmatic visage hidden beneath the mask and the eye obscured by the forehead protector. Why did this Kakashi choose to shroud his face and conceal one of his eyes? Could it be that this individual is so unattractive that he resorts to concealing himself entirely in armor? However, this is indeed a battleground. Doflamingo did not linger on the matter. Instead, he casually approached with his hands in his pockets and inquired, "Are you my opponent, Kakashi?" Kakashi nodded slightly. Noticing this, Doflamingo arrogantly declared, "I am Doflamingo, the king of Dressrosa, who also holds the title of a warlord of the sea. Encountering me, consider yourself unfortunate." Doflamingo wished to continue speaking, yet Kakashi had already begun forming hand seals, uttering a few words. Lightning release. 1,000 birds. As Kakashi formed his hand seals, countless arcs of blue lightning manifested upon his hands. Subsequently, he charged swiftly towards Doflamingo, wielding the lightning release. 1,000 birds, which emitted a piercing shriek, akin to the cries of 1,000 birds. Thus, the name of this technique was derived. Upon witnessing this, Doflamingo let out a sinister chuckle, exclaiming, I never expected you would attempt to ambush me." Doflamingo, with a grin, skillfully wielded the power of his string fruit. In an instant, a silken thread descended from the clouds, and Doflamingo seized it, swinging like a monkey to evade Kakashi's lightning release, Chidori. A resounding crash echoed as Kakashi's Chidori struck the massive boulder behind Doflamingo, piercing through it with astonishing force. Onlookers gasped in astonishment. Kakashi's prowess. Had Doflamingo not acted swiftly, he would have undoubtedly been impaled by the Chidori. Grasping the silken thread above, Doflamingo deftly maneuvered away from the lethal attack. He then swung back, delivering a powerful kick that sent Kakashi hurtling through the air. The inhabitants of the ninja world were left in bewilderment, pondering whether Doflamingo possessed the ability to fly. Some individuals endowed with the Sharingan, or those with particularly keen eyes, perceive that Doflamingo does not soar through the skies, but rather swings back and forth, gripping a thread. Thus, they proclaim, Doflamingo does not fly. Instead, it resembles a monkey, swinging through the air while grasping a thread. Soon, their confusion arose, for they could see that Doflamingo's strings descended from the white clouds in the sky. What could this possibly mean? Could this be a peculiar form of ninjutsu? In the Marvel Universe, Spider-Man exclaimed upon witnessing the scene, "Oh, is this Doflamingo also a Spider-Man?" He surprisingly possesses the ability to wield spider silk as well. However, my silk appears to be limited to connecting only to the pinnacle of skyscrapers, swaying back and forth. Yet this fellow's silk astonishingly reaches the clouds. It is truly remarkable. Chapter 14, Lightning Release. Thousand Birds. Kakashi was initially unfamiliar with Doflamingo and unaware of his abilities, leading to a minor setback during his first attack. However, Kakashi remained undeterred. He activated his Sharingan and began to closely observe Doflamingo. The latter let out a raucous laugh, gripping the descending threads of white clouds, and swung forward, landing directly in front of Kakashi. Doflamingo attempted to replicate his previous success by delivering a kick aimed at Kakashi. Yet, Kakashi, having activated his Sharingan, could foresee Doflamingo's attack trajectory. With a swift sidestep, he evaded the incoming kick. Doflamingo, taken aback, did not anticipate that his strike would be so easily dodged. He swung back and launched another kick at Kakashi while simultaneously unleashing his Conqueror's Haki. Doflamingo possessed mastery over all three types of Haki, and although his prowess did not match that of Whitebeard, his skills were formidable nonetheless. As Doflamingo activated his Conqueror's Haki, Kakashi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Seizing the moment, Doflamingo enveloped his foot in armament Haki and aimed a powerful kick at Kakashi. This attack was markedly different from the last, imbued with the force of armament Haki, and its impact would likely injure Kakashi, if not incapacitate him entirely. However, the Conqueror's Haki was primarily effective against weaker opponents, rendering it less impactful against a formidable adversary like Kakashi. After a brief moment of disorientation, Kakashi quickly regained his composure. Yet, it was too late to evade the assault. In response, he performed a high-level ninjutsu, the body replacement technique. Almost simultaneously, Doflamingo's kick connected with Kakashi. A wave of triumph surged within Doflamingo, convinced that his opponent had been defeated. Today seemed fortuitous for Doflamingo, as he believed he had encountered a weak opponent, swiftly eliminating him. He even began to fantasize about advancing to the finals and securing a top spot, contemplating the rewards he would receive. Would it be a more powerful devil fruit, an enhancement of his Haki to its utmost potential, or perhaps a formidable martial arts technique? However, in the next moment, Doflamingo was taken aback. The target of his kick turned out to be a wooden stump. How could this be? He was certain he had struck Kakashi. This bewildering scene sparked confusion among countless spectators across various realms. If only Doflamingo had made an error, it might have been understandable. Yet, thousands of eyes bore witness, clearly observing that Doflamingo had indeed kicked Kakashi, only to connect with a mere wooden post. The inhabitants of the pirate world were immediately taken aback, pondering whether this could be a manifestation of some devil fruit power. There is no other way. The mindset of individuals in the world of pirates is such. When confronted with a perplexing issue, they instinctively associate it with the devil fruits. Conversely, those hailing from the realm of Naruto find little to be astonished by. To them, it merely constitutes a high-level ninjutsu, regarded as one of the least impressive techniques. Numerous ninjas are capable of executing this technique. While Doflamingo may exude arrogance, he undeniably possesses true skill. He swiftly employed his observation Haki and quickly discerned that Kakashi was perched upon a boulder. Thus, Doflamingo flashed a grin at Kakashi and inquired, "What is the name of that technique you just used?" Kakashi spoke softly, "Ninjutsu of the highest caliber, the body replacement technique." Upon hearing this, Doflamingo inquired, "Are you a ninja?" Kakashi nodded thoughtfully. Doflamingo remarked, "There are quite a number of ninjas in Wano, yet I have never witnessed them employ such a jutsu." Kakashi remained silent and immediately executed the Rasengan. He concentrated chakra in his hand, allowing it to flow in an irregular manner before compressing it into a sphere the size of his palm. With his Sharingan focused on his opponent, he propelled himself towards Doflamingo with remarkable speed, wielding the Rasengan. Sensing the imminent danger, Doflamingo instinctively attempted to evade. However, Kakashi's Sharingan had already locked onto him, predicting his evasive trajectory, and he swiftly struck out. Doflamingo, taken aback, quickly activated his Kinbunshika Haki to discern the trajectory of Kakashi's attack, narrowly avoiding the blow. The two combatants, one wielding the Sharingan and the other employing Kinbunshika Haki, were capable of anticipating each other's subsequent moves. Thus, they exchanged blows, each dodging the other's attacks just before impact. This extraordinary display left many spectators from myriad realms utterly captivated. What were these two individuals up to? We come and go. Yet we never seemed to cross paths. And what of Kakashi? Did you not gather your chakra to form the Rasengan? Why do you not unleash it? Always withdrawing before the fight has even begun. The two individuals engaged in a series of exchanges, each evading the other's grasp time and again. Realizing the futility of their endeavors, they instinctively ceased their assaults, retreating simultaneously. Doflamingo wiped the cold sweat from his brow, unable to suppress his murmurs. Is it possible that this fellow possesses the ability of observation haki? I was nearly struck just moments ago. At this moment, Kakashi's heart was anything but tranquil. He gazed at Doflamingo, pondering. Could it be that this Doflamingo possesses the Sharingan as well? As Kakashi contemplated this, he cast his gaze upon Doflamingo's eyes, obscured behind sunglasses. As Kakashi gazed at Doflamingo's sunglasses, he couldn't help but ponder. Perhaps this fellow truly possesses the Sharingan. Otherwise, why would he don those shades? They must serve to obscure something. Both parties scrutinized each other with vigilance, beginning to reassess their opponent's strength. Moments later, Kakashi took the initiative. He swiftly formed hand seals while crouching on the ground, and soon, purple lightning crackled beneath him. This was Kakashi's own development of the lightning release technique, an enhanced version of the Chidori known as Raikiri. Utilizing Raikiri, Kakashi dashed towards Doflamingo, poised to strike. Doflamingo, however, did not dare to underestimate him. He activated the powers of the string fruit. Evading Kakashi's assault with a deft maneuver, he raised his index finger while retracting the others. This unique ability, known as String Bullet, was a manifestation of Doflamingo's mastery over the string fruit. With his finger aimed at Kakashi, a slender thread shot forth at bullet-like speed. Though it appeared inconspicuous, its destructive potential was immense, capable of effortlessly penetrating bones with a single strike. Its range was versatile, surpassing that of a firearm. As Kakashi unleashed his Raikiri upon Doflamingo, the latter also unleashed the powers of his fruit. Doflamingo's string bullet constituted a ranged attack, while Kakashi's Raikiri was a close-range assault. This presented a significant disadvantage for Kakashi as he sprinted forward. Fortunately, with the Sharingan at his disposal, he discerned the fine thread hurtling towards him and swiftly sidestepped. A resounding thud echoed as Doflamingo's thread struck a nearby tree, cleaving it in two. Kakashi was drenched in cold sweat. It seemed he had underestimated Doflamingo's prowess. In the world of Naruto, the villagers of Konohagakure were collectively anxious for Kakashi's safety. Recognizing Doflamingo as a formidable adversary, Naruto, witnessing Kakashi's near miss, exclaimed in alarm, "Kakashi-sensei." Subsequently, he turned to Sasuke, expressing his concern. "Do you think Kakashi-sensei will be all right?" Sasuke, though equally worried, reassured Naruto, "Don't fret, Naruto. Kakashi-sensei still possesses many powerful jutsu that he has yet to employ." While most villagers were concerned for Kakashi's well-being, Danzo harbored resentment towards him, having previously dispatched Kakashi to assassinate the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, and later revealing the plot. Kakashi had earned Danzo's ire, who now sought his demise. If Kakashi were to be killed by Doflamingo, there is no doubt that Danzo would be the most elated. In the world of pirates, the onlookers are keenly interested in this battle. After all, Doflamingo, being one of the 7 warlords, is indeed a notable figure in the pirate realm. In truth, there are many who wish for Doflamingo to perish in the arena. Among them are his enemies, as well as factions eyeing his territories, eager to usurp his position. Even within the Navy, many harbor hopes for Doflamingo's demise in the arena, as it would eliminate a nefarious pirate without provoking a significant reaction from the celestial dragons. However, Fleet Admiral Sengoku does not desire Doflamingo's death, at least not at this moment, for he anticipates needing Doflamingo's assistance in the forthcoming confrontation against Whitebeard's forces. Kakashi soon realizes that the situation is not in his favor. His abilities primarily revolve around close-quarters combat, whereas Doflamingo possesses the advantage of long-range attacks. To a certain extent, he is at a disadvantage. Nevertheless, Kakashi has his own strategies. Without hesitation, he unleashes his ultimate technique, Kamui. This ability, acquired during his youth through the transplantation of a Bito Uchiha Sharingan, is classified as a space-time ninjutsu. This technique allows him to transport himself and any object into a unique alternate dimension, enabling rapid movement by absorbing and releasing himself at different points. Kakashi promptly employs Kamui. In an instant, his body vanishes from its original location, entering the alternate space. Doflamingo, poised to launch another attack with his strings, is taken aback as he witnesses Kakashi suddenly disappear before his very eyes. "Nani? Could it be that this Kakashi can turn invisible?" Doflamingo exclaims in astonishment. The spectators are equally bewildered. How did Kakashi vanish so suddenly? They did not observe any movements that would explain his abrupt disappearance. In the pirate world, Absalom, the wielder of the transparent fruit, observes this scene and chuckles to himself. It seems that this Kakashi must have consumed some sort of devil fruit, akin to my transparent fruit, granting him invisibility. Many others in the pirate realm share the same notion. Aware of the existence of the transparent fruit, they naturally deduce that Kakashi might have ingested it. In the Marvel Universe, Iron Man, while manipulating his instruments, remarks, "Oh, where has this Kakashi gone? My most sophisticated equipment cannot detect his movement trajectory." Thor interjects, "So, this Kakashi did not escape at a speed beyond the eyes, but rather remained stationary. Or perhaps he has turned invisible while in place." Iron Man shook his head, exclaiming, "There is no trace of him here. Even if Kakashi were to employ invisibility, my thermal imaging should still detect him. Yet, at present, this device reveals nothing." Thor interjected, "Are you suggesting that Kakashi is neither invisible nor has he fled at light speed? Where could he possibly have gone?" As he spoke, he approached and began to tap the instrument, asserting, "Your device must be malfunctioning. Allow me to assist you in repairing it." Doflamingo, under the impression that Kakashi had indeed vanished, activated his observation haki to seek out Kakashi's whereabouts. However, after a thorough search using his heightened senses, Doflamingo was left astounded. He could not perceive Kakashi's presence at all. It was as if Kakashi had utterly vanished without a trace. How is this possible? Even with the powers granted by the devil fruit, one cannot elude the scrutiny of observation haki. Doflamingo pondered. Could it be that Kakashi possessed some extraordinary ability to conceal himself, rendering him undetectable by his senses? As this notion crossed his mind, Doflamingo felt a twinge of panic. Instinctively retreating while casting wary glances around him, fearful that Kakashi might launch a sudden ambush. Meanwhile, Kakashi had been hiding in a different dimension, fully aware that Doflamingo possessed a power akin to the Sharingan, allowing him to anticipate enemy movements. Thus, Kakashi remained concealed, biding his time to catch Doflamingo off guard. Doflamingo cautiously retreated until his back pressed against a large tree. He exhaled, feeling somewhat safer, at least from a rear ambush. Yet, just as Doflamingo relaxed, Kakashi sprang forth from the alternate space, appearing directly above him. With a lethal intent, Kakashi unleashed his long-prepared lightning blade towards Doflamingo's head. Doflamingo remained vigilant, his observation haki continuously monitoring the surroundings, which ultimately saved his life. In the split second that the lightning blade descended upon him, Doflamingo deftly leaped aside, tumbling down a slope. Consequently, Kakashi's deadly strike was narrowly evaded. Chapter 16. Parasite Line utilizing a unique ninjutsu, Kamui. Kakashi concealed himself in the alternate space before suddenly materializing above Doflamingo, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Yet, Doflamingo, with remarkable fortune, evaded the attack at the last moment and tumbled down the earthen slope. As he emerged from the incline, Doflamingo found himself unscathed, albeit in a most disheveled state. His pink coat was snagged by branches, leaving it with numerous strands torn away, and his once stylish sunglasses had been scraped off by the foliage. Underneath the roots of a tree, Doflamingo discovered a pair of sunglasses, which he promptly donned once more. He was acutely aware that the eyes of the entire pirate world were upon him, witnessing his moment of disgrace. This realization ignited a furious shame within and his gaze towards Kakashi was laden with murderous intent. "You, Kakashi, how dare you bring me, Doflamingo, to such public humiliation? I shall have to kill you before witnesses to reclaim my dignity." However, despite his animosity towards Kakashi, Doflamingo was keenly aware of the formidable nature of Kakashi's technique and refrained from recklessly attacking. Little did Doflamingo know that Kakashi's chakra reserves were quite limited, and the use of Kamui was a considerable drain on his energy. Thus, unless a peculiar circumstance arose, Kakashi would not readily invoke that jutsu again. The two stood in a tense standoff, each hesitant to make the first move. After a period of cautious Doflamingo speculated that Kakashi had likely exhausted himself and was temporarily unable to employ Kamui again. With this thought, he felt a measure of relief. After all, Kakashi's elusive nature when utilizing Kamui was exceedingly difficult for Doflamingo to contend with. Recognizing that Kakashi was currently unable to use Kamui, Doflamingo resolved to seize this opportunity and eliminate Kakashi. With determination, he activated the powers of his string fruit. Extending his hand, he dispersed dozens of threads into the air. Kakashi, observing this, wore an expression of confusion, uncertain of Doflamingo's intentions. yet instinctively began to evade. Doflamingo continued to spread his thread, creating a tapestry that enveloped the atmosphere, akin to a gentle rainfall. Kakashi found himself with nowhere to escape. Subsequently, these countless threads descended like a meteor shower, striking Kakashi and embedding themselves into his body. Upon witnessing this, Doflamingo erupted into a sinister laugh. While chuckling, he withdrew his index and ring fingers, raising his middle finger, thumb, and pinky, initiating his manipulation technique. Behold the power of my string fruit, which I have dubbed parasitic threads. It allows me to control your body as one would a puppet. Would you care to experience it? As he spoke, Doflamingo gently moved his middle and index fingers, and Kakashi suddenly felt his hands rise involuntarily. Shock coursed through him as he recalled the Eastern art of puppetry, where marionettes, tethered by strings, were maneuvered by an unseen puppeteer. Kakashi, in his current bore an uncanny resemblance to those controlled puppets. Seeing the astonishment on Kakashi's face, Doflamingo could not suppress another round of laughter. Kakashi, how do you feel now? Does it not feel absolutely exhilarating? I am now rather intrigued to witness the scene of your own demise. Hee. Don Quixote Doflamingo chuckled while shrugging his shoulders, subtly twitching his fingers, causing Kakashi's hand to uncontrollably reach for the kunai fastened at his waist. With a mere retraction of his thumb, Kakashi's hand was compelled to rise, gripping the kunai as it aimed menacingly towards his own throat. In this world of pirates, Naruto, witnessing this harrowing moment, could not help but exclaim in distress, Kakashi-sensei. Even Sasuke, who typically feigned composure, was overtaken by panic, echoing Naruto's cries. Sakura, in a frenzy, shouted towards Ichin, "No, Lord God, please halt the match at once. Otherwise, Kakashi-sensei will perish." Ichin calmly replied, "Your words hold no authority. If Kakashi concedes, I shall promptly end the contest." Thus, Sakura hurriedly called out to Kakashi on the arena, "Kakashi-sensei, please concede. You have done your utmost. We will never blame you. You shall forever remain our hero." As she spoke, tears streamed down her face. Perhaps Kakashi did not hear Sakura's desperate pleas. Perhaps he did, but with his character, how could he ever utter the words of surrender in public? Kakashi fought valiantly against the compulsion, striving to delay the kunai from piercing his throat. This scene elicited tension even among those in the pirate world. Luffy, momentarily pausing his meal, clenched his fists and cheered for Kakashi. "Kakashi, hold on. You must endure." Although Luffy had no prior acquaintance with Kakashi, Doflamingo's arrogant demeanor irked him, fueling his desire to see Kakashi deliver a resounding blow to Doflamingo. Despite Kakashi's perilous situation, Luffy remained resolute in his support. Meanwhile, in Marineford, Fleet Admiral Sengoku observed the battle, remarking, "Doflamingo's strength has evidently increased significantly compared to 6 months ago." Vice Admiral munching on Senbei, commented, "Why must the young engage in such violence? A simple concession would suffice." In the world of One Punch Man, the S-Class heroes convened. Watching the match unfold, S-Class Hero Metal Bat declared, "Kakashi is truly a hero. He is more than qualified to join the Hero Association and attain S-Class status." S-Class Hero Tank Top Master countered, "I believe Doflamingo is even more formidable. He can manipulate others like puppets. I doubt anyone here possesses such abilities as he." S-Class Hero Genos remarked, "These individuals must all possess extraordinary powers. Each one demonstrates the strength of an S-Class hero. Alas, we are bound to separate worlds, preventing us from inviting them to join the Hero Association." At that moment, Saitama, seated in the corner, remarked, "Both Doflamingo and Kakashi appear to be peculiar individuals. I harbor no fondness for either." Hearing Saitama's words, Tornado, the second-ranked hero, promptly stood up and retorted, "In our hero assembly, who granted you, a mere hero, the right to speak? Furthermore, how did you gain entry without permission?" It was then that Genos rose and stated, "I brought him in." Chapter 17. Doflamingo's counterattack. All beings across the myriad realms gazed with trepidation at Kakashi on the arena. At this juncture, Kakashi found himself in a dire predicament. Ensnared by Doflamingo's parasitic strings, with a kunai in hand aimed at his throat. Despite Kakashi's indomitable will resisting the attack, the sharp kunai inched ever closer to his neck. As the kunai neared, its tip grazed Kakashi's skin, eliciting gasps from the onlookers. Some, overwhelmed by fear, shielded their eyes, unable to bear the thought of witnessing Kakashi's bloodshed. Just as the kunai seemed poised to pierce Kakashi's throat, he suddenly bit down on it. In the blink of an eye, with the kunai clenched in his mouth, Kakashi swiftly directed it toward the fine threads binding his arm. These threads were so delicate they were nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. However, they were crystal clear to Kakashi's Sharingan. Clenching the kunai, he first severed the threads controlling his right arm, then, with his liberated hand, he cut through the remaining strings that bound him. Kakashi, a ninja rigorously trained, executed this series of maneuvers with astonishing speed, almost instantaneously. Doflamingo, taken aback, gaped in disbelief. He had never anticipated that his parasitic strings could be so easily disrupted. As Kakashi severed the threads, he began to amass chakra in his throat. Upon fully breaking free, he opened his mouth and unleashed a massive fireball, hurtling towards Doflamingo. This technique was none other than Kakashi's signature jutsu, the fire release, great fireball technique. Before Doflamingo could react, he witnessed the colossal fireball racing towards him, and panic washed over him. Fortunately, Doflamingo responded swiftly, raising his left hand to conjure a multitude of spider threads, instantaneously weaving a web-like barrier before him. This skill, known as the spider's nest, was a product of Doflamingo's mastery over the string fruit. Much like an immense spider's web, it obstructed Kakashi's fireball. Nevertheless, even so, Doflamingo's hair singed slightly due to the intense heat radiating from the fireball. Observing the transformation of Doflamingo's golden locks into a charred black hue, many could not help but stifle a laugh. The denizens of the pirate world exhaled in relief and began to speculate. That Kakashi, did he just unleash a fireball? Could he be a user of a power akin to the flame fruit? I even witnessed him conjuring lightning moments ago. Is it possible that Kakashi has consumed two devil fruits, one being the flame fruit, and the other the lightning fruit? In Marineford, Admiral Carp secretly sighed in relief before turning to Akainu with a grin. The ability Kakashi just employed bears some resemblance to your magma fruit, doesn't it? Akainu huffed in response. It bears a slight similarity to Ace's flame fruit, but pales in comparison to my magma fruit. Carp picked up a rice cracker. Crunching it with a bite while chewing, he remarked, that may not necessarily be the case. In the world of Naruto, the villagers of Konoha collectively breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing Kakashi escape peril. Sakura, overwhelmed with emotion, burst into tears, exclaiming, Kakashi-sensei, you are truly safe. How wonderful. Even Naruto and Sasuke were visibly thrilled. Kakashi's friend Guy, pumping his fist in excitement, shouted, Kakashi, defeat him in the name of Konoha. Meanwhile, in the Marvel Universe, Spider-Man's focus rested squarely on Doflamingo, primarily due to the similarity in their combat styles, both employing threads as weapons. As he watched, Spider-Man remarked, this Doflamingo exhibits a versatility with his string abilities that I do not possess. I must observe closely and learn. Iron Man chimed in, oh, Parker, it appears that this Doflamingo is far superior to you. If possible, you should engage with him and explore the development of new skills with your webbing. Spider-Man shrugged. Who can argue with that? Given the opportunity, I would indeed like to converse with Doflamingo. At that moment, Doflamingo was consumed by fury. He had never anticipated that his parasite strings would fail at such a critical moment, thwarted by Kakashi's intervention. To add insult to injury, Kakashi retaliated with a fire style, great fireball technique, catching Doflamingo off guard and scorching his once proud golden hair. This was nothing short of humiliation for Doflamingo, and it was a public disgrace. In front of countless beings across the myriad worlds, he had suffered this indignity, an affront he could never forgive. Doflamingo let out a ghastly cry, overheat whip. As he spoke, he leapt into the air, extending his palm backward, from which he unleashed dozens of nearly transparent threads. These threads intertwined, resembling a twisted braid, forming a thick column of string. Subsequently, Doflamingo, wielding a colossal whip, launched the thick-lined pillar directly at Kakashi. Kakashi, sensing the imminent danger, swiftly employed a high-level ninjutsu, the body flicker technique, instantly relocating himself to a safer distance. Almost simultaneously, Doflamingo's overhit whip struck with tremendous force. In the next heartbeat, a resounding crack echoed as several large trees were severed in half by the whip. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. My heavens! This line pillar possesses such formidable power. With a single strike, it has bisected numerous trees. Were it to strike a person, they would surely be cleaved in two. Iron Man turned to Spider-Man and exclaimed, Hey, Parker, did you see that? Perhaps you could evolve in a similar manner. Entwine your webbing into a grand whip and unleash it upon Thanos. Parker replied, I certainly admire that. However, I simply cannot master such a technique. Moreover, my strength is not that great. Iron Man suggested, "What if I enhance your spider suit? Perhaps we could incorporate new functions, enabling you to fight like Doflamingo." The inhabitants of the Naruto world, witnessing this spectacle, began to fret for Kakashi's safety once more. Particularly Kakashi's disciples, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, were on edge, fearful that Kakashi might inadvertently fall victim to the overhit whip. Chapter 18. Lightning Release. Shadow Clone Technique. Observing Doflamingo unleash the overhit whip. Even Admiral Sengoku could not help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, Doflamingo is exceptionally gifted. He has truly developed an array of techniques from a mere string fruit. Other naval officers nodded in agreement. Truth be told, the string fruit is not particularly remarkable, often regarded as a second-rate devil fruit. Yet, Doflamingo has maximized its potential. Showcasing the combat prowess of a first-rate devil fruit, it must be acknowledged that Doflamingo is indeed a genius. Regardless of external praise or criticism, Doflamingo was oblivious. His singular focus directed toward annihilating Kakashi. Noticing that his attack had missed, Doflamingo flicked his wrist, swinging the overhit whip once more at Kakashi. Left with no choice, Kakashi utilized the body flicker technique again, disappearing to another location. A thunderous crash followed, as the mountaintop where Kakashi had just stood was sliced away by the whip. Crashing down to the base of the mountain, this scene left many spectators trembling in fear. In the Transformers world, Bumblebee exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Oh, that whip is truly astounding. I wonder, what would happen if it struck us?" Beside them, Optimus Prime remarked, "What will happen? Our bodies are composed of metal." Bumblebee spread his arms and replied, "Of course, I am aware of that. Our bodies are far more resilient than stone. However, if that whip were to strike our necks or other vulnerable areas, could it damage our circuitry or other components?" Optimus Prime stated, "That is indeed a possibility. Therefore, the next time we encounter such an adversary, it would be prudent to engage in ranged combat, eliminating them before they can draw near." In the arena, Kakashi swiftly maneuvered, evading Doflamingo's devastating whips. As he dodged, Kakashi pondered, "I cannot continue like this. This is far too passive. Moreover, Doflamingo possesses observation haki, enabling him to anticipate my teleportation and await me with a lethal strike." Several times, Kakashi narrowly escaped being hit because of this. In a perilous moment, Kakashi evaded another of Doflamingo's strikes and immediately unleashed an advanced ninjutsu, Lightning Release, Shadow Clone Technique. This was an altered version of the Shadow Clone Technique, utilizing lightning release chakra to create tangible clones. Furthermore, it enhanced the clones with lightning attributes. When a shadow clone is destroyed by an enemy, it can transform into electricity and strike back, potentially causing paralysis. Kakashi quickly formed the necessary hand seals and executed the lightning release, Shadow Clone Technique. In an instant, another Kakashi appeared beside him. Doflamingo halted his movements in surprise. "What? How did two Kakashis appear? Am I merely exhausted, seeing things?" Doflamingo thought, rubbing his eyes and looking again. Yet, there remained two identical Kakashis, not only mirroring each other in appearance and attire but also in expression. After a brief contemplation, Doflamingo swiftly concluded that this might be a manifestation of a devil fruit ability. After all, he himself could create clones using his string fruit ability, capable of deceiving others. With this realization, Doflamingo chuckled sinisterly. "You wish to use clones to confound me? I shall first shatter your clones, and then strike at your true self." With that, Doflamingo swung his whip towards one of the Kakashis. A resounding crack echoed as that Kakashi was bisected. This severed Kakashi was, in fact, Kakashi's lightning release clone. Upon witnessing this, Doflamingo prepared to strike the other Kakashi with his whip. However, at that moment, Doflamingo suddenly felt a surge of electricity coursing through him. A jolt that enveloped his entire being. This is precisely the power of the lightning release shadow clone. Due to its enhanced lightning attribute, as Doflamingo shattered this clone, the lightning release shadow clone transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking Doflamingo directly. In an instant, Doflamingo's hair stood on end, and his muscles were momentarily paralyzed. Almost simultaneously, Kakashi swiftly formed hand seals, invoking his signature technique, the lightning cutter. He then dashed forward, leaping onto a large tree, where he propelled himself into the air using the elasticity of the branches. Subsequently, he unleashed the lightning cutter towards Doflamingo. With his muscles momentarily incapacitated, Doflamingo could only rely on his haki. He immediately activated his haki, forming a black barrier to shield his chest. The next moment, Kakashi's lightning cutter struck. landing squarely on Doflamingo's chest. With a resounding thud, Doflamingo was sent flying, crashing into the rock wall and embedding himself within it. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura erupted in cheers, believing that their teacher Kakashi had triumphed over Doflamingo. Even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, couldn't help but nod in approval, remarking that while Kakashi may not be the strongest ninja, his mastery of jutsu was unparalleled in the entirety of Konohagakure. Other ninjas from rival villages also lauded Kakashi, acknowledging him as an exceptional ninja worthy of their respect, despite their adversarial relations with Konoha. In the world of pirates, Luffy exclaimed while munching on meat, "Kakashi is amazing. He is like a legendary deity, conjuring an identical clone of himself." Chopper rested his chin on his hand and mused, "If only I could create a clone too." Lost in his fantasy, Chopper imagined delegating all his chores to a clone while he lounged about doing as he pleased. Hee. Just as Usopp was about to speak, he suddenly gasped in shock, pointing at the arena, Doflamingo. The crowd followed Usopp's finger to the arena where they saw Doflamingo, embedded in the rock wall, pulling his head out and cracking his neck. A wave of foreboding washed over them. Could it be that Doflamingo was still alive? Chapter 19. Doflamingo's demise. Thanks to his timely activation of Haki, Doflamingo, embedded in the rock wall, was not dead. Doflamingo first extricated his head from the stone wall, then exerted his strength with both hands and feet, leaping forcefully from the rock, landing with a resounding thud on the ground. Despite the protection afforded by his Haki, he sustained injuries, albeit minor, which did not significantly impact his combat prowess. As Doflamingo emerged from the stone wall, he approached Kakashi, cackling with amusement. "Kakashi, I never anticipated you would resort to such underhanded tactics. Allow me to send you on your way." With a maniacal laugh, Doflamingo raised his arm and brought it down, conjuring nearly transparent threads from each of his 5 fingers, forming a lattice akin to a rake of fallen leaves. He let out a boisterous laugh and swept his hand downwards, unleashing the 5 forked threads that plummeted vertically towards Kakashi. This formidable technique, known as the String of Despair, was one of Doflamingo's signature moves. Kakashi, ever vigilant, recognized the gravity of the situation and swiftly utilized the body replacement technique, retreating to the side just in time. The 5 forked threads descended, piercing through Kakashi's substitute and embedding deeply into the earth, appearing as though the substitute had been cruelly nailed to the ground. Kakashi inhaled sharply at the sight, grateful he had opted for evasion rather than confrontation, for the consequences could have been dire. However, Doflamingo was not the only one with formidable techniques. Kakashi had his own arsenal. Drawing a kunai, he combined the lightning release with his weapon, enhancing the Shuiken's quantity with lightning-infused chakra, creating a net-like formation of blades. This technique, known as Raikiri Rapid, was a unique creation of Kakashi's. As he unleashed this jutsu, a single kunai multiplied into thousands, all hurtling towards Doflamingo. Alarmed, Doflamingo felt a chill run down his spine. In a panic, he swung his arm, releasing thousands of transparent threads that wove into an enormous spider web, a defense mechanism he called the web wall. This web, spanning hundreds of meters in diameter, acted as a colossal shield, blocking the onslaught of shuriken. However, Kakashi's technique was multifaceted. It was not merely shuriken. Lightning release was also intertwined within, and upon striking the web, Kakashi's Raikiri manifested as several lightning orbs that surged through the gaps, striking Doflamingo directly and resulting in a devastating explosion that left him shattered into multiple pieces. In the pirate world, Enel, the god of thunder, observed intently. The moment Kakashi first unleashed Raikiri, even he felt a stirring within. As Kakashi unleashed another jutsu related to lightning, Enel could not help but exclaim, "Could it be that this Kakashi, like myself, has consumed the rumble fruit? However, I am a god. This Kakashi cannot even begin to compare with me." The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, observed the scene and nodded in approval, remarking, "This Kakashi is performing exceptionally well. He is undoubtedly a contender for the position of the 5th Hokage." In the pirate world, Luffy, while devouring meat, remarked, "Is Doflamingo really dead?" Sanji, a cigarette perched between his lips, replied, "Of course he is. His body was blown to pieces. If he were still alive, that would be monstrous." Luffy, still munching, lamented, "That's quite unfortunate. I was hoping to seek out Doflamingo and defeat him myself." In Marineford, Admiral Sengoku's side, Doflamingo's death comes at a most inopportune time. The war at Marineford is about to commence, and he perishes just before it. Vice Admiral Tsuru interjected, Let Doflamingo be dead. With one of the Shichibukai positions now vacant, we must swiftly find a replacement. Sengoku proposed, how about Blackbeard, teach? He captured the Fire Fist Ace and his price for exchange is a Shichibukai position. With Doflamingo's demise, that position is ripe for Blackbeard to inherit. Indeed, Blackbeard would be the most pleased by Doflamingo's death. He had handed Ace over to the Marines to secure a Shichibukai title, aiming to become an officially recognized pirate, quietly growing in strength until he could fulfill his ambitions. The Marines acquiesced to Blackbeard's demands, agreeing to grant him a Shichibukai position. Unfortunately, all positions were filled. Only when one of the current Shichibukai was removed, he had been waiting patiently, never anticipating that Doflamingo would perish so suddenly in a public arena. With Doflamingo's death, a position among the Shichibukai had indeed opened up, and Blackbeard could now step in. As this thought crossed his mind, Blackbeard erupted into boisterous laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! Doflamingo, your timing could not have been more perfect. With your demise, I shall claim your position." In stark contrast to the others, Kakashi remained acutely vigilant. His Sharingan enabled him to perceive what others could not. Just as Kakashi scanned his surroundings with heightened caution, he suddenly heard someone laughing from a distance atop a rock. Turning to investigate, he discovered it was none other than Doflamingo. With a grin, Doflamingo proclaimed, "Hee. Kakashi, do you think you are the only one who can utilize clones? I can employ them as well. Do you need me to demonstrate?" Doflamingo declared as he began to weave the threads he had crafted, spiraling them in the air and binding them tightly to create a doppelganger made entirely of silk. This puppet bore an uncanny resemblance to Doflamingo himself, as if he were gazing into a mirror. This technique was known as shadow weave, a skill Doflamingo had developed from his string fruit abilities. The Doflamingo that had just been vanquished by Kakashi was, in fact, a mere illusion conjured by the shadow weave. Kakashi, upon witnessing this, remained relatively unfazed. After all, he too possessed the ability to create clones through ninjutsu. Why should Doflamingo be any different? However, the spectators from countless realms reacted with astonishment. They had believed Doflamingo to be doomed, only to discover that it was merely his doppelganger that had perished. This revelation left the crowd bewildered. Are these two beings truly monsters? You conjure a doppelganger, and I conjure one as well. It has devolved into a battle of clones. Chapter 20. Divine Might. Thunderclap. It must be said, Doflamingo is indeed a nefarious character. This scoundrel utilized the shadow weave to fabricate a doppelganger, feigning his own demise, thereby deceiving not only his adversary, but also the vast audience observing from myriad realms. Nevertheless, the onlookers could not help but admire Doflamingo's cunning. He appeared audacious and mischievous, possessing an array of survival tactics. Even at this juncture, Doflamingo maintained his nonchalant demeanor, hands tucked into his pockets, sauntering over with a swagger as he remarked, "Kakashi, do you think that the night dog, Doflamingo, is so easily dispatched? The battle is far from over." As he spoke, he retrieved a cigar, igniting it with a match and exhaling a plume of smoke. Then, Doflamingo sprang into action. He placed the cigar between his lips and extended his hand, whereupon each of his 5 fingers produced a distinct silk thread, each a different hue. This was Doflamingo's newly devised combat technique, the 5 colored threads. With his fingers poised like a beast's claws, he lunged at Kakashi. Realizing the impending danger, Kakashi's instincts flared, prompting him to leap aside just in time. The 5 colored threads sliced through the air, cleaving a massive boulder as effortlessly as one might cut through tofu. As Kakashi landed, he sprang into the air once more, barely avoiding the subsequent onslaught of the threads that fragmented the earth beneath his feet. With beads of sweat forming on his brow, Kakashi immediately executed the multiple shadow clone technique. In an instant, the arena was swarming with Kakashi's clones, leaving the spectators perplexed as to which figure was the true Kakashi. Doflamingo, upon witnessing this spectacle, was momentarily taken aback. Though Doflamingo possesses the ability to create a clone using his string fruit, he can only conjure one at a time. In contrast, Kakashi, in a fleeting moment, manifests hundreds of identical clones, making it nearly impossible to discern the original from its replicas, thereby rendering any attack futile. Observers from myriad realms stand in awe, exclaiming, "What is this? Is this a technique of the sages? How can one person suddenly generate hundreds of identical?" In the Marvel Universe, the malevolent god Loki, upon witnessing this spectacle, spat out his drink in disbelief, exclaiming, "Are you a god, or am I? As the son of the God King, I, Loki, cannot conjure hundreds of duplicates in an instant as you have. From the world of One Piece, the clown Buggy remarked. Kakashi has summoned so many people at once. Does he intend to gang up on Doflamingo? While such an act may lack heroism, I find it rather appealing. While the inhabitants of various worlds marveled at Kakashi's ability to create an army of clones, the Naruto universe remained unfazed. For such techniques of shadow clone jutsu are commonplace there. Though not every ninja can wield it, many possess the skill. Kakashi's 100 shadow clones, some wielding shuriken and others preparing to unleash lightning cutter, charged fiercely toward Doflamingo. This was the legendary spectacle of a brawl. Doflamingo, not daring to, swiftly employed his colorful threads to lash out, instantly severing several clones into fragments. Nevertheless, the remaining clones relentlessly surged forward, with Kakashi's true self concealed among them. As Kakashi sprinted, he rapidly formed hand seals, preparing to unleash a formidable combination of lightning cutter and Kamui. The already potent lightning cutter would become exponentially more powerful when fused with Kamui. Yet, Kakashi remained prudent. He did not launch a direct assault, but first deployed countless shadow clones to confound Doflamingo's senses. Concealed within the chaos, he advanced stealthily towards Doflamingo, poised to strike with lethal precision. As he neared Doflamingo, Kakashi leaped into the air, shouting, "Kamui lightning cutter." With that declaration, he unleashed the combined attack toward Doflamingo. The apparent fluster and confusion displayed by Doflamingo were mere ruses, designed to bait Kakashi's true form into revealing itself, allowing him to eliminate the threat once and for all. Upon recognizing that Kakashi was indeed the original, Doflamingo leaped into action, releasing 8 transparent threads from the tips of his toes, accompanied by razor-sharp lines, and aimed a decisive kick at Kakashi. This is one of Don Quixote Doflamingo's ultimate techniques. The foot slice, as sharp as a razor, capable of effortlessly cleaving a building in two. The foot slice bears resemblance to the 5-color thread. Yet it surpasses the latter in potency, wielded with a more brutal and ferocious intent. Both parties harbor their own schemes, each striving to annihilate the other. However, neither anticipates that their strategies have been thoroughly discerned by their adversary. Yet, since both are resolute in their intention to determine the outcome of the battle, neither retreats, colliding in their most formidable combat stances. With a thunderous crash, Doflamingo's foot slice clashes with Kakashi's Kamui Raikiri. Upon brief contact, they immediately part ways. Doflamingo's insides are shattered by the Kamui Raikiri, while Kakashi's arm suffers a grievous cut from the foot slice, nearly severing it entirely. Both men bleed profusely, gravely injured. What follows is a scene that leaves onlookers in shock. Doflamingo begins to use his threads to stitch up his wounded insides. This sight sends chills down the spines of all witnesses. Goodness, after showcasing various dazzling and awe-inspiring skills, you now stand there, sewing your own wounds with threads, and astonishingly, stitching up your innards. This scene, in any light, is utterly horrific. Kakashi, however, is not idle. A versatile ninja, he possesses a plethora of chakra types, wind, fire, lightning, and more, enabling him to adeptly employ various jutsu. Additionally, Kakashi is versed in medical ninjutsu. He promptly utilizes his healing techniques to tend to his injured arm. Although this display lacks the shock value of Doflamingo's, it still leaves many spectators cringing in discomfort. Good grief. Neither of these individuals is human. They are both monsters. Would any normal person engage in such actions? The most astonished are the inhabitants of the Naruto world. Although every village boasts skilled medical ninjas, witnessing Doflamingo sew his own innards leaves even them utterly dumbfounded. My heavens, is there truly such an incredible being in existence? Chapter 21. The birdcage under the watchful gaze of many, Doflamingo and Kakashi commence treating their respective injuries. Doflamingo is the first to stitch his insides. Thanks to the enhancement of his devil fruit powers, his wounds rapidly heal to a significant degree. Kakashi, in turn, also manages to mend his injured arm. Although he has not fully recovered, the impact on his combat efficacy is minimal. Subsequently, both warriors rise simultaneously, gazing at each other from a distance. Their eyes clash like swords, engaging in a fierce duel within the air. Doflamingo chuckled heartily, remarking, "Kakashi, with your prowess, you would undoubtedly rank among the 7 warlords in our world." Kakashi, rarely one to engage, replied, "Doflamingo, you are quite formidable yourself. In our realm, you would surely be a ninja of the highest order." Doflamingo erupted into another round of laughter before declaring, "Kakashi, prepare yourself, for I am about to unleash my ultimate technique." With that, he extended his hand, unleashing threads that spiraled and intertwined in the air. swiftly forming a puppet controlled by his strings. Upon completing this creation, Doflamingo struck the puppet's head with a decisive slap. Instantly, an avalanche of threads erupted from the puppet's neck, cascading forth like a volcanic eruption. These countless threads ascended into the heavens before descending, as they fell, they stretched from a singular point in the air to the ground below, crafting a colossal, arc-shaped birdcage that enveloped the entire arena. This was Doflamingo's most formidable technique, the birdcage, an almost insurmountable existence. In the pirate world, Fleet Admiral Sengoku's gaze sharpened at this sight. Is he finally resorting to this move? Despite the vastness of the pirate realm, few were aware of Doflamingo's infamous technique, and those who had witnessed it firsthand were nearly all deceased. Sengoku was among the rare few privy to this knowledge. Though he had never seen Doflamingo employ this technique himself, he had gleaned its terrifying nature from the accounts of witnesses. Those ensnared within the birdcage faced near certain demise, with survival being an exceedingly rare occurrence. This was the very reason Doflamingo could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Emperor Kaido. Doflamingo's birdcage instilled enough trepidation in Kaido to warrant an equal partnership. However, those from other realms remained oblivious to the birdcage's dreadfulness. Naruto pointed at the string-formed cage, exclaiming, "What is this? It looks quite amusing." The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, seasoned and discerning, felt an ominous premonition upon witnessing the birdcage. Although he could not fathom its true terror, he recognized that Doflamingo would not act without purpose. Furthermore, Doflamingo had repeatedly demonstrated the capabilities of his string fruit, showcasing the sharpness of the threads that could effortlessly sever rock and wood, let alone the soft flesh of a human. As these threads coalesced into a birdcage, what was Doflamingo's intent? Hiruzen quickly surmised that perhaps Doflamingo aimed to ensnare Kakashi within the birdcage. However, what purpose does confining Kakashi serve? This perplexed Yuan Farazan immensely. Kakashi shared this confusion, unable to comprehend the rationale behind Doflamingo's creation of such a birdcage. Although Kakashi was baffled by Doflamingo's intentions, it did not deter him from taking action. He swiftly began forming hand seals, unleashing his ninjutsu, Raikiri. However, this Raikiri was not executed by him directly. Rather, two shadow clones transformed it into a chain, charging forth to sever their opponent's body. This unique technique of Kakashi's is aptly named Raiden. Immediately, the two closest shadow clones to Doflamingo shaped the Raikiri into a chain and raced towards him. Doflamingo cackled with delight, extending his hand to grasp a thread that hung down from the apex of the birdcage. With this thread in hand, he effortlessly swung out of the confines of the cage. The two shadow clones promptly followed suit, attempting to pursue him outside the birdcage. However, upon encountering the delicate threads of the cage, their bodies were instantly shredded into fragments by the sharp strands. Kakashi, witnessing this, was taken aback and hastily shouted to the remaining clones to refrain from chasing outside the birdcage. It dawned on Kakashi that he was akin to a small bird, ensnared within the cage, making escape a daunting task. Though initially startled, Kakashi quickly regained his composure, surveying his surroundings and pondering how to break free. Observing this, Doflamingo erupted into laughter. "Kakashi, did you think it was merely a matter of trapping you within the birdcage? Ha ha ha. Since you seem so idle, why not add some excitement?" As he spoke, Doflamingo extended his hand, launching numerous threads from the birdcage that struck over 90 of Kakashi's clones. This was yet another of Doflamingo's specialties, shadow puppet strings. Once these threads latched onto Kakashi's numerous shadow clones, they were immediately controlled by With a mere flick of his fingers, akin to a puppeteer manipulating marionettes, Doflamingo directed the over 90 clones towards Kakashi's original form. In an instant, a bizarre scene unfolded, with Kakashi facing an army of his own clones attacking him. Though these clones possessed a semblance of consciousness, they struggled fiercely to resist Doflamingo's control. Yet, being mere shadows, they were powerless against his influence. Thus, under Doflamingo's command, they reluctantly unleashed Raikiri, or the lightning release, Chidori, charging towards Kakashi's original body with anguished expressions. This spectacle left the onlookers astounded, their mouths agape in disbelief. Incredible! Is this even possible? In the Marvel Universe, Iron Man turned to Scarlet Witch and remarked, "Is that Doflamingo employing sorcery?" The Scarlet Witch, gently brushing her hair with her fingers, mused, "Perhaps it is sorcery. Regardless, I cannot possibly control such a multitude at once." The Black Widow replied, "I am aware of a hypnotic technique that can mesmerize individuals, compelling them to attack others at will. Perhaps this is a form of advanced hypnosis. Vision pointed to the Mind Stone atop his head, saying, perhaps with the power of the Mind Stone, I could achieve this as well. However, I have never attempted it, and I cannot be certain. Chapter 22. Susanoo Kakashi never anticipated that he would be surrounded and assaulted by over 90 of his own shadow clones. To strike oneself is indeed a peculiar predicament. Immediately, Kakashi employed a body flicker technique, teleporting to a different location. The multitude of shadow clones, under Doflamingo's command, charged at him once more, unleashing their ninjutsu. Faced with the advancing clones, Kakashi had a sudden inspiration and promptly dispelled the shadow clone technique. In an instant, all 90 shadow clones vanished, allowing Kakashi to exhale a sigh of relief. Doflamingo, observing this, remained unfazed. Lighting another cigar, he remarked with the cigar held in his mouth. Oh, Kakashi, you've resolved the shadow clones so swiftly. But do not be too hasty, the grand spectacle is only just beginning. Hee. As Doflamingo chuckled. He gestured with his finger, causing the birdcage to begin its constriction. The pace of the shrinking was not rapid, yet it was relentless. Watching Kakashi retreat continuously, Doflamingo laughed triumphantly. Kakashi, do you know what this is? It is a birdcage. My most formidable technique. Removing the cigar from his mouth, Doflamingo, with the cigar still pinched between his fingers, pointed at the threads of the birdcage, laughing malevolently. These threads are as sharp as blades. Once the birdcage constricts to its utmost limit, these threads will slice your body into fragments. Hee. Kakashi, how do you feel now? Do you sense fear? Whether Kakashi felt fear remains uncertain, yet the onlookers from myriad realms certainly felt a wave of terror. Naruto was the first to exclaim, so this birdcage is truly terrifying. Kakashi-sensei. The minions of Doflamingo in the pirate world were astonished, saying, has the young master finally unleashed this move? It seems Kakashi is doomed today. Kaido, wielding his kanabo, observed the scene and erupted in laughter. Ho! This Doflamingo truly possesses remarkable skills, and the power of this birdcage is indeed insurmountable. Jack the Drought suggested, Lord, why don't we seize Doflamingo as territory and power while he is away? Kaido of the 100 Beasts shook his head and said, ha ha ha. If Don Quixote Doflamingo were to perish, we would immediately seize his territory and influence. But for now, Doflamingo is riding high. It would be prudent not to provoke him just yet. As the birdcage continued to constrict, it would soon reach Kakashi in approximately 15 minutes, sealing his fate. It appeared that only one move remained. Kakashi promptly began to form hand seals, unleashing his ultimate technique, Susanoo. This ethereal manifestation, known only to those who have awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan, is referred to as the power of the gods. Susanoo symbolizes destruction, and it is said that witnessing it even once seals one's doom. Originally, Kakashi lacked the ability to wield Susanoo, but having transplanted a Beto Uchiha's Mangekyou Sharingan, he gained access to this formidable power. As Kakashi activated Susanoo, a colossal purple figure emerged, representing the very essence of Susanoo, an embodiment of chakra. The moment this giant took form, its mountainous silhouette elicited gasps from the onlookers. In the world of Naruto, the deceased Uchiha Madara, his gaze sharpening as he remarked, how can Kakashi wield Susanoo? Furthermore, where did he acquire the Mangekyou Sharingan? He is not of our Uchiha clan. After a moment's contemplation, Madara surmised, it appears that Kakashi has indeed transplanted the eyes of our clan, allowing him to utilize Susanoo. The majority of the villagers in Konohagakure were utterly astonished as Kakashi manifested Susanoo. Having concealed his Mangekyou Sharingan, most villagers were unaware of its existence, let alone Kakashi's capability to summon Susanoo. Naruto, in sheer disbelief, pointed at the giant, stammering, the purple giant. Kakashi-sensei he. In the world of pirates. The astonishment was even more pronounced. Although the pirate realm boasted its own race of giants, they were distinctly different from Susanoo. Moreover, Susanoo possessed an otherworldly quality that was indescribable. Luffy paused in his meal, gazing at the purple giant and inquired, how did that purple giant appear? I was too busy eating to pay close attention. Usopp trembled as he exclaimed, that purple giant is a ghost. It suddenly erupted from the ground. Chopper, equally frightened, added, I think that purple giant must be a devil. Have you all read 1001 Nights? There's a tale about a lamp. When Aladdin rubs the lamp, a giant emerges. That giant is a devil, just like the situation we are witnessing now. As Luffy observed, he exclaimed, I think this purple giant is quite impressive. It isn't as terrifying as you all claim. Before his words could fully resonate, Nami swiftly slapped Luffy on the head, her mouth agape as she shouted. This purple giant is undeniably a devil. How can you dare to say it is good? Chastened, Luffy bowed his head in silence, hastily returning to his meat. At the bow of the ship, Shanks, wielding his griffin, gazed at the towering Susanoo, shaking his head in disbelief. These two are quite the tricksters. However, it appears that Doflamingo may be in for trouble. In the Marvel Universe, Scarlet Witch, observing Susanoo, turned to Iron Man and inquired, "Do you still consider this to be sorcery?" Iron Man shrugged his shoulders, replying, "I believe this is no mere magic. It must be the work of the divine." Scarlet Witch pointed towards Thor, saying, "Then ask the god of thunder. He is indeed a deity. Inquire whether he can wield such power." Thor took a hearty swig from his flask before shaking his head. "Though I am a god, I am only adept with my hammer. Beyond that, I possess no other skills." Iron Man nodded in understanding. "Ah, in that case, this must be sorcery indeed. It transcends the realm of science and surpasses human comprehension." As the discussions unfolded, Kakashi in the birdcage made his move. Commanding the colossal Susanoo, he advanced forward. This Susanoo was in its complete form, cloaked in a warrior's armor, resembling a high-ranking Tengu. It bore a treasured sword at its waist and a pair of demonic wings on its back, exuding an overwhelming aura of authority. Chapter 23. Is Susanoo failing? Upon witnessing Kakashi's Susanoo, even Doflamingo was taken aback. He had assumed Kakashi, trapped within the birdcage, was like a fish on the chopping block, ripe for his taking. Who could have anticipated that Kakashi possessed such a formidable final move? Nevertheless, Doflamingo clung to a glimmer of hope, believing that despite Susanoo's fearsome appearance, it may not be capable of breaking his cage. At that moment, Kakashi merged with Susanoo, commanding the giant being as he approached the edge of the birdcage. All eyes across the realms were fixed in anxious anticipation. Although the giant Susanoo left everyone in awe, many still harbored doubts about its ability to shatter the cage. In the Naruto world, Lee anxiously grasped Guy's arm, asking, "Do you think Kakashi-sensei can break this birdcage?" Guy, with a smile, assured him, "I swear by the name of the ferocious beast of Konoha, Kakashi will undoubtedly break the cage. So, Lee, do not worry about Kakashi-sensei." Even Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura, who were nearby, felt their anxieties ease as they listened. In the world of One Punch Man, the cosmic overlord Boros observed this scene aboard his spaceship. Boros immediately burst into laughter, exclaiming, "This Kakashi and Doflamingo are utterly feeble. They are nothing but two worthless beings." One of Boros's subordinates quickly remarked, "Lord Boros, if you were to intervene, you could effortlessly dispatch Kakashi and Doflamingo with a single blow each. In fact, such weaklings do not even require your intervention. We could handle them with ease." In the realm of One Piece, the Yonko Whitebeard boisterously laughed. What a fierce contest between dragon and tiger. I wonder who will ultimately emerge victorious, Kakashi or Doflamingo. The victor among them may very well cross paths with me in the finals. Marco, the captain of the First Division, stated, "It seems that if Kakashi's Susanoo can break Doflamingo's birdcage, victory will be virtually assured for him." As the crowd discussed, Susanoo moved step by step toward the edge of the birdcage. After a few strides, a mountain obstructed its path. Susanoo drew the long sword from its waist and struck the mountain before it. With a thunderous sound, the mountain was cleaved in two. Susanoo then advanced boldly along the split mountain. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. He had indeed split a mountain with a single stroke. It appeared that this Susanoo was true, and the birdcage would likely not withstand such a blow. In the pirate world, the swordsman Mihawk quietly observed the unfolding spectacle. Throughout his life, the only thing Mihawk cared for was his sword. He yearned for the advancement of his swordsmanship and sought a worthy opponent who could rival him in skill. Unfortunately, in the world of pirates, Mihawk stood at the pinnacle of swordsmanship, reaching a level of solitary invincibility. At least for now, there was no one capable of surpassing him in this art. Thus, Mihawk felt a profound loneliness, experiencing the chill of heights, longing for a master swordsman to defeat him, even if from another realm. Upon witnessing Susanoo cleave the mountain, Mihawk felt a surge of excitement, eager to draw his sword and challenge Susanoo to a duel. After all, Mihawk had never feared any adversary in the realm of swordsmanship. He, too, could split mountains with a single stroke. However, when he reached for his sword, he realized that he could not ascend the arena unless chosen. In that moment, Mihawk's heart raced, fervently wishing to be selected to ascend the stage and engage in a spirited exchange with a master swordsman from another world. On the arena, Kakashi's Susanoo had reached the edge of the birdcage. As Susanoo raised his colossal sword, he aimed a powerful strike towards the birdcage. Amidst the eager gazes of the multitude, the sword collided with the cage. Yet, the anticipated spectacle did not unfold. The birdcage remained unscathed, while Susanoo experienced a slight recoil. Doflamingo, whose heart had leaped to his throat, erupted into laughter. Ha ha ha. Kakashi, even in your giant form, you cannot breach my birdcage. It is crafted from special threads, impervious to all physical assaults. Ignoring the taunts, Kakashi continued to wield Susanoo, relentlessly striking the birdcage with the sword. Each blow reverberated through the island, yet upon completion, it became evident that the cage was utterly unaffected. Yi Chun, observing the scene, felt his blood surge with excitement. However, it was clear that even the divine Susanoo could not dismantle the birdcage. Truly, Doflamingo's ultimate technique was formidable. How would Kakashi devise a solution? As Yi Chun pondered this, he glanced at Kakashi. Many shared his concern, anxious to see how Kakashi would breach the cage. Then, in a bold move, Kakashi commanded Susanoo to sheath its sword and lifted a boulder as immense as an elephant, hurling it towards the birdcage. Yet, the moment the colossal stone made contact, it was effortlessly severed into fragments by the cage's razor-sharp threads. Kakashi, witnessing this, shook his head. It seems I must resort to that move. Doflamingo, upon hearing this, cackled with delight. Ha ha ha. Kakashi, unleash whatever techniques you possess. If you can shatter my birdcage, I shall concede this battle. In the pirate world, Sanji, cigarette in mouth, watched the arena and remarked, this Doflamingo is insufferable. I truly hope Kakashi can break the birdcage and deliver a thorough thrashing. Usopp, in a tone of despair, lamented, alas. It appears Kakashi cannot breach Doflamingo's birdcage. But can we blame him? None of us could succeed. In the Marvel Universe, Spider-Man gazed at Doflamingo's birdcage, unable to suppress his admiration. What a magnificent web structure. Doflamingo is truly a genius. I am in awe of his versatile use of webbing. Beside him, Deadpool interjected, I wonder how Doflamingo manages to deploy such vast amounts of thread. Little Spider, does he wear a special spider suit like yours? Iron Man responded, a spider suit? Oh no, I certainly haven't crafted a spider suit for Doflamingo. Chapter 24. The Divine Might Shuriken. Kakashi had not anticipated that his ultimate technique, Susanoo, would prove ineffective against Doflamingo's birdcage. If, as Doflamingo claimed, all physical attacks were rendered futile against the birdcage, then there remained but one recourse. Kakashi's Susanoo retreated a couple of steps as he hurled the shuriken. Infusing the shuriken with the power of Kamui, it transformed into a kaleidoscopic form. This was Kakashi's another formidable technique, the Kamui shuriken, a synthesis of Susanoo and Kamui. Upon being struck by the Susanoo-infused shuriken, the target would be consumed into a different dimension. Doflamingo laughed heartily. Kakashi, have you exhausted your repertoire? You cannot slice through my birdcage with your sword, so you resort to throwing it. The outcome remains unchanged. Hee. Amid Doflamingo's mocking laughter, the Kamui shuriken was cast, striking the birdcage. The point of impact revealed a breach, not due to the severing of the threads, but rather because the cut threads had been displaced into an alternate space. Thus, it was not the entirety of the birdcage that was transported, but merely a small section that had been struck by the Kamui shuriken, resulting in a gap. Although the opening was modest, it was sufficient for Kakashi to escape. Under Doflamingo's astonished gaze, Kakashi retracted his Susanoo and, seizing the moment before Doflamingo could react, swiftly darted through the gap in the birdcage. In the world of Naruto, Sasuke and Sakura erupted in cheers. Wonderful. Kakashi-sensei has emerged from the birdcage. This is fantastic. In the pirate world, Luffy raised the meat in his hand, exclaiming, Kakashi is truly remarkable. He actually escaped from the birdcage. Zoro, somewhat perplexed, remarked, didn't they say no physical attack could breach the cage? How did Kakashi throw his sword and create an opening? Yet, the most incredulous of all was Doflamingo. Staring wide-eyed, he exclaimed, how can this be? My birdcage can withstand any physical assault. How could you possibly breach it with a single strike? At that moment, Kakashi stood outside the birdcage on a stone. Calmly addressing Doflamingo, my physical attacks indeed failed to harm the birdcage. Moreover, I did not employ a physical attack. I merely utilized a bit of space ninjutsu. Doflamingo, taken aback, responded, you, Kakashi, are implying that you displaced a portion of the birdcage into an alternate space. Kakashi nodded and stated, "My Kamui shuriken possesses such an effect." His words astonished many across the vast realms. Space-time ninjutsu. Anything associated with time and space is undeniably an elite and exalted existence. The fact that Kakashi can wield space-time ninjutsu is truly astonishing. In the world of pirates, Kaido of the 100 Beasts remarked to Jack the Drought, "I recall that Wano has quite a number of ninjas. I have always looked down upon the ninjutsu they employ, deeming it mere rubbish. Yet upon witnessing Kakashi, I suddenly perceived the potency of ninjutsu." Jack the Drought nodded in agreement, saying, "Lord Kaido speaks the truth. It is unfortunate that the ninjas we encountered were utterly inept. They are not even worthy of possessing ninjutsu." Kaido nodded, affirming, "Indeed, the ninjas of Wano are quite incompetent. However, ninjutsu is not to be dismissed as worthless. You must travel to Wano and gather the most advanced ninjutsu. I can allocate a portion of my subordinates to learn this art." Having escaped the birdcage, Kakashi naturally sought to confront Don Quixote Doflamingo. Kneeling on the ground, he conjured a sphere of lightning in his hand. This was Kakashi's ninjutsu, Raikiri. Transforming Raikiri into the shape of a wolf, he unleashed his signature technique, Lightning Beast Tracking Fawn. Upon its emergence, the lightning beast lunged at With the birdcage shattered, Doflamingo was momentarily stunned. However, upon witnessing the lightning beast's advance, he activated the powers of the Ito Ito no Mi to counterattack. Raising his hand, he unleashed dozens of threads that twisted together to form a whip, one of Doflamingo's signature techniques, the overheat whip, similar in function to the previously utilized shocking whip. The overheat whip was a short-range attack, unlike its long-range counterpart. Not only did Doflamingo wield the overheat whip, but he also infused it with armament haki, turning it black. This enhancement rendered it not only more resilient but also significantly more powerful. Doflamingo swung the overheat whip toward the lightning beast, and with a resounding crash, the lightning beast was obliterated, sending Doflamingo himself hurtling backward. Simultaneously, Kakashi leaped from the boulder, executing a rising kick aimed at Doflamingo's chin. This move was Kakashi's taijutsu technique, known as Shadow Dance Leaf. Although Kakashi is primarily a ninja who employs various ninjutsu, he is also adept in taijutsu, albeit rarely utilized. Today presented an opportune moment, leading Kakashi to unleash his taijutsu, Shadow Dance Leaf. As he soared through the air, his foot connected with Doflamingo's chin, sending him flying. In the next moment, Kakashi delivered a series of swift kicks, sending the already descending Doflamingo soaring through the air once more. Utilizing the Shadow Dance technique midair, Kakashi struck Doflamingo several times in rapid succession, ultimately propelling him out of the arena. With a resounding thud, Doflamingo plummeted back into the pirate world. It was evident that Kakashi had emerged victorious in this battle. The inhabitants of the Naruto world erupted in jubilant cheers, with the loudest among them being Kakashi's disciples, Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, was equally elated, as Kakashi represented the village of Konohagakure. His victory symbolized the triumph of the village itself. With Kakashi's success, the name of Konohagakure might echo throughout the realms. The denizens of the pirate world also rejoiced, particularly Kaido of the Beasts. For Kaido had long been engaged in business dealings with Doflamingo, and their relationship had been one of relative equality. Now that Doflamingo had been defeated and severely injured, it presented a fortuitous opportunity for Kaido. He had no intention of annihilating Doflamingo, which would lead to mutual destruction. Rather, he sought to leverage this moment to compel Doflamingo to concede, ensuring greater profits for himself in their dealings. Chapter 25, Godzilla Doflamingo, having been cast from the arena by Kakashi, was filled with resentment. After all, he was not one to easily accept such humiliation. To be publicly defeated before countless eyes was a bitter pill for Doflamingo to swallow. Rising from the ground, he adjusted his sunglasses and glared at Kakashi on the stage, declaring, "Kakashi, my fruit's power will soon awaken completely. Once I have fully mastered the abilities of the string fruit, I shall return to exact my revenge for this day." With that, Doflamingo shoved his hands into his pockets and swaggered away with an air of defiance. Witnessing Doflamingo's fall, Yichin announced to the crowd, "The victor of this duel is Kakashi. He will proceed directly to the next round of the finals. Doflamingo, do not despair, for you may still participate in the Resurrection Seed Tournament and have another chance at the finals." The supporters of Kakashi erupted in joyous cheers. The village of Konohagakure mobilized en masse to welcome their victorious hero upon his return. Among the throng, only Danzo wore a gloomy expression. At that moment, Kakashi stood as the hero of Konohagakure, and the third Hokage regarded him as a candidate for the next Hokage. This posed a significant threat to Danzo's aspirations. As he had long harbored ambitions of becoming Hokage himself, anyone who jeopardized those ambitions would find themselves in Danzo's crosshairs. However, given Kakashi's esteemed status within the village, eliminating him would not prove to be an easy task for Danzo. Thus, Danzo pondered whether to collaborate with Orochimaru to secretly assassinate Kakashi first. In the world of pirates, Doflamingo was in a rather dire situation. No sooner had he returned than Kaido dispatched Jack the Drought to his doorstep. Ostensibly, Jack arrived as Kaido's envoy to check on Doflamingo, but in truth, he flaunted his authority and exerted pressure upon him. Doflamingo was no fool. He saw through Kaido's thinly veiled coercion at once. The two had numerous business dealings, the most significant of which involved the trade of artificial devil fruits. Kaido's demand was clear. Doflamingo must supply him with more of these fruits at a lower price. In the past, Doflamingo had stubbornly refused to concede. But times had changed. Fresh from defeat and grievously wounded, he was in no position to defy Kaido. Should he foolishly resist, Jack and his forces could easily annihilate him. The arithmetic was simple, and Doflamingo knew it well. Gritting his teeth, he acquiesced in Jack's presence, pledging to increase the supply of artificial devil fruits to Kaido while slashing the price by 10%. Only then did Jack depart, satisfied. Now, after 3 matches, 3 finalists had emerged: Ultraman Tiga, Whitebeard, and Kakashi, each a formidable contender for the championship. Following this round, Itachi granted the participants a day's rest before commencing the 4th match. Once again, the selection was randomized. A shimmering light darted across the avatars of the multiverse's mightiest warriors before halting abruptly on one, a bestial visage, to be precise. The king of the monsters himself, Godzilla. What manner of selection was this? Even the king of monsters, Godzilla, has been chosen. However, upon reflection, Itachi found it rather understandable. After all, the system stated that it would select formidable beings from countless realms, without specifying that they must be human. It could very well include powerful monsters and other creatures. Thus, while the selection of Godzilla was somewhat surprising, it was not entirely unacceptable. Conversely, many from the myriad worlds were taken aback to see that the chosen contestant was not a human, but rather a monster, causing quite a stir. Itachi, unfazed by their reactions, directly transmitted an invitation to Godzilla through mental waves. Godzilla, you have been selected as a contestant for the Celestial Arena. Do you wish to participate? In the realm of Godzilla, the great creature also observes the contests taking place in the arena. Although Godzilla is not human, his intelligence is remarkably high, rivaling that of mankind, enabling him to comprehend all that unfolds before him. Godzilla gazed intently as he heard Itachi's invitation. With a thunderous roar that echoed into the heavens, Godzilla conveyed through cerebral waves that he was eager to ascend the arena. Upon expressing his desire to compete, his massive form vanished from sight, only to reappear on the celestial arena. Due to the circumstances, the arena had transformed into a colossal island, ample enough to accommodate a battle of such titanic proportions. Upon his arrival, Godzilla unleashed a deafening roar that sent tremors through the very ground of the island. The creatures nestled within the island's forests quivered in terror, prostrating themselves at the sound of Godzilla's call. This was the majesty of the king of monsters. Towering over all, he commanded reverence from every living being. The spectators from myriad realms gasped at the sight of a monster as a competitor, creating a stir of astonishment. However, their shock only deepened when they beheld Godzilla's true form. My goodness, what manner of beast is this? It bore a resemblance to a Tyrannosaurus Rex, yet its spiked back and sheer size rendered it far more imposing. In the world of pirates, the Straw Hat Pirates stood in awe as they beheld Godzilla, collectively gasping in astonishment. Wow, what a colossal creature! It's even larger than the Sea Kings. In the pirate realm, where Sea Kings and giants existed, the amazement, though considerable, was somewhat tempered. Yet, the world of Naruto was a different story. In that realm, monsters were non-existent. At most, there were tailed beasts that could grow large. However, even a giant-tailed beast paled in comparison to the immense Godzilla. Even Susanoo appeared diminutive before Godzilla's grandeur. Naruto, mouth agape, stared at Godzilla and exclaimed, What is that? Is it a summoning beast?" Sakura shot him a glance, remarking, "What summoning beast? If you were offered such a creature, would you dare to accept it?" In the world of Ultraman, Zero Ultraman and Dyna Ultraman remained remarkably composed upon witnessing Godzilla. After all, Ultramen were seasoned experts in battling monsters. They had encountered all manner of beasts. Though Godzilla differed from the creatures they had previously faced, he was still a monster. And should he cross paths with the Ultramen, his fate would be sealed. Particularly Zero Ultraman, who, upon sighting the monster, instinctively felt a surge of excitement, eager to confront and vanquish Godzilla. Chapter 26. Godzilla vs. Zero Ultraman. Upon seeing the mountain-like figure of Godzilla, a chill ran down the spines of the onlookers. And many began to silently pray, "Please, let this random selection not choose me to compete. Otherwise, it would not be a match but a mere offering to Godzilla." As Yichun observed Godzilla's arrival, he proclaimed, "Let us now select an opponent for Godzilla. Prepare yourselves, for the next fortunate contestant might very well be you." Upon hearing this, the crowd murmured in unison, "What manner of fortunate contestant is this? If selected, that would indeed be unfortunate." Yichun paid no heed to these matters and immediately initiated the random selection process. The entire audience held their breath, watching intently as the tiny luminous dot traversed each participant's avatar in turn. At long last, the shimmering point came to rest upon Ultraman Zero's profile. Witnessing this outcome, Yichun proclaimed with solemnity, "Congratulations to Ultraman Zero. He became the contestant for the fourth match." Upon hearing this, the multitudes across the myriad realms collectively exhaled in relief. Thank heavens, the chosen one was not oneself, but the unfortunate Ultraman Zero. In the world of Ultraman, when Ultraman Zero was chosen to step onto the arena, he was immediately filled with exhilaration. I, Ultraman Zero, have been itching for some action, longing to battle a monster and stretch my limbs. Who would have thought they'd select me for the arena? This is what one might call drowsiness. Someone toss a pillow my way. The other Ultramen, upon witnessing the spectacle, were equally envious, for they too yearned to confront the monstrous foes, especially in the presence of countless spectators from myriad realms. Unexpectedly, this random selection did not choose them, but rather Ultraman Zero. Subsequently, Yichun's invitation echoed in Ultraman Zero's mind. Ultraman Zero promptly declared, "I am fully prepared. I can step onto the arena at once." Before the words of Ultraman Zero could fade, his figure vanished from the land of light, only to reappear on the celestial arena. One could observe that this Ultraman Zero bore a striking resemblance to the first combatant, Ultraman Tiga. In contrast, Ultraman Zero's upper body is adorned in a striking azure hue, while his lower half gleams in vibrant crimson. His most distinctive feature remains the dual crest crowning his head, presenting a markedly different aesthetic from Ultraman Tiga. As the crowd beheld this warrior standing upon the arena platform, murmurs rippled through the spectators. Is this truly Ultraman Zero? I wonder what the relationship is with the earliest appearing Ultraman Tiga. In the realm of pirates, Luffy proclaimed, both bear the surname Ultraman. One is named Zero, and the other is named Tiga. It is likely that they are either brothers or sisters. Chopper remarked, it could very well be a couple. Zoro, reclining on the deck, retorted, how could they be a couple? Both share the surname Ultraman. They must be relatives. Usopp remarked, the earliest appearance of Ultraman Tiga seems quite formidable. I wonder how this Ultraman Zero measures up. Sanji, with a cigarette perched between his lips, gazed at Ultraman Zero on the arena and remarked, this Ultraman Zero is quite towering. He is hardly smaller than Godzilla. Could it be that this Ultraman Zero belongs to the giant race? Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Ultraman Zero raised his hand in a flamboyant gesture and declared to Godzilla, I am Ultraman Zero, hailing from the nebula M78, the land of light. I am the expert in vanquishing monsters. I am the master of beast slaying. In the world of One Punch Man, the cosmic overlord Boros. Upon hearing the words of Ultraman Zero, immediately remarked, the 78th nebula, the land of light? I, Boros, have nearly traversed the entire universe and have yet to hear of such places. Furthermore, I have never encountered any being known as Ultraman. After pondering for a moment, Boros commanded his subordinates, investigate the location of this 78th nebula and the land of light. If we ascertain their whereabouts, I would not hesitate to pay a visit and eradicate this group of Ultramen. Upon hearing Ultraman Zero introduce himself, Godzilla let out a fierce roar, swinging his colossal tail like a whip towards Ultraman Zero. This technique, known as the tail whip, was Godzilla's signature move. Although Ultraman Zero was proud, he had not yet succumbed to arrogance. Thus, when faced with Godzilla's sweeping tail, he leapt gracefully into the air, evading the strike. Moments later, a resounding crash echoed as Godzilla's tail struck a mountain peak, cleaving it in two. Spectators gasped in astonishment. While the Tyrannosaurus Rex was formidable, it could not simply sever a mountain with a single swing. It was reiterated, this is no Tyrannosaurus. It is a monster. Indeed, a creature far beyond the realm of dinosaurs. As Ultraman Zero descended gracefully from the sky, he unleashed his ultimate technique, the 0-100 crack kick. This rapid succession of high-speed kicks, empowered by Ultraman Zero, possessed immense force capable of shattering the skulls of ordinary monsters. Godzilla had never encountered such an opponent and was caught off guard, enduring multiple strikes from the 0-100 crack kick. Each kick that landed on Godzilla's massive frame unleashed a burst of light, indicating the extraordinary nature of this technique. However, inflicting harm upon the king of monsters, Godzilla, was no simple feat. After withstanding several kicks from Ultraman Zero, Godzilla released an enraged roar, then leapt into the air, executing a kangaroo kick aimed at Ultraman Zero. This marked Ultraman Zero's first encounter with such a formidable adversary, and his inexperience became evident as he was caught unprepared, suffering the impact of Godzilla's kangaroo kick. Consequently, Ultraman Zero was sent flying, crashing into and devastating a nearby forest. Rising from the ground, Ultraman Zero placed his hands on the earth to push himself up. He had not anticipated such an inauspicious start to his battle, having sustained an early setback. It was clear that this Godzilla was unlike any monster he had previously faced. He was stronger than all his past adversaries. With this realization, Ultraman Zero cast aside any thoughts of underestimating his foe and began to approach the battle with the utmost seriousness. Godzilla was not about to grant him any opportunity. Godzilla immediately opened its massive jaws and unleashed a milky white mist-like ray toward Ultraman Zero. This was one of Godzilla's signature techniques, the infamous white heat ray, with temperatures exceeding 100,000 degrees Celsius, capable of melting most substances. The moment Godzilla unleashed this devastating attack, Ultraman Zero sensed imminent danger. With lightning reflexes, he propelled himself skyward in a mighty leap. Ultraman Zero, renowned for his supreme physical prowess and combat abilities, was hailed by the sorcerer alien Zerub as possessing the strongest physique in the universe. A single bound could send him soaring 880 meters into the air, so high he could nearly grasp a passing aircraft. Thus, with effortless grace, he evaded Godzilla's white heat ray. Chapter 27. The white heat ray. Ultraman Zero's aerial maneuver narrowly spared him from the searing blast. Almost simultaneously, the vaporized white heat ray erupted forth, reducing an entire hillside and its surrounding forest to molten ruin. The spectacle left onlookers utterly awestruck. While obliterating a small mountain is hardly an impossible feat across many dimensions, some warriors can cleave peaks with a single sword strike. Few could match the sheer brutality of Godzilla's method, instantaneously liquefying an entire landmass. In the Marvel Universe, the Hulk, Bruce Banner, gasped, "My God, melting a mountain in an instant. What kind of temperature would that require?" Thor turned to him, intrigued. "Dr. Banner, tell me, how hot is lava?" Banner adjusted his glasses. Lava typically ranges between 900 to 1,400 degrees Celsius, and even then, it couldn't dissolve a mountain in seconds. Iron Man, Tony Stark, interjected, "So that beam Godzilla just fired must exceed 1,400 degrees at minimum." Banner shook his head. "No, 1,400 degrees wouldn't be enough. To achieve what we just witnessed, we're talking temperatures between 10,000 to 100,000 degrees. Thor spread his hands in disbelief. "Are you suggesting, Doctor, that Godzilla's breath could reach 100,000 degrees?" "Theoretically, yes," Banner confirmed. "But Godzilla is supposed to be a mutated dinosaur. How could its body possibly contain such extreme heat?" Stroking his chin, Stark mused, "A valid question. Unless that wasn't pure heat. Perhaps some kind of new, hypercorrosive substance?" Black Widow, Natasha Romanoff, frowned. "But if that were the case, wouldn't such a substance also corrode Godzilla's own mouth?" Banner raised his hands, gesturing for calm. "Here's my hypothesis. Though Godzilla may resemble a dinosaur, its mutations grant it unparalleled resistance to both extreme heat and corrosion." Captain America nodded in agreement. "That explanation makes..." Iron Man spoke up. "Has anyone wondered how this Godzilla manages to unleash such devastating rays?" The Hulk, Bruce Banner, shrugged and replied, "I wouldn't know. Unless we dissect Godzilla for research." In the world of pirates, Vice Admiral Garp munched on rice crackers while addressing Admiral Akainu. This ability of his is somewhat similar to your magma fruit. It can instantly melt solid rock. Akainu snorted through his nostrils, but remained silent. Garp chuckled and continued. Admiral Akainu, I reckon this monster Godzilla must have eaten the magma fruit, just like you. His words carried a subtle implication that Akainu himself was a beast. Enraged, Akainu slammed the table and stood, pointing at Garp. Garp, don't flaunt your seniority here. Fearing a clash, Fleet Admiral Sengoku quickly intervened. Admiral Akainu. Vice Admiral Garp, didn't he mean it that way? Sit down and let us discuss this calmly. He then turned to Garp. Garp, keep your remarks to yourself. Garp merely chuckled, crunching on his rice crackers as he turned his attention back to the arena. Meanwhile, Ultraman Zero soared into the air, narrowly evading Godzilla's first blast of white-hot radiation. Unrelenting, Godzilla tilted its head upward and unleashed another searing beam toward the airborne warrior. With no time to dodge, Ultraman Zero swiftly activated the Ultraman Zero defense. Extending his arms, he conjured a vast shield of radiant energy, far more formidable than the barriers of ordinary Ultraman. The white-hot blast collided with the luminous barrier, its force halted completely. Realizing the futility of his attack, Godzilla clamped its jaws shut, retracting the beam. Though capable of repeated assaults, such ineffective expenditure drained its energy. Seeing this, Ultraman Zero deactivated his defense. Energy was precious, not to be squandered. His thoughts sharpened. To receive without returning is discourtesy. You struck first, Godzilla, now taste my might. His gaze fell upon his left wrist, where the Ultraman Zero bracelet rested, a gift from his father, Ultraman 7. A versatile device attuned to his brainwaves, it could morph into countless tools. With a focused thought, Ultraman Zero synchronized with the bracelet, ready to retaliate. In an instant, Ultraman Zero's bracelet transformed into a blade of white light, darting forth to attack Godzilla. This was the renowned Ultraman Zero Spark, akin to Jack's Ultra Spark. Seeing the Ultra Spark hurtling toward him, Godzilla dared not be careless. Swiftly gathering energy in his throat, he unleashed a devastating radiant heat bomb, a variant of his atomic breath. Though not as powerful as the latter, it surpassed the white heat beam in sheer terror. With a roar, Godzilla spewed forth the radiant heat bomb, colliding midair with the Ultra Spark. The latter shattered into fragments, while the former dissipated into nothing. The clash ended in a stalemate, neither gaining the upper hand. Realizing the formidable strength of their opponent, perhaps even their equal, both Ultraman Zero and Godzilla grew cautious. A single misstep could mean injury, or worse, death. Thus, they hesitated, unwilling to strike without certainty. As the two titans stood locked in wary confrontation, spectators across the multiverse erupted in discussion. In the world of One Piece, Nico Robin flipped through ancient tomes, murmuring, I wonder if these texts hold any record of this Godzilla creature. Luffy, drooling at the sight of Godzilla's hulking muscles, exclaimed, I want meat. Nami promptly kicked him over, retorting, You want to eat Godzilla's meat? More like it would eat you. Usopp, observing Ultraman Zero's bracelet with intrigue, mused. How does that bracelet suddenly morph into a streak of white light and attack on its own? Is it magic, or some unique ability? Chapter 28. Imirium slashed the standoff between Ultraman Zero and Godzilla stretched on, until, abruptly, Zero raised a hand to his head and shouted, Quadruple head. Embedded in his helm were 4 energy blades capable of manifesting as phantom projectiles when summoned. In a flash, 4 golden streaks shot toward Godzilla. Having just expended his radiant heat bomb, Godzilla needed a moment to recharge. Spotting the incoming phantom blades, he hastily dodged sideways. Yet this was but a feint. Seizing the opportunity, Ultraman Zero teleported before Godzilla in an instant, unleashing the 0-100 crack fist, a relentless barrage of punches. Each impact erupting in violet bursts across Godzilla's body. Under this storm of blows, the colossal beast was hurled skyward, its massive frame helpless against the onslaught. This provoked the king of monsters, Godzilla, to unleash a furious roar, extending its claws in an attempt to seize Ultraman Zero. Godzilla's claws, capable of shredding a tank with ease. Observing this, Ultraman Zero hastily retreated to a safe distance. Once at a secure range, Ultraman Zero launched his quadruple boomerangs once more. Subsequently, 2 of these boomerangs combined to form the twin swords of Zero, radiating a mesmerizing white and purple glow. This was Ultraman Zero's weapon, the Ultra Limit Double Blades. Armed with the Ultra Limit Double Blades, Ultraman Zero charged forth to engage in battle with Godzilla. With the double blades in hand, Ultraman Zero was invigorated, growing increasingly bold in the face of Godzilla. Suddenly, Ultraman Zero deftly maneuvered to Godzilla's side, raising the Ultra Limit Double Blades to strike. Initially aimed at severing Godzilla's head, The blow was narrowly evaded as Godzilla instinctively shifted his head aside, avoiding a fatal hit. However, the shoulder received a devastating slash, leaving a colossal wound. In response, Godzilla let out a thunderous roar, its massive tail lashing out like a whip and sending Ultraman 7 flying. This fierce clash of titans left onlookers in a state of astonishment. In the world of One Punch Man, the cosmic overlord Boros remarked, "This dinosaur named Godzilla is rather intriguing. I shall rush over and make Godzilla my pet. Furthermore, that Ultraman Zero seems quite capable as well, if the opportunity arises. I might also consider taking Ultraman Zero as my personal servant." In the realm of pirates, Chopper, witnessing the horrific wound on Godzilla, quickly grabbed his medical kit and rushed outside. Nami urgently inquired, "Chopper, where are you going?" Chopper replied, "Godzilla is injured. He has lost so much blood. As a doctor, how can I stand idly by?" Nami waved her hands, exclaiming, "Don't even think about stepping into the arena. Even if you did, you'd merely become a snack for Godzilla." Usopp glanced at Chopper's petite frame and remarked, "Chopper probably isn't even qualified to be a snack for Godzilla." Enraged, Chopper clenched his tiny fists and shouted, "Usopp, what are you saying?" Zoro, sitting up on the deck, warned, "Chopper, don't go. A single drop of Godzilla's blood is larger than your entire body. If you attempt to treat Godzilla's wounds, I fear you may drown in his blood." Kaido of the 100 Beasts had been observing Godzilla and, noticing the creature often displayed human-like expressions, pondered thoughtfully, could it be that this Godzilla was once human? Perhaps it transformed due to consuming a Zoan-type devil fruit? Kaido's speculation was not without merit. Due to the abilities bestowed upon Pejuan and Derek by the Zoan-type devil fruits, they have the capacity to transform into dinosaurs. Pejuan morphs into an Allosaurus, while Derek takes on the form of a Spinosaurus. In the midst of contemplating the possibilities, Kaido of the 100 Beasts muses whether to commission the development of new artificial devil fruits, which would enable consumption of such fruits to transform into monstrous entities akin to Godzilla. While Kaido indulges in these fantasies, Godzilla's wounds are visibly regenerating at an astonishing pace, exemplifying the terrifying nature of this creature. Godzilla can indeed sustain injuries, yet his remarkable ability allows him to heal rapidly, rendering him almost invincible. Onlookers from all realms gasp in disbelief. What manner of beast is this? In the previous encounter, Doflamingo demonstrated the ability to stitch his own internal injuries with threads. Now, Godzilla appears to heal without any effort whatsoever. How can one even hope to defeat such a being? Seeing this, Ultraman Zero cannot help but narrow his gaze, as Godzilla's performance exceeds all expectations. However, as a seasoned monster hunter, Ultraman Zero has encountered an array of creatures. Although taken aback, he quickly regains his composure. He addresses Godzilla, acknowledging, "Indeed, you are an extraordinary beast. Alas, your fortunate days conclude today, for you stand before me, Ultraman Zero." With that, Ultraman Zero extends his arms forward, bending them slightly. As the beam atop his forehead ignites, as he thrusts out his left arm, a jade-hued beam emanates from his forehead, striking Godzilla with lightning speed. This is one of Ultraman Zero's ultimate techniques, the Emilium Cutter, a skill inherited from his father, Ultraman 7. The audience is once again astounded. They had presumed Ultraman Zero to be solely a close combat fighter, yet he demonstrates the ability to unleash beams of energy, appearing both spectacular and formidable. In the Marvel Universe, Thor observes the Mind Stone embedded in Vision's forehead and remarks, "Do you not find a resemblance between that Ultraman Zero and yourself? Surely, the Mind Stone upon your brow possesses the capacity to emit beams as well." Spider-Man interjects, "Is it possible that Ultraman Zero's forehead also houses a Mind Stone or another Infinity Stone?" Bruce Banner, gazing at Ultraman Zero, muses, "What I see upon his brow does not resemble an Infinity Stone. Rather, it resembles some peculiar type of lamp." Thor chuckles, "A lamp, you say?" Dr. Banner, "Are you suggesting that Ultraman Zero adorns a mining lamp upon his forehead?" Huh. I must respectfully disagree with such an interpretation. Just as the Hulk Banner was about to speak in his defense, the Black Widow interrupted them, saying, "Stop arguing. Look at the arena. That Godzilla is about to unleash its power." Hearing this, everyone quickly turned their gaze toward the cosmic arena. Chapter 29, Atomic Breath. The Emirium Slash is considered one of Ultraman Zero's ultimate moves. In the past, Ultraman Zero frequently used this technique against monsters, achieving unparalleled success. Godzilla, the king of monsters, with its vast experience, recognized the Emirium Slash the moment Ultraman Zero deployed it. Understanding the gravity of this attack, Godzilla knew it had to respond with full seriousness. Thus, Godzilla opened its maw, releasing a white ray of energy that shot toward Ultraman Zero like lightning. This was Godzilla's signature move, the atomic breath. Godzilla's physiology is extraordinary, akin to a the nuclear waste it consumes is stored within uranium sacs inside its body. When Godzilla needs to unleash its atomic breath, rapid fission occurs with generating immense energy that is then expelled. What it emits is neither laser nor flame, but sheer, devastating heat, enough to melt anything in its path. As Godzilla's jaws parted, the white atomic breath surged forth, colliding directly with the Amirium slash. In an instant, the atomic breath was cleaved open, while simultaneously, a portion of the Amirium slash was melted away by the intense heat. The emerald Amirium slash and the radiant white atomic breath clashed mid-air, locked in a stalemate, neither yielding ground. Suddenly, a blinding sphere of light erupted. Both the Amirium slash and the atomic breath vanished simultaneously, forcing Ultraman Zero and Godzilla to stagger backward several steps. Evidently, the two forces were evenly matched, canceling each other out. Having just unleashed their ultimate attacks, both combatants required a brief cooldown before they could strike again. Seizing the moment, Ultraman Zero decisively activated his Ultra Zero bracelet once more. With a resounding cry, Ultra Zero Lance. The bracelet on his wrist transformed into a formidable spear, the Ultra Zero Lance. Without hesitation, Ultraman Zero leapt into the air, brandishing the Ultra Zero Lance, and thrust it straight toward Godzilla's eye. For any creature, the eyes are invariably the most vulnerable spot. Ultraman Zero aimed to pierce through Godzilla's eye, driving the lance deep into its brain. Though Godzilla possessed regenerative abilities, it couldn't possibly regrow an entire eyeball or a brain. As the battle between Ultraman Zero and Godzilla raged fiercely on the arena, spectators across the multiverse watched with exhilaration. Meanwhile, in the world of One Punch Man, Genos observed the duel, his excitement surging like wildfire. As Genos observed, he remarked, "I initially believed that this Ultraman, if he were to join our hero association, would surely be rated as a Class A hero. However, judging by his current performance, it seems he would warrant at least a Class S rating." Turning to Saitama, who was engrossed in a video game, Genos inquired, "Master, if you were to encounter Ultraman Zero and the monster Godzilla, would you be able to defeat them?" Saitama glanced at the fierce battle between Ultraman Zero and Godzilla on the celestial arena while continuing his game and pondered, "Both opponents are formidable. I wonder if I could defeat them with a serious punch." In the realm of the Soul Reapers, witnessing the intense clash between Godzilla and Ultraman Zero, Kenpachi Zaraki felt an uncontrollable urge to engage in battle. Zaraki, a true battle enthusiast, was born for combat, eagerly seeking a worthy adversary for an exhilarating fight. Unfortunately, his overwhelming prowess rendered him unmatched, even without the release of his Zanpakuto, leaving few capable of standing against him, which made his battles rather dull. Witnessing Ultraman Zero and Godzilla, a surge of combativeness welled up within him, and he longed to leap onto the arena, unsheath his Zanpakuto, and engage in a fierce duel with both titans. Regrettably, without Yachiru's permission, he was unable to enter the celestial arena. In the Dragon Ball universe, Goku was also observing the tournament. As he watched, he muttered to himself, "These two are incredibly strong. Stronger than most of the opponents I've faced. I wonder if my Super Saiyan form could defeat them." At that moment, the battle on the celestial arena was reaching its peak. Ultraman Zero, wielding the Ultra Zero Lance, leapt from the sky, aiming a thrust directly at Godzilla's eye. Possessing remarkable intelligence, Godzilla quickly discerned Ultraman Zero's intentions. With a fierce roar, he pivoted and unleashed a powerful tail swipe towards Ultraman Zero, who was caught off guard and sent flying. As Ultraman Zero was propelled backward, he clutched the Ultra Zero Lance and, with great effort, hurled it through the air. The lance pierced through the atmosphere, erupting in a dazzling golden light, exuding an unparalleled momentum as it charged toward Godzilla. While Godzilla could have utilized his atomic breath to obliterate the lance, he wisely refrained, considering the potential energy depletion that could leave him at a disadvantage in the ongoing battle. Instead, Godzilla deftly evaded to the side. In the next instant, the Ultra Zero Lance soared forward, embedding itself into a massive boulder in the distance, comparable in size to Godzilla himself. Upon being struck by the lance, the boulder exploded with a thunderous roar. Godzilla cast a glance at the shattered boulder and immediately let out a furious roar. Ultraman Zero understood that Godzilla was about to unleash a formidable attack. He, of course, would not allow Godzilla to wreak havoc unimpeded. Thus, Ultraman Zero swiftly utilized spatial teleportation, appearing before Godzilla in an instant. With a powerful gesture, Ultraman Zero embraced Godzilla and, with a thunderous shout, lifted him high into the air. Then, Ultraman Zero leaped into the sky, forcefully slamming Godzilla down to the ground. This was Ultraman Zero's signature move, known as the Zero Pile Driver. He had acquired this technique by mimicking the skill of the Flame of Giran during their battle, much like a professional wrestling maneuver. This technique involves lifting the opponent high and then forcefully driving them into the ground, hence the name Zero Pile Driver. In a flash, Ultraman Zero executed the Zero Pile Driver, slamming Godzilla down with tremendous force. While the attack caused minimal physical damage, its humiliating nature infuriated Godzilla to an extreme degree. The intense white-hot energy that Godzilla had been gathering in his throat to unleash was inadvertently expelled from his mouth due to the impact. However, owing to the angle, the searing light missed Ultraman Zero and instead melted a distant forest. Chapter 30. Spiral Heat Ray. As the king of monsters, Godzilla had never endured such humiliation. The insult, though not physically damaging, was deeply provoking, pushing Godzilla to the brink of fury. He let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the mountains, causing them to crumble as debris cascaded like a landslide, reminiscent of an apocalyptic scenario. Following this deafening roar, Godzilla opened his massive jaws and unleashed a spiraling beam of bluish-white light toward Ultraman Zero. This was one of Godzilla's ultimate techniques, the Spiral Heat Ray. In an instant, the spiraling ray, glowing with a bluish-white hue, ignited the surrounding air and surged toward Ultraman Zero. In response, Ultraman Zero reached out, summoning his Ultra Zero lance to his hand. With a deft twist, the Ultra Zero lance transformed into the Ultra Zero shield. The shield, a striking blend of blue and red, resembled a heart shape but was more angular and sharp, emanating a translucent glow. Holding the Ultra Zero shield in front of him, Ultraman Zero braced for impact. The next moment, the spiral heat ray struck the Ultra Zero shield, causing it to emit plumes of white smoke and hiss with a sizzling sound. Despite Ultraman Zero using all his strength to resist with both hands gripping the shield, the immense force of the spiral heat ray continued to push the shield and Ultraman Zero backward. His feet desperately clawed at the ground. Yet he could not withstand the assault, carving deep grooves into the earth beneath him. Subsequently, Ultraman Zero's back collided with a cliff with a resounding thud, causing his form to rebound and collapse onto the ground. Before he could rise, Godzilla emitted a long, thunderous roar, leaping high into the air before crashing down with tremendous force upon Ultraman Zero. The weight of Godzilla, along with its imposing head, was sufficient to crush a heavy tank beneath its feet. Ultraman Zero's body was deeply embedded into the earth from the sheer impact. Godzilla stood triumphantly upon Ultraman Zero, swinging its claws and emitting a series of triumphant roars, exuding an air of victory. Observers from countless realms couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. It appeared that Ultraman Zero had met his demise. Being trampled by such a colossal beast as Godzilla, survival seemed utterly implausible. In the world of pirates, Kaido of the 100 Beasts chuckled heartily at the scene, exclaiming that such a mythical beast devil fruit was indeed formidable. I must create a synthetic version of this devil fruit. In the realm of ninja, the deceased Minato Namikaze recalled the moment when the Ninetales attacked Konoha upon witnessing Godzilla's ferocity. He pondered if Godzilla was yet another powerful tailed beast, far surpassing the Ninetales in strength. Yet, the question lingered, who could possibly subdue Godzilla? It was evident that Minato felt he lacked the power to confront such a titan. While he could barely contend with the Ninetales, in comparison, the Ninetales would seem but a mere kitten before Godzilla. Godzilla could easily obliterate the Ninetales, and by extension, Minato as well. Of course, if Minato employed certain special ninjutsu or illusion techniques, he might find a way to escape. In the Marvel Universe, Thor gazed at Godzilla and exclaimed, "Oh, this creature is truly ferocious. It reminds me of Thanos." Spider-Man interjected, "Godzilla and Thanos? What connection do they share?" Thor took a swig from his drink and raised a hand, declaring, "There is indeed a connection. Look, Godzilla is as robust and brutal as Thanos." Spider-Man nodded thoughtfully. "You make a valid point, but I believe Godzilla might not be as powerful as Thanos." Thor slammed the bottle onto the table, asserting, "I disagree. Remember, The original Ultraman Tiga defeated Thanos. Spider-Man acknowledged, I do recall that event. Thor continued, Ultraman Tiga and Ultraman Zero should possess comparable strength. Meanwhile, Ultraman Zero was currently being trampled under Godzilla's foot. By that logic, who do you think is more formidable, Thanos or Godzilla? Spider-Man scratched his head and said, oh, now that you mention it, seems like Godzilla might be the stronger one. If possible, I'd love to invite Godzilla to our world and have him take on Thanos. What do you all think of that idea? The others turned their faces away awkwardly, except for the Hulk, who spread his hands and said, that joke isn't funny at all. Sure, Godzilla might be able to handle Thanos, but if he actually came to our world, do you think he'd listen to you? Remember, Godzilla is even more ruthless than Thanos. Black Widow clapped her hands twice and interjected, hey, are we here to discuss Godzilla? No, we're here to talk about Thanos. What we need to focus on is how to stop him from collecting all 6 Infinity Stones. Captain America pondered for a moment before speaking. Thanos already has 3 of the Infinity Stones. If he gets the remaining 3, the consequences would be catastrophic. Scarlet Witch glanced at Vision and added, the Mind Stone is with Vision. There's no doubt Thanos will come for it. And the Time Stone is with Doctor Strange. We should find him and unite against Thanos. The other Avengers nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, in the world of pirates, Luffy stared at the majestic Godzilla with gleaming eyes. That giant monster is seriously awesome. He'd be perfect for towing the Going Merry. In Luffy's imagination, a vivid scene unfolded. Godzilla swiftly swimming across the ocean, a rope tied around his body. The other end attached to the Going Merry. As Godzilla surged forward, the ship cut through the waves effortlessly. Luffy, Zoro, and the others lounged leisurely on the deck, basking in the sun without a care for navigation. Just as Luffy was lost in his fantasy, Usopp suddenly shouted beside him, he's alive. No, Ultraman Zero isn't dead at all. Hearing Usopp's cry, everyone turned their attention back to the arena. There, beneath Godzilla's foot, Ultraman Zero stirred slightly. Then, to their astonishment, he slowly pulled his left arm free from the ground, followed by his right. Chapter 31. Ultraman Zero. Beyond Ultraman Zero had been stomped deep into the earth by Godzilla, and everyone assumed he was finished. Yet, in the next moment, he raised his buried arms defiantly. The spectators froze in disbelief. Ultraman Zero isn't dead? What is he planning now? Zero Ultraman first extricated his hand from the ground, followed by his head. Observing this, Godzilla stomped down again, forcing Zero Ultraman's head back into the earth. Nevertheless, Zero Ultraman's hand remained raised, unnoticed by the onlookers, as it began to emanate a faint glow. Suddenly, from beneath the earth, Zero Ultraman called out in a deep voice, Ultimate Zero. In an instant, a radiant light enveloped his arm, revealing a silver sword. Known as the Ultimate Zero Sword, it appeared that Zero Ultraman had regained immense power. With both hands bracing against the ground, he astonishingly lifted Godzilla off his back. Godzilla let out a furious roar and swiped at Zero Ultraman. However, in that moment, Zero Ultraman emitted a fierce cry, pivoting sharply and sending Godzilla flying. Subsequently, Zero Ultraman rose fully, radiating a brilliant light. His upper body was adorned with a layer of silver armor, bestowing upon him an air of majesty. This silver armor was called the Ultimate Holy Shield, also known as the Balaji Holy Shield. The previous incarnation of Zero Ultraman was merely an ordinary version, with average capabilities. Yet now, he had transformed into the Ultimate Zero Ultraman, experiencing significant enhancements in all aspects. This spectacle dazzled the onlookers. Did they not claim that Zero Ultraman was dead? How could he rise again, clad in armor? In the world of Naruto, Naruto exclaimed first, oh, Zero Ultraman is not dead. I knew he wouldn't succumb so easily. Gaara, carrying a gourd, remarked, how boring. If he was dead, he should stay dead. Why rise again? In the Marvel Universe, Deadpool lounged on a sofa, watching the arena battle while commenting, this Zero Ultraman wears a suit just like me. And like me, he is unkillable. I'd like to befriend this Zero Ultraman someday. In the Transformers universe, Bumblebee said, oh, is this Zero Ultraman a robot? And what about Godzilla? He must also be a mechanical dinosaur. His body is pieced together from mechanical parts. Otherwise, how could he withstand such high-temperature rays without a scratch? Optimus Prime concurred. I too believe they are mechanically constructed. I even suspect their firepower surpasses that of us Autobots. At this moment, Godzilla also came to his senses, letting out a roar towards the sky as he began to gather energy, preparing to launch an attack on Zero Ultraman. Zero Ultraman had now evolved into the Ultimate Zero Ultraman. The Ultimate Zero Ultraman not only possesses a striking appearance that surpasses that of the ordinary Zero Ultraman, but his strength has also significantly escalated, facing Godzilla without a trace of fear. With a mighty roar, the Ultimate Zero Ultraman brandishes the Ultimate Zero Sword, unleashing a radiant beam of white light that hurtles directly towards Godzilla. This formidable energy, emanating from the Ultimate Zero Sword, is known as the Sword Beam, or the Zero's Ultimate Blade Beam. The power of this attack is tremendous, capable of effortlessly demolishing a castle. At that moment, Godzilla, having charged his energy, constricts it within his throat. As the sword beam approaches, Godzilla unleashes a fiery projectile from his mouth, executing one of his signature moves, the Atomic Breath. The collision between the Atomic Breath and the sword beam results in a cataclysmic explosion. The force of the blast is so close to the Ultimate Zero Ultraman that he swiftly performs a 360-degree flip to evade the danger zone. He lands gracefully atop a mountain peak. Subsequently, the Ultimate Zero Sword transforms into a bow, known as the Ultimate Bow of Light, also referred to as the Final Ultimate Zero. With an elegant motion, the Ultimate Zero draws the bowstring and releases an arrow aimed at the distant Godzilla. In this moment, the Ultimate Zero Ultraman exudes unparalleled coolness, prompting cheers from the onlookers. Young admirers, akin to Luffy and Naruto, gaze on with envy and admiration. This epic confrontation even captures the attention of the sealed Kaguya Otsutsuki, the progenitor of chakra and the deity of the ninja realm, although she remains imprisoned by her sons. Hagoromo and Himura, Kaguya possesses the ability to witness the battles occurring on the celestial arena. Having observed the previous skirmishes involving the Hokage and the pirates without reaction, she deems them inferior. In her eyes, neither Kakashi nor Whitebeard commands her respect. However, the clash between Godzilla and Zero Ultraman clearly transcends previous encounters, stirring Kaguya's interest. Despite her immense pride and self-identification as a goddess, she concedes that if she were to confront the Ultimate Zero Ultraman and Godzilla, victory would not be assured. She even contemplates that employing her full arsenal of ninjutsu and ultimate techniques may not suffice to harm either Godzilla or the Ultimate Zero Ultraman. Yet, it would not be an easy feat for them to defeat Kaguya either. Given her numerous illusions, escaping her grasp would be a simpler task. In the Marvel Universe, Thanos watches the battle on the stage with a grave expression. His primary focus is on Zero Ultraman, as he recalls his defeat at the hands of Tiga Ultraman. Though not brothers, Zero Ultraman and Tiga Ultraman belong to the same lineage. Thus, Thanos perceives that he and the two Ultraman share numerous commonalities. Observing the battles of Zero Ultraman enables Thanos to indirectly comprehend Tiga Ultraman, facilitating his potential victory over Tiga in their inevitable confrontation. Certainly, having already acquired 3 Infinity Stones, Thanos believes that defeating Ultraman should pose no significant challenge. However, his current preoccupation lies not with this matter, but rather with the fact that Zero Ultraman, upon being vanquished, ascended to become Ultimate Zero Ultraman, significantly enhancing his power. Should Tiga Ultraman possess the ability to transform in a similar manner, Thanos, even with 3 Infinity Stones, would lack absolute confidence in his triumph. Therefore, Thanos must obtain all 6 Infinity Stones to ensure that, under any circumstance, he can overpower Tiga Ultraman. Chapter 32, Dismal Shooting Godzilla, having just unleashed a radioactive heat blast, found himself temporarily incapable of launching another. In a fit of frustration, he let out a deafening roar and swung his tail, striking a massive boulder. The boulder was propelled by Godzilla's tail and hurtled towards Ultimate Zero Ultraman. In response, Ultimate Zero Ultraman had no choice but to raise his ultimate bow and arrow, shooting an arrow at the incoming boulder. The boulder was struck and exploded with a tremendous roar. Godzilla, being cunning, was aware of his inability to fire rays in quick succession. To compensate for this and to buy himself some time, he swung his tail once more, hurling another boulder at Ultimate Zero Ultraman. Not wishing to waste energy on mere stones, Ultimate Zero Ultraman refrained from using his bow again and instead leapt into the air to evade the flying boulder. At this juncture, Ultimate Zero Ultraman altered his strategy. While Godzilla is an amphibious creature, he lacks the ability to fly, which constitutes a significant weakness. In contrast, Ultimate Zero Ultraman possesses the capacity for flight. Thus, if Ultimate Zero Ultraman were to attack Godzilla from the air, he would likely gain a distinct advantage. In such fierce confrontations, Even a slight edge can determine the outcome. Consequently, Ultimate Zero Ultraman ascended into the sky, wielding the Zero Ultimate Sword. He then dove downwards, aiming a powerful strike at Godzilla. Observing this, Godzilla quickly lowered his head and raised the massive spines along his back, attempting to slice through the air towards the descending figure. The sword of Ultimate Zero Ultraman found no advantage against Godzilla's formidable spines, prompting him to soar back into the air. Once airborne, Ultimate Zero Ultraman stood poised and extended his hand forward, unleashing a blade-like lethal beam directed at Godzilla. This devastating beam, known as dismal shooting, is extraordinarily formidable and capable of wide-ranging attacks. Godzilla, having exhausted his energy, found himself incapable of countering with his rays. The expansive coverage of the Destrium beam left him no time to escape. In an instant, Godzilla was engulfed by the explosive radiance of the Destrium attack. Observing this, the Ultimate Zero Ultraman exhaled a breath of relief and slowly withdrew his hand. In his eyes, Godzilla was undoubtedly doomed. It is worth noting that many monsters had perished under this very technique of the Ultimate Zero Ultraman. In the Dragon Ball universe, Goku, witnessing the scene, also sighed. Is Godzilla dead? It seems everything has come to an end. In the world of Shinigami, Kenpachi Zaraki lamented, is Godzilla dead? I have lost another formidable opponent. However, that Zero Ultraman appears remarkably strong. If only I could engage him in battle, it would surely be exhilarating. Yet, Kaguya Otsutsuki held a different perspective. She sensed that matters were not so simple. Utilizing her Rinne's Sharingan, she peered into the explosion of the Destrium beam, only to discover that Godzilla stood unscathed amidst the radiant chaos. Furthermore, it appeared that the energy from the explosion was converging upon him. Kaguya widened her eyes in astonishment. What was Godzilla doing? Was he not only unharmed but actually absorbing the energy produced by the explosion? This was utterly insane. At that moment, even Kaguya felt a sense of shock. As the energy from the explosion was gradually absorbed, Godzilla's form became increasingly distinct, revealing to the onlookers from myriad realms that he was indeed siphoning the explosive energy. The structure of Godzilla's body was astonishing. He could heal from injuries and absorb the energy of attacks. Even gods would struggle to match such prowess. The Ultimate Zero Ultraman, witnessing this, was taken aback. He could not believe that his fierce attack had not harmed Godzilla in the slightest. Instead, the energy generated by the explosion had been absorbed by Godzilla. For a moment, he was left in disbelief, while Godzilla seized the opportunity to absorb all the energy from the explosion. Initially, Godzilla's energy had been depleted, rendering him unable to utilize his abilities. However, now rejuvenated by this influx of energy, he was restored to full vitality and capable of unleashing his ray attacks once more. At that moment, the expressions of those watching Godzilla conveyed a sense of realization. They even felt as if Godzilla wore a smirk, one tinged with mockery. In the world of pirates, Kaido, the beast, remarked, "How can a dinosaur exhibit such a rich array of expressions? Surely he must have consumed a devil fruit." In the Ultraman realm, Tiga Ultraman, observing Zero Ultraman's stupor, clenched his fists and exclaimed, "Zero, what are you doing? How can you be dazed at a time like this?" Hastened to launch an assault on Godzilla at this moment. As if heeding the words of Ultraman Tiga, the Ultimate Ultraman Zero felt a jolt surge through him, snapping back to reality. Indeed, this is the battlefield. How could he allow himself to be distracted? Regaining his focus, Ultimate Ultraman Zero realized he had a plethora of techniques yet to unveil. If he employed them all, surely subduing Godzilla would pose no challenge. With this thought in mind, Ultimate Ultraman Zero executed a teleportation technique, instantaneously appearing before Godzilla. Almost simultaneously, he let out a resounding cry, "Librarium Smash!" As he shouted, Ultimate Ultraman Zero extended his right hand, striking towards Godzilla's throat. With the force of his hand, a shockwave surged towards Godzilla's throat. This was the Librarium Smash, a skill born from the fusion of Ultraman Zero's Moon God Smash from the Gusei Moon God mode and the Librarium Light Wave from Dyna's Miracle type. This move constituted a close-range attack, and combined with the element of surprise, its power was formidable. Upon the impact of the Librarium Smash on Godzilla's throat, a gaping wound was inflicted. Godzilla staggered backward, ultimately collapsing to the ground like a great mountain. Witnesses immediately began to murmur among themselves. Is Godzilla dead? With such a severe wound to his throat, even if he were to survive, his condition would be dire. We had anticipated this creature bringing us more thrilling moments. Who would have thought he would fall so swiftly? Seeing this, Ultimate Ultraman Zero could not suppress his elation. It seemed his previous move had been remarkably effective. Godzilla must be gravely injured now. Seizing the opportunity while Godzilla was defenseless, he knew he must finish him off immediately. Any delay would spell disaster. With this in mind, Ultimate Ultraman Zero drew his sword of light and swung it towards Godzilla. Just as the blade was about to strike, Godzilla unexpectedly opened his eyes, casting a wicked smile at Ultimate Ultraman Zero. Chapter 33, Godzilla's feigned death. Ultimate Ultraman Zero, believing his victory was assured, gripped the sword of light and aimed it at the prostrate Godzilla. However, at the very last moment before the strike, he caught a glimpse of Godzilla's eye. At this instant, Godzilla lay with his back to him, revealing only one eye peering upward. That eye, along with half of his face, bore an expression that suggested Godzilla was reveling in a sense of triumph, as if a cunning scheme had succeeded. Ultimate Ultraman Zero lowered his gaze and was horrified to see that the gaping wound on Godzilla's throat had rapidly healed. A chill ran down his spine. This was a trap. Without hesitation, Ultimate Ultraman Zero leapt into the air, seeking to ascend into the sky, but it was already too late. Centered around Godzilla's formidable physique, several azure and white rays of light rippled outward, colliding with the Ultimate Zero Ultraman. The impact sent the Ultimate Zero Ultraman hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. Subsequently, he lay on the ground, spewing forth energy, not blood in the conventional sense, but a form of luminous energy vital for sustaining Ultraman's combat prowess. This vividly illustrated the severity of Ultimate Zero Ultraman's injuries. At this juncture, he remained perplexed, unable to comprehend the recent turn of events. Not only was he bewildered, but the countless spectators from various realms were equally confounded. However, Yi-chun, utilizing the system's replay function at 1.5 times slower speed, discerned the truth. Godzilla had indeed sustained an injury, a significant gash in his throat. Yet, for the king of monsters, this was not fatal. He still possessed the strength to continue battling and would not simply collapse. Strangely, Godzilla chose to act otherwise, indicating a deliberate ploy on his part. He had suppressed the energy within his chest, waiting for Ultimate Zero Ultraman to draw near before unleashing a shockwave that struck with unexpected ferocity. Once again, Godzilla's cunning was evident. After overcoming Ultimate Zero Ultraman, Godzilla rose from the ground, his wounds nearly healed. He let out a triumphant roar, filled with pride, as he approached the fallen Ultimate Zero Ultraman. Despite being gravely injured and having fallen victim to Godzilla's ruse, Ultimate Zero Ultraman had not entirely lost his combat capabilities. Sensing Godzilla's approach, he hastily pushed himself off the ground and stood up. Just as he regained his footing, Godzilla unleashed a powerful tail swipe, sending Ultimate Zero Ultraman flying once more. In the split second before he hit the ground, Ultimate Zero Ultraman executed a 360-degree roll in midair, propelling himself skyward. Recognizing his current disadvantage due to his injuries, he resolved that continuing the fight would only exacerbate his plight. His aerial advantage now lay in his ability to fly. Thus, he aimed to launch an attack on Godzilla from above, seeking to reclaim some semblance of initiative. Meanwhile, the onlookers across the myriad realms continued to debate the earlier unexpected twist. In the world of pirates, Luffy rubbed his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, "What just happened? How did Ultraman get knocked away so inexplicably? And why is Godzilla back on his feet?" While engrossed in reading, Robin, who was actually paying attention to the arena, remarked, "This must be Godzilla's scheme. It feigned defeat to lure Ultraman Zero closer, only to strike suddenly and injure him." Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, commented, "That Godzilla is truly cunning." However, Chopper's focus diverged from theirs as he pointed at Godzilla's healed wound, exclaiming, "Look, the large hole in Godzilla's throat has vanished. I just saw a huge cavity there." Zoro lazily interjected, "I mentioned it earlier. Godzilla possesses remarkable cellular regeneration abilities." The long-nosed Usopp exclaimed, "Goodness, this is unbelievable. To have such a gaping wound in its throat and yet survive and self-repair. If only I could have Godzilla's regenerative capabilities." Among the Whitebeard pirates, Diamond Jozu addressed the 1st Division Captain Marco, saying, "Marco, Godzilla's rapid healing ability is quite similar to yours." Marco, nicknamed the Phoenix Marco, is an adept of the mythical Zoan-type phoenix fruit. However, Marco is not truly immortal. His regeneration is merely exceptionally potent due to the phoenix fruit. The moment he is injured or killed, his remarkable regenerative abilities allow him to recover instantaneously, making him appear invincible. If he were to be killed repeatedly and at a rate that exceeded his regenerative capacity, Marco would indeed meet his end. Upon hearing Josu's words, the Phoenix Marco nodded. Josu, you are right. Godzilla's regenerative prowess is formidable and rivals my Phoenix fruit. Josu glanced at Whitebeard sitting in the distance and whispered to the Phoenix Marco, I have a premonition that Godzilla may reach the finals. If Dad encounters Godzilla in the finals, what are his chances of victory? The Phoenix Marco fell silent at this. He was perceptive enough to recognize that Whitebeard and Godzilla belonged to entirely different realms. Despite Whitebeard's immense strength, being dubbed the strongest man in the pirate, facing a monster like Godzilla would likely leave him with no hope of victory. Consider Whitebeard's Tremor fruit. How much impact could it have on the colossal Godzilla? Even if Whitebeard managed to strike Godzilla with his blade and fortuitously inflicted a wound, Godzilla's extraordinary regenerative capacity would allow it to. It could be said that Whitebeard would struggle to harm Godzilla, while Godzilla could unleash a devastating attack that Whitebeard would be unable to withstand. However, the immortal Marco found it difficult to voice such sentiments. He gently patted Diamond Jaw's shoulder and remarked with a smile, Jaws, perhaps Father won't encounter us in the final, so there's no need to fret unnecessarily. Let us instead turn our attention to the arena. Together, they gazed towards the stage. At that moment, the ultimate Zero Ultraman was soaring through the skies, frequently diving down to launch tentative strikes at Godzilla. Meanwhile, Godzilla remained vigilant, contemplating his strategy while on the ground. Chapter 34. Ultra-High-Temperature Emission Particle Ray. The ultimate Zero Ultraman, having sustained injuries, altered his approach, utilizing his flight capabilities to maneuver above, occasionally swooping down to strike Godzilla. Godzilla, unable to take to the skies, found himself at a disadvantage, limited to defensive tactics on solid ground. Yet, Godzilla's intellect rivaled that of humans. A fact often overlooked by most adversaries. As Godzilla engaged in passive defense, he began to gather energy. This process was brief, taking only a few minutes. Once his energy was amassed, Godzilla unleashed a resounding roar, slightly bowing his body downward, from which numerous rays burst forth from his back. These rays, a pale blue hue, radiated outward in a crisscross pattern. This technique, known as the ultra-high-temperature emission particle ray, was specifically designed for aerial foes, characterized by its extensive range of impact. However, it lacked the potency of the atomic breath emitted from his mouth. The sudden onslaught of the ultra-high-temperature emission particle ray took the ultimate Zero Ultraman by surprise. He quickly extended his hand, exclaiming, Ultra Zero Barrier. In response, a colossal barrier of light materialized before him, shielding against the incoming rays. As the ultimate Zero Ultraman exerted all his strength to withstand the attack, Godzilla stealthily raised his tail. Godzilla's tail, remarkably long, exceeding the length of his body, curved around behind the ultimate Zero Ultraman, where no barrier stood to obstruct it. Suddenly, the tip of Godzilla's tail, striking directly at the ultimate Zero Ultraman. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, the ray from Godzilla's tail impacted the back of the ultimate Zero Ultraman, causing him to stagger and plummet from the sky. Witnessing this, Godzilla let out a triumphant roar and charged forward, lifting his foot to stomp down upon the fallen ultimate Zero Ultraman. In a desperate bid, the ultimate Zero Ultraman raised his hands to brace against Godzilla's descending foot. The spectators watched in tense anticipation, especially in the realm of Ultraman, where the illustrious Zero Ultraman hails from, serving as a source of immense pride for the Land of Light. Should a monster triumph over him in battle, it would undoubtedly be a significant blow to the Land of Light and its numerous Ultraman warriors, particularly for 7 Ultraman, whose heart raced with trepidation. 40 Ultraman is indeed his son. In the pirate world, Luffy brandished a giant chicken leg, fervently cheering for the ultimate Zero Ultraman. Zero Ultraman, hold on. You must persevere. Zero Ultraman strained against Godzilla's colossal foot, desperately resisting. Yet, as Godzilla's strength surged, Zero Ultraman's arms, which bore the weight of Godzilla's foot, began to bend and tremble, clearly indicating that he was nearing his limit. Suddenly, with a surge of determination, the ultimate Zero Ultraman pushed upward with, rolling aside just in time. In the next moment, Godzilla's heavy foot crashed down. A resounding thud echoed as the ground where Zero Ultraman had lain was indented deeply by Godzilla's step. From this imprint, fissures spread across the earth, radiating outward. Almost simultaneously, the entire arena trembled violently, akin to a small boat tossed on tumultuous seas. This spectacle illustrated the sheer power of Godzilla's strike. It was due to Yi Chen's timely intervention that the island remained intact. Otherwise, it would have shattered completely. Witnessing this, the onlookers gasped in astonishment. Godzilla was undeniably formidable. Almost absurdly so. In the pirate world, Kaido of the 100 Beasts sprang up from his chair, exclaiming, "This Godzilla is astonishingly powerful. He possesses the strength to kill me. I would almost relish the chance to confront Godzilla and let him end me." Haha. Meanwhile, the recovering Doflamingo observed this scene, raising a finger to release several strands of thread. Speaking to himself, he mused, "If I could use my parasite string on Godzilla, manipulating him like a puppet, wouldn't I be invincible? What are the admirals and the emperors of the sea to Godzilla? They would be utterly powerless." In the world of Naruto, Orochimaru watched Godzilla, unable to resist licking his lips. How splendid it would be to study Godzilla. I wish to uncover the secrets behind his immense power, his bodily structure, and his source of energy. He even contemplated whether he could extract a piece of Godzilla's flesh and implant it within himself to observe any potential transformations. In the Marvel Universe, Iron Man slammed his hand on the table, declaring, "Godzilla has undoubtedly transcended the boundaries of biology. As for labeling him a mechanical entity, I cannot agree. He should possess extraordinary abilities akin to those of mutants among humans." The Hulk, Dr. Banner, manipulated the instruments as he spoke. "I just conducted a scan and discovered that the rays emitted by Godzilla contained alpha, beta, and other radioactive substances. They resemble the radioactive materials produced by a nuclear explosion." Spider-Man interjected, "Dr. Banner, what are you implying?" The Hulk responded, "I believe Godzilla may harness nuclear energy. It is even possible that within Godzilla lies a nuclear reactor, capable of emitting nuclear power in the form of rays." Thor exclaimed, "Oh, Dr. Banner, do you truly comprehend what you are suggesting? You mean to say that Godzilla is a walking nuclear reactor?" The Hulk spread his hands. "Essentially, yes." Just as Thor was about to scoff, Iron Man spoke up, "I concur with Dr. Banner's assessment. What I was about to express aligns perfectly with his thoughts." Black Widow clearly agreed, furrowing her brow as she said, "If this is indeed true, how has Godzilla achieved this?" The Hulk shrugged, "I have no idea. Otherwise, how could we possibly call it a monster? It has transcended the realm of ordinary biology. Perhaps we should regard it as a deity." Unbeknownst to Godzilla in the arena, beneath the stage, it was being referred to as a god. However, even if it were aware, Godzilla would accept this notion with composure, for in ancient times, it was revered as a divine being by humanity's ancestors. As Godzilla witnessed the Ultimate Zero Ultraman escape from beneath its feet, it let out a furious roar and pursued the Ultimate Zero Ultraman. Chapter 35, Zoran ascends the arena. The Ultimate Zero Ultraman narrowly evaded a kick from Godzilla, rolling to the side before soaring into the air. At this moment, the wounds of Ultraman Zero were severe. He could indeed concede and withdraw from the arena. Yet, before the eyes of countless beings from myriad realms, how could a noble warrior of the Land of Light, Ultraman Zero, surrender to a mere monster? As the Ultimate Zero Ultraman contemplated this, he soared through the sky, strategizing his next move. Meanwhile, Godzilla looked up at the airborne Ultimate Zero Ultraman, finding itself at a disadvantage, as Godzilla was incapable of flight. However, there was an exception. With this thought, Godzilla lowered its head to begin gathering in the myriad realms. Some individuals with keen insight recognized that Godzilla was amassing power. But what was Godzilla planning? Would it unleash another barrage of superheated radioactive particles from its back to attack the airborne Ultimate Zero Ultraman, just as it had done before? The previous attack had succeeded only because the Ultimate Zero Ultraman had been caught off guard. Now, the Ultimate Zero Ultraman has developed a defense, and should he attempt that maneuver again, it is unlikely to succeed. Amidst the murmurs of speculation, Godzilla has finally completed his charge. Contrary to the expectations of the crowd, Godzilla did not unleash a beam to attack the airborne Ultimate Zero. Instead, he lowered his head and opened his mouth, forcefully spewing a stream of radioactive energy towards the ground. Utilizing this recoil, Godzilla's massive form surged into the air. This astonishing spectacle left many utterly astonished. How could this be possible? As Godzilla's mountainous figure hovered in midair, an uncanny sensation enveloped the spectators, akin to witnessing an elephant floating above them. Strange beyond belief. Unfazed by the gazes of the onlookers, Godzilla continued to emit the radioactive energy, ascending ever higher with each powerful burst. Moreover, by adjusting the direction of his emissions, Godzilla could manipulate his trajectory, flying towards various angles. The Hulk, Banner, witnessed this extraordinary scene, his mouth agape in astonishment, eventually uttering, Oh, this defies the laws of Newtonian mechanics. It's utterly surreal. Thor, chuckling, nudged the Hulk and remarked, I too can soar through the skies. Does that mean I also contradict Newton's principles? To which Banner replied, that's different. You are a god. You wield divine power. Godzilla, however, does not. Godzilla's astonishing feat not only bewildered the crowd, but also left the Ultimate Zero Ultraman momentarily stunned. He had never encountered such an unconventional beast before. Just as Ultimate Zero was reeling from his astonishment, Godzilla had already soared towards him. With a swift rotation in midair, he unleashed a powerful tail strike from several meters away towards the Ultimate Zero Ultraman. Caught off guard, the Ultraman was sent flying, hurtling beyond the celestial arena and landing back in the land of light. The crowd erupted in shock. The Ultimate Zero Ultraman had been defeated, and by a mere monster. No less. This was a bitter pill for many to swallow. However, in truth, numerous Ultramen have been vanquished by monsters, with some even meeting their demise at their hands. Upon witnessing the Ultimate Zero Ultraman being cast from the arena, Yichin stepped forward and announced, I hereby declare Godzilla the victor of the fourth match. Godzilla will advance directly to the finals, vying for the championship. Nevertheless, Ultraman Zero still has a chance. He can enter the finals again through the resurrection match and compete for the ultimate title. Defeated, Ultraman Zero felt a lingering sense of dissatisfaction. He still possessed the ability to transform into both Shining Ultraman Zero and Ultimate Shining Ultraman Zero, forms that surpassed even his current ultimate form and were formidable enough to vanquish Godzilla. However, were Godzilla to overhear the innermost thoughts of Ultimate Shining Ultraman Zero, he would undoubtedly retort, Ultraman Zero, do you think that only you can evolve? I too possess the capacity for transformation. I can achieve my crimson state, which would easily obliterate your shining form. As the fierce battle between Godzilla and Ultraman Zero drew to a close, attention turned to the selection of contenders for the fifth arena battle. The formidable beings from countless realms were anxious, hoping fervently that the random selection would favor them. Such an opportunity would not only elevate their status across the multiverse, but also grant unimaginable rewards. In their eyes, Yi Chun resembled a creator, capable of bestowing upon them any desire they harbored. Naturally, they understood the necessity of victory to advance to the finals and secure a prominent ranking. Yet, many of them wrestled with trepidation, fearing they might face an opponent far more powerful than themselves, leading to their swift demise. The prospect of humiliation before their peers in the multiverse was daunting. They could even lose their lives. Caught in this conflicting mindset, they awaited the random selection for the upcoming contest. Yichin adhered to his traditional method, initiating the random selection of participants using luminous orbs. A singular red orb traversed the avatars of all in the multiverse. Suddenly, the red orb halted, settling upon one particular figure. Upon closer inspection, Yichun discerned a person with green hair, adorned with 3 teardrop-shaped earrings in his left ear, none other than Roronoa Zoro. At that, Zoro was languidly reclining on the deck, having unknowingly drifted into slumber. Just then, Luffy, Usopp, Chopper, and others simultaneously cried out in astonishment, for they realized that Zoro had been randomly selected. The group rushed over, vociferously urging Zoro, Zoro, you've been chosen. You're about to compete in the arena of the multiverse. Yet, despite their clamorous entreaties, Zoro remained in his deep slumber. Sanji, witnessing this, delivered a punch to Zoro's face, prompting him to awaken. Startled, Zoro lunged at, pinning him to the ground, demanding, what was that for, you idiot? Sanji retorted, you green-haired fool. What time do you think it is? How can you still be sleeping? Nami and the others soon arrived to inform Zoro of his selection for the multiverse arena. Gazing skyward, Zoro mused, have I truly become a contender in the multiverse arena? I wonder who my opponent will be. Regardless of who it is, I am eager to engage in battle with a master from the multiverse. Zoro, resolute in his determination, shouted to the heavens, I, Zoro, am ready to complete my mission. I can now ascend to the arena. No sooner had Zoro spoken than his form vanished from the ocean, reappearing on the grand stage of myriad realms. In Chapter 36, Zoro faced off against. Upon his arrival on the arena, spectators beheld Zoro, adorned with a mane of verdant short hair, a deep green bandana wrapped around his left arm, and 3 golden, droplet-shaped earrings dangling from his left ear. At that moment, he donned a white shirt, a green sash around his waist, deep green trousers, and black boots, while 3 sheathed swords hung at his side. A distinctive feature marked him, a scar across his left eye, which remained perpetually closed. The onlookers murmured, So this is Zoro. Judging by his attire, he must be a swordsman. But who could his opponent be? Zoro surveyed the arena, searching for his adversary. Observing Zoro's ascent, Yuchen began his quest to identify Zoro's opponent. A flickering red light swiftly converged upon an icon, revealing a handsome, aloof young man. Upon seeing the visage, Yuchen's gaze sharpened. Isn't this Uchiha Sasuke from Naruto? The one they call the Pillar. To his astonishment, Zoro's chosen opponent was none other than Sasuke. Meanwhile, in the Naruto realm, Uchiha Sasuke witnessed the unfolding scene, his surprise palpable. He too had been randomly selected. Sakura, alarmed, grasped Sasuke's arm, exclaiming, "Sasuke, you mustn't enter the arena. It is perilous up there." Her affection for Sasuke fueled her desire to protect him from danger. Sasuke, shaking off her grip, declared, "I will fight on the stage like Kakashi-sensei and emerge victorious." Kakashi, overhearing, chimed in, "Sasuke, I support your decision to compete. However, exercise caution and never underestimate your opponents. Should you find yourself in a life-threatening situation, do not act recklessly. After all, you still fight to protect the village of Konoha." Sasuke nodded, casting a glance at Naruto and Sakura before proclaiming to the skies, "I am ready. I can now ascend to the arena." As soon as he finished speaking, his form vanished from Konoha, reappearing on the stage of myriad realms. Zoro lifted his gaze and saw that Sasuke was a youth of about 15 or 16. Clad in a high-collared, deep blue short-sleeved shirt and shorts, the Uchiha clan emblem emblazoned on the back of his shirt, a ninja headband adorning his brow, and a tool pouch secured at his waist. He exuded an air of aloofness, bordering on a stoic expression. Yuchen glanced at Sasuke, noting that he had likely just graduated from the ninja academy. Turning his attention to Zoro, it became apparent that he too was a novice. What outcome could possibly arise from the clash of these two fledgling warriors? Yuchen subsequently engaged in a dialogue with the system and ultimately resolved to harness its power to propel the timelines of Zoro and Sasuke forward, facilitating their rapid ascent to the pinnacle of their capabilities, culminating in a climactic confrontation. He then addressed Zoro and Sasuke, stating, "You both are presently too weak. However, you shall grow immensely strong in the future. I shall employ celestial techniques to expedite your development, and you will confront each other in your fully matured forms. Do either of you have any objections?" Both Zoro and Sasuke were momentarily taken aback but quickly nodded in agreement. Observing their response, Yuchen immediately wielded the system's power to initiate an accelerated cultivation process. It was evident that both individuals began to exhibit physical enhancements, their bodies becoming noticeably more robust, and their features underwent subtle transformations. Most notably, Sasuke transitioned from youthful naivety to a more mature visage. Yet, the physical metamorphosis was not the crux of the matter. Numerous formidable sword techniques and ninjutsu surged into their beings, akin to a deluge breaking through a dam. These techniques, destined for their future selves, were merely bestowed upon them in advance. Naturally, this process required a modicum of time. During this interval, the denizens of myriad realms engaged in fervent discussions. Their focus not on Zoro and Sasuke, but rather on Yuchen's astonishing declaration. The audacity of his claim that he would utilize celestial arts to elevate Sasuke and Zoro to their future apex was nothing short of extraordinary. Nonetheless, the palpable transformations in Sasuke and Zoro compelled a reluctant belief among the onlookers. In the world of pirates, Kaido of the 100 Beasts suddenly recalled, "I remember that Odin's wife possessed the time fruit, granting her the ability to manipulate time at will. Could it be that Lord Yuchen also possesses the power to alter time?" At least from Kaido's perspective, Yuchen appeared to wield the capabilities of the time fruit. Before long, Sasuke was the first to regain his senses, having reached the pinnacle state of the Fourth Great Ninja War. A few minutes later, Zoro also regained consciousness, his strength mirroring that of his future self. However, this peak state was only ephemeral, destined to revert once they stepped off the arena, returning their powers to their original state. Upon opening his eyes, Zoro removed the green bandana from his arm and tied it around his head, a habit cultivated over many years, signaling his readiness for battle. Yet, Zoro extended a gesture of respect before hostility, addressing Sasuke, "I am Roronoa Zoro, a swordsman and a member of the Straw Hat Pirates." "And you?" Sasuke replied coldly, "I am Uchiha Sasuke, a ninja from Konoha." Following their introductions, Zoro swiftly unsheathed his sword, shouting, "One sword style, dragon's breath." Zoro, with a fierce battle cry, swung his blade towards Sasuke. In response, Uchiha Sasuke shouted, "Wind Demon Shuriken Shadow Windmill." At that moment, Sasuke had conjured a four-bladed shuriken in his hand, launching it towards Zoro. This was a formidable jutsu, Wind Demon Shuriken Shadow Windmill. This technique was not merely about releasing shurikens. Concealed within the shadow of the thrown shuriken was another shuriken, designed to strike at the enemy's blind spots. Upon seeing the shuriken hurtling towards him, Zoro instinctively swung his sword. A flash of slashing light erupted, colliding with Sasuke's shuriken. However, hidden within the shadow of that shuriken was yet another one. As Zoro executed his sword technique, one sword style, Iken Bird, to deflect the shuriken, the concealed shuriken suddenly shot out from the side, aimed at Zoro. Possessing the ability of observation haki, Zoro swiftly detected the incoming shuriken. He immediately leapt to evade it. But alas, he was a moment too late. Although he managed to avoid a critical hit, the spinning shuriken nonetheless grazed his shoulder, causing blood to flow. Fortunately, it was merely a superficial wound, leaving Zoro's combat prowess unscathed. Glancing at the cut on his arm, he raised his sword and addressed Sasuke, saying, "I was careless just now. I didn't expect such intricacy hidden within your technique." In Chapter 37 of One Sword Style, Zoro, having suffered a minor setback during his initial probing, did not let the injury affect his battle spirit. Instead, it ignited a newfound seriousness within him. Observing Zoro wounded, Uchiha Sasuke seized the opportunity to press his advantage. He stepped forward and proclaimed, "Advanced ninjutsu. Great fireball technique." With that, Sasuke opened his mouth wide and unleashed a massive fireball towards Zoro. The spectators from all realms were taken aback, astonished by the sheer size of the fireball emanating from his mouth. In the pirate world, imprisoned Ace remarked, "Could it be that the Mera Mera no Mi, which Blackbeard stripped from me, has somehow been consumed by this Uchiha Sasuke? How else could he wield such power?" Yet, he quickly realized, no. This Sasuke hails from another world. There cannot be any dealings with Blackbeard. Perhaps this other world possesses powers akin to the Mera Mera no Mi. What Ace was unaware of was that Sasuke's great fireball technique was merely an advanced ninjutsu, a common fire-based technique within the Naruto universe. This jutsu involved gathering fire chakra at the throat and then expelling it as a fireball to attack adversaries, boasting formidable strength. As the colossal fireball approached, Zoro shouted, "One sword style, Great Dragon Quake." With a powerful cry, he swung his blade towards the impending inferno. In an instant, a white slash was unleashed, tracing a semi-arc through the air before cleaving through the massive fireball. The one-sword style, Great, surpassed Zoro's previous one-sword style, E, by a considerable margin. As the white slash soared forth, it effortlessly split the fireball in two. Sasuke, witnessing the spectacle, furrowed his brow. In the world of ninjas, no samurai dared to confront such fire-based jutsu head-on. However, Sasuke was not overly concerned about this ninjutsu being countered, as it was merely a low-level technique. He promptly began forming hand seals, and with a powerful voice, declared, "Ninjutsu, Chidori Sharp Spear." This advanced technique was developed from the original Chidori. The violet energy in Sasuke's hand elongated, transforming into a spear-like shape, hence the name Chidori Sharp Spear. With determination, Sasuke hurled the Chidori Sharp Spear toward its piercing shriek slicing through the air, aimed directly at Zoro's throat. Meanwhile, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates watched the arena with bated breath. When they saw Zoro's arm nicked by Sasuke's shuriken, their hearts collectively tightened. Fortunately, the injury was not severe, and they soon found solace. However, upon witnessing the Chidori Sharp Spear soaring toward Zoro, their anxiety surged once more. Chopper, his voice trembling, exclaimed, "Zoro, he won't be harmed, will he?" As the beloved pet of the Straw Hat crew, Chopper received immense care from everyone, especially from Zoro, which heightened his concern for him. Sanji, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, reassured, "Chopper, don't worry. Although this attack is fierce, it won't harm the Mosshead." Luffy added, "Zoro is incredibly strong. You all should relax." Though they comforted Chopper with their words, deep down, each of them harbored their own worries. Unbeknownst to the Straw Hat crew, Zoro was oblivious to their concerns, wholly focused on the battle at hand. Clutching his sword, he stared down the approaching Chidori Sharp Spear and shouted, "One sword style, Ma." With this declaration, he brought his sword down with ferocity. In an instant, the aggressive Chidori Sharp Spear was cleaved in half, dissipating into chakra and vanishing into thin air. Zoro maintained his stance, turning to Sasuke and stating, "It seems you've attacked me twice in succession. Now it's my turn." He then leaped into the air, raising his sword with a fierce shout, one sword style, Flying Dragon Flame. Grasping his trusted blade, Watakimanji, Zoro soared into the sky. positioning it behind him before launching a powerful downward strike towards Sasuke. At that moment, a faint silhouette of a dragon appeared in the sky, accompanying Zoro's swift strike as it surged towards Sasuke. This was a rapid slashing technique, executed with astonishing speed, akin to a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, the blade was already poised above Sasuke's head. In the world of Naruto, Sakura's heart raced with anxiety, her worry for Sasuke palpable. The depth of her affection for him mirrored her concern. However, another individual harbored feelings for Sasuke that rivaled Sakura's, and that was Naruto. Although Naruto was equally troubled for Sasuke, he refrained from displaying it in front of Sakura, instead attempting to reassure her, "Sakura, don't worry. Naruto will be fine." Yet, the very instant Naruto uttered these words, Zoro's sword struck down upon Sasuke's head. Witnessing this, Sakura burst into tears, sprinting towards the arena while calling out desperately, "Sasuke! Sasuke!" Naruto, taken aback, also rushed toward the arena, heart heavy with sorrow. Kakashi intervened, raising a hand to stop them. "What are you two doing?" With tear-filled eyes. Sakura looked at Kakashi and said, "Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke." Kakashi calmly replied, "Sasuke is fine. He just used the body replacement technique." Both Sakura and Naruto paused, staring at Kakashi in disbelief, who nodded reassuringly at them. Tentatively, they turned their gaze back to the arena. Indeed, they saw Zoro's blade striking down upon a large wooden stump. This was a common-level ninjutsu in the Naruto world, allowing the user to instantly swap places with a plant or animal to evade an attack. Glancing at Sasuke, they found him standing unharmed atop a nearby boulder. Sakura let out a sigh of relief. However, upon seeing the wooden stump, she couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. The stump, having been struck by Zoro's blade, emitted a fierce blue flame from the gash, incinerating it in an instant. This showcased the formidable power of the one-sword style's dragon flame. Should the blade have struck Sasuke, he would surely have been reduced to ashes. After Zoro's strike, having successfully evaded with the body replacement technique, Sasuke seized the opportunity to leap from the boulder, a sphere of lightning crackling in his hand as he launched an attack at Zoro's back. It was his signature move, Chidori. This advanced ninjutsu concentrated blue lightning in his hand, propelling him forward to pierce through his enemy, possessing tremendous penetrating power and a paralyzing effect. Chapter 38. The Jinjutsu of the Sharingan. Sasuke was an exceptional ninja, adept at finding the opportune moment to deliver a decisive. Having evaded Zoro's strike with the body replacement technique, he resolved to retaliate with his own attack. Sasuke swiftly formed hand seals, then summoned the lightning of Chidori in his palm and leaped down from the boulder, striking towards Zoro's back with a powerful blow. In the pirate world, the members of the Straw Hat Pirates gasped in unison, warning, "Zoro, be careful." Even individuals from other realms felt a surge of tension, their hearts heavy with concern for Zoro. In the world of Naruto, Orochimaru observed Sasuke with a glint of interest, licking his lips and remarking, "This Sasuke is indeed a splendid vessel." Zoro, ever vigilant with his observation haki, did not miss a single movement of Sasuke. As Sasuke launched his Chidori towards Zoro's back, Zoro, without turning around, swung his sword in a backward arc. Sasuke's Chidori, unable to be thrust outward, was forced into close combat. Consequently, when Zoro's blade came crashing down from behind, Sasuke had no choice but to abandon his attack and retreat nimbly. This exchange resulted in a stalemate, with both sides claiming a measure of victory. In the pirate world, Dracul Mihawk sat upon his coffin-like ship, drifting across the sea, his attention drawn to the unfolding battle. Mihawk, being a swordsman of unparalleled prowess, had little interest in Sasuke. His focus shifted entirely to Zoro when he wielded his sword style. As he watched, Mihawk muttered to himself, "Isn't that the bounty hunter Zoro from the East Blue?" This thought transported him back to the confrontation at the floating restaurant, where he had battled Zoro. Initially, Mihawk had scarcely regarded Zoro, wielding only a small knife to engage him. With merely that knife, he had mercilessly bested Zoro. However, he was eventually moved by Zoro's indomitable spirit and unsheathed his black blade, Yuru, effortlessly defeating Zoro in a single blow. Having experienced their clash, Mihawk possessed a profound understanding of Zoro's strength. Yet, the prowess displayed by Zoro on the celestial arena now redefined Mihawk's perception. Unable to contain himself, Mihawk exclaimed, "Is this the Zoro of a few years hence? His strength has ascended to such heights that he possesses the capability to contend with me." Zoro, having forced Sasuke back, slowly turned to face him and declared, "So your forte lies in ambush." Sasuke maintained his usual stoic expression, offering no response as he activated his Sharingan. The sight of those eyes momentarily stunned Zoro, exuding an aura of malevolence that was palpable. Not only Zoro, but others beyond the Naruto realm felt an eerie sensation upon witnessing Sasuke's Sharingan, as if a chill ran down their spines. Instinctively sensing danger, Zoro took a step back. In that instant, Sasuke unleashed the power of his Sharingan, shouting, "Illusionary Confinement Technique." This is one of the illusionary abilities possessed by the Sharingan, classified as a binding illusion. Those ensnared by it find themselves pierced by ethereal wedges, rendering them immobile. Upon Sasuke's activation of this illusion using the Sharingan, Zoro immediately sensed something amiss. He felt as if his body was pinned against the mountainside by wooden wedges, akin to Prometheus bound for stealing fire. Zoro was taken aback, bewildered by the situation. How could it be that he was immobilized when he had yet to engage in combat with Sasuke? In his astonishment, he began to struggle fiercely, desperately attempting to free himself. Yet, no matter how much he thrashed about, his body remained firmly affixed to the stone wall, and even the sword in his hand. The Sandai Katetsu slipped from his grasp, clattering to the ground. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. What on earth was happening to Zoro? How could he be writhing there? And why had his sword fallen from his hand? They were oblivious to the experience that Zoro was enduring. The scope of Sasuke's illusion was confined solely to the arena. Affecting only Zoro, the myriad beings from various realms remained untouched by the illusion. They could only observe Zoro's agonized expression as he writhed in distress, his sword having fallen from his grip. Among those most concerned for Zoro were the Straw Hat Pirates. Chopper was the first to cry out, "What has happened to Zoro? Has he been possessed?" Nami, anxiously watching, remarked, "Zoro looks like he is in great pain. What could be happening?" Usopp, with a worried expression, speculated. Could Sasuke be casting a curse on Zoro? Nico Robin, who had been reading, interjected, "No, this is not a curse. It is entirely different from what is described in the books, but I cannot ascertain what it truly is." Meanwhile, Luffy waved his arms and shouted, "Someone help Zoro. I must go to the arena and save him." As he spoke, Luffy activated the powers of his Gum Gum fruit, coiling his legs in a spiral to transform them into a large spring. He exerted force on the spring, propelling himself upward with tremendous force. Harnessing this powerful elasticity, Luffy soared into the air. He then employed his Gum Gum powers once more, elongating his arm to over a dozen meters, reaching out toward the celestial arena. His intention was to grasp the arena and ascend to assist Zoro in confronting Sasuke. However, when Luffy attempted to seize the arena, his hand grasped nothing but empty air, and subsequent attempts yielded the same result. Soon, the momentum from his upward leap dissipated, and he began to plummet directly back to the ground. In his descent, Luffy could not fathom how he had reached out for the celestial arena, only to find himself clutching at an illusion of emptiness. What Luffy remains oblivious to is that the arena of the heavens does not exist in this world, nor in any other realm. It is merely an illusion projected for all to see. When Luffy reaches out to grasp this projection, he inevitably finds himself grasping at emptiness. Subsequently, with a resounding thud, Luffy plunges into the ocean, prompting the Straw Hat Pirates to hurriedly cry out and sail over to rescue him. In the arena of the heavens, Sasuke observes that Zoro has fallen prey to an illusionary technique. He approaches Zoro and inquires, "How do you feel right now? If you experience any pain, do vocalize it. Of course, should you wish to concede, I shall grant you mercy. After all, we bear no enmity, and we hail from different worlds. There is no necessity for me to slay you." Yet, Zoro is not one to concede easily. Struggling against his restraints, he retorts, "I am destined to become the world's greatest swordsman. How could I possibly yield so readily?" Sasuke, maintaining a stoic expression, responds, "If that is the case, do not hold me accountable for what follows." Chapter 39. The Sharingan Replication. Zoro finds himself ensnared by the illusions of the Sharingan, ensnared by the technique known as illusory shackles, from which he cannot escape, no matter how he struggles. He feels akin to Prometheus, his limbs bound to a stone wall by wooden wedges. Soon, he sees Sasuke approach, sword in hand, and thrust it towards Zoro's chest. The strike is not deep, seemingly deliberate, as if to torment Zoro. Sasuke inquires, "Zoro, do you intend to surrender now?" Zoro grits his teeth and shakes his head. "I am destined to be the greatest swordsman in the world. How could I possibly concede to you?" Before Zoro's words can fully escape his lips, Sasuke thrusts his sword once more. Zoro cannot suppress a pained grunt, yet he remains resolute against surrender. At that moment, Another Sasuke appears alongside the first, both raising their swords to strike at Zoro simultaneously. Zoro endures the pain, steadfast in his refusal to yield. Soon, a third and fourth Sasuke join the fray, ultimately culminating in a veritable swarm of dozens of Sasukes, all simultaneously striking at Zoro, transforming him into a veritable pincushion. Zoro feels as though he is on the brink of death. In his fading consciousness, he perceives someone calling his name. Lowering his gaze, he discovers it is his beloved sword, Sandai Kitetsu, and in its gleaming blade, the visage of Kuina materializes. With her large, expressive eyes, Kuina implores Zoro, Zoro, did you not swear to me that you would become the world's greatest swordsman? How can you possibly die before fulfilling that promise? Kuina, the daughter of Zoro's mentor and his first love, tragically passed away at a young age. Sandai Kitetsu, Zoro's cherished sword, is, in essence, Kuina's weapon. In Zoro's heart, Kuina occupies a position of immense significance. His unwavering resolve to become the greatest swordsman is rooted in the vow he made to her. Upon witnessing Kuina once more, Zoro's heart felt as if it were being cleaved in two. Indeed, I have yet to fulfill my vow to become the world's greatest swordsman. How could I possibly succumb to death now? Consumed by these thoughts, he cried out passionately, yes, I have not yet realized my promise. I have not become the greatest swordsman in the world. How could I die? As Zoro shouted, he gritted his teeth and pulled his bloodied hand free from the wooden wedge that had pinned it. The pain caused the veins on his forehead to bulge. Yet he persisted, extracting his other hand from the wedge as well. Subsequently, Zoro removed the wedges that had secured his feet. With this action, dozens of shadows and the genjutsu cast by Sasuke was dispelled. Upon inspecting his limbs, Zoro found no trace of the wedges nor any blood. Although somewhat bewildered, he surmised that he had fallen victim to an illusion. Sasuke stood at a distance, and only when his genjutsu was broken did he speak. Your willpower is remarkably strong. You have shattered my Sharingan illusion, Zoro replied. If my willpower were not strong enough, how could I aspire to be the world's greatest swordsman? With that, Zoro shouted, draw your sword. As he uttered these words, he was already before Sasuke, swiftly drawing his sword and launching a strike. This technique was known as the one-sword style, I Lion Song, also referred to as the one-sword style, I/. It was a formidable move that Zoro had comprehended during his battles, capable of slicing through steel and iron with a combination of power and speed. With a swift motion, Zoro's blade cut through Sasuke's robe, leaving a gash upon Sasuke's body. However, thanks to Sasuke's timely use of the body flicker technique, he evaded more severe injury. The onlookers from Konoha gasped in astonishment, their hearts racing. This was especially true for Sasuke's brother, Itachi Uchiha. Itachi deeply cared for his brother Sasuke. Despite orchestrating the massacre of their clan, he spared Sasuke's life. Over the years, Itachi had viewed himself as a target for revenge, motivating Sasuke to grow stronger. Now, witnessing Sasuke's injury, Itachi's heart raced with concern. Fortunately, the wound was not grave and did not significantly affect Sasuke's combat abilities. Sasuke glanced at his tattered robe and the wound before placing his hand upon the hilt of the Kusanagi sword. The crowd looked on in confusion. What was Sasuke planning? Was he truly preparing to draw his sword against Zoro? To understand, Zoro is indeed a swordsman, while Sasuke's advantage lies in ninjutsu. By forsaking his own strengths and confronting Zoro with his weaknesses, is he not inviting suffering upon himself? In the next moment, Sasuke suddenly moved. He drew the Kusanagi sword with the same fluidity as Zoro, then swung it towards Zoro with the same intent. The entire motion was as graceful as mirroring Zoro's own actions precisely. The only difference was that Zoro wielded the Enma, while Sasuke held the Kusanagi. Fortunately, Zoro's observation haki was sufficiently potent, allowing him to coat himself with armament haki just as Sasuke's sword was about to slice through. A clang resonated as Sasuke's Kusanagi struck against the armament haki, causing Zoro's body to be propelled backward, yet he remained unscathed. Once he steadied himself, Zoro's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed to Sasuke, "How can you wield my one-sword style, Lion Song?" Sasuke did not respond, but those from the Naruto world were well aware that he possessed the Sharingan. The Sharingan has numerous abilities. Not only can it create illusions, but it can also replicate an opponent's taijutsu and, of course, sword techniques. Sasuke utilized this very ability of the Sharingan to emulate Zoro's one-sword style, Lion Song. As a close friend of Sasuke, Naruto naturally understood that Sasuke had the Sharingan, and he found nothing strange about Sasuke replicating Zoro's swordsmanship. Nevertheless, Naruto could sense that the Sasuke in the arena, despite his few strikes, displayed overwhelming power. Vastly different from the Sasuke he knew. Unable to contain himself, Naruto murmured, "Sasuke has become so incredibly powerful. Far stronger than I am." Kakashi comforted Naruto, saying, "Naruto, the Sasuke you see in the arena is Sasuke from several years into the future. Of course, future Sasuke is stronger." Upon hearing this, Naruto asked Kakashi-sensei, "Do you think future me will be as strong as future Sasuke?" Though friends, Naruto and Sasuke were also rivals, both aspiring to surpass one another. Naruto worried that with Sasuke's newfound strength, he might lag behind. Kakashi reassured him, "Naruto, as long as you train diligently, your future self will certainly not be inferior to Sasuke." Chapter 40, One Sword Style. 36 Troublesome Winds. Sasuke employed the replication ability of the Sharingan to mimic Zoro's swordsmanship, turning Zoro's own technique against him. This revelation astonished Zoro, prompting him to re-evaluate Sasuke as an opponent. Observing that Zoro had evaded his strike, Sasuke once again unleashed the sword technique he had copied from Zoro, slashing towards him anew. This time, Zoro did not evade. Instead, he wielded the Inma to block Sasuke's Kusanagi. In an instant, the Inma and the Kusanagi clashed, neither yielding as they found themselves locked in a stalemate. It is quite evident that in terms of swordsmanship, Zoro surpasses Sasuke, which swiftly places Sasuke at a disadvantage. In the world of Naruto, Sakura witnesses this scene, clenching her pink fists and exclaiming, "Sasuke, you can do it. We're all rooting for you here in Konoha." Naruto and the other villagers of Konoha also tightened their fists in support of Sasuke, their excitement palpable. In the pirate world, the entire Straw Hat crew fervently cheers for Zoro. Even Sanji, who often finds himself in rivalry with Zoro, anxiously paces the deck, smoking a cigarette and internally motivating Zoro. On the arena of the Myriad Realms, as Sasuke seems poised for defeat, a colossal serpent suddenly emerges from his arm, ensnaring Zoro. This is Sasuke's space-time ninjutsu, summoning Shadow Snake Hand. Zoro is taken aback, as such occurrences are unheard of in the world of pirates. Observers from various realms are equally bewildered by the unexpected appearance of the serpent, seemingly emerging from Sasuke's arm. This serpent is thicker than Sasuke's arm. How could it have been concealed within? In the Marvel Universe, Iron Man stands up from his chair, exclaiming, "Oh, what is this? A giant serpent. How did it emerge from Sasuke's sleeve? Is it some sort of magic trick, akin to a grand illusion?" The Hulk, Banner, remarks, "Such a large serpent would require a substantial container to conceal it. Yet, I see no such vessel on Sasuke." Spider-Man suggests, perhaps this is yet another illusion. After all, Sasuke just used an illusion against Zoro. There interjects, "No, this does not appear to be an illusion. But what exactly it is, I cannot articulate. It is simply most peculiar." In the pirate world, Usopp, with his long nose, excitedly waves his fists and shouts, "No, this is unfair. Wasn't it a duel between two men? How did a serpent come into play?" Sanji, cigarette in mouth, responds, "If it becomes too dire, then Zoro should concede. After all, he faces a formidable opponent from another world. There's no shame in that." Luffy shakes his head, declaring, "Zoro aims to be the world's greatest sword. He would rather die than surrender." Zoro soon finds himself tightly bound by the serpent, his hands ensnared, causing his sword to fall to the ground. Regaining his composure amidst the chaos, Zoro looks up to meet Sasuke's gaze and states, "Do you truly believe that such a method can subdue a man destined to become the world's greatest swordsman?" Sasuke, taken aback by Zoro's words, is left pondering the significance of his statement. Zoro does not possess ninjutsu or any other unconventional techniques. He is solely proficient in swordsmanship. Sasuke could hardly conceive of any means by which Zoro might maneuver in such circumstances. Zoro merely cast a glance at Sasuke before stepping forward to hook the Wado Ikemonji lying on the ground. With a swift motion, Zoro lifted the Wado Ikemonji with his foot and sent it soaring into the air. As his body was nearly immobile, he extended his head forward and bit down on the back of the sword. With a fierce twist of his head, Zoro swung the blade backward. The sharp edge of the Wado Ikemonji struck the serpent's head with a resounding thud, severing it cleanly from the body. Almost simultaneously, Zoro freed himself from the serpent's coils and leaped into the air, clutching the sword in his mouth, and aimed a downward slash at Sasuke's throat. For the first time, a flicker of panic crossed Sasuke's otherwise expressionless face. Fortunately, Sasuke possessed numerous life-saving techniques. He promptly employed the serpent's body replacement technique. This technique, which allows one to escape from their original form by shedding their skin, is an advanced form of substitution, albeit one that consumes a substantial amount of chakra. However, at that moment, Sasuke could afford no hesitation. As Zoro's blade descended towards his neck, he shed his skin with the swiftness of a serpent and escaped from the discarded skin. This spectacle once again challenged the observer's perceptions of the world. Although this ninjutsu was not particularly formidable, it was astonishing enough to leave onlookers in awe, as such bizarre techniques were virtually unheard of in most realms. In the world of the Soul Reapers, Aizen watched Sasuke perform his ninjutsu and could not suppress a dismissive snort, remarking, "Is this what ninja techniques amount to? Mere trifles." Aizen further recalled Sasuke's earlier use of genjutsu and added, "His illusionary skills pale in comparison to my mirror flower, Water Moon." In the Dragon Ball world, Goku, observing the battle between Sasuke and Zoro, felt his own fighting spirit ignited. He exclaimed, "Both of these warriors are incredibly strong. It's a pity I can't cross paths with them. If I did, I'd show them the might of my Super Saiyan transformation." Upon witnessing Sasuke's serpentine escape, Zoro was momentarily taken aback, having never witnessed such a trick before. However, he wasted no time, gripping the sword firmly in his hand. He bent his left arm, raising it slightly, while his right hand grasped the lower part of his left arm and bellowed, "One sword style, 36 troubling winds." With that powerful declaration, Zoro swung the blade forward with tremendous force. As he struck, a cutting wave surged forth towards Sasuke, a slash propelled by the speed of the sword. Wielding power akin to that of a cannon, and capable of striking airborne foes. In the world of pirates, red-haired Shanks observed Zoro's strike, his gaze momentarily sharpening. Is this the man who aspires to become the world's greatest swordsman? The technique he employed, the 36 troublesome winds of one sword style, is indeed formidable. Even I must take this seriously. Luffy exclaimed in astonishment. How impressive. When did Zoro become so powerful? The momentum he displayed while executing the 36 troublesome winds rivaled that of an admiral of the Navy. Sanji also expressed his surprise. Is this the strength of Green Algae Head after a few years? It seems he has undergone a qualitative transformation. Clearly, I must exert myself, or I shall be unable to compete with Green Algae Head. Chapter 41. Two-sword style. Zoro unleashed his ultimate move, the 36 troublesome winds of one sword style, delivering a fierce slash that surged towards Sasuke with violent intent. Sasuke swiftly employed the body flicker technique, instantaneously relocating to evade the onslaught. Consequently, Zoro's strike met only, crashing down upon a massive boulder and cleaving it in twain. As Zoro prepared to strike again, he found himself momentarily stunned. Before him stood not one, but four identical Sasukes, each positioned at the cardinal points, north, south, east, and west. The four Sasukes mirrored one another perfectly, their movements and expressions indistinguishable, as if they had emerged from a mirror's reflection. This was the advanced ninja technique employed by Sasuke, the shadow clone technique. The shadow clone technique, developed by the second Hokage, creates tangible clones using chakra. These clones can act and fight independently, possessing their own consciousness and a degree of resilience. Sasuke's true form lay hidden among these shadows. Noticing Zoro's momentary lapse, all four Sasukes simultaneously formed hand seals and executed the Chidori technique, converging upon Zoro from all directions. In response, Zoro drew a second sword, transforming into a dual-wielding stance. Gripping the blades in reverse, Zoro unleashed a powerful strike, reminiscent of a rhinoceros horn. Aptly named, two-sword style, horn charge. As Zoro's technique was executed, two of Sasuke's shadow clones collapsed, dissipating into thin air. Simultaneously, Zoro's body darted to the side with lightning speed. He then faced another of Sasuke's clones, launching a downward strike with ferocity. This move was called two-sword style, second slash ascending the tower. The remaining clone was swiftly dispatched by Zoro's strike, vanishing into the atmosphere. In a flash, Zoro wielded his dual swords to obliterate Sasuke's three shadow clones. Though it transpired in the blink of an eye, Sasuke's true form seized the moment and darted behind Zoro, unleashing a Chidori strike aimed at Zoro's back. At that instant, Zoro had no time to evade. He quickly enveloped his back with haki. Almost simultaneously, Sasuke's Chidori struck Zoro's rear, causing him to stagger forward. Observing that Zoro had not been defeated, Sasuke promptly pursued him. With no time to form seals for another Chidori, he resorted to the body technique, Lion's Barrage, delivering an upward kick towards Zoro. This technique was an adaptation of Guy's Leaf Hurricane, refined by Sasuke. Zoro was propelled into the air by the Lion's Barrage, but the next moment, Sasuke leaped up, his foot landing on Zoro, driving him back towards the ground. Half a second later, Zoro's body crashed to the earth with a resounding thud, eliciting a shared pain among the onlookers. Seeing this, Luffy sprang from the deck, shouting, "Zoro!" Sanji's cigarette, held in his mouth, dropped to the ground with a soft thud as he clenched his fists and yelled, "Green algae head! Get up, now!" Despite their frequent banter and occasional brawls, both men cared for one another in critical moments. The other members of the Straw Hat Pirates also called out Zoro's name, their anxious gazes fixed on the arena. Sasuke's body technique, Lion's Barrage, had indeed inflicted some damage on Zoro. Fortunately, Zoro's physical resilience surpassed that of any ninja from the Naruto universe. Thus, although he was hurt, he remained capable of fighting. Lying on the ground, Zoro gripped his twin swords in reverse, executing a rising slash. This was Zoro's ultimate technique, the two-sword style, second slash up the stairs. In contrast to his previous move, the two-sword style, second slash down the stairs, this technique was executed in the opposite manner but possessed even greater power. Faced with Zoro's desperate counterattack, Sasuke dared not meet it head-on and leaped to evade the strike. Zoro followed suit, leaping into the air, raising his swords, and shouting, "Two-sword style, 72 troublesome winds." This move epitomized Zoro's dual swordsmanship, capable of cleaving through anything. As Zoro swung his twin blades, two slashing waves surged forth towards Sasuke, not daring to withstand the assault. Sasuke again employed the body flicker technique, instantly relocating to a different spot. In the next moment, Zoro's two slashing waves struck the very ground where Sasuke had just stood, cleaving a massive boulder in two. The villagers of Konohagakure watched in awe, drenched in cold sweat. They too could shatter stones and mountains. Yet they had never witnessed the sheer might of two swords, along with the released slashing waves, capable of fracturing colossal rock formations. It is indeed a colossal boulder. Had it been a human, it would have been cleaved into minuscule pieces by now. The deceased Uchiha Madara observed Sasuke engaged in combat and remarked, "This young lad has awakened the Sharingan. He appears to be a descendant of the Uchiha clan. If an opportunity arises, it would be prudent to persuade him to join my cause and become my ally." In the Marvel Universe, Iron Man whistled and exclaimed, "Those two blades are remarkably powerful. Could they possibly be laser weapons, laser swords?" Thor raised his hammer and retorted, "Are those blades truly formidable? Are they more impressive than my hammer?" Within an apartment, Deadpool, witnessing the scene, exclaimed, "Oh, those two swords are extraordinary. If only the two blades at my back could possess such prowess." Having evaded Zoro's strike, Sasuke promptly initiated his counterattack. He leapt onto a massive rock, swiftly formed hand seals, and then forcefully swung forward, shouting, "Chidori Saban." Chidori Saban is a high-level ninjutsu derived from Chidori, but with a wider range of attack and the ability to strike without physical contact. This technique transforms Chidori into countless sharp Sanban, targeting the enemy for an assault. The quantity of Sanban unleashed correlates with the amount of chakra, and when combined with the Sharingan, it can directly target the enemy's vital points. As Sasuke employed Chidori Sanban, a multitude of chakra-formed Sanban, akin to arrows of light, surged forth towards Zoro. Although Zoro faced away from Sasuke, his Kenbunchika haki allowed him to discern Sasuke's movements. Thus, when Sasuke unleashed Chidori Sanban upon him, Zoro promptly clamped his sword, Wadakamanji, between his teeth and drew forth another blade. Now, with a sword in each hand and another clenched in his mouth, he wielded a total of 3 swords. It was evident that Zoro intended to execute his 3-sword style. Chapter 42, 3-sword style in response to Sasuke's Chidori Sanban. Zoro drew his 3rd sword, placing it between his teeth while the other 2 remained in his hands. As the Sanban rained down like a barrage of arrows, Zoro suddenly swung his swords and shouted, "3-sword style, Raven's Hunt." This is a technique of Zoro's own invention, capable of delivering comprehensive, continuous slashes. Making it an ideal choice for such a scenario, Zoro twirled his twin swords, his figure leaping and spinning through the air, slicing through the barrage of Sanban with precision. As the last of the Sanban were cleaved, Zoro landed gracefully on the ground, one knee bent in a half-kneeling position, dual blades extended behind him, and a 3rd sword held in his mouth, exuding an aura of cool confidence. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates erupted into cheers at the sight. Sanji produced a bottle of champagne, uncorked it with a flourish, and the bubbly liquid erupted forth, splattering across the crowd. The Straw Hat crew, now even more exhilarated, jubilantly leaped about while sipping the champagne. The captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Flower Sword Vista, gazed at Zoro and nodded thoughtfully, remarking, This Zoro's three-sword style is remarkably formidable. I wonder who would prevail if our blades were to clash. Flower Sword Vista. A swordsman capable of holding his own against Dracula Mihawk would undoubtedly rank among the top 10 swordsmen in the pirate world, should such a list exist. His statement acknowledged Zoro's prowess, elevating him to the status of an equal adversary. At that moment, Marco the Phoenix interjected, "Vista, I am acquainted with this Zoro. He appears to be a member of the Straw Hat Pirates, allied with Luffy. If you wish to challenge him, I can introduce you once he has descended from the arena." In the world of Naruto, Naruto observed Zoro wielding 3 swords and couldn't help but mutter, "What is going on? Why does this Zoro have 3 swords? It looks rather peculiar." However, Sakura's focus lay elsewhere. She intently watched Sasuke in the arena, her concern evident as she remarked that Zoro wielding 3 swords is quite impressive. I wonder if Sasuke can defeat him. At that moment on the celestial arena, Sasuke, noticing his Chidori Senbon being severed by Zoro, merely furrowed his brow. After all, Sasuke possessed numerous powerful techniques, and this particular move was hardly significant. Zoro, however, anticipated this and was determined to deny Sasuke the opportunity to unleash his ultimate techniques. Suddenly, Zoro, half kneeling, leaped into the air, shouting, "Three-sword style, burning demon slash." As he executed the move, his swords appeared to ignite, and Zoro's figure amidst the flames resembled that of a specter. Sasuke, witnessing this spectacle, felt a chill run down his spine, while the assembled spectators were seized by terror, perceiving that Zoro had transcended humanity and transformed into a demon. In that harrowing moment, Zoro was upon Sasuke, 3 swords drawn, striking towards him. Sasuke, a prodigious youth, quickly activated a substitution technique in a moment of crisis. The next instant, a resounding crash echoed as Zoro's blade shattered Sasuke's substitute into fragments. Sasuke, narrowly escaping to the side, paled slightly, realizing how perilous the situation. Had he not employed the substitution technique, he might have met with a gruesome fate. In Konoha, Sakura, witnessing the perilous scene, felt her legs weaken, and she collapsed to the ground. Naruto rushed to support her, exclaiming, "Sakura, are you all right?" With her eyes shut tightly, Sakura stammered, Is Sasuke okay?" Naruto wiped the cold sweat from his brow and reassured her, "Don't worry. Sasuke is fine." He used the substitution technique to evade the attack. Upon hearing this, Sakura cautiously opened her eyes to look. In the world of pirates, the expression on Flower Sword Vista's face turned somewhat pale as he murmured to himself, "This sword is truly terrifying. Even from such a distance, I can feel that overwhelming aura. If Zoro were to unleash this move against me, I might not withstand it." Just moments ago, Flower Sword Vista believed that his strength was on par with Zoro's, and he considered seeking him out for a spar. However, now he felt that Zoro's prowess exceeded his own. At the very least, he could not fend off Zoro's recent technique, the 3-sword style burning demon slash. Seeing that the 3-sword style burning demon slash had been evaded by Sasuke, Zoro immediately pursued with his blade drawn. In a state of panic, Sasuke hastily employed the body flicker technique to relocate himself. Yet Zoro's movements were swift, and he was soon in hot pursuit once more. Desiring to buy himself some time, Sasuke utilized the summoning technique. As he did so, a colossal ninja hawk emerged, flapping its wings and raising its sharp talons, aiming for Zoro's head with a lethal strike. This technique, known as summoning Garuda, called forth a summoned beast, the ninja hawk, with whom Sasuke had forged a contract. The hawk, immense in size, not only possessed formidable offensive capabilities, but also complemented Sasuke in combat. Furthermore, Sasuke could stand upon the hawk's back to strike enemies from above. The sudden appearance of such a gigantic ninja hawk took everyone by surprise. No one could have anticipated its emergence on the arena. Onlookers from myriad realms gasped in astonishment, for this hawk was utterly colossal. Its razor-sharp talons could crush stone, and its keen beak could bore a gaping hole through a human skull. Zoro, focused on assaulting Sasuke, was unprepared for the sudden intrusion of the hawk into the battlefield. Like a stealthy ninja, the hawk swooped silently towards Zoro. Fortunately, Zoro's observation haki was not in vain. He sensed the impending attack. However, turning around was too late, and with Sasuke looming ahead, ready to strike, he had little choice. Thus, Zoro evaded while draping his body in armament haki for protection. In the next heartbeat, the hawk's sharp talons descended upon him. Zoro ducked just in time to evade the talons, yet his back was not spared as the claws raked across him. The armament haki on his back was torn apart by the hawk's talons, leaving several bloody gashes. Had it not been for the protective armor formed by the armament haki, he would have faced far graver injuries, potentially losing his very insides to the hawk's claws. With resilience, Zoro withstood the hawk strike and retaliated with a swift slash of his blade aimed at the creature. The hawk, evidently not lacking in intelligence, let out a shrill cry at the sight of Zoro's approaching sword, flapping its wings to soar into the air and evade the attack. Seizing this opportunity, Sasuke launched himself at Zoro with lightning speed. Chapter 43. The Art of the Dragon's Fire. Seizing the opportunity while Zoro was preoccupied with the summoned ninja hawk, Sasuke resolutely chose to launch a surprise attack. He infused his lightning chakra into his Kusanagi sword, causing it to shimmer in a pale blue hue, enveloped in crackling electricity, transforming into the Chidori blade. This enhancement significantly amplified the sword's power. With the Chidori blade in hand, Sasuke thrust it towards Zoro's chest. Despite his focus on driving away the ninja hawk, Zoro remained vigilant against Sasuke's approach. In fact, he harbored a strategic intent to draw the enemy in. Adopting an unusual stance, Zoro raised his twin swords behind him, blades facing downwards, waiting for Sasuke to close in. In a swift motion, he lifted the dual blades overhead and brought them crashing down. This technique, known as the three-sword style, Tiger Hunt, was a defensive maneuver that wielded great offensive power, particularly suited for this moment. The slashing wave generated by the three-sword style surged towards Sasuke, colliding with the Chidori blade. This clash represented two forms of energy. One, the lightning chakra, and the other, the physical slashing wave. As the forces collided at high velocity, an explosive sound erupted, leaving the spectators in awe. The sheer intensity of the explosion was breathtaking, as it stemmed not from external sources, but from the collision of their innate energies, a phenomenon that seemed to transcend the bounds of science. In the Marvel Universe, Iron Man waved his arm, exclaiming, "Oh, these two individuals aren't even in armored suits, yet they can unleash energy that results in such explosions. It's truly astonishing." The Hulk, Bruce Banner, shrugged in response, stating, "Theoretically, this should be impossible without external assistance. Yet, they have evidently discovered an alternative method to harness the energy stored within their bodies. As for the source of that energy, I remain uncertain." Thor's focus, however, was elsewhere. He turned to Sasuke, remarking, "Oh, this fellow can wield light. My interest in him has not been fleeting. He has summoned lightning on several occasions. Could he be a god of thunder from another realm?" Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the Naruto and One Piece worlds were on edge, anxiously observing the confrontation between Sasuke and Zoro. In the Naruto realm, the deceased first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, was also watching the tournament. He nodded in appreciation at Sasuke's prowess, exclaiming, "Is this the new generation of Kano? His application of ninjutsu and chakra is truly on par with my own." The late second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, added, "This young man must be a descendant of the Uchiha clan, for his Sharingan reveals his lineage. Although such a person is quite capable, they should not be entrusted with significant responsibilities, for it would not bode well for the Hidden Leaf Village." Senju Hashirama furrowed his brow as he gazed at Senju Tobirama, remarking, "Your prejudice against the Uchiha clan runs too deep. We can coexist peacefully with them." Tobirama scoffed, retorting, "Humph. Have you forgotten Uchiha Madara? How did you treat him? And how did he respond to you?" At that moment, on the celestial arena, the clash of power between Zoro and Sasuke resulted in a tremendous explosion, forcing both fighters to retreat momentarily. Almost simultaneously, they launched their attacks anew. Sasuke concentrated chakra at his throat and unleashed a colossal fire dragon that roared fiercely as it surged towards Zoro. This was Sasuke's advanced ninjutsu, the Great Fire Dragon technique. Should Zoro falter, he would be engulfed by the dragon's flames, meeting his demise in a conflagration. The onlookers held their breath, anxiously observing how Zoro would counter the unexpected fire dragon, a challenge most would find insurmountable. In that critical moment, Zoro brandished his sword and shouted, "Three-sword style, tornado." As he swung his blade, a tremendous pressure emanated, generating an astonishing vortex of air. This whirlwind surged forth from Zoro's sword, lifting the fire dragon into the sky and shredding it to pieces. At that instant, a ninja hawk, which had been circling above, seized the opportunity. It swooped down with great speed, extending its massive claws towards Zoro. The timing was impeccable, for Zoro had just executed the three-sword style, tornado, and was unable to react to the sudden assault of the ninja hawk. He could only manage to envelop himself in armament haki. Almost simultaneously, the hawk's talons latched onto Zoro's shoulders, and with a powerful flap of its wings, it ascended into the air, carrying him away. Sasuke and the Ninja Hawk coordinated flawlessly. Observing Zoro being lifted into the sky, Sasuke dashed forward, leaping onto a massive rock before propelling himself upward. In midair, he skillfully manipulated the shurikens with transparent threads, aiming them at Zoro, who was now in the clutches of the hawk. The scene was perilous. Zoro was captured and at a significant disadvantage in the air. Meanwhile, in the pirate world, the swordsman Vista pondered how he would respond if he were in Zoro's predicament. He concluded that, lacking external assistance, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to find a way out of such a situation. Yet, he remained curious about Zoro's strategy. In Frostmoon Village, the master of the One Heart Dojo, Kushiro, was also watching the match. Kushiro, the father of Konoha and Zoro's mentor, silently observed Zoro and could not help but exclaim, "After so many years, I never expected Zoro to have grown this powerful. I fear that he is but a step away from realizing his dream of becoming the world's greatest swordsman." Gung Siren harbors no concerns for Zoro's current predicament, as he believes the strength Zoro is exhibiting should suffice to handle the situation at hand. In the realm of the Soul Reapers, Aizen is observing this battle. Initially, he found Zoro's performance rather dull, but as the conflict progresses, Aizen begins to find it increasingly intriguing. He even contemplates that Zoro and Sasuke's current displays of prowess warrant their presence before him. In the world of Naruto, witnessing Sasuke gain the upper hand brings joy to all in Konoha Village. They eagerly anticipate Sasuke's victory over Zoro, not only for the rewards it would yield, but also to elevate the name of Konoha across the myriad realms. Uchiha Itachi, observing Sasuke's combat prowess, cannot help but exclaim, "Has that little fellow grown this strong? If so, he may come seeking me. By then, my life will have reached its end, and I shall bestow upon him my eyes to aid him in awakening the Manjiki Charm." Chapter 44. The essence of three-sword style. Zoro found himself grasped by the Ninja Eagle, nearly becoming a living target. Meanwhile, Sasuke seized the opportunity to launch an attack with his shuriken, tethered by a line. In a moment of crisis, Zoro swiftly tilted his head, using the sword gripped in his mouth to strike at the incoming shuriken. The clash of metal resonated as the shuriken was deflected by Zoro's blade. However, under Sasuke's control, the shuriken, having been sent flying, was quickly pulled back with a deft tug on the line, hurtling towards Zoro once more. Onlookers anticipated that Zoro would employ the same tactic to deflect the shuriken again. Yet, to their surprise, Zoro thrust the sword in his mouth upwards. The shuriken, aimed directly at him, was redirected by the tip of Zoro's blade, veering instead toward the Ninja Eagle above. This sudden turn of events caught the spectators off guard, leaving them momentarily stunned. However, Sasuke reacted swiftly. He hastily tugged on the line, attempting to retrieve the shuriken aimed at the Ninja Eagle. Unfortunately, Sasuke's timing was a fraction late, and the shuriken struck the Ninja Eagle with a swift whoosh. Though Sasuke managed to grasp the line in time to prevent a fatal wound, it nonetheless left a gash on the Ninja Eagle's body. The impact elicited a piercing cry from the creature, causing it to loosen its grip on Zoro significantly. Seizing this opportunity, Zoro broke free from the eagle's claws and executed a series of rapid flips in midair, simultaneously unleashing a barrage of slashes with his three swords. This was Zoro's three-sword style, Yatagarasu. The power of this technique was formidable and could be wielded even while airborne. As Zoro unleashed Yatagarasu, his three blades struck the Ninja Eagle with astonishing speed, delivering a relentless assault. In an instant, the anguished cries of the falcon resounded incessantly, as torrents of blood mingled with feathers erupted in all directions. This falcon was summoned by Sasuke, and upon witnessing its demise at the hands of Zoro, a surge of fury ignited within him. He resolved to unleash his supreme ninjutsu to avenge his fallen companion. With hands deftly weaving seals, Sasuke bellowed in rage, "Supreme Ninjutsu Kirin." This was a unique technique he had developed, conjuring a storm of thunderclouds through the Great Fire Dragon technique, harnessing the colossal power of nature's lightning to strike his foe. This jutsu represented the pinnacle of lightning release. As Sasuke invoked the supreme ninjutsu Kirin, a colossal thunderous Kirin materialized, its gaping maw roaring as it lunged violently towards Zoro. The sight was indeed terrifying. Few had ever witnessed such a thunderous beast. Akin to a small mountain, in the world of Naruto, the Raikage of the Lightning Village marveled at the spectacle, exclaiming, "This Sasuke is truly a prodigy. He has crafted a new lightning-based jutsu, and of the highest caliber. I find myself humbled." Naruto chimed in, "Is this the true extent of Sasuke's power? It is indeed formidable. In this realm, Enel, who proclaimed himself the god of thunder, could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "What is happening? Is this Sasuke akin to me? Having consumed the rumble fruit, how is he able to wield the power of lightning?" On the celestial arena, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, the thunderous Kirin roared and lunged at Zoro with its gaping maw. At this moment, Zoro had just slain the falcon, his feet touching the ground. Yet, as soon as his feet met the earth, the thunderous Kirin charged towards him. Zoro was acutely aware of this impending threat, recognizing the Kirin's formidable power. He understood that his usual three-sword style would not suffice. He needed a powerful technique. Thus, Zoro shouted, "Three-sword style, 108 calamity winds." In an instant, he unleashed a trio of blades, releasing 3 waves of azure slashes that soared towards the thunderous Kirin like a phoenix. The Kirin roared fiercely, extending its claws to intercept the 3 waves. However, despite the immense power of the slashes, they merely left 3 scars upon the Kirin's form without shattering it. The Kirin, undeterred, roared more ferociously, lunging at Zoro with renewed ferocity. It seemed that Zoro's prideful technique, the 108 calamity winds, could not harm the Kirin. Realizing he had no choice, he resolved to invoke the ultimate secret of the three-sword style. The crowd soon heard Zoro begin to chant, 9 mountains and 8 seas. None shall withstand the three-sword style, the ultimate technique of the 3,000 worlds. As he recited the incantation, the 2 blades in Zoro's hands began to whirl like a windmill, generating a powerful tempest. Soon, the crowd witnessed the colossal thunder lightning Kirin being shattered into fragments that floated through the air. The onlookers from all realms were left in a state of bewilderment. What had just transpired? They had not seen Zoro make a move. How could the thunder lightning Kirin have been reduced to mere shards? Only Sasuke discerned the truth of the moment. Thanks to his Sharingan, he was able to perceive things beyond the grasp of others. He had just witnessed Zoro employing the three-sword style ultimate technique, 3,000 worlds, which struck with the swiftness of lightning, simultaneously wielding 3 blades to instantaneously dismantle the thunder lightning Kirin. The speed was so extraordinary that it eluded the naked eye, only perceptible through the Sharingan or captured in slow motion by a camera. This technique left even Sasuke astounded. It was astonishingly swift, nearly beyond the capability of human vision to comprehend. In the Marvel Universe, Iron Man spread his arms and exclaimed, "What just happened? I feel utterly perplexed. I did not see Zoro take action, yet the thunder lightning Kirin has already been reduced to fragments. Who, pray tell, vanquished the Kirin? Can anyone enlighten me?" Thor took a swig from his drink and replied, "Perhaps it was Zoro. Unless there was a third party on the arena?" At that moment, Spider-Man, holding a miniature camera, called out, "Hey, come look at this. See what I've got." The crowd gathered around, intrigued as Spider-Man began to replay the recent events on his camera. As they observed, they saw Zoro wielding his twin swords like a windmill. In the next instant, a shadow flickered, and the thunder lightning Kirin was transformed into the Hulk. Banner adjusted his glasses and said, "Oh, let me see who that shadow is." Yet, after a prolonged gaze, no one could discern the figure's identity. Spider-Man chimed in, "This can be easily resolved. I can slow down the playback so everyone can see clearly." With that, he activated the slow-motion feature. As the crowd watched, they saw Zoro twirling his swords like a windmill, then leaping into the air, executing a rapid and coordinated strike with his 3. The speed was such that the thunder lightning Kirin could not react in time. By the moment it registered the danger, its form had already been severed into pieces. The Marvel characters, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but exclaim, "Oh, that is incredibly swift. It surpasses human vision. Truly, it is beyond comprehension." Chapter 45. Susanoo Zoro suddenly unleashed the three-sword style ultimate technique, 3,000 worlds, a display that could only be described as extraordinary. The speed of this strike was unparalleled, even exceeding the perception of most onlookers. Even Dracul Mihawk, the master swordsman aboard the Eagle, could not help but fix his gaze in astonishment. Though the formidable Hawkeye Mihawk is exceedingly self-assured, he cannot dismiss the reality that even he might not guarantee victory when confronted with Zoro's three-sword style, the 3,000 worlds. What does this signify? It underscores Zoro's prowess, which now rivals that of Hawkeye Mihawk, suggesting a tangible possibility of defeating him. If it were anyone else, they might feel immense frustration. Yet, in contrast, Hawkeye Mihawk finds himself exhilarated, being a sword enthusiast. His greatest aspiration in life is to encounter a master swordsman and ultimately surpass him. Regrettably, Hawkeye Mihawk's expertise in swordsmanship is so profound that, to date, no one has managed to eclipse his skill. This has rendered him profoundly lonely and devoid of excitement. Now, at long last, a contender has emerged, Zoro, who might just possess the ability to best Hawkeye Mihawk in the art of the sword. How could Hawkeye Mihawk not feel a surge of exhilaration? Gazing intently at Zoro on the arena, he declared, Zoro, I hope you return alive. Then you shall fulfill your promise and challenge me. In the arena, Sasuke. Witnessing the failure of his advanced ninjutsu, Kirin felt a flicker of defeat. However, he quickly regained his composure. If Kirin proved ineffective, then he had no choice but to summon his ultimate technique. With this thought, Sasuke closed his eyes. Those watching were taken aback. What was Sasuke doing? This was a battle. Why would he suddenly shut his eyes? Was he seeking to rest? Even those from the world of Hokage were perplexed. Kakashi's disciple Lee crossed his arms and remarked, What is Sasuke thinking? Why has he suddenly closed his eyes? Is he fatigued? Even Naruto shared this concern, believing that Sasuke had kept his Sharingan activated for too long and now required a moment to rest. Yet, this was hardly a time for repose. Naruto anxiously fretted for Sasuke, powerless to intervene. Only Sasuke's brother, Itachi Uchiha, understood his intentions. Observing the closed eyes of Sasuke, Itachi chuckled softly. Are you preparing to use Susanoo? You should have employed this technique much sooner. Indeed, Sasuke was readying himself to summon Susanoo, activating his Mangekyou Sharingan. Zoro, meanwhile, had been closely observing Sasuke. Noticing Sasuke's sudden closure of his eyes, though somewhat bewildered, he resolved to seize this opportunity. With a mighty swing of his sword, Zoro shouted, Three-sword style, 1080 troublesome winds. This was an enhanced version of the three-sword style, 108 troublesome winds, significantly amplifying its power and destructive capability. Unleashing a cutting wave greater than a mountain, Zoro unleashed this technique, directing the colossal slash towards Sasuke. As the formidable wave of slashing energy approached, Sasuke suddenly opened his eyes. Within his gaze, peculiar red patterns emerged, exuding an eerie mystique. This was none other than Uchiha Sasuke, who had awakened his Mangekyou Sharingan. The moment these extraordinary eyes were revealed, a sense of enchantment and dread enveloped some onlookers. Such a feeling was nothing short of bizarre. The denizens of the Naruto world were taken aback by this spectacle. Jiraiya was the first to exclaim, the Mangekyou Sharingan. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, Kakashi, and others recognized the significance of what they were witnessing. The Mangekyou Sharingan was not a power easily attained even by members of the Uchiha clan, as it required a multitude of stringent conditions. In truth, only a select few had ever managed to awaken this power, which explained the astonishment rippling through the crowd. However, Sasuke on the arena had no time to indulge them. Upon activating his Mangekyou Sharingan, he immediately summoned Susanoo. In an instant, a colossal purple figure appeared on the stage, towering like a mountain, with wings sprouting from its back and a distinctly sharp visage, markedly different from Kakashi's Susanoo. The emergence of Sasuke's Susanoo sent a wave of astonishment through the spectators. In the Marvel Universe, Thor, upon witnessing Sasuke's Susanoo, raised his bottle and shouted, Oh, that malevolent giant has appeared again. I shall make him feel the force of my hammer. Let us see if I can crush him with a single blow. Spider-Man remarked, Oh, let me take a look. That giant is likely not a physical entity. It must be some kind of energy manifestation. In the world of pirates, Usopp, trembling at the sight of Susanoo, stammered, That's a giant demon. Zoro might be in danger. Luffy, shaking his fists, proclaimed, Giant demon, I'm going to take him down. As Luffy spoke, he dashed across the ship, preparing to leap toward the celestial arena. Nami, witnessing this, seized Luffy's arm and fiercely shouted, What chaos are you causing here? The celestial arena is not even in our world. How can you reach it? With that, Nami delivered a swift slap, sending Luffy tumbling onto the ship's deck, then gazed towards Zoro on the celestial arena, whispering, I truly hope Zoro will be safe this time. On the celestial arena, facing Zoro's three-sword style, 1800 calamity winds, Susanoo merely extended a massive hand and gently grasped, effortlessly nullifying the formidable wave of slashing energy. Zoro was momentarily stunned, for his technique was already exceedingly powerful. Yet not only did it fail to breach the opponent's defenses, but the energy was simply crushed between Susanoo's fingers. Such a display was utterly astonishing. Not only Zoro was taken aback, but the multitude of spectators from various realms, particularly the swordsmanship experts, were equally flabbergasted. As they could discern, Zoro's three-sword style, 1800 troubled winds, was immensely powerful. A strike that could be deemed equivalent to that of a grand swordsman. Yet, even so, it failed to breach the defenses of Susanoo, resulting in it being effortlessly crushed. In the world of pirates, Shanks, the red-haired, observed the celestial arena and remarked, "Is this the three-sword style? This technique is rather extraordinary. If given the opportunity, I would certainly like to experience it myself." While speaking, Shanks grasped the hilt of Griffin's sword. It is worth noting that Shanks is not only one of the four emperors, but also one of the world's foremost swordsmen. Susanoo shattered Zoro/waved, casting a disdainful glance at him before lifting its massive foot to stomp down upon him. Usopp of the Straw Hat Pirates, witnessing this, immediately waved his fist and shouted, "Zoro, it's dangerous. Quickly dodge. Hurry up and get out of the way." Chapter 46. Nine-Sword Style. In response to Susanoo, Zoro unleashed the three-sword style, 1800 troubled winds. However, such a formidable strike still proved insufficient against Susanoo, which crushed the powerful wave with ease. Susanoo, with eyes gleaming with ferocity, extended its enormous hand towards Zoro, seemingly intent on obliterating him as well. The onlookers grew increasingly concerned for Zoro, especially those from the Straw Hat crew, who clenched their fists and shouted desperately for him to evade the impending danger. Yet, Zoro remained steadfast, gripping his sword and refusing to budge. Only when Susanoo's colossal claw loomed before him did Zoro suddenly swing his sword and roar, "Demon Aura Nine-Sword Style. Ashura, 1 Miss Silver." This technique, executed in the state of Demon Aura Nine-Sword Style, Ashura, involved a nine-sword slash directed at his foe. Onlookers could scarcely believe their eyes as Zoro's two arms seemingly transformed into 8, each wielding a sword, while the blade clenched in his mouth brought the total to 9. This was the nine-sword style Zoro had developed through rigorous battle in his peak state. The crowd was left astounded by this spectacle. Wasn't Zoro limited to just 2 arms? How could he suddenly conjure so many, resembling an octopus? Almost simultaneously, Zoro unleashed his nine-sword style with a speed that was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Spectators merely noted that Zoro's stance had shifted, while Susanoo's massive claw, reaching for Zoro, dissipated into mist. Mihawk, the strongest swordsman in the world, instinctively rose from the bow of his ship upon witnessing this. Zoro's nine-sword style had genuinely astonished him. The renowned swordsman felt an inkling of threat in the face of Zoro's technique. Standing at the bow, Mihawk proclaimed, "Is this the Zoro of the future in his prime? Indeed, I did not misjudge. He possesses the potential to become the greatest swordsman in the world." At Marine Headquarters, Marineford, General Sengoku observed the scene with a furrowed brow and remarked, "Is this the Zoro of the Straw Hat Pirates? The future pinnacle of strength, Zoro, is astonishingly formidable. His nine-sword style even instills fear within me." He then turned to Commander Tsuru and inquired, "What is the bounty on this Zoro?" After checking the records, Tsuru responded, "The bounty for Zoro of the Straw Hat Pirates is 30 million berries." General Sengoku pondered for a moment before declaring, "Immediately raise Zoro's bounty. Increase it to 100 million berries." Admiral Akainu stood up and objected, "Sengoku, I believe such a measure is unnecessary. Once Zoro descends from the heavenly arena, I shall personally apprehend him and confine him and impel down." Upon hearing this, Vice Admiral Garp was alarmed. "Goodness, Zoro is with my grandson Luffy. If you capture Zoro, you'll undoubtedly take Luffy as well. My other grandson Ace is already imprisoned and facing execution. If anything were to happen to Luffy, what purpose would my life serve?" Therefore, Vice Admiral Garp immediately interjected, "A mere Zoro is not worth your personal involvement, Admiral. Allow me to handle this." Garp accepted the task out of concern for Akainu's ruthless methods. Should Garp undertake the mission, he could afford to be lenient. Even in the unlikely event that someone else were to go, it was imperative that Akainu not be the one. It would be preferable for either Admiral Kizaru or Admiral Aokiji to take on the task instead. Akainu, upon hearing Garp's words, let out a cold snort and retorted, "Vice Admiral Garp, I am aware. The captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy, is your own grandson. Are you so eager to go because you wish to shield Luffy?" Sengoku, fearing a confrontation between the two, hastily intervened, saying, "Very well. Admiral Akainu and Vice Admiral Garp, both of you have other missions. Neither of you shall go. Let Admiral Kizaru undertake this task." Sengoku's decision was made with the consideration that Luffy is Garp's grandson. If Akainu were to go, his unwavering sense of absolute justice would not only lead to Zoro's capture, but also Luffy's. If both of Garp's grandsons, Ace and Luffy, were apprehended and executed, it would surely drive Garp to madness. Thus, Sengoku resolved to send Admiral Kizaru, known for his reputation of being nonchalant. If Kizaru were to go, he would likely let Luffy go out of respect for Garp. Garp sighed in relief at Sengoku's words. As long as Akainu was not involved, there was still hope. Akainu merely snorted in response to Sengoku's decision without further argument. Thus, the matter was settled. Zoro unleashed his nine-sword style, cleaving one of Susanu's hands into, causing a considerable stir in the world of Naruto. In this realm, Susanoo is regarded as a divine miracle, nearly invincible. Moreover, Susanoo possesses an exceptional characteristic. Its defensive capabilities are deemed unparalleled. Yet, this seemingly indomitable defense was shattered by Zoro's nine-sword style, resulting in the severance of an arm. This left the ninjas of the Naruto world astounded. Could it be that the revered supreme ninjutsu they looked up to was rendered utterly insignificant in the presence of a swordsman? Zoro's strike obliterated the arrogance of many ninjas. For within the Naruto universe, ninjas often disdain physical techniques and swordsmanship, believing that only ninjutsu holds supremacy, while others, such as physical arts and swordplay, exist merely as supplementary skills. However, Zoro's nine-sword style ruthlessly dismantled their pride. On the celestial arena, Sasuke was equally shaken. His Susanoo had been devastated by Zoro's blade. Losing an arm, this was a bitter pill for Sasuke to swallow. Yet, he quickly regained his composure and promptly repaired the destroyed arm of Susanoo. After all, Susanoo is formed from chakra, and Sasuke merely needed to utilize more chakra to materialize a new arm. Once Susanoo was restored, the typically taciturn Sasuke surprisingly addressed Zoro, saying, "Zoro, your strength is indeed formidable. In our world, you would undoubtedly rank at least as an S-class ninja. However, if that nine-sword style was your strongest strike, then you may not prevail against my Susanoo." Upon uttering these words, Susanoo sprang into action. All present witnessed Susanoo drawing a bow, knocking an arrow, and aiming directly at Zoro. This was the weapon of Sasuke's Susanoo, utilizing archery, with an attack speed that was astonishingly swift. And the arrows it fired could transform into black flames. Any adversary touched by these flames would be incinerated in Chapter 47, Amaterasu Sasuke initiated the use of Susanoo's weapon. With a drawn bow and knocked arrow, he aimed at Zoro. In that moment, as Zoro found himself targeted by the arrow, a sense of dread enveloped him, as if this arrow could extinguish his life in an instant. In a moment of chilling realization, Zoro activated his observation haki, swiftly discerning the trajectory of the incoming arrow. Almost simultaneously, he leaped aside to evade it. The next second, the arrow, ablaze with black flames, soared past the very spot Zoro had occupied. A resounding explosion followed as the arrow struck a nearby hill. The black flames it carried instantly igniting the hillside. Within mere minutes, the hill had vanished, leaving behind only blackened ashes. The onlookers could only stare in disbelief. The hill had been completely consumed by the black flames. Should this flame strike a person, they would likely be reduced to ashes in an instant. The formidable power of Susanoo left even the denizens of the Naruto world in sheer astonishment. After all, most individuals have never truly witnessed Susanoo, let alone had the opportunity to see its might firsthand. At this moment, Pain of the Six Paths, observing the scene, remarked to Konan, "The future of this Sasuke is indeed terrifying. We must eliminate him before he has the chance to mature, otherwise he may jeopardize our plans." Konan responded, "This Sasuke appears to be the brother of Itachi Uchiha. I believe we can employ certain strategies to win him over." Pain of the Six Paths replied, "We can attempt to bring him into our fold. If that fails, we should eliminate him swiftly." Witnessing the alarming potential of future Sasuke, not only did Pain of the Six Paths feel fear, but the various ninja villages also sensed trepidation. On the arena, Sasuke exhibited power surpassing that of a Kage, sufficient to annihilate any village's leader. They feared Sasuke's growth and the prospect of him leading Konoha back to its former glory, reviving the nightmare of Konoha's dominance over the major ninja villages. They sought to quell this threat while it was still nascent, uniting to eliminate Sasuke before he could fully develop. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, recognized this looming threat as well. He promptly commanded the Umbu, once Sasuke returns, dispatch personnel to ensure his protection. He may be the future hope of Konoha. Nearby, Danzo, overhearing Hiruzen's words, began to scheme. With ambitions to become Hokage, Danzo would not hesitate to remove anyone who stood in his way. Observing Sasuke's potential, he felt a sense of threat and concluded that if necessary, it might be prudent to eliminate Sasuke. Each of these individuals harbored ulterior motives, while Sasuke on the celestial arena remained blissfully unaware. Noticing that Susanoo's arrow had missed its target, Sasuke commanded Susanoo to launch another attack on Zoro. The earlier arrow had instilled dread in Zoro, as its power was overwhelmingly potent, capable of threatening his very life. As Susanoo prepared to strike once more, Zoro resolved to take the initiative. He charged forward, spinning through Susanoo's form, employing his upper body and blade to execute a lateral strike. This was a powerful slash from Zoro's nine-sword style, Ashura, known as the Nine Flash of Ashura. As Zoro unleashed this technique, Susanoo's seemingly invincible defense was shattered. In the process, Zoro's strike sliced through Susanoo's form, reducing it to fragments. In that instant, silence enveloped all who were observing across the myriad realms. Those with even a modicum of strength could perceive the formidable power of Zoro's attack. To describe it as earth-shattering would not be an exaggeration. Many powerful individuals found themselves introspectively questioning whether they could withstand such an onslaught should they ever confront Zoro. Upon witnessing the destruction of his Susanoo, Sasuke's complexion turned pale. He could hardly fathom that his prideful Susanoo could be vanquished so effortlessly by Zoro, a reality that was difficult for him to accept. In a moment of desperation, Sasuke cried out, and those present observed a rapid transformation in his pupils, from which surged forth dark flames. These flames raced towards Zoro with astonishment. This was the unique ability of the Sharingan, Amaterasu. When Amaterasu is activated, a powerful black flame ignites at the focal point of the gaze, possessing immense destructive capability. This terrifying fire does not extinguish until its target is completely incinerated. It can be said that Amaterasu epitomizes the pinnacle of fire-style ninjutsu. Witnessing the emergence of these black flames, the onlookers were filled with dread, having previously witnessed their devastating might. This infernal fire had once obliterated a mountain in an instant. With such thoughts in mind, concern for Zoro arose among the crowd, for should he become ensnared by these black flames, his survival would be in grave jeopardy. Zoro, maintaining his observation haki, sensed the activation of Amaterasu the moment Sasuke unleashed it. He promptly enveloped his three swords with armament haki and began to chant. The 9 mountains and 8 seas form a single world. Gathering 1,000 realms creates a small 1,000 worlds. This realm, multiplied by 3, is devoid of the self. This was the pinnacle of the three-sword style, wielded to such an extent that it could cleave through anything. Typically, Zoro would refrain from employing this technique unless absolutely necessary. As he executed this move, 3 powerful slashes surged forth, forcefully colliding with the black flames. In an instant, the slashing waves were consumed by the flames. Yet the black fire was simultaneously shredded to pieces by the sharpness of the strikes and subsequently dissipated into the air. Observing this spectacle, Yuchin shook his head and remarked, "Sasuke, you have exhausted all your means. It appears you have but one final resort." Upon saying this, he turned his gaze to Sasuke's eyes, and indeed, he saw them beginning to transform, evolving from the Manjiki Sharingan to the Rinnegan. Sasuke then closed his eyes before abruptly opening them once more. With his hands pressed together, he gazed intently at the suddenly materializing black sphere, which slowly ascended into the air. Upon reaching a certain altitude, it unleashed a tremendous gravitational force, drawing in the surrounding rocks and debris as if they were nails attracted by a magnet. As the ground beneath them gradually fractured, it transformed into countless fragments, all tumultuously soaring towards the black sphere in the sky. In Chapter 48, the celestial body of Cataclysm, Sasuke exhausted all his techniques, yet found himself unable to triumph over Zoro. Thus, he resorted to his final move, the celestial body of Cataclysm. In that instant, a dark orb materialized in the heavens, emanating an immense gravitational force that drew every stone from the earth upwards. Zoro, having never witnessed such a phenomenon, gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding before him. He watched as stones detached from the ground, only to be drawn towards the black sphere like moss to a flame. As Zoro pondered the unfolding events, he suddenly felt an unsettling lightness. His body began to levitate, mirroring the fate of the stones. And he too was propelled towards the dark orb. In a state of panic, he desperately attempted to resist, but his efforts proved he could only watch helplessly as he was drawn upwards, ultimately becoming engulfed amidst a multitude of debris. This spectacle left many onlookers utterly speechless, for the scene was overwhelmingly breathtaking. A colossal black orb hung in the air, reminiscent of the moon, with Zoro ensnared within its confines. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates were taken aback by the sight. Luffy was the first to exclaim, "Zoro, I will shatter that black sphere and rescue you." As he shouted, he employed his rubber abilities to transform his body into a spring, launching himself towards the arena in the sky. This time, no one attempted to hinder Luffy, although they understood that the celestial arena was far removed from their realm and that, regardless of how high Luffy jumped, he could not reach it to save Zoro. They refrained from stopping him. In fact, They too yearned to ascend to the celestial arena to rescue Zoro. Even knowing it was a futile endeavor, they felt compelled to try. In the Marvel Universe, Spider-Man pointed at the floating black sphere and remarked, "That thing is made of stone. How can it possibly float in the air?" Iron Man spread his arms and replied, "What's the big deal? The moon is far larger than that and it floats in space." Spider-Man countered, "That's different. The moon exists in outer space, where gravity and buoyancy differ from those on Earth. Yet this black sphere is right here on our planet." Black Widow interjected, "Did you all notice that the black sphere is emitting a tremendous gravitational pull, drawing countless massive stones into the sky? Who can explain the scientific principle behind this?" They're interrupted. "Enough. Spare me your scientific explanations. If science were truly effective, what would be the purpose of our divine existence?" Yichin observed the unfolding chaos, realizing that all hope had been lost. Thus, his projection manifested upon the celestial arena, proclaiming to the myriad realms, "The victor of the 5th match is Uchiha Sasuke from the world of Naruto. He shall advance directly to the next round." Of course, Zoro need not despair. He is allowed to participate in the resurrection match for seed players, where he too may reach the finals. After uttering this, Yichun casually flicked his hand, causing the black sphere that had sealed Zoro to erupt with a thunderous explosion, allowing Zoro to leap forth. Sasuke, witnessing this, could not help but widen his eyes in astonishment. With a mere flick of his wrist, Yichun shattered the Earth Explosion Star. Truly, he was deserving of the title of a creator. Little did Sasuke know, Yichun merely harnessed the power of the system. Thus far, 5 matches had transpired, with the victors being Ultraman Tiga, Whitebeard, Godzilla, Kakashi, and Uchiha Sasuke. These champions would proceed directly to the finals, vying for supremacy. As for the 5 contestants who faltered in the preliminary rounds, they too could reach the finals, but only by competing in the resurrection match for seed players, with the victors earning their place in the finals. Once Sasuke and Zoro had departed, Yichun activated the random selection button to determine the participants for the next match. The inhabitants of the myriad realms watched with bated breath, for this selection was entirely random, leaving everyone susceptible to being chosen, some immune to showcase their prowess. While others felt trepidation, many found themselves torn, both desiring to compete and fearing the outcome. As the myriad gazes focused intently, a small red dot began to meander across the various avatars. Under the collective scrutiny, the red dot finally settled on one particular avatar. Upon closer inspection, it revealed a boy adorned with a straw hat. While individuals from other worlds may not recognize him, those from the pirate realm immediately identified him as the spirited lad who incessantly declares his ambition to become the Pirate King, Monkey D. Luffy, captain of the Straw Hat Pirates. Admiral Sengoku furrowed his brow upon seeing that Luffy had been randomly selected. Why was this boy chosen? Why is it that among all the options, none of our Navy members were selected? Sengoku increasingly realized that ascending to the arena would yield immense benefits. Not only could it elevate the Navy's reputation across the worlds, but securing a notable rank might also grant rewards from Yichun. If no one participated and thus failed to gain rewards, it would not be of great concern. However, the pirates had already sent several representatives to the arena. Should they reach the finals and secure rankings, they would undoubtedly receive rewards, potentially augmenting their strength significantly. An increase in the pirates' power would consequently diminish the Navy's standing, a matter of great concern for Admiral Sengoku. Meanwhile, Vice Admiral Garp, witnessing Luffy being selected for the celestial arena, felt a mix of joy and apprehension. He was pleased that Luffy would have the opportunity to make a name for himself across the myriad realms. What instills fear is that Luffy's abilities are rather feeble. One might worry he could be easily defeated in the celestial arena, unless, akin to the prior match, the esteemed Lord Yichun pulls Luffy's timeline back, allowing him to battle in his peak form from the future. Meanwhile, within the Straw Hat Pirates, Zoro has returned from the celestial arena, greeted warmly by his crew. They did not reproach him for his defeat. Rather, they celebrated his return. Zoro's performance on the arena was truly astonishing. As for his loss, without the devastating Earth Explosion Star, the outcome could have been quite different. Luffy was comforting Zoro when Chopper suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my! Luffy, you've been selected too." Upon hearing this, everyone looked up, realizing that the celestial arena was choosing new contenders, and Luffy was the first selected. Luffy, somewhat bewildered, remarked, "I was chosen." Zoro, unexpectedly, found that just after descending from the arena, his captain Luffy had also been chosen. He immediately urged Luffy, "Luffy, once you step onto the arena, do not be overconfident. Though your opponent has yet to be selected, I trust that those chosen by the Celestial Arena are indeed among the elite. Chapter 49. Luffy and Naruto. As Luffy stood in a daze, Ichin's voice resonated in his mind. Congratulations, Monkey D. Luffy. You have been selected by the Celestial Arena to be a contestant. Are you ready? Coming to his senses, Luffy replied, I'm ready. I can go on stage. Almost instantly, he found himself on the Celestial Arena. Luffy, with his disheveled black hair and a small scar beneath his left eye, wore a red vest, blue knee-length jeans, and straw sandals, topped with the straw hat gifted by Shanks. He appeared confident and cheerful, undeniably charming. Upon arriving on stage, he began to scan his surroundings, muttering, Is my opponent not yet here? I hope they choose a formidable one. With Luffy on stage, it was time to select his opponent. A bright red light flickered rapidly before settling on the face of a young boy, Naruto Uzumaki from the world of ninjas. Even Ichin did not anticipate that Luffy's randomly chosen opponent would be the energetic Naruto. Their confrontation would truly be a clash of titans. Naruto, significantly faster than Luffy, quickly ascended to the arena. Luffy immediately scrutinized his adversary. Naruto had short golden hair, azure eyes, and distinctive whisker-like markings on his cheeks, complemented by a ninja headband adorning his forehead. Moreover, Naruto donned an orange jacket ensemble adorned with blue shoulder guards and a white collar. The back of his attire and his left arm bore the emblem of the Uzumaki clan, while a pouch for shurikens was secured to his right thigh, complemented by blue ninja footwear, presenting an exceedingly spirited appearance. Luffy, with a cheerful grin, immediately extended his hand and declared, Hello, I am Monkey D. Luffy. Naruto reciprocated with a smile, extending his own hand. I am Naruto Uzumaki. I look forward to your guidance. Observing the two, one might easily mistake them for newly acquainted friends, devoid of any hint of impending conflict. However, Ichin was acutely aware that once combat ensued, both would unleash their full prowess. Adhering to tradition, he adjusted the temporal state of the two, propelling them into their peak forms from several years hence. Utilizing the power of the system, Ichin modified their timelines, endowing Naruto with the strength he possessed during the Fourth Great Ninja War, while Luffy acquired the might he wielded in the battle against the Four Emperors, Kaido. Immersed in the swift current of time, the two soon opened their eyes simultaneously. Luffy proclaimed, Naruto, though I consider you a friend, I shall show no mercy once the battle commences. Naruto replied, Luffy, I regard you as a friend too. Yet, friendship and combat are distinct. I too will not hold back. They nodded at each other, signifying their mutual declaration of war. The first to act was Luffy, who unleashed the powers of the Gum Gum fruit, extending both arms back before launching them forward in a powerful attack, exclaiming, Gum Gum Rocket. Spectators from countless realms gasped in astonishment, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. How could this lad's dual limbs stretch like rubber bands? Could it be that his physique was not flesh but rather made of rubber? Naruto, taken aback by the sight, quickly regained his composure, forming hand seals with remarkable speed, summoning for shadow clones. Together, these clones charged forward, executing a spinning kick towards Luffy. Luffy, confronted by 5 Narutos in an instant, was momentarily stunned. As his Gum Gum rocket was already in motion, he disregarded all caution and unleashed it upon the advancing Narutos. A series of muffled thuds echoed as the 4 shadow clones were propelled away, dissipating into thin air. Meanwhile, Naruto's true form had already maneuvered to Luffy's flank, delivering a powerful spinning kick. Caught off guard, Luffy was sent hurtling away. Although Naruto's kick was heavy and infused with taijutsu, it felt merely like a tickle to the rubber-bodied Luffy. As he was flung back, Luffy grasped a tree, his arms stretching like rubber bands before he propelled himself forward, resembling a cannonball aimed at Naruto. In response, Naruto swiftly dodged to the side, his hands rapidly forming the Rasengan. This spiral sphere is a formidable ninjutsu, conceived by the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, inspired by the tailed beast bomb and meticulously crafted over 3 years. This technique involves concentrating chakra in the hand, allowing it to flow irregularly and compress into a chakra sphere the size of a palm, which is then utilized to strike the opponent. Just as Naruto had perfected the spiral sphere, Luffy's body was propelled towards him. Naruto, wielding the spiral sphere, launched it at Luffy. With a resounding thud, Luffy was knocked to the ground, yet one of his arms swiftly extended, coiling around Naruto like a serpent. Struggling, Naruto exclaimed, You are truly peculiar. How can your body be as stretchy as rubber? Luffy grinned proudly and replied, That's because I ate the Gum Gum fruit. I'm a rubber man. Now I've got you captured. What do you have to say for yourself? Although Naruto was unfamiliar with the Gum Gum fruit, He comprehended Luffy's words. Luffy was indeed a rubber man, capable of freely stretching his body. With a confident smile, Naruto declared, "I aspire to be Hokage. There's no way I can be defeated so easily by you." As he spoke, he immediately performed the substitution jutsu. Luffy sensed something amiss and glanced at the arm that ensnared him, only to discover that Naruto had vanished, leaving behind merely a wooden stump. Astonished, Luffy looked around and exclaimed, "Where did he go? Where is he?" At that moment, Luffy heard a voice call out, "I'm right here." Following the sound, Luffy was startled to see countless Narutos emerging on the hillside, at least 1,000 by his estimation. These 1,000 Narutos charged simultaneously, launching attacks with fists and feet against Luffy. The onlookers from various realms were left in utter disbelief. While it was understandable to conjure a few shadow clones to assist in battle, to summon 1,000 at once and launch a collective assault was akin to mobbing the opponent. Wasn't that a bit unfair? In the pirate world, Chopper rubbed his eyes in disbelief, questioning whether he was seeing things, as an innumerable number of Narutos appeared before him. After rubbing his eyes again, he was stunned to find the multitude of Narutos still present. What on earth is happening? How can there be so many Narutos? He gasped, witnessing the swarm of Narutos unleashing their fists, overwhelming Luffy in an instant. Chapter 50, Sage Mode. The technique Naruto employed is known as the Naruto's 4,000 punches. This advanced ninjutsu enables the creation of 1,000 shadow clones that simultaneously attack the opponent with fists and feet. When Luffy saw the 1,000 Narutos charging toward him, he was taken aback, but quickly shouted, "Gum Gum Machine Gun." As Luffy let out a resounding shout, his fist began to strike at 1,000 Narutos with astonishing speed. In an instant, the air was filled with a cacophony of thuds, as all 1,000 Narutos were sent flying, only to dissipate into the atmosphere. Subsequently, Luffy flashed a grin at Naruto and declared, "This is my newly invented technique, called the rubber machine gun, specifically designed for handling brawls." Naruto nodded in acknowledgement and remarked, "It looks quite impressive. It seems defeating you in my normal form will be quite a challenge. So, I have no choice." With that, Naruto raised his hand and shouted, "Activate Sage Mode." At Naruto's exclamation, a radiant glow enveloped him. This was Naruto's Sage Mode, a state that harnessed natural energy to enhance both attack and defense. It also expanded the range and perception of his physical techniques. Furthermore, the Sage Chakra, derived from natural energy, exponentially amplified the potency of his ninjutsu, taijutsu, and jinjutsu. Observers from all realms could not help but comment, "Are you two even human? Such absurd power." Noticing Naruto's glowing form, Luffy inquired, "I see your body starting to shine. How did you achieve that?" Naruto replied, "It's because I've activated Sage Mode." At this, Luffy excitedly exclaimed, "Sage Mode. Wow, that sounds incredible." Feeling bashful from Luffy's praise, Naruto scratched the back of his head and said, "It's all right. You'll know how it feels once you try it." As he spoke, Naruto created 2 shadow clones, and together, they launched a synchronized assault, each utilizing a Rasengan with opposing rotations that intertwined towards the center, producing a force greater than that of a standard Rasengan. This was Naruto's ultimate technique, the Sage Art, Rasengan Barrage. At this moment, Naruto wielded a Rasengan in each hand, aiming for Luffy's chest. Seeing this, Luffy declared, "Here it comes. Watch my rubber bullet." With that, he extended his arms backward, hardening them with armament haki, and charged towards Naruto at close range. The 2 techniques collided simultaneously. Luffy's rubberized body was pushed back by the Rasengan in Sage Mode, while his rubber bullet struck Naruto, sending him flying. Almost instantly, Luffy's arms stretched rapidly, catching the airborne Naruto and slamming him down towards the ground. This was another of Naruto's signature moves, the rubber hammer. This technique acted like a mallet, forcefully driving the opponent into the earth. Naruto's physique was not as resilient as Luffy's, and should this blow land, even if he survived, he would undoubtedly sustain injuries. Now it was Sasuke's turn to worry about Naruto. Instead, Sakura comforted Sasuke, saying, "Rest assured, Naruto will be fine." The deceased Kushina Uzumaki anxiously addressed Minato Namikaze, asking, "Naruto, he won't be harmed, will he?" Minato grasped Kushina's hand and reassured her, "Do not worry. We must have faith in Naruto. He is capable of handling such circumstances." Kushina felt a slight sense of relief, yet her gaze remained anxiously fixed on Naruto, who was on the stage. In that moment, Luffy extended his arm, seizing Naruto from the air and forcefully slamming him to the ground. Naruto was momentarily startled, but fortunately, his reflexes were swift as he quickly utilized a substitution technique. In the next instant, his substitute was violently smashed against the ground, utterly destroyed. However, upon closer inspection, the onlookers realized that it was merely a wooden log, not Naruto at all. Luffy was momentarily taken aback by this revelation. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto unleashed the Sage Art, Super Rasengan. This technique involved compressing chakra to a high density, releasing immense destructive power upon impact with the target. Naturally, employing such a high-level jutsu required a significant amount of chakra, necessitating a draw from the Nine Tails. Naruto launched the Sage Art, Super Rasengan at Luffy with lightning speed. Striking him directly, Luffy was sent hurtling backwards, crashing against a nearby stone wall, his body slumping down in a limp manner. The spectators, witnessing this, expressed their confusion. Has Luffy been defeated? How can he be so weak? Only the members of the Straw Hat Pirates remained calm, for they understood that Luffy was a rubber man. And this blow likely did not inflict any serious harm. In the Naruto world, Sakura began to cheer enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Ah, Naruto has won. This is wonderful." Sasuke, looking perplexed at Sakura, remarked, "Surely, you don't believe that those who can ascend to this arena are weaklings? If they could be so easily defeated, they wouldn't deserve to be here." While Sasuke and Sakura conversed, Luffy, who lay on the ground, stretched lazily and said, "All right, time to get up." Then, to the astonishment of the crowd, Luffy rose from the ground and addressed Naruto. "You are indeed impressive. I think if I continued in my first, I likely wouldn't have been able to bring you down." With that, Luffy activated his second gear, his skin turning a deep red and emitting steam, as if he had taken a stimulant. Upon entering this state, Luffy could use his legs as pumps to accelerate blood flow and enhance his physical strength. The enhanced body, after entering second gear, allowed him to execute extremely rapid movements, enabling him to strike his enemies before they even realized they were under attack. The combination of incredible speed and augmented strength made the attacks in this form significantly more powerful than in his normal state. As the crowd observed steam rising from Luffy's body, his skin flushed red, they could not help but exclaim, "What a freak." No, they are both freaks. In the Marvel Universe, Thor, intrigued by the scene, remarked, "This fellow resembles boiling water, steam emanating from every part of him." Iron Man interjected, "My focus lies elsewhere. I'm more interested in that Naruto. Did you not notice the blue sphere in his hand? It must be some form of unknown energy." Banner added, "I have indeed noticed that. It appears to be a bodily energy. However, its exact nature eludes me." Just as everyone was engrossed in the moment, Luffy swung his fist and shouted, "Gear Second. Gum Gum Pistol." Chapter 51. Gear Second Mode. Faced with Naruto's Sage Mode, Luffy felt a sense of inadequacy in defense, prompting him to activate Gear Second. With this transformation, Luffy unleashed his Gum Gum Pistol towards Naruto. In an instant, Luffy's arms elongated, utilizing the recoil from the rubber's elasticity, delivering a powerful punch that sent Naruto flying. Sakura gasped in shock. Although she held feelings for Sasuke, Naruto occupied a significant place in her heart. Witnessing Naruto being struck, she instinctively cried out. Kakashi, too, felt a surge of concern, fixating intently on Naruto in the arena. He discerned that Luffy's previous strike bore considerable force. In the pirate world, Vice Admiral Garp observed Naruto executing the Gum Gum Pistol and nodded, thinking to himself, "It has been many days since I last saw him. It seems this lad has made great strides. But why would he choose to become a pirate when being a Navy officer is so appealing? It truly vexes me." Naruto, having been knocked back, quickly regained his footing. After all, he had instinctively performed self-defense, mitigating much of the Gum Gum Pistol's impact. The residual force had merely sent him tumbling without inflicting significant harm. However, this encounter led Naruto to regard Luffy with newfound respect, recognizing him as a formidable opponent. Rising from the ground, Naruto declared, "Luffy, you truly become formidable in Gear Second. Yet, I am no slouch either. Prepare yourself for my ultimate move." As Naruto spoke, he conjured a shadow clone to assist him in forming a Rasengan. This time, he employed the Sage Art, Super Massive Rasengan, infusing natural energy to achieve a gargantuan size. Once detonated, it could effortlessly obliterate a small mountain. With the collaboration of his clone, Naruto swiftly crafted the Sage Art, Supermassive Rasengan, which is cloned and lifted high, leaping into the air to strike fiercely at Luffy. Luffy, not being foolish, certainly would not stand idly by as the colossal Rasengan hurtled towards him. He immediately shouted, "Behold my rubber balloon." With that exclamation, Luffy rapidly inhaled, causing his abdomen to swell dramatically. In this state, He resembled an enormous balloon, with his head and limbs appearing diminutive and comical against the backdrop of his inflated form. In the world of Naruto, Jiraiya observed Luffy's peculiar transformation and exclaimed in astonishment, "How on earth is he doing this?" At that moment, Luffy's grotesquely swollen belly rendered his body proportions wildly disproportionate, creating an exaggerated, almost humorous sight. Danzo chuckled beside him, remarking, "This reminds me of a creature known as the pufferfish. When threatened, it inflates rapidly, transforming into a round ball to intimidate its foes." Haha, but is this truly effective? To Danzo, Luffy appeared as nothing more than a comical pufferfish, devoid of any practical utility. Naruto, witnessing this bizarre spectacle, was momentarily taken aback. Nevertheless, his sage art, Super Rasengan, continued its relentless assault. It struck Luffy's inflated belly with a resounding thud. A dull boom echoed as both Naruto and his Super Rasengan were sent flying. The Rasengan, having escaped Naruto's grasp, collided with a nearby hill, erupting in a violent explosion that shattered the mound. The onlookers fell into a stunned silence, realizing that Luffy's balloon-like form possessed such remarkable defensive capabilities. A truly Vice Admiral Garp, observing Luffy's antics, couldn't help but comment, "This lad has such peculiar techniques. But the key is that he can achieve victory. That is what truly matters." Red-haired Shanks gazed at the straw hat atop Luffy's head, a smile gracing his lips as he mused, "This kid. After all these years, he's grown so much." Years ago, when Shanks first encountered Luffy in the East Blue, Luffy was merely a small child. It was then that Luffy mischievously devoured Shanks' Gomu Gomu no Mi, transforming him into a rubber man. It was also then that Luffy solidified his aspiration to become the Pirate King. Recognizing Roger's spirit within Luffy, Shanks entrusted him with the straw hat Roger had given him, a gesture laden with significance. Reflecting on these memories, Shanks chuckled, pleased to see that Luffy was faring quite well. After launching Naruto, Luffy's inflated belly began to rapidly deflate. Soon, his body diminished in size, ultimately resembling that of a 7- or 8-year-old child. Usopp, witnessing this transformation, exclaimed in exaggerated astonishment, "Ah, Luffy has shrunk. He's become a child." Zoro, maintaining his composure, calmly replied, "It's nothing to worry about. The side effects of utilizing rubber balloons are quite evident. Soon, Luffy will return to his normal state." As anticipated by Zoro, Luffy swiftly regained his composure. This marked the second occasion where Naruto was sent flying. He rose from the ground, appearing somewhat disheveled, yet his spirit remained unbroken. Naruto stood up and declared, "All right. If that is the case, it is my turn to retaliate." With that, he executed the shadow clone technique, creating 2 shadow clones. Together, the trio of Narutos conjured the wind release, spiraling shuriken. Naruto then infused Sage Chakra into the wind release, spiraling shuriken, launching it towards Luffy. This was the renowned ninjutsu, Sage Art Wind Release, Big Ball Spiraling Shuriken. Onlookers beheld a spherical core enveloped in spiraling blades of golden light. This was a fusion of the Rasengan and Shuriken, enhanced by Sage Art Wind Release, allowing for a remote attack without the necessity of close combat. As the Sage Art Wind Release, Big Ball Spiraling Shuriken approached, Luffy sprang into action, exclaiming, "Rubber Scapegoat." This defensive maneuver enabled him to swiftly seek a substitute to absorb the damage in his stead. Naturally, this scapegoat need not be a person. It could also be a tree or a rock. Upon executing this technique, Luffy moved with lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, the Sage Art Wind Release, Big Ball Spiraling Shuriken struck him with a resounding impact. The spectators gasped in astonishment. What is happening? Isn't this fellow supposed to be agile? Why is he standing there, not evading? Subsequently, the Big Ball Spiraling Shuriken erupted with a deafening blast. The explosion was formidable, possessing the power to cleave mountains and shatter stones. If it detonated upon a person, their demise would be almost certain. Chapter 52. Summoning Technique. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Naruto's Sage Art Wind Release, Big Ball Spiraling Shuriken crashed into Luffy, resulting in an immediate explosion. Many speculated that Luffy might have perished, and even if he had survived, he would be gravely injured. However, as the smoke from the explosion dissipated, the onlookers were met with a scene of shattered rocks, but no sign of Luffy's body. Naruto, bewildered, turned to scan his surroundings, only to find Luffy standing atop a nearby peak. Not only Naruto, but all the spectators from myriad worlds were left astonished. What on earth is happening? Just moments ago, they had witnessed the Sage Art Wind Release, spiraling shuriken strike Luffy directly, yet he appeared unscathed on the adjacent mountain. After a moment of contemplation, Naruto seemed to have an epiphany and exclaimed to Luffy, "Could it be that you also possess ninjutsu, specifically the body replacement technique?" Luffy leaped down from the peak, landing gracefully, and replied, "I do not possess ninjutsu. I have just employed the technique of a rubber scapegoat. It allows one to transfer the injuries inflicted upon oneself onto another. I deflected your attack onto a stone, hence I remain unscathed." Upon hearing this, the crowd suddenly grasped the situation. So that is how it is. This seemingly foolish lad has indeed mastered such a clever maneuver. Usopp from the Straw Hat Pirates, witnessing Luffy's safety, breathed a sigh of relief. He then exclaimed with excitement, "Luffy, when did you invent such a technique? I have never seen you utilize it before." Nami cast a glance at Usopp and remarked, "I have already mentioned that the Luffy in the arena is the Luffy from years to come. This may very well be a technique he developed during those years." Red-haired Shanks observed this scene and couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Indeed, I did not misjudge Luffy back then. This lad truly possesses talent. He has transformed an ordinary rubber fruit into so many variations. In the world, the Master Bito Uchiha gazed at Naruto and murmured to himself, "Is this the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails from Konohagakure? He has grown to such an extent in the future." Naruto, seeing Luffy evade the previous attack, immediately formed hand seals and began to employ the summoning technique. This is a high-level ninjutsu. The first technique taught to Naruto by Jiraiya, involving a contract written in one's own blood with the summoned beast. Thereafter, by using his blood to form seals, he could summon the creature. Naruto swiftly completed the seals and summoned the toad Gamabunta, an enormous and rotund toad. As Naruto executed the summoning technique, Gamabunta suddenly appeared above Luffy, descending like a mountain and pinning him down. The abruptness of Gamabunta's arrival left Naruto caught off guard. His observation haki was ineffective, and he was directly crushed beneath it. This was Gamabunta's signature move, the destruction of the summoning stage. The onlookers from the pirate world were taken aback. How did a toad the size of a small mountain suddenly appear, pressing Luffy down with such force? Ace, imprisoned and impelled down, was also watching the arena battle. He felt immense joy as he witnessed Luffy's array of skills. However, when he saw Luffy being crushed by Gamabunta, Ace gasped in shock. That enormous toad was larger than an elephant. Its hefty bulk would surely flatten Luffy. Ace immediately stood up, eager to rescue Luffy. Yet, as Luffy moved, the sea stone chains binding his limbs rattled. It struck Ace that he was indeed a prisoner, confined within and impelled down. He could only sigh and say, "Luffy, I fear I cannot assist you." In the world of Naruto, upon encountering Gamabunta, Jiraiya found himself utterly perplexed. How could Gamabunta be present in this location? Moreover, how could Naruto, that boy, wield my summoning technique? After his mind raced through various possibilities, Jiraiya muttered to himself, "Could it be that in the future, I will take Naruto as my disciple and impart my summoning arts to him?" The more he contemplated, the more plausible it seemed. However, he also recognized Naruto's potential. Taking him as a pupil might not be such a bad idea after all. As Jiraiya continued to observe Naruto, he found himself increasingly fond of the boy. Meanwhile, Naruto, noticing that Gamabunta had pinned Luffy down, hurriedly called out, "All right, Gamabunta, get up." After all, Naruto bore no grudge against Luffy. Defeating him was sufficient without resorting to lethal measures. Yet, the moment Naruto uttered his words, a loud thud echoed, and Gamabunta soared into the air. In the space where Gamabunta had just sat, Luffy emerged, his fist clenched, revealing that he had indeed struck Gamabunta, sending the giant frog flying. The crew of the Straw Hat Pirates erupted in cheers. Initially, they had feared Luffy had been crushed or gravely injured, but now he stood tall, having knocked Gamabunta away. Their elation was palpable. Even Ace, imprisoned and impelled down, breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he regarded Luffy as a dear younger brother, and the thought of any harm befalling him was unbearable. With Gamabunta dispatched, Luffy turned his gaze to Naruto and declared, "Now it's my turn to attack. Gum Gum Spear." With that, he leapt into the air, his legs combining like rubber bands, stretching rapidly before thrusting his toes forward like a spear towards Naruto. Seeing this, Naruto did not stand his ground. Instead, he concentrated chakra in his feet and executed a swift body flicker technique, evading to the side. A resounding crash followed as Luffy's Gum Gum Spear punctured a massive boulder behind Naruto, shattering it to pieces. Witnesses gasped, exclaiming, "This boy's body is like rubber, able to stretch at will, and who would have thought it could be so resilient, piercing through stone with just his toes?" Unbeknownst to them, Naruto had employed armament haki on his toes, rendering them as hard as steel, which accounted for the astonishing outcome. After dodging, Naruto summoned again, this time materializing two smaller frogs, considerably less imposing than Gamabunta. Luffy was momentarily taken aback. Why have you summoned two more frogs? That giant frog could crush opponents with its weight, which was a form of attack in itself. But now, you've brought forth two tiny frogs. The diminutive size of these two toads raises questions about their capabilities. Do they intend to launch an assault on me? Yet, they possess no teeth. Chapter 53. The Gambit of the Toads. Naruto once again summoned two toads, albeit of considerably smaller stature. The onlookers were filled with perplexity. Just moments ago, he had conjured a gigantic toad, and now he summoned two smaller ones. What could Naruto possibly be up to? While everyone else was bewildered, only Jiraiya comprehended Naruto's intentions. Observing Naruto on the arena, he chuckled. You intend to employ the oil fire technique, my exclusive move. Ensure you execute it flawlessly. Do not embarrass me in front of the crowd. Indeed, Naruto was poised to employ this technique. He reached out and tapped the head of one toad, which promptly opened its mouth and unleashed a torrent of oil, shooting directly towards Luffy. Luffy, filled with questions, was uncertain of Naruto's plan. Next, Naruto tapped the head of the other toad, which also opened its mouth to expel a ball of fire. The fiery sphere collided with the oil stream, resulting in a ferocious chemical reaction that birthed a menacing fire dragon, charging towards Luffy. Reacting swiftly, Luffy dodged to the side. As a rubber man, he was impervious to most attacks, yet he harbored a deep-seated fear of fire, the natural nemesis of rubber. Having evaded the oil fire technique, Luffy immediately prepared to counterattack. He extended his 10 fingers, which elongated like rubber bands at an astonishing speed. Subsequently, these elongated fingers intertwined, forming a vast net. In a flash, Luffy dashed forward and ensnared the two toads within his finger-woven net. Although the toads summoned by Naruto possessed considerable strength, Luffy's ingenious creation of a net allowed him to capture them in an instant. Despite their struggles, escape proved futile. Naruto was taken aback. His intention in summoning the two toads was to collaborate with them to defeat Luffy. Yet, after just one grand maneuver, the toads were ensnared by Luffy. In a state of urgency, Naruto shouted, "Return my summoned toads." As he spoke, he lunged forward, employing the frog kata, a formidable technique that, when utilized in Sage mode, unleashed destructive power rivaling that of the legendary Senju clan. In this state, the frog group's hands can harness the natural energies surrounding them, thereby amplifying their attack range and intensity. Luffy's hands transformed into a net, ensnaring two frogs, rendering them unable to retaliate. However, Luffy had his own ingenious approach. He leapt into the air and executed his signature move, the rubber-stamped Gatling gun, elongating and enlarging his legs, which he used to deliver a series of kicks to Naruto. Although Naruto's frog group hands are formidable, Luffy, being a rubber man, was impervious to their strikes. In this chaotic flurry of kicks, Naruto found himself at a disadvantage and had no choice but to retreat. He contemplated using the Rasengan Shuriken for a ranged attack on Luffy, but hesitated, fearing harm to the two frogs, leaving him at an impasse. Nevertheless, Luffy did not wish to claim victory merely on that basis. He retracted his hands, releasing the frogs, and addressed Naruto. "I return these two frogs to you. Let us continue our battle." Naruto retrieved the frogs and responded, "Since you have captured these two frogs, I shall no longer employ them against you." This was Naruto's way of reciprocating Luffy's gesture. After returning the frogs to Mount Myaboku, Naruto declared, "Luffy, I will now enter the Ninetales mode. When I utilize this form, my strength will significantly increase, so I hope you remain cautious." With that, Naruto began to absorb the chakra of the Ninetales. Soon, his body transformed, glowing a brilliant gold, flames flickering around him. Additionally, the shape of his pupils morphed into the vertical slits of the fox demon, granting him complete control over the Ninetales' power. In this moment, Naruto resembled a formidable demon god. Onlookers gasped at this spectacle. In the Inuyasha world, Sesomaru observed Naruto and mused, "Could it be that this Naruto, like me, is a demon? I am a dog demon, while this Naruto appears to be a fox demon." In the Naruto world, everyone was astonished by Naruto's transformation. Although many were aware that Naruto was the host of the Ninetales, it was their first time witnessing him merge with the beast and unleash the Ninetales mode. From a distance, they could sense Naruto's overwhelming presence, surpassing even the leaders of the various villages. Sakura could not contain her astonishment. Is this still Naruto? His aura is so powerful. From afar, The sheer oppressive force was palpable. Sasuke remarked, "Is this the Naruto of the future? It seems he has become incredibly strong." The most reflective among them was the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, who exclaimed, "Has Naruto truly achieved this? He has managed to control the Nine Tails and coexist peacefully with it." In the Marvel Universe, Iron Man pointed at the resplendent Naruto and exclaimed to Thor, "Behold, this is what a deity should resemble, radiating a brilliant golden glow. He appears as though he has descended from the heavens. And you? Aside from wielding a hammer, you seem rather ordinary. You cannot even emit light." Thor, undeterred, retorted, "What if I cannot emit light? I am still a god. Moreover, I am the son of the king of gods." As Naruto entered the Nine Tails mode, he extended his hand, manifesting a claw of chakra resembling that of a mythical fox, and aimed it at Luffy. The Nine Tails chakra hand is a physical embodiment of chakra, capable of direct attacks or enhancing other ninjutsu for mid-range assaults. This time, Naruto opted to directly strike Luffy with the chakra hand. Upon seeing the golden claw rushing toward him, Luffy swiftly dodged to the side. Suddenly, a resounding crash echoed as the chakra hand collided with a nearby boulder, shattering it into fragments. Realizing Luffy had evaded his attack, Naruto raised his index finger, upon which a pair of tiny hands appeared. These small hands quickly formed seals and soon conjured a miniature Rasengan. Naruto then hurled the mini Rasengan at Luffy. Chapter 54. Unleashing the third gear in the Nine Tails mode. Naruto launched a mini Rasengan towards Luffy. However, this was merely a feint. As the mini Rasengan was released, Naruto swiftly began forming seals, preparing his ultimate technique, the Tailed Beast Bomb. This is one of the most formidable techniques available to a perfect Jinchuriki, utilizing the Tailed Beast chakra in a ratio of 20-80, with destructive power capable of altering landscapes. As Naruto unleashed the Tailed Beast Bomb, it seemed as if a colossal tailed beast emerged. This beast, adorned with 9 tails and a vibrant orange-red hue, opened its mouth and expelled a dark sphere, the famed Tailed Beast Bomb. At that moment, as Luffy had just evaded the mini Rasengan, he was confronted with this ominous black sphere hurtling towards him at lightning speed. Realizing he had no time to escape, Luffy extended his 5 fingers, enveloping them in his Conqueror's Haki, and raised them like a shield. Almost simultaneously, the Tailed Beast Bomb struck Luffy's shield, resulting in a tremendous explosion that sent him flying, subsequently burying him beneath the debris. The onlookers gasped in shock. Had Luffy truly been obliterated? At that moment, many hearts in the pirate world felt a chilling dread. Not only are there members of the Straw Hat Pirates and Vice Admiral Garp present, but also the revolutionary leader, Dragon. It is essential to note that Dragon is the biological father of Luffy. Although Dragon appears indifferent to Luffy on the surface, he has been discreetly monitoring him. Now, witnessing Luffy being blasted away and subsequently buried alive, the concern of a father is palpable. Rising abruptly from his chair, Dragon paces anxiously within the room. Yet, despite his deep worry, he finds himself powerless, for Luffy is engaged in the celestial arena, a realm beyond their own, with only a projection of the event visible to them. Another individual, equally distressed by the sight of Luffy being buried, is none other than the Empress Boa Hancock. At this moment, Hancock has come to regard Luffy as her beloved. Observing her cherished one in such peril, she feels lightheaded and collapses into a chair. Her sister, noticing her distress, quickly reassures her, "Sister, there is no need to fret excessively. Luffy is a rubber man, remarkably resilient. Such injuries should not claim it." Hancock's eyes brighten at these words. Indeed, Luffy is extraordinary. He has consumed the gum-gum fruit. How could he possibly perish so easily? Just as Hancock contemplates this, the arena undergoes a transformation. With a thunderous crash, debris erupts several meters into the air, and a figure ascends from the rubble, landing gracefully on the ground. It is none other than Luffy himself. Supporting his straw hat with one hand, he slowly lifts his head and grins at Naruto, exclaiming, "Naruto, your last move was impressive. But now, I shall unleash my formidable technique." As he speaks, Luffy places his thumb in his mouth, biting down to inflate his body, causing him to grow in stature. In this manner, Luffy's destructive power becomes comparable to that of the giants. The onlookers are momentarily bewildered, questioning Luffy's peculiar behavior, akin to a child biting his own finger. Yet, in the next instant, their eyes widen in astonishment. Luffy's fist swells rapidly, akin to an inflating balloon, soon reaching the size of a cow. The sight is undeniably bizarre. While Luffy's physique remains unchanged, the disproportionate size of his fist creates an incongruous spectacle. With his enlarged fist, Luffy utters, "Third gear." Gum giant pistol. He then stretches his arm backward, gradually elongating it, and utilizing the recoil from the rubber's elasticity, he strikes fiercely towards Naruto, leaving him utterly astonished by Luffy's display. However, Naruto quickly regained his composure, concentrating his chakra in his feet before swiftly dodging to the side. In the next moment, a resounding crash echoed as the small hill behind him was obliterated by Luffy's punch. Observing Naruto's evasion, Luffy shouted, "Giant rubber rocket." He launched this attack toward Naruto with fervor. Realizing he could not evade in time, Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, placing his hands on the ground and exclaiming, "Earth Release, Earth Flow Rampart." This advanced ninjutsu, a defensive technique learned from Kakashi, involved channeling Earth Chakra into the ground to create a protection. As Naruto struck the earth, a formidable earthen barrier erupted, standing before him like a colossal shield. In the next heartbeat, Luffy's giant rubber rocket struck, shattering the earth wall into fragments. Yet, Naruto seized this brief delay to successfully evade to another location. The villagers of Konohagakure collectively sighed in relief, grateful that Naruto had narrowly escaped the attack. Meanwhile, the Straw Hat Pirates erupted in cheers, rallying for Luffy to defeat him. While dodging, Naruto contemplated his strategy. He understood that remaining passive would only worsen his predicament, and thus he resolved to counterattack and seize the initiative. With this determination, he unleashed his signature technique, the Sexy Jutsu. This was the first ninjutsu he had created in his youth, transforming into a stunningly beautiful naked woman to seduce his foes. Even the third Hokage had been unable to withstand the allure of this technique. It could be said that no ordinary man could resist its charm. However, the Sexy Jutsu also harbored a hidden tactic. When the opponent was momentarily captivated and unable to react, Naruto would strike, utilizing his prepared Rasengan to bring them down. As Naruto transformed into a blonde beauty, completely unclothed, onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. Thousands of people simultaneously rubbed their eyes, questioning whether they were hallucinating. Meanwhile, millions of lecherous men had their eyes gleaming with excitement, their breaths quickening. Chapter 55. Unconventional maneuvers. When Naruto executed the Sexy Jutsu, spectators from all realms were utterly astonished. Goodness, such a tactic exists. And I must admit, I like it. In the world of Naruto, the villagers of Konohagakure were left face-palming at Naruto's public display. Goodness, he has once again embarrassed himself in front of everyone. Sakura's face flushed crimson with embarrassment as she hurriedly covered her heated cheeks with her hands. Jiraiya, breathing heavily, fixated his gaze unwaveringly on the arena. The deceased Kushina, witnessing this scene, furiously addressed Minato, exclaiming, "Is this how Sarutobi taught our child? Look at what he has become." Minato, feeling somewhat awkward, replied, "Well, I'm not entirely sure." Kushina, filled with rage, declared, "I must confront that monkey. He owes me an explanation." In the world of pirates, everyone was momentarily taken aback. This was not the expected turn of events. Were they not supposed to be in battle? How could such an embarrassing spectacle unfold? Aboard the Going Merry, Sanji watched in shock as his cigarette fell to the ground with a soft thud. He then waved his hands exuberantly, shouting, "How beautiful!" Almost immediately, a torrent of blood erupted from his nostrils, shocking everyone present. Chopper cried out, "Sanji!" and rushed over to administer aid. In the Marvel Universe, Thor whistled at the sight, exclaiming, "Oh, this scene is utterly exhilarating. How did he achieve that?" "I am most curious," Iron Man remarked. "I too am quite intrigued. Is this some sort of illusion?" The Hulk, Banner, interjected. "Have you considered explaining this from a scientific perspective?" Thor dismissed Banner, asserting, "This has nothing to do with science. It pertains solely to men." Naruto, employing the technique of seduction, initially believed that Luffy would be entranced and would refrain from attacking a naked beauty. This would allow Naruto to seize the moment and launch his meticulously prepared Rasengan at Luffy. However, Luffy was completely unfazed. He harbored no interest in women at all. If Nami, clad so scantily, could prance before him without stirring any thoughts, then how could the stunning Boa Hancock, who was already smitten with him, fail to elicit a reaction? Luffy remained as unresponsive as a block of wood, utterly indifferent even to the naked beauty conjured by Naruto. Without a moment's hesitation, Luffy threw a punch at the naked beauty. Naruto, caught completely off guard by Luffy's reaction, was struck and sent flying far away. Now, it was the turn of those from the Naruto universe to worry. The villagers of Konoha felt their hearts leap into their throats, fearing for Naruto's safety. Especially Minato and Kushina, Naruto's parents, who were on the brink of despair. They yearned to rush forward and ascertain Naruto's condition, yet alas, they had perished. and the celestial arena was entirely beyond their realm. Consequently, no matter how fervently they wished, they were utterly powerless. Yichen observed this scene with remarkable composure, for he understood that Naruto might have sustained injuries from that strike. However, the power of the Nine Tails within Naruto would swiftly mend his wounds. He merely required a moment of respite to regain his fighting prowess. Luffy soon discerned that Naruto was not dead, but rather rapidly recuperating. Nevertheless, he refrained from seizing the opportunity to strike. After all, there was no profound enmity between Luffy and Naruto. They held mutual admiration for one another. Luffy's intent was solely to defeat Naruto, not to extinguish his life. Should he take advantage of this moment to eliminate Naruto, he would no longer be worthy of the name Luffy. Thus, he patiently awaited from the sidelines. The onlookers quickly recognized that Naruto was alive and healing at an impressive pace. Luffy's restraint, however, sparked controversy. In the pirate world, Blackbeard Teach exclaimed, "That boy Luffy," standing there feigning compassion instead of striking down Naruto. Does he not understand that mercy has no place on the battlefield? Such compassion can only lead to one. Whitebeard observed the unfolding events and remarked, "This lad Luffy is rather to my liking. Once I rescue Ace, I shall invite Luffy to join my crew." The Empress Boa Hancock, witnessing the scene, smiled radiantly, exclaiming, "Truly deserving of my admiration. He possesses such grace." In the Naruto world, Jiraiya noted Luffy's decision to refrain from attacking Naruto, instead granting him time to recuperate. He praised Luffy, saying, "This young man shares my sense of honor. I admire him. Should the opportunity arise, I shall teach him some of my most skilled ninjutsu." However, Danzo, lurking in the shadows, scoffed, "Humph. A soft-hearted individual like Luffy will surely struggle to achieve greatness. Those who aspire to accomplish great deeds must not be hindered by trifles." In the world of Bleach, Aizen regarded the scene with a measure of admiration for Luffy. Even though Aizen was a villain, he respected Luffy, for even the wicked must retain a certain dignity. To engage in wrongdoing while maintaining one's composure is Aizen's guiding principle. As for individuals from other worlds, their perspectives on Luffy's actions varied. Some believed Luffy acted rightly, while others deemed him weak-hearted, certain that such a person could never succeed. Regardless of their opinions, however, they had no bearing on Luffy, who remained tranquil and resolute on the arena. Eventually, he reclined upon a patch of grass and fell soundly asleep, eliciting yet another round of incredulous expressions from the onlookers. "Your heart is truly vast. After all, we are in the arena, on the battlefield. How can you simply fall asleep at will? Do you not possess even the slightest sense of urgency?" Amidst the tumultuous chatter of the crowd, Naruto's injuries gradually healed. As he opened his eyes, he noticed Luffy peacefully slumbering, and instead of launching an attack or causing a disturbance, he chose to sit quietly on a distant boulder, patiently awaiting Luffy's awakening. In that moment, the two did not resemble adversaries. Rather, they appeared as kindred spirits, recognizing each other's strength. After a considerable time, Luffy finally stretched and awoke. Upon sitting up and seeing Naruto, he broke into a wide grin and exclaimed, "My apologies. I dozed off just now." Naruto responded with a smile, "No worries. You've waited for me so long. It's only fair that I wait for you a little longer." Nodding in agreement, Luffy sprang to his feet and declared, "Since that's the case, let us continue our battle." Chapter 56, Sage of the Six Paths Mode. Now that Naruto's injuries had fully healed and Luffy had regained his stamina from a brief slumber, their fierce clash resumed. Naruto had come to realize that to swiftly overcome Luffy, he must unleash his most formidable state. Prolonging the battle would only be detrimental to him. Resolute in his decision, he brought his palms together, entering the Sage of the Six Paths mode. In this state, Naruto's chakra surged significantly, far surpassing that of the Nine Tails mode. Furthermore, upon entering Sage mode, his reflexes and sensory perception were greatly enhanced, and he acquired a unique ability, levitation. This power, derived from the Tsutsuki clan, was instinctively mastered by Naruto upon activating the Sage of the Six Paths mode. Once transformed, a radiant golden aura enveloped Naruto, and 9 black orbs materialized behind him, forming a circular arrangement. In the Naruto universe, the sealed Tsutsuki Kagaya observed this spectacle, her eyes widening in astonishment. "This little brat has entered the Sage of the Six Paths mode. I never expected to witness another wielding this power." The deceased Uchiha Madara, witnessing the scene, was equally taken aback, for his most potent form was the Sage of the Six Paths Madara, and Naruto's current state was already on par with it. The elite figures of the Naruto world understood the terrifying potential of Naruto in this mode. Yet, The onlookers from across myriad realms remained oblivious to the true implications of this transformation. They merely perceived a slight alteration in Naruto's form, perhaps an indication of increased strength. But the extent of that enhancement eluded their comprehension. With a nod towards Luffy, Naruto proclaimed, "Luffy, I have now entered the Sage of the Six Paths mode. The strength of this mode is truly formidable. I implore you to exercise caution." Upon finishing his words, Naruto floated in the air like a divine being, while the 9 black orbs behind him began to spin. These 9 black orbs are the truth-seeking balls, which embody the properties of yin, yang, and the 5 elements. They possess the capability to nullify the vast majority of ninjutsu. Though diminutive in size, their power is immense, capable of effortlessly obliterating an entire forest. Furthermore, they can transform into black staffs or rods, allowing for ranged assaults. As Naruto levitated in the air, 2 of the truth-seeking balls morphed into black rods, which he grasped, 1 in each hand. In that moment, Naruto exuded an aura of majesty and divinity, akin to a celestial deity. Observing this, Luffy, naturally, did not dare to slacken his efforts and swiftly unleashed his ultimate move, the Gum Gum Elephant Gun. He infused his arm with armament haki, causing it to turn black, and then launched himself towards Naruto. Witnessing this, Naruto executed a swift somersault in midair, bringing the black rods down forcefully upon Luffy's elephant gun, effectively neutralizing the attack. In the next instant, Naruto charged towards Luffy with lightning speed. Luffy hastily extended 5 fingers, enveloping them in armament haki, and fashioned them into a shield to defend himself. At this moment, Naruto was already upon him, extending a hand towards Luffy. Following Naruto's palm was a black truth-seeking ball. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, Naruto's hand and the black orb struck Luffy's shield. The shield, which Luffy had taken pride in, was instantly shattered. Subsequently, Naruto's palm reached for Luffy's, and with the overwhelming force of the truth-seeking ball, a mere flick sent Luffy sprawling to the ground, sliding forward. Naruto then halted, resting a black rod on his shoulder, and addressed Luffy. "How are you holding up? Ready to continue?" Luffy, lying on the ground and sliding forward until his head collided with a cliff, finally came to a stop. Fortunately, Naruto had not dealt a fatal blow, and as a rubber man, Luffy, despite enduring considerable damage, was not gravely injured. Upon hearing Naruto's inquiry, Luffy, enduring the pain, sprang back to his feet and replied with a grin, "Of course, we haven't determined a victor yet." Luffy shouted, "Gum Gum Fire Pistol." This move is a fusion of the Gum Gum Elephant Gun and the Gum Gum Fire Pistol, infused with advanced armament haki, capable of inflicting internal injuries upon the enemy. It ranks among the most powerful techniques in Gear 3rd. Luffy unleashed the Gum Gum Fire Pistol, charging towards Naruto like a thunderbolt. Along the way, trees and hills that stood in his path were effortlessly crushed. Then, with a thunderous impact, he struck at Naruto. The onlookers were rendered speechless at the sight of Luffy's punch. Despite the considerable distance, they could still feel the overwhelming might of that blow. In the world of Dragon Ball, Goku gazed at Luffy's punch and could not help but clench his fist, remarking, "I wonder if this punch can withstand my Kaioken." In the realm of Soul Reapers, Kenpachi Zaraki exclaimed with excitement, "This punch is quite intriguing. If I were to encounter Luffy, we might engage in a thrilling battle." Meanwhile, in the pirate world, Vice Admiral Garp expressed his delight, stating, "Indeed, he is the grandson of my Iron Fist. This punch can already be compared to my own." Hearing this, Admiral Sengoku cast a disapproving glance at Garp and quietly admonished him, "Old friend, why did you allow your grandson to become a pirate? The more formidable he becomes, the more detrimental it is for us." Sengoku then whispered to Garp, "You should persuade your grandson Luffy to abandon the darkness and join the Navy. Rest assured, I will not treat him unfairly. If he agrees, he can start as a rear admiral." Sengoku foresaw the formidable future that awaited Luffy and was reluctant to confront such a powerful pirate. Therefore, he sought to recruit Luffy through Garp, aiming to have him serve the Navy. Garp, thumping his chest, declared, "That's not a problem. I originally intended for him to join the Navy. I never expected him to be swayed by Shanks and turn into a pirate. Once he steps down from the arena, I shall grab him by the ear and take him straight to Navy headquarters." Unbeknownst to Luffy, his grandfather, Vice Admiral Garp, had already resolved to alter the course of his life. At that moment, Luffy unleashed his most potent move in Gear 3rd, the Gum Gum Fire Pistol, striking fiercely toward. Observing this, Naruto remained unfazed, fully aware of his strength in Sage of Six Paths mode. As the Gum Gum Fire Pistol approached, he propelled himself forward, raising the black rod in his hand to thrust directly at the Gum Gum Fire Pistol. Chapter 57, The Seeking Ball. Luffy executed his strongest attack in Gear 3rd. The Gum Gum Fire Pistol, forcefully directed at Naruto. Naruto leaped into the air, lifting the black rod in his hand and thrusting it towards the Gum Gum Fire Pistol. Luffy's eyes narrowed in surprise. He had not anticipated Naruto would use such a technique. However, he did not dwell on it too much. For his Gum Gum Fire Pistol was imbued with advanced Busashoka Haki, its hardness beyond imagination. But in the next moment, with a resounding thud, Naruto's black rod pierced through the Gum Gum Fire Pistol. Subsequently, to Luffy's astonishment, his Gum Gum Fire Pistol, or rather, his hand, was pinned firmly to the ground by the black rod. The onlookers erupted in commotion, unaware of the extraordinary hardness of the Gum Gum Fire Pistol enhanced with advanced Busashoka Haki. They merely beheld the rod immobilizing Luffy's hand. Nonetheless, they were left utterly astounded. In the world of Naruto, Sakura, witnessing the scene, inquired of Kakashi, "Kakashi-sensei, what is that black rod? It looks quite formidable." Kakashi pondered briefly before replying, "That is a transformation of the Sage of Six Paths Chakra." He refrained from elaborating further, for such matters were beyond Sakura's comprehension at her current level. Even the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, had only heard whispers of such legendary powers. Meanwhile, the deceased Uchiha Obito observed with a grave expression, muttering to himself, "How is it possible for that young Naruto to wield Six Paths techniques? Truly perplexing." In the world of pirates, the members of the Straw Hat crew watched in a mix of anger and concern as Luffy's hand was pinned to the ground by the black rod, feeling utterly helpless. At that moment, Luffy, whose hand was restrained, erupted with energy, shouting, "Giant rubber whip." Suddenly, his legs expanded and elongated, resembling a colossal whip. He swung his elongated leg with ferocity towards Naruto. Naruto deftly leaned back, skillfully evading the attack. Immediately, he extracted his pinned hand from the black rod. Subsequently, Luffy infused his arm with haki, directing air into the cavity created by the rod. To the astonishment of the onlookers, Luffy's physique transformed dramatically. His muscles bulged, particularly in his arms, which appeared robust and darkened. Although his legs also turned black, they did not enlarge, creating a striking contrast with his massive upper body. At this juncture, Luffy struggled to maintain his balance, but utilized the elasticity of rubber to bounce and maneuver dynamically. In this state, Luffy exuded an intimidating presence that left many in disbelief. In the pirate world, Nami was the first to exclaim, "Luffy, what has happened to him? It's utterly terrifying." Chopper and Usopp, their eyes wide with excitement, enthusiastically waved their arms, exclaiming, "This is incredible. Look at his muscles. Wow, Luffy looks so cool." Observing Chopper and Usopp, Nico Robin could only shake her head, remarking, "These two are something else." Sanji, who had just regained consciousness, surveyed Luffy while smoking a cigarette, pondering. Could it be that Luffy has further developed his abilities with the Gum Gum fruit? Zoro, leaning against the deck, commented, "I recall Luffy mentioning he used Gear 3rd back then. What he's employing now is clearly different. If I'm not mistaken, this must be Luffy's newly developed Gear 4th. Shanks, with his crimson hair, gazed at Luffy's transformed black arm and mused to himself, "Such mastery of haki seems remarkably advanced. It must be a superior form of armament haki, rivaling my own." At this moment, Luffy had already unleashed his 4th gear. Clenching his black fist, he drew it close to his body before bellowing toward Naruto, "Gum Gum Monkey King Gun." With that resounding shout, Luffy propelled his fist forward with astonishing speed, striking forcefully toward Naruto. Observing this, Naruto, wielding the black staff of the Six Paths, prepared to counter. Suddenly, a wave of inexplicable dizziness washed over Naruto's mind, causing his suspended form to nearly topple. Luffy, witnessing this, could not help but grin. For while executing the Gum Gum Monkey King Gun, he had simultaneously unleashed a formidable Conqueror's Haki upon Naruto. Conqueror's Haki is typically utilized to incapacitate lesser foes, rendering them unconscious in an instant. However, Luffy's form of Conqueror's Haki transcended the ordinary. It was a superior variant. When he directed this advanced Conqueror's Haki at Naruto, the latter felt an overwhelming wave of vertigo. Yet, due to Naruto's immense strength, although momentarily dazed, it was but a fleeting sensation. Nonetheless, in the realm of skilled combat, even a mere instant can determine the outcome of a battle. Seizing the opportunity while Naruto was momentarily disoriented by the advanced Conqueror's Haki, the Gum Gum Monkey King Gun drew near. In that instant, the 9 black orbs of the Six Paths, which had been positioned behind Naruto, swiftly moved to the front, forming a protective barrier. Almost simultaneously, the Gum Gum Monkey King gun collided with the protective sphere of the Six Paths. The orbs merely quivered, while Luffy's attack was repelled. Taken aback, Luffy stumbled back several paces in disbelief, exclaiming, "These black orbs are astonishingly resilient." It is worth noting that Luffy's Gum Gum Monkey King gun was imbued with advanced Conqueror's Haki, rendering it nearly indomitable. However, when it encountered those black orbs, it failed to breach their defenses. Spectators were left speculating about the nature of these enigmatic spheres. In the world of Naruto, the masked figure Tobi, known as Obito Uchiha, scoffed and muttered to himself, "Those are the Six Paths orbs. You dare to waste their potential." Subsequently, Obito cast a disdainful glance toward the Akatsuki's direction and remarked, "And you, Nagato, have the audacity to transform the Six Paths orbs into mere black staffs to manipulate those six puppets. Do you comprehend the true power of the Six Paths orbs? Your actions are nothing short of sacrilege." However, Naruto remained oblivious to Obito's tirade. At this moment, Naruto found himself engulfed in the exhilaration of mastering the use of the Sage Stone. It was his inaugural experience utilizing the Sage Stone for defensive purposes. Chapter 58. Rubber Great Snake Gun. As Naruto began to grasp the proper application of the Sage Stone, his strength began to multiply exponentially. Luffy, witnessing his Rubber King gun being thwarted by Naruto, remained undeterred. After a moment of contemplation, Luffy swiftly unleashed his next move, the Rubber Great Snake Fist. With a powerful punch, Luffy's arm elongated instantaneously, striking towards Naruto. Naruto maintained the Sage Stone as a shield, employing it for defense. As anticipated, Luffy's Rubber Great Snake Fist collided with the Sage Stone, yet failed to penetrate its protective barrier. However, Luffy's technique was not so simplistic. His Rubber Great Snake Fist possessed the ability to curve. To Naruto's astonishment, he observed Luffy's attack maneuvering around the Sage Stone's defense, curving towards his flank. Fortunately, the Sage Stones were attuned to Naruto's will. Instantly, 5 black Sage Stones surged forth, transforming into a dark hand that firmly grasped Luffy's Rubber Great Snake Fist. Luffy attempted to retract his fist, yet the black hand created by the Sage Stones held him fast, preventing any retreat. Luffy pulled his legs into his body and shouted, "Rubber Rhino Grenade Cannon." His legs then shot forward with force, akin to a cannonball directed at Naruto. Fearing that Luffy's legs might curve around the Sage Stone's defense to strike him, Naruto relinquished his grip on Luffy's fist. However, Naruto was not one to let Luffy off so easily. He floated into the air, dashing toward Luffy with lightning speed, delivering a punch aimed at Luffy's abdomen. The onlookers anticipated that Luffy would swiftly evade or defend himself with his arms. To their surprise, Luffy met the blow with his belly. In the next moment, Naruto's fist impacted Luffy's abdomen, causing it to cave inward. Seeing this, Naruto's spirit soared, believing that this punch would severely injure Luffy. Yet, he soon heard Luffy exclaim, "Rubber Cannon!" Suddenly, Luffy's previously caved-in stomach inflated dramatically, propelling Naruto backward. This scene was undeniably comical, prompting laughter from many onlookers. In the world of Naruto, Lee, the disciple of Guy, chuckled, "I always thought Naruto was the sole inventor of peculiar techniques. Who would have thought that Luffy is cut from the same cloth? Displaying such eccentricity. Haha, this is simply too amusing." Amidst Lee's laughter, Naruto, propelled through the air, found himself once again suspended in the sky. Naruto swiftly formed hand seals, employing the technique of multiple shadow clones, conjuring a staggering 1,000 clones in a single instance. These clones hovered in the air, densely packed like a swarm of locusts, evoking a sense of dread at a mere glance. It appeared that Naruto intended to employ a strategy of overwhelming force. With a resounding shout, he commanded, "Shuriken from all directions." Instantly, all 1,000 shadow clones, along with Naruto himself, hurled shurikens towards Luffy in a coordinated assault. Though this shuriken technique was merely a basic ninjutsu, it was the sheer volume that transformed it into a formidable assault. As 1,001 individuals unleashed 1,001 shurikens, the sky became filled with a relentless barrage, akin to a swarm of bees buzzing ominously towards Luffy. Many onlookers instinctively envisioned themselves in Luffy's predicament, experiencing a wave of despair, for the number of shurikens was overwhelming, virtually insurmountable. In the world of pirates, Zoro contemplated a similar scenario. He mused that if he were in Luffy's position, he could employ his 9-sword style to deflect the incoming shurikens. Yet, given the sheer multitude of projectiles, he could not be certain of his ability to fend them all off. Some might inevitably slip through, potentially Even Obito Uchiha entertained such thoughts, admitting that even he could not guarantee his defense against 1,001 shurikens, as these were not ordinary weapons, but enhanced by the 6 paths, both in speed and power, reaching a level of formidable prowess. Luffy, witnessing this chaotic scene, was momentarily dazzled. However, he quickly unleashed the Rubber King Kong gun, a version of the rubber machine gun in its 4th gear. Compared to the rubber machine gun, its power surged as Luffy executed this technique. Countless fists appeared in the sky, striking the 1,001 shurikens in a cacophony of impact. The crowd erupted in astonishment. Could it be that Luffy was akin to a 1,000-armed cannon? How could he manifest 1,001 fists? Indeed, those who ascended to the heavenly arena were all extraordinary in their own right. In the pirate world, Admiral Kazuru, witnessing the spectacle, exclaimed with a sly grin, "Oh my! How terrifying! 1,001 fists." Akainu, unfazed, scoffed, "It's merely the result of rapid punches creating illusions." Meanwhile, in the Dragon Ball universe, Goku remarked, "Just flowery punches. What good are more fists? With a single Kaioken punch, I would obliterate them all." Kenpachi Zaraki, brimming with excitement, chimed in, "Look at how lively they are. My hands are itching with anticipation, yearning for an exhilarating clash." Amidst the cacophony of various discussions, Luffy unleashed his rubbery King Kong gun, clashing fiercely with Naruto's 1,001 shurikens. In a flurry of chaotic sounds, the myriad shurikens were swiftly knocked to the ground by Luffy's relentless assault. This exemplifies the formidable power of Luffy's 4th gear. Though it may appear unremarkable at first glance, its potency is truly terrifying. However, Naruto seemed to be well prepared. As Luffy deflected the onslaught of shurikens, Naruto was already hastily forming a Rasengan. This time, the sphere he created was known as the spiral pulling ball. This technique possesses immense suction, allowing chakra hands to draw the opponent closer, providing Naruto the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Naruto first conjured a launch from which several chakra hands emerged. Seizing the moment when Luffy had just knocked down the shurikens and was momentarily unguarded, these chakra hands swiftly grasped Luffy and retracted back. In that instant, Naruto was ready, having already condensed another Rasengan in his hand. Upon witnessing Luffy being pulled in by the chakra hands, Naruto struck decisively with the Rasengan aimed at Luffy's chest. Chapter 59, Spiral Pulling Ball. Naruto unleashed the spiral pulling ball, utilizing the chakra hands extending from the Rasengan to draw Luffy closer. Meanwhile, he had already gathered a Rasengan, directing it towards Luffy's form. The impact sent Luffy crashing into the ground with tremendous force. Naruto pinned Luffy down and once again began to condense a Rasengan to strike at the fallen pirate. The onlookers were filled with tension. Who claims Luffy is merely a rubber man, immune to the majority of physical attacks? However, the Rasengan conjured by Naruto in Sage of 6 Paths mode is no ordinary technique. Its power is astonishing. If he continued to bombard Luffy with Rasengan, even the rubber man would ultimately succumb. The first to recognize this truth was Shanks the Red-Haired, for the gum-gum fruit originally belonged to him. It had been devoured by the gluttonous young Luffy. This knowledge made Shanks acutely aware of the implications. And as he observed Naruto repeatedly conjuring Rasengan after Rasengan aimed at Luffy, his concern for the young pirate grew. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates shared similar worries. The pessimistic Usopp clutched his head and exclaimed, I cannot bear to watch any longer. I'm terrified of witnessing Luffy's demise." Zoro interjected, "What are you all afraid of? Luffy is a rubber man. He can withstand any physical attack." Though Zoro attempted to reassure the others, a hint of uncertainty lingered within him. After all, Naruto's prowess was evident. If he continued unleashing the Rasengan, Luffy might indeed struggle to withstand it. Nami, clenching her fists, shouted fervently, "Luffy, you idiot! Get up! Have you forgotten that you are the captain of the Going Merry? You still need to lead us into the new world." It seemed her cries reached Luffy, who, momentarily dazed from the blows, regained his composure. Once alert, Luffy immediately wrapped his arms around Naruto, his limbs coiling around him like rubber bands. His legs mirrored the action, ensnaring Naruto completely, rendering him unable to move. This unexpected maneuver left many in awe, their jaws dropping in astonishment. Such tactics were indeed audacious. Despite possessing strength comparable to that of an admiral, he resorted to such unscrupulous methods. Silver's Rayleigh, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but smile, remarking, "This lad is I hope to engage with him further if we meet again." In the Hidden Leaf Village, the onlookers were filled with indignation. Battles should be fought honorably. There was no place for such rogue strategies. Yet, In the next moment, their complaints ceased as they witnessed Naruto's 1,000 shadow clones encircling Luffy. Launching a flurry of punches and kicks, the clones refrained from using Rasengan or shurikens, fearing they might inadvertently harm the original Naruto. Instead, they resorted to the tactics of street thugs, assaulting Luffy with mere fists and feet, hoping to compel him to release Naruto. The villagers could only sigh in resignation. Alas, Naruto, too, lacks martial ethics. But then again, both of these fellows are peculiar. We have no grounds to criticize others. For Luffy, a formidable rubber man, the ordinary blows felt no more than a mere tickle, causing him no harm whatsoever. In fact, each strike seemed to invigorate him further. With a broad grin, Luffy exclaimed, "Naruto, let me show you my gum big mouth." As he spoke, he began to inhale, his mouth expanding in volume, his head swelling to the size of a shark's. Then, with a wide-open mouth, he lunged towards Naruto, ready to engulf him whole. Naruto's eyes widened in alarm. However, his limbs were bound by rubber, leaving him unable to defend or counterattack. Thankfully, Naruto's reflexes were swift. He immediately recalled the 9 chakra balls behind him. With a flicker of thought, one of the orbs flew forth, positioning itself before Luffy's gaping maw. Luffy, with a swift gulp, swallowed the sacred jewel. Almost immediately, the jewel began to expand within his mouth. Sensing its growth, Luffy hastily attempted to bite down, but to no avail. He quickly enveloped his teeth with armament haki, transforming them to a deep black, and viciously sank them into the jewel. With a sharp crack, one of Luffy's teeth shattered, yet astonishingly, the sacred jewel was also crushed. This spectacle nearly sent Naruto into a state of shock. "Brother, you can actually bite through the sacred jewel. What material are your teeth made of?" Not only Naruto, but even Uchiha Obito was taken aback. Only those of Uchiha Madara's caliber, possessing the 6 paths power, understood the true terror of the sacred jewel. Yet, here was Luffy, shattering it. This fellow was indeed an anomaly. Uchiha Obito, witnessing the event, shook his head with a sigh, his focus distinct from the others. He fixated on the broken sacred jewel. What a waste of the sacred jewel, he lamented. Obito's perspective stemmed from the fact that once anyone entered the 6 paths mode, they would possess 9 sacred jewels. These 9 jewels remained constant, and using one meant one less. Naruto's recent loss of a jewel implied he would only have 8 left for future use, which Obito deemed an extravagant waste. In the pirate world, Nami watched this scene unfold, unable to bear it. "Luffy, how could you invent such a grotesque technique, and to use it in front of beings from all realms?" The Empress, Boa Hancock, also felt a flush of embarrassment. "Luffy, that move is truly revolting. How can you even swallow it?" After losing a tooth, Luffy instinctively reached up to touch his mouth. Seizing the opportunity, Naruto commanded his shadow clones. Several clones rushed forward, grabbing Luffy's hair and yanking his head back. Meanwhile, another group began to peel away Luffy's rubber limbs that were entangled around Naruto. Luffy resisted fiercely, leading to a chaotic scene. The third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, observed and couldn't help but rub his forehead in exasperation. What was supposed to be a battle among masters had devolved into a street brawl, reminiscent of ruffians fighting. This spectacle was utterly painful to behold. Ultimately, with the combined effort of over 100 shadow clones, they tugged at Luffy's hair and forcibly pulled him away from Naruto. Chapter 60, God of the Ninja World. Senju Hashirama having finally escaped Luffy's grasp, Naruto swiftly ascended into the air, distancing himself from Luffy. Catching his breath, he immediately devised a new strategy. Naruto issued commands to his shadow clones, and in an instant, 1,000 clones sprang into action. Each clone unleashed the sage art, Super Otama Rasengan, launching a simultaneous assault on Luffy. Naruto had previously used this technique against the Nine Tails, successfully subduing. This technique proved to be exceptionally effective. In a heartbeat, 1,000 Narutos, whether sprinting or hovering in midair, wielded the sage art, Super Otama Rasengan, converging their power towards Luffy. Seeing this, Luffy transformed into his Snake Man form, exclaiming, "Rubber Black Mamba." This move paralleled the Rubber King Kong gun but possessed far greater potency. As Luffy executed the Rubber Black Mamba, his fists rained down like a barrage of cannonballs upon the shadow clones. One by one, the clones were struck by the Rubber Black Mamba and vanished into thin air. However, more clones surged towards Luffy like moths drawn to a flame, with Naruto's true form amidst them. At this moment, bolstered by Kurama, Naruto gathered all the natural energy from the Earth's surface, transforming into a fearsome 3-headed, 6-armed figure. Combined with his chakra, he manifested two colossal yin-yang release Raizen Shurikens, their power rivaling Sasuke's Ender's Arrow. This was Naruto's ultimate move, the Six Paths Super Otama Raizen Shuriken. In this state, Naruto appeared truly terrifying. Not only assuming the form of 3 heads and 6 arms, but also bearing a visage reminiscent of Kurama. With a black yin release Raizen Shuriken in his left hand and a golden yang release Raizen Shuriken in his right, he blended among the numerous shadow clones and struck towards Luffy with astonishing speed. Meanwhile, Luffy, in his Snake Man form, was strenuously defending against the shadow clones. Unaware that Naruto's true self had breached his defenses, transformed into a 3-headed, 6-armed figure, and was launching his most powerful strike. In the next moment, the Yang release and Yin release Raizen Shurikens collided with Luffy. Spectators witnessed a brilliant explosion of golden light that completely engulfed Luffy's form. After unleashing this devastating attack, Naruto was utterly exhausted and could no longer maintain the shadow clones, which promptly dissipated. He then floated in midair, quietly observing the fading golden explosion. The onlookers from all realms held their breath in trepidation, and only when the golden light completely vanished did they glimpse Luffy. The members of the Straw Hat Pirates erupted in cries of despair. Chopper, overwhelmed with emotion, wept as he called out, "Luffy!" Meanwhile, at Marineford, Vice Admiral Garp sprang from his seat, overturning his table, and stormed outside, shouting, "If anything happens to my grandson, I will show you the true might of my iron fist, Garp." The commander of the warring states hurriedly restrained Admiral Garp, who was on the verge of madness, and said, "Garp, have you lost your mind? I understand that Luffy is your grandson, and seeing him in such a state must be heartbreaking for you. However, there is a possibility that Luffy is not dead." Upon hearing these words, Garp finally regained his composure. In the prison of Impel Down, Ace knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. He had already prepared himself for execution, knowing that he would surely die. Yet, Ace never expected that his brother Luffy would perish before. Ichin, responsible for the arena, stepped forward. He was convinced that Luffy, being a rubber man, could not so easily succumb to death. He might simply be gravely injured and unconscious. Nonetheless, the outcome of this battle had been determined. Ichin's ethereal form emerged to announce, "The victor of this match is Naruto Uzumaki." However, Luffy performed exceptionally well and is eligible to participate in the resurrection match, which will allow him to re-enter the finals. As Ichin spoke, he gently waved his hand, and a surge of system power enveloped Luffy. This was, in fact, a form of energy restoration. Before long, Luffy opened his eyes and began to recover gradually. Once Naruto and Luffy descended from the arena, Ichin proclaimed, "Thus far, the Celestial Arena has conducted 6 matches, and the victors are Ultraman Tiga, Whitebeard, Kakashi, Godzilla, Sasuke Uchiha, and Naruto Uzumaki. These 6 will advance directly to the finals to compete for the Ultimate Championship. The 6 who were defeated need not despair, for you still have a chance. You can participate in the resurrection match to re-enter the finals and contend for the title." According to tradition, with this match concluded, it was time to select contestants for the next battle. Ichin then pressed the selection button. The red light darted around rapidly, eventually settling on a particular individual's avatar. Upon closer inspection, Ichin was astonished to find that the selected contestant was Hashirama Senju. The name Hashirama Senju took him by surprise, for he was no ordinary individual. He was the leader of the Senju clan, one of the founders of Konohagakure, the first Hokage of the Hidden Leaf Village in the Land of Fire, and the reincarnation of Azura, the son of the Sage of 6 Paths, revered in the ninja world as the god of shinobi. Most alarmingly, Hashirama had long since passed away. One could say he was a mere specter. Could the system truly summon the deceased to battle? As Ichin anticipated, the announcement of Hashirama's name caused chaos among the ranks of the Hokage. While other worlds may be unaware of who Hashirama Senju is, in the world of Naruto, he was known by all. In the world of Naruto, everyone is aware that Senju Hashirama is the god of shinobi, despite having passed away long ago. The notion that a deceased individual could ascend to the celestial arena is utterly confounding to the inhabitants of this realm. Even Hashirama himself, upon discovering that he has become a participant in the celestial arena, is taken aback. Shortly thereafter, the voice of Ichin resonates in his mind. "Senju Hashirama, are you prepared? Can you step into the celestial arena?" Hashirama hesitates for a moment before responding, "But I'm already dead." Ichin, now fully convinced of the omnipotence of his system, reassures him, "You need not worry about that. Simply step into the arena, and you will experience a brief revival. Furthermore, If you rank highly in the finals, you shall be rewarded with complete resurrection. As Hashirama's figure materializes in the celestial arena, the entire world of Naruto erupts in astonishment. How could a deceased person come to be here? The one most profoundly affected by Hashirama's appearance is Uchiha Madara, who exclaims in a moment of emotional upheaval, "Hashirama. Is it possible that he is not truly dead? How can this be?" It is worth noting that Madara and Hashirama shared a complex relationship in life. Entwined as both friends and foes, akin to the bond between Naruto and Sasuke, yet their fate diverged from the latter's more favorable conclusion. After a brief moment, Madara regains his composure and calmly deduces, "Hashirama must be dead. That is an undeniable fact. However, it is plausible that he has been resurrected through a technique akin to impure world reincarnation, which explains his presence in the celestial arena." Upon witnessing Hashirama, Tsunade initially stands in stunned silence before joyfully exclaiming, "Grandfather! Grandfather! It's me." As Hashirama's granddaughter, Tsunade shares a deep bond with him, and the sight of her resurrected grandfather overwhelms her with emotion. In that moment, she resembles a young girl, tears streaming down her face as she desperately calls out, yearning to rush to the arena and embrace Hashirama. Fortunately, Jiraiya, who has been observing Tsunade closely, quickly intervenes, saying, "Tsunade, calm down. You must remain composed. The celestial arena is not part of our world. You cannot reach it." Gradually, Tsunade regains her composure, realizing, indeed, the celestial arena exists in a different dimension. What we see is merely a projection. Even if I wish to see my grandfather, it is impossible to ascend. Tsunade quickly came to terms with her feelings. In this lifetime, simply being able to see her grandfather again brought her immense satisfaction, even if it was from a distance. The individuals from other realms displayed little reaction upon witnessing Hashirama Senju. They merely regarded him with a sense of indifference. Clad in the iron forehead protector of the Leaf Village and adorned in a white Hokage cloak over a red ninja outfit, Hashirama appeared to exude. Observers could not help but think, he is merely an ordinary ninja, devoid of any extraordinary traits. Their curiosity was not piqued by why Hashirama had ascended to the stage. Rather, they were eager to discover who his opponent would be and what kind of battle would ensue. This was also a significant concern for all of Konoha Village, as Hashirama represented their pride, and every villager fervently hoped for his victory in the arena. However, after witnessing numerous matches, they understood the reality of the situation. This was not the arena of the Naruto world, but rather a stage that encompassed myriad realms. Even someone as formidable as Hashirama, revered as the god of shinobi and nearly invincible within his own universe, could potentially face adversaries far stronger from the diverse worlds. Should Hashirama be defeated, it would undoubtedly deal a substantial blow to both the Naruto universe and Konoha Village. Thus, the villagers could only pray fervently that Hashirama's opponent would not be overwhelmingly powerful and that he would return victorious. As Ichin observed Hashirama ascend the stage, he wasted no time and immediately began selecting an opponent for him. All eyes turned toward the small red dot that rapidly danced across countless faces. Suddenly, the red dot came to a halt, drawing the attention of everyone present. It rested upon a particular visage, and the name displayed was Byakuya Kachiki. In the world of Bleach, Byakuya was attending a noble gathering when someone pointed to the sky and exclaimed, "Byakuya, look, you've been chosen by the celestial arena." Startled, Byakuya glanced upwards and indeed saw his name. As he processed this shocking revelation, he heard Ichin's voice resonate within his mind. "Byakuya, congratulations on being selected for the celestial arena as a contestant. Are you ready?" Having watched numerous matches, Byakuya had garnered some understanding of the rules. After a moment of hesitation, he nodded and replied, "I am ready. I can step onto the stage." As soon as Byakuya uttered these words, his form vanished from his original spot, only to reappear on the celestial arena. Upon seeing Byakuya, Hashirama recognized him as his opponent and focused intently. Byakuya, strikingly handsome with flowing hair and light purple eyes, donned the prestigious hair ornaments exclusive to the nobility, signifying his status as he stood poised for the impending battle. Around his neck, he wore a scarf named Silver White Windflower Sand, and he was adorned in a deathly attire, complemented by white fingerless gloves. His entire demeanor exuded an air of nobility. Senja Hashirama smiled at Byakuya Kachiki, saying, "Greetings. I am Senja Hashirama from the village hidden in the leaves." Byakuya Kachiki coldly nodded in acknowledgement, replying, "I am Byakuya Kachiki from the Soul Society." With this exchange of names, they were poised to engage in battle. However, Both remained still, neither willing to make the first move. Byakuya's pride as a noble prevented him from initiating the attack, while Hashirama, known for his gentle nature and aversion to conflict, preferred a defensive approach and similarly refrained from striking first. Thus, they stood in silent confrontation for several minutes. The spectators from myriad realms could no longer contain their impatience, shouting, "Fight! Hurry and fight! What are you two doing just standing there, staring at each other?" Hashirama also felt the weight of the moment. After all, they were in an arena meant for combat. Therefore, he declared, "Byakuya Kachiki. If you are unwilling to make the first move, then allow me to initiate." As he spoke, Hashirama clasped his hands into a fist and brought them to his mouth, exclaiming, "Would release secret technique, birth of the world of trees." This was a ninjutsu that Hashirama activated using his chakra as the source of life. It enabled the rapid growth of multiple trees from the earth, creating an instant forest as if they were uprooted. Every offensive and defensive action within this forest was under Hashirama's control. At that moment, Hashirama's Kekii Jinkai manifested, marking one of his most formidable techniques. As he invoked the wood release, massive trees began to rise before and behind Byakuya, animatedly swinging their enormous branches like whips aimed at their target. Byakuya employed Shunpa, vanishing like a specter and reappearing before Hashirama, drawing his Zanpakuto to strike. Chapter 62. Shirkai Byakuya swiftly maneuvered behind Hashirama, his blade flashing like lightning as he aimed for Hashirama's throat. This series of movements flowed seamlessly, almost imperceptibly fast. The crowd then beheld the shock etched upon Hashirama's face. In the next heartbeat, he grasped his throat, blood gushing forth to stain his fingers, trickling between them. Amidst the astonished gazes of the onlookers, Hashirama clutched his body gradually collapsing to the ground, lifeless. Meanwhile, Byakuya stood with his back to Hashirama, his long hair and robes billowing in the gentle breeze, exuding an ethereal grace. The spectators from myriad realms were left in disbelief. Was Senju Hashirama truly so feeble? Even if he could not best Uchiha Byakuya, one would expect him to withstand an attack for at least a moment. How could he fall victim to a single strike? This was utterly humiliating. Upon witnessing her grandfather's demise, Tsunade let out a heart-wrenching cry and attempted to rush forward, only to be restrained by Jiraiya and others. The third Hokage, Sarutobi, reassured her, stating, "Tsunade, do not despair. Lord Senju, as the deity of the ninja world, possesses myriad techniques. How could he possibly be so easily vanquished? There must be some hidden truth behind this." Heeding the third Hokage's words, the crowd focused their gaze on the celestial arena. There, lying on the ground, Senju Hashirama's visage began to alter, gradually transforming into a wooden sculpture that bore an uncanny resemblance to him. Tsunade exhaled in relief, realizing that her grandfather had merely employed a wood-release clone. Suddenly, someone in the crowd excitedly pointed and exclaimed, "Look! Lord Senju is over there." Turning to look, they spotted Senju Hashirama perched atop a towering tree, quietly observing Uchiha Byakuya. Naturally, Byakuya sensed this as well. Just as he turned his body, the trees surrounding him began to stir. Countless branches lunged at him like spectral claws. In the Soul Society, Kachiki Rukia watched this scene with trepidation. As Byakuya's sister, she could not remain indifferent to his peril. In the world of pirates, Shiki the Golden Lion remarked upon witnessing Hashirama's would-release secret technique. Is it possible that Senju Hashirama has consumed the Moku Moku no Mi? How else could he manipulate trees? Many others in the pirate realm shared similar thoughts, instinctively attributing such extraordinary abilities to devil fruits. Byakuya, employing his Shunpa, swiftly vacated his original position, only to have the ground beneath him erupt violently as a colossal tree emerged, extending numerous branches toward him. Before he could regain his footing, his hands and feet were ensnared by the branches. Rukia gasped in horror, "Brother?" Meanwhile, Kenpachi Zaraki expressed his dissatisfaction. This Uchiha Byakuya is utterly incompetent. What a disgrace to the Soul Society. Choosing him was a mistake. I would have fared better. The denizens of Konohagakure, witnessing the spectacle, were filled with elation. For Senju Hashirama was their emblem. Should he emerge victorious, their spirits would soar. In the pirate world, the Gorosei observed the battle on the arena with grave expressions. One of the 5 Elder Stars, wielding a blade, remarked, "This Yukitake Shiro and Senju Hashirama are remarkably powerful. Their presence evokes a palpable sense of impending doom." Another elder interjected, "This is a testament to the notion that there are realms beyond our own and individuals beyond our comprehension. The world teems with formidable beings." Just as the onlookers believed that Yukate's Shiro had been ensnared, a voice suddenly cried out, "Look! Yukate's Shiro has vanished." Upon closer inspection, they realized that the branches merely clutched the fabric of Yukate's attire. In the Soul Society, Captain Yamamoto observed the scene and murmured to himself, "Is Yukate employing the elusive technique, the Shiken no Senkage?" Captain Yamamoto possessed a fair understanding of Yukate. Knowing that this maneuver was a skill he had learned in his youth from Shien Yuruchi, it bore a resemblance to the concept of shedding one's skin. When faced with an enemy's strike, he could swiftly vacate his position, leaving behind only his clothing, misleading the adversary into believing they had struck true. With this realization, Captain Yamamoto lifted his gaze, scanning the arena for Yukate. In no time, he discerned Yukate perched upon a massive boulder. At that moment, Shinju Hashirama also sensed something amiss and pondered in astonishment. Could this Yukate also wield ninjutsu? After all, the body substitute technique employed by Hashirama was strikingly similar to Yukate's current display. However, given that the earlier move, the Shinju no SH-10, had been deftly evaded by Yukate, it was time to proceed with the next technique. Hashirama swiftly gestured, launching a colossal shuriken forward. This immense shuriken soared into the heavens, subsequently multiplying into thousands of smaller shuriken that rained down upon Yukate. This was Hashirama's auxiliary ninjutsu, the shuriken shadow clone technique. Yukate remained motionless, yet he addressed Hashirama with respect, stating, "You are indeed formidable. You have earned the right for me to unleash the shuriken of my Zanpakuto." As he spoke, Yukate drew forth his Zanpakuto, Senbenzakura. He raised Senbenzakura and declared, "Scatter, Senbenzakura." With the invocation of his shuriken, the blade emitted a sound akin to the disintegration of petals, transforming into a myriad of delicate pink cherry blossoms that danced and fluttered in the air. In truth, Senbenzakura's blade had fragmented into countless razor-sharp shards, capable of slicing through adversaries from all directions. In the pirate world, Nami beheld this spectacle and exclaimed, "Oh, how exquisite! It resembles a shower of cherry blossoms." The scene was indeed breathtaking, with petals swirling in the air and Yukate standing amidst the cascade. Many women shared Nami's sentiment, finding the tableau remarkably romantic. Yet, unbeknownst to them, amidst this pink romance lay a concealed peril. In the Soul Society, Shien Yuruchi observed the unfolding drama and remarked, "Is Yukate about to utilize his shuriken? How astonishingly swift! It appears that the adversary is formidable." In the Marvel Universe, Thor, while indulging in a drink, remarked, "Fighting with such fussiness, and even calling for a rain of cherry blossoms. He resembles a woman." In the world of Naruto, Deidara observed this scene and could not help but exclaim, "This is art, the art of battle." Chapter 63, the god of the ninja world and the captain of death Byakuya Kachiki perceived Shinju Hashirama as a potent opponent, worthy of unsheathing his Zanpakuto, Senbenzakura, and employing its shuriken. In an instant, the shuriken of Senbenzakura appeared both exquisite and romantic, yet concealed within it was a lethal intent. Upon activation, the blade of Senbenzakura disintegrated into countless, almost invisible shards, slicing towards Shinju Hashirama from all directions. Hashirama immediately sensed the impending danger and utilized a substitution technique, swiftly retreating to a safe distance. Nevertheless, his body was still lacerated by numerous shards. However, this was of little consequence to Hashirama, for his physique was brimming with vitality, allowing him to heal from injuries without the need for hand seals. This is precisely why many sought to transplant Hashirama's cells. They were astonishingly powerful. Upon glancing up, Hashirama noticed that Byakuya's Zanpakuto had disintegrated, leaving him weaponless, thus recognizing an opportunity. With a mere thought, Hashirama summoned the wood release, Shinju, to launch another assault on Byakuya. In an instant, trees from all directions extended their branches to attack him. Byakuya leaped into the air, attempting to evade the onslaught of trees. Yet, the tallest trees extended countless branches that intertwined in the air, forming a web that thwarted Byakuya's escape. Meanwhile, the branches of the surrounding trees began to entwine, creating nets that ensnared him from all sides. At that moment, Byakuya found himself ensnared by the web of trees, akin to a fierce beast trapped in a cage. In the Soul Society, Rukia Kachiki, witnessing this, became increasingly anxious. As Byakuya's sister, she understood him well and was aware that his defensive capabilities would diminish upon activating his Zanpakuto shuriken. At this perilous moment, with Hashirama launching an attack, Byakuya found himself in a precarious situation. However, Rukia could only watch helplessly. Byakuya, clearly cognizant of his vulnerability, scanned his surroundings warily. Suddenly, a tree behind him revealed the visage of Senju Hashirama. In the next moment, Hashirama emerged from within the tree, his form now enveloped in a blue. The inhabitants of the myriad realms were utterly bewildered by the unfolding events, with even the majority of those from the Naruto world unable to comprehend the situation. However, Tsunade was acutely aware of what was transpiring. Her grandfather, Hashirama Senju, was about to unleash his legendary might. Hashirama's strength was renowned, as he possessed the remarkable ability to precisely manipulate chakra, channeling it throughout his body to envelop himself in a resplendent blue-violet aura. Subsequently, he could unleash a formidable gust of air that could effortlessly shatter walls. Tsunade inherited her grandfather's incredible strength, yet it paled in comparison to Hashirama's prowess. As Rukia Kachiki witnessed Hashirama emerge from the trees, she gasped, covering her mouth in alarm. "Brother, be careful," seemingly responding to Rukia's cry. Byakuya Kachiki turned sharply to face Hashirama. At that moment, Hashirama harnessed his extraordinary power and struck with a powerful punch aimed directly at Byakuya. In an instant, a fierce current of air surged forward, accompanied by a ripping sound, rushing towards Byakuya. Amidst the gasps of astonishment from the crowd, Byakuya remained composed and declared, "Bakudo no." 81. Danku. As he invoked Danku, a wall of golden flames materialized, effectively blocking the powerful air blast unleashed by Hashirama. In that fleeting moment, an explosive wave of energy enveloped both combatants, marking the collision of two immense forces. As the energies gradually dissipated, Byakuya and Hashirama re-emerged, shrouded in flames. Hashirama nodded at Byakuya, acknowledging him as a formidable opponent. "You remind me of someone, a friend, and also a rival," he remarked. Upon hearing Hashirama's words, Madara Uchiha experienced a surge of emotions. He was well aware that the friend and rival Hashirama referred to as none other than himself. Madara chuckled heartily. "Hashirama, I never imagined you would remember me. I wonder if we shall ever meet again. If we do, I shall ensure you experience the true might of the six paths." Byakuya, upon hearing Hashirama's compliment, responded, "You are indeed powerful. Were you in the Soul Society, you might even serve as a captain." This remark incited ire among the inhabitants of the Naruto world, who felt that Byakuya was belittling Hashirama. What? To suggest our god of shinobi be relegated to a mere captain? How audacious! Conversely, those from the Soul Society perceived Byakuya's statement as an elevation of Hashirama's status, recognizing that the captains of the Godai, 13 numbered only 13, representing the elite combat strength of the Soul Society. The prowess of each captain was formidable, and Byakuya's assertion that Hashirama possessed the strength of a captain stirred discontent among many of the captains present. As Kuramaki Byakuya conversed with Senju Hashirama, he executed a swift shuinpa, appearing before Hashirama in a flash. The suddenness of this event, coupled with Byakuya's remarkable speed, left the onlookers momentarily stunned. As if the very air had shifted, and Byakuya was already confronting Hashirama. Raising his index finger, he softly uttered the words, "Break the way, number 1, surge." No sooner had Byakuya's words left his lips than a surge of energy erupted from his fingertip, striking Hashirama squarely in the chest. In an instant, it pierced through him, leaving a gaping hole where his heart once resided. This unexpected turn of events elicited gasps of shock from the crowd, particularly from the villagers of Konoha, who cried out in alarm, "Lord Senju! Lord Senju!" In the world of One Punch Man, the elite heroes of the Hero Association watched this unfold. The Class S Hero Metal Bat remarked, "Senju Hashirama has been pierced. He may not survive this." To which Class S Hero Mumen Rider responded, "Perhaps he still can. Although he may lose a significant portion of his combat prowess, his best course of action now would be to concede and exit the arena." However, Class S Hero Genos countered, "I beg to differ. Just watch." Pointing towards the celestial arena, Genos drew attention to Hashirama, who, despite the large hole in his chest, appeared remarkably composed. The onlookers then witnessed an astonishing sight. The gaping wound on Hashirama's chest began to mend at an observable. Chapter 64. Would release. Would clone technique. The assembly from myriad realms gasped in astonishment as they witnessed Hashirama's body, previously pierced, rapidly regenerating before their eyes. This extraordinary display of power was nothing short of breathtaking. With such an ability, it seemed as though Senju Hashirama could never truly perish. In the world of One Piece, Akainu observed this scene with a contemplative expression, noting, This Senju Hashirama must have consumed a devil fruit. He likely elementalized his body upon akin to my magma fruit. Thus, his wounds heal with remarkable speed. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Hashirama swiftly restored his injury and then turned his gaze toward Kuramaki Byakuya. Byakuya, taken aback, had not anticipated the sheer strength of Hashirama's regenerative capabilities. Raising his head, Hashirama offered Byakuya a slight smile, gently proclaiming, "Would release, would clone technique." With that, a colossal wooden figure emerged, a manifestation of Hashirama's mastery of advanced. By channeling chakra into the trees, he facilitated their rapid growth, resulting in the emergence of a gigantic wooden warrior. The size and combat prowess of this wooden giant rivaled that of a complete Susanoo, excelling particularly in physical combat, making full use of its immense stature. The head of the wooden giant can indeed fit into the space between the pillars, rendering it remarkably resilient in defense. This formidable technique is made possible through the genes of Senju Hashirama and his immense chakra. When this colossal wooden figure emerged, it astonished everyone present. My goodness, where did this giant come from? How did it appear so suddenly? In the world of pirates, the long-nosed Usopp was taken aback, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Usopp exclaimed, "Oh, my heavens, this is a giant. I've heard tales of the giant clan. Could it be that this Senju Hashirama can summon giants to battle?" Luffy interjected, "What giant clan? This is made of wood, not flesh. I want to eat meat." In the realm of the Soul Reapers, Toshiro Hitsugaya remarked, "Senju Hashirama is quite special. He seems to manipulate trees for combat. He must possess a unique technique." Soifin nodded in agreement, stating, "Indeed. It appears that Byakuya has encountered a formidable opponent today." As the enormous wooden figure opened its eyes with a fierce roar, it charged towards Byakuya Kachiki. In response, Byakuya drew his Zanpakuto and leaped into action, slicing at the giant's outstretched hand. With a sharp crack, the wooden hand was severed. Yet, in the next moment, a new hand sprouted from the stump, raising a fist to strike down at Byakuya. With a swift step, Byakuya evaded to the side. Almost simultaneously, the giant's massive fist crashed down where he had just stood, creating a significant crater in the ground. After dodging the attack, Byakuya refrained from countering the wooden giant, knowing full well that it was merely a manipulated combat tool. Destroying it would not harm Senju Hashirama in the slightest. Thus, Byakuya utilized his Shuinpa to appear right before Senju Hashirama, softly chanting, "The thunderous chariot, the seam of the spinning wheel. After despair, light gathers and divides into 6. Binding art number 61, 6 rods prison of light." This was Byakuya's signature Kido, capable of ensnaring his opponent with 6 beams of light. As Byakuya executed this technique, 6 luminous shards appeared, trapping Senju Hashirama within. This unexpected maneuver caught Hashirama off guard, leaving him unable to evade and ensnared by the 6 rods prison of light. However, Hashirama remained composed. As a god of the ninja world, he had faced countless battles and witnessed all manner of grand spectacles. Thus, he did not hasten to break free from the prison. Instead, he commanded the wooden giant to attack Byakuya. Following Hashirama's instructions, the wooden figure roared and swung a massive hand down towards Byakuya. As Kai Raku Shunsui deftly evaded the attack of the wooden figure, he immediately unleashed his spell. The 33rd of the Way of Destruction, Serii no Sh10. He softly intoned, "O Sovereign, the mask of flesh and blood, myriad phenomena, take flight with wings. Crowned in the name of humanity, truth and moderation, unaware of the wall of drunken dreams, merely stand upon it." 33rd of the Way of Destruction, Serii no Sh10. With his gentle incantation, a crimson glow emanated from his fingertips, launching a devastating explosion from his palm towards the wooden figure. This was a pale blue energy, rushing forth with a swiftness that left no time for evasion. The wooden figure, sensing the imminent peril, instinctively grasped a massive stone to shield itself. The ensuing explosion shattered the stone into fragments, and even the wooden figure's form was torn asunder, reduced by half. Observing this, Senju Hashirama swiftly formed hand seals and murmured, "Would release, all-encompassing bag technique." This was a unique ninjutsu of Senju Hashirama, which channeled chakra into the ground, conjuring countless wooden hands that could be manipulated at will. As he employed this technique, the earth erupted with grasping hands, akin to demonic claws, seizing Kai Raku Shunsui's feet. Startled, Kai Raku Shunsui raised his Zanpakuto and struck downwards. The sound of 2 crisp cracks echoed as the wooden hands grasping his feet were severed by the sharp blade. Having freed himself, he swiftly activated Shoinpa. teleporting a dozen meters away. Yet, as soon as his feet touched the ground, more clawed hands emerged from below, lunging towards him. With no choice but to react, Kairaku Shunsui swung his Zampakuto again, obliterating the grasping claws. Retreating while fending off the relentless assault, he inadvertently found himself against the cliff face, using it as a shield. However, to his astonishment, countless wooden hands reached out from the cliff, seizing his arms and ankles, binding him firmly against the rock. This transpired in an instant, so rapid that many spectators could scarcely comprehend the scene. As realization dawned, gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers, particularly from Rukia Kachiki, who gasped and covered her mouth, almost rushing to rescue her brother Kairaku Shunsui if not for the restraint of others. Seeing this, Wabasuk shook his head and remarked, Kairaku Shunsui has been exceedingly careless. Yet, those hands emerging from the ground are indeed insidious. And Chapter 65. The Bankai of the Zampakuto while Senju Hashirama's would release. All-encompassing bag technique is undeniably powerful. Its might is not without limitations. The true strength of this technique lies in its elusive nature, rendering it nearly impossible to anticipate. As long as one stands upon the ground, there is no assurance of safety beneath one's feet. Beneath the surface, countless hands may emerge at any moment, seizing control over you. As the hands ensnared the decaying wood, the giant wooden figure, whose body had been blasted in half, tore two massive trees from the ground to serve as its legs. Thus, the colossal wooden being rose once more. Its eyes glowed with an eerie azure light, and it wielded a sharpened tree trunk as if it were a gigantic spear, striding purposefully towards the decaying wood. Clearly, this giant intended to impale the decaying wood upon the cliffside. Witnessing this scene, the denizens of myriad realms felt a surge of tension. Yet, some remained indifferent, resorting to jest. In the Marvel Universe, Thor remarked to Dr. Banner, "Look, Banner, that enormous wooden figure resembles your transformed green giant, Hulk." Dr. Banner shrugged, replying, "Not in the slightest. My Hulk is green, while this giant is not. Besides, Hulk is far more handsome than this fellow." Black Widow interjected, "You two should cease your banter. Are you not aware that decaying wood is on—" Thor retorted, "What concern is it of ours? Though, I do feel a measure of sympathy for decaying wood." In the world of death, Ulquiorra, one of the Espada, chuckled. "Surely, this decaying wood will not perish so easily. I had hoped to slay him myself one day." Grimjow, also of the Espada, reassured, "Fear not. This brat will not meet his end so swiftly. You will have ample opportunity to kill him in the future." Then, the onlookers beheld the enormous wooden figure charging forth with its spear, abruptly halting to hurl the weapon at decaying wood, struggling against his bindings. Decaying wood attempted to break free, but found himself unable. Thus, he began to chant, "Child of heaven, iron-forged walls, dragon's stride, lion's roar, tiger's howl, wolf's rush. Severing heaven and earth before their collapse, binding art number 81. Break the void." As the incantation flowed from his lips, a vast defensive wall materialized, akin to a shield, intercepting the oncoming spear. However, the ordeal was not yet over. Though the spear was thwarted, the giant wooden figure continued its relentless advance. Should he remain bound, decaying wood could not evade the giant's assault. Seizing the moment of the void's barrier, he commenced his Kido. Decaying wood softly intoned, "Destruction art number 1. Strike." Before the words had fully escaped him, a faint shockwave emanated from his fingertips, striking the wooden hand that clutched his wrist. The wooden appendage promptly shattered in response. A hand of Yukatake J-Sho was instantly liberated. Consequently, he unsheathed his Zampakuto, severing all the wooden hands that grasped his body, thus freeing himself entirely. Almost simultaneously, a colossal wooden figure charged towards him, delivering a vicious punch aimed directly at Yukatake. He leaped into the air, raising his Zampakuto and struck at the giant's shoulder. With a sharp crack, the entire shoulder of the gigantic wooden being was cleaved off. After injuring the creature, Yukatake executed a backflip, landing several meters away. As he touched down, trees surrounding him began to topple in unison, seemingly intent on crushing him. A grove of bamboo on the hillside rose, soaring skyward like rockets. Subsequently, these dense bamboo stalks rained down upon him like a barrage of spears, aiming directly for Yukatake. This exemplified the terrifying nature of Senju Hashirama's would release. His control over such forces was akin to that of a deity, which is why he is revered as the god of shinobi. Faced with the onslaught from all directions, Yukatake unsheathed his Zampakuto and initiated his Bankai. He raised his Zampakuto, Senbenzakura, and softly uttered the incantation to activate his Bankai, Scatter, Senbenzakura Kageyoshi. As he invoked his Bankai, he relaxed his grip. allowing the Zanpakuto to fall from his hand and plunge into the ground, vanishing into ripples. Simultaneously, from the ripples on either side, an enormous number of blades emerged, numbering in the thousands. Those colossal blades then danced and scattered, achieving a quantity that reached tens of thousands. Under Yukate's command, these blades reduced the surrounding trees and the descending bamboo to mere splinters. The giant wooden figure, too, was utterly dismantled by the collective assault of innumerable blades. This technique is one of the forms of his Bankai, named Kanketsu Senbenzakura Kageyoshi, witnessing the flurry of blades. Onlookers could not help but exclaim in awe, "What a magnificent spectacle! Such a multitude of blades!" In the Soul Society, Kenpachi Zaraki observed the scene and muttered to himself, "Yukatake sure, is this your Bankai? It appears rather intriguing. I am increasingly eager to engage you in battle. I await your return." Over the years, one of Kenpachi Zaraki's most desired opponents had been Yukatake. To provoke him into combat, Kenpachi had repeatedly instigated Yukatake. Unfortunately, Yukatake, maintaining his noble demeanor, had consistently ignored Kenpachi's provocations. Thus, for all these years, the two had been denied the opportunity to fight, which was a lamentable circumstance for the battle-hungry Kenpachi. However, witnessing Yukate's Bankai today was a small consolation. In the world of Naruto, the inhabitants of Konoha village were oblivious to the concept of Bankai, yet they could discern that the newly transformed Byakuya Kachiki was extraordinarily powerful, surpassing his previous strength by more than a mere fold. Consequently, the villagers found themselves unwittingly concerned for Senju Hashirama. This anxiety was particularly palpable in his granddaughter, Tsunade, who was visibly tense, her eyes fixated on the celestial arena, fearing for her grandfather's safety. In contrast, the world of pirates appeared far more relaxed. Upon witnessing the myriad blades in the air, Luffy's eyes sparkled with excitement as he exclaimed, "Wow, how impressive! So many blades! I definitely couldn't withstand that." Sanji, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth, retorted, "Of course you couldn't. You're a rubber man. Those countless blades could slice you into thin shreds of rubber." Chapter 66. The arrival of the flowering tree realm at last. Byakuya Kachiki unleashed the full potential of his Zanpakuto. Transformed, he exhibited overwhelming strength, effortlessly neutralizing Hashirama's assault with a single move. Yet, Hashirama remained unfazed. Having weathered countless storms, such trivial setbacks could not rattle his composure. Raising his middle and index fingers, Hashirama brought them together, clenching the remaining fingers into a fist. He then commenced his illusionary technique, the dark walking technique. This was a high-level genjutsu capable of inducing vivid hallucinations and extinguishing all light within the darkness conjured by Hashirama. Only he could perceive the hidden truths and act upon them. As Hashirama executed this technique, Byakuya was instantly engulfed in darkness, rendering him unable to see anything. It felt as if the entire world had succumbed to an endless void. Alarmed, Byakuya thought to himself, "This is bad," for he realized he had fallen victim to Hashirama's illusion. While he was aware of the existence of such jutsu, he lacked the means to dispel it, helplessly witnessing the encroaching darkness. Fortunately, this genjutsu affected only his sight. His other senses, hearing, smell, remained intact, allowing him to discern direction and the presence of his opponent. In this disorienting darkness, Byakuya could not see Hashirama, yet Hashirama could clearly observe every movement Byakuya made. Watching Byakuya fumbling in the shadows, Hashirama smiled slightly and promptly invoked another of his ninjutsu, the wood release, wood dragon technique. This, too, was among the wood-based techniques Hashirama excelled in. Capable of transmitting chakra to the seeds of trees, summoning a colossal dragon. Originally devised to combat the Ninetales, this technique could also be employed against human foes. As Hashirama activated this jutsu, the surrounding flora began to stir, awakening with a life of its own. In a moment of heightened vigilance, Kachiki Byakuya tightly. Suddenly, a colossal wooden dragon roared into existence behind him, its gaping maw poised to strike. Ensnared by an illusion, Kachiki Byakuya could not perceive the dragon's presence, yet he could hear the rush of wind it created. Instinctively, he spun around, swinging his blade in a desperate attempt to counter. However, the dragon deftly retreated, evading the arc of his sword and lurking in the shadows. At that moment, Kachiki Byakuya was akin to a blind man, relying solely on his ears to discern the enemy's position. The wooden dragon, sensing his vulnerability, deliberately flicked its tail, causing the foliage to rustle with a faint sound. Mistaking this for the enemy's emergence, Kachiki Byakuya swiftly raised his Zanpakuto and leaped, striking towards the source of the noise, thus falling into the dragon's trap. In that fleeting instant of his leap, the dragon coiled around him like a serpent, ensnaring him in a firm embrace. With a triumphant lift of its head, the dragon revealed its gaping maw, aiming to bite down upon Kachiki Byakuya's head. Sensing the impending danger, he swiftly raised the hand that had not been ensnared and invoked his Kido. He summoned the fourth spell of destruction, Byakurai. A bolt of lightning erupted from his fingertips, striking the dragon's head with blinding speed. The sound of an explosive crack echoed as the dragon's skull shattered, causing it to vanish, and Kachiki Byakuya plummeted to the ground. Observing this, Senju Hashirama shook his head, murmuring to himself, "My opponent possesses formidable strength. It appears I must enter Sage Mode." Upon uttering these words, he began to weave hand signs with remarkable speed. Senju Hashirama's Sage Mode harnessed natural energy to create Senjutsu Chakra, significantly amplifying the potency of his ninjutsu, taijutsu, and genjutsu. As he activated Sage Mode, the 6 pillars of light that controlled his body came crashing down. With this newfound power, Senju Hashirama unleashed an array of techniques with enhanced might. He swiftly formed hand signs, softly declaring, "Would release, Flowering Tree World." This technique, accessible only to those of his caliber, was the most formidable among wood techniques. It allowed him to channel his chakra as nourishment, causing dormant trees beneath the earth to grow rapidly and granting him the ability to manipulate them at will. Once invoked, the towering branches would erupt from the ground, cleaving through mountains and penetrating rock, enveloping the entire terrain. Moreover, blossoms would bloom upon the trees, producing toxic pollen that would render anyone who inhaled it unconscious from paralysis. As the illustrious Senju Hashirama performed his technique, countless branches suddenly erupted from the ground, adorned with immense blossoms. These flowers, while still mere pointed buds, exhibited signs of impending bloom in their vibrant red hue. The onlookers, however, remained largely indifferent, having grown accustomed to Hashirama's repeated displays of botanical mastery. Their focus had shifted entirely to the figure of Yoruichi Shoin. The spectators observed Yoruichi moving cautiously, akin to a blind man, each step taken with acute attentiveness to the sounds surrounding him. This peculiar behavior sparked curiosity among the crowd. What could be the matter with him? Could it be that his vision had failed him? Unbeknownst to them, Yoruichi had fallen victim to Hashirama's illusion, rendering him blind to the world, engulfed in darkness. This particular illusion affected only Yoruichi, while the viewers from various realms remained unaffected, perceiving all that transpired with clarity. In the realm of the Soul Society, Rukia Kachiki gazed at Yoruichi's predicament with concern, exclaiming, "What has happened to him? He appears to be navigating through darkness, as if he cannot see." Meanwhile, the thoughtful Hitsugaya Tushuru remarked, "It seems we can see, yet Yoruichi perceives nothing at all. Could he be ensnared by some form of illusion?" In the world of pirates, Luffy, devouring a large piece of meat, exclaimed, "What's going on? Why is that Uncle Hashirama conjuring so many flowers? Aren't we supposed to be in a battle? It feels like we've wandered into a garden." In the Hidden Leaf Village, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but chuckle at the unfolding scene. Laughing, he declared, "Haha, the wood release, Flowering Tree Realm has descended. Once these buds bloom, they shall release toxins into the air. At that point, Yoruichi will surely find himself in dire straits." Chapter 67. The True Techniques of Sage Art. Senju's Thousand Hands. Senju Hashirama employed the illusion technique, Dark Path, plunging Yoruichi into a realm of obscurity, rendering him unable to see anything. Subsequently, Hashirama activated the wood release, Flowering Tree Realm. Being ensnared by the illusion, Yoruichi was oblivious to Hashirama's actions. However, he could hear the peculiar sounds of trees sprouting from the earth. He anticipated an attack or binding similar to before, yet these trees paid him no mind. Rather, they continued to flourish, swiftly developing into vibrant buds. As time elapsed, the petals of these buds began to unfurl gradually. Finally, under the watchful gaze of countless eyes from all realms, the buds blossomed completely. In that moment of blooming, their enchanting beauty left the spectators utterly spellbound. Those endowed with the Sharingan or unique ocular powers can perceive an ebony mist swirling around the moment of flower blooms, dispersing into the surrounding air. Such individuals instinctively realize that the vibrant blossoms may harbor toxins, releasing poisonous gas into the atmosphere. However, Yukite J sure remains ensnared by an illusion that obscures his vision. Nevertheless, his sense of smell remains unclouded. Soon, he detects a faint floral fragrance. It resembles that of orchids, albeit with an unsettling peculiarity. Upon inhaling the aroma, a wave of dizziness washes over him. At that moment, he senses something amiss. Indeed, the flower poses a threat. Swiftly, Yukitake covers his mouth and nose with a handkerchief, holding his breath. He understands that such a state cannot endure for long, as it is impossible to refrain from breathing indefinitely. Thus, he must act with urgency to shatter this perilous situation. Without hesitation, Yukitake unsheathes his Zanpakuto, Senbonzakura. This time, he employs his ultimate technique, the secret art, Thousand Cherry Blossoms. Instantly, an innumerable array of blades erupts forth, cleaving the blooming flowers and trees into fragments. Yet, this is but a fraction of the onslaught. Many more blades surge directly towards Senju Hashirama. Aware of Yukitake's formidable power post-Bankai, Hashirama remains vigilant. He promptly forms hand seals. Invoking his ultimate defensive technique, would release Great Wall Technique. This remarkable ability conjures a formidable shield, resembling a demon's visage, to protect against enemy strikes. As Hashirama executes this maneuver, a colossal demonic shield materializes, standing resolute before him. The blades unleashed by Yukitake's Bankai rain down upon this despite being riddled with countless wounds, remain steadfast, shielding Hashirama from the assault. The tempest of blades persists for several minutes before finally subsiding. The demonic shield, having reached its breaking point, crashes to the ground, shattering into innumerable shards. As the shield collapses, it reveals Hashirama, unscathed and standing calmly. At this juncture, Yukitake remains sightless. Yet he discerns through sound that Hashirama still lives. The current predicament is decidedly unfavorable for Yukitake. Deprived of sight, he is at a stark disadvantage. While Hashirama can observe Yukitake's every move, poised to strike at any moment. Thus, this situation demands an immediate reversal. Yukitake once more raises Senbonzakura. And as he loosens his grip, it plummets to the ground, vanishing into the earth. Subsequently, countless blades emerged, arranged in a precise formation, creating a space that enveloped the decaying White Zai and Senju Hashirama. This was the Jiajing Qianben Sakura Jingshin. The space delineated by the blades of Jiajing Qianben Sakura Jingshin was conjured by White Zai himself. Thus, any destruction from the external environment and attempts to manipulate White Zai's abilities were rendered futile. In other words, within this realm, the illusions and dark arts wielded by Senju Hashirama had no effect on White Zai. Once again, White Zai was illuminated, able to perceive Senju Hashirama. Observing his surroundings, Hashirama inquired, "Is this space of your creation? It seems that my illusions are ineffective against you here. In that case, I am left with no choice but to employ my final move." As Hashirama spoke, he swiftly formed seals with his hands, and then uttered a few words. Sage art would release true number of 1,000 hands. This sage technique was the most formidable would release ninjutsu, one that only the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama, could master. In an instant, Hashirama entered sage mode, his hands clasped together, summoning a colossal statue of cannon, adorned with countless massive arms. This statue would unleash thousands of gigantic fists to strike and crush its foes, embodying a terrifying level of power. The moment Senju Hashirama summoned the 1,000-handed cannon, all beings across the myriad realms were left in awe. For surrounding this immense statue were innumerable gigantic arms, evoking a sensation that sent shivers down one's spine. In the world of pirates, Admiral Carp, while savoring rice crackers, turned to Fleet Admiral Sengoku and remarked, "Sengoku, did you see that? This Senju Hashirama has summoned the 1,000-handed cannon. And with your devil fruit powers, you can conjure a great Buddha. One has a 1,000-handed cannon, and the other a great Buddha. If the opportunity arises, I believe you two could engage in a friendly spar." Upon hearing this, Sengoku's eyes gleamed with sharpness behind his glasses. He fixed his gaze on Carp and said, "Carp, your grandson Luffy." Understanding Sengoku's implication, Carp quickly offered him a rice cracker, chuckling, "Old friend, I was merely jesting. No need to take it seriously." Also shaken by the appearance of the 1,000-handed cannon was one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Lin Lin, known as Big Mom. As she indulged in desserts while observing the celestial arena, the moment she witnessed the cannon's emergence, she was so astonished that she choked on the sweet treat she was eating. Finally regaining her breath, Big Mom pressed a hand to her chest and exclaimed, "You nearly scared me to death. This Senju Hashirama is truly formidable. Is this the caliber of the powerful beings from other worlds?" The inhabitants of the Naruto universe were equally struck with awe, for aside from Uchiha Madara, no one had witnessed Senju Hashirama wield such sage. As the colossal thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara manifested, an inexplicable tremor coursed through the hearts of all present. Chapter 68. Hyuka Senbenzakura, Hyuka Senbenzakura. The decaying wood, White's Eye, invoked the Hyuka Senbenzakura, creating a space encircled by blades. Within this realm, the illusions cast by Senju Hashirama proved utterly ineffective. Consequently, Senju Hashirama unleashed his most formidable ninjutsu. The sage art would release true thousand hands. This technique represented the pinnacle of wood release upon its execution. A gigantic thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara emerged. The figure sat serenely in a lotus position, palms pressed together, surrounded by an overwhelming multitude of enormous arms that sent shivers down one's spine. Upon the appearance of the Avalokiteshvara, Senju Hashirama warned White's Eye, "Exercise caution. I am about to commence." No sooner had Hashirama's words left his lips than the countless fists of the Avalokiteshvara rained down upon White's Eye like a tempest. Witnessing this spectacle, onlookers were gripped by an apocalyptic sensation, for one solitary individual stood dwarfed by the vastness of the thousand-armed Avalokiteshvara, resembling an insignificant insect. Though White's Eye was immensely proud, he was not devoid of wisdom. He sensed the overwhelming power of this technique and understood that he must summon all his strength to counter it. Thus, he promptly invoked another of his Bankai techniques, Hyuka Senbenzakura. This formidable Bankai maneuver could encircle the myriad blades of Senbenzakura into a spherical formation, enveloping the enemy and delivering a relentless onslaught from every conceivable angle. The sphere formed by Hyuka Senbenzakura was even larger than the Hueco Mundo, generating powerful winds upon striking, showcasing its ferocity. As White's Eye executed this technique, a torrential rain of cherry blossoms began to cascade from the heavens, creating an enchanting sight. However, these were not genuine cherry blossoms. They were, in fact, the blades of Senbenzakura. These densely packed blades coalesced into a colossal sphere, encircling both Senju Hashirama and White's Eye. Subsequently, the myriad cherry blossom blades initiated a relentless assault on Senju Hashirama from every angle. The enormous Avalokiteshvara also swung its multitude of in a swift turn of events. Many blades were sent flying by the Avalokiteshvara's strikes, while several of its own arms were severed by the onslaught. At this juncture, the Avalokiteshvara found itself at a disadvantage but managed to maintain its composure. Observing this, White's Eye gestured in the air, summoning countless Senbenzakura blades to coalesce into a massive sword aimed directly at Senju Hashirama. Throughout the fray, Hashirama remained vigilant, directing the Avalokiteshvara in battle while keeping a watchful eye on White's Eye. As the latter launched his assault with the colossal, Hashirama swiftly formed hand seals with both hands and uttered the incantation, summoning Fivefold Rebirth Gate. This is the most formidable defensive technique of Hashirama Senju. When Hashirama executed this move, 5 colossal, grim-faced iron gates abruptly emerged from the ground. These 5 gates stood resolutely before him, shielding him from all attacks. In an instant, the massive blade formed from 1,000 cherry blossoms struck the first layer of the 5 layers of the Rebirth Gate with an overwhelming force. A thunderous explosion resounded as the first gate shattered. Although the might of the enormous sword was considerably diminished, it relentlessly pierced through the second gate. At this juncture, the blade had already sustained a significant gash, yet it pressed forward undeterred. Subsequently, the third and fourth gates fell victim to its relentless assault, while the blade became increasingly marred with fractures. Ultimately, the now weakened sword lunged toward the 5th gate. With another resounding explosion, the 5th gate was obliterated into fragments, and the colossal sword vanished into thin air. The demise of this sword created an opening in the encircling mass of cherry blossoms, allowing Hashirama to command, concentrating hundreds of fists to strike at the breach. A thunderous sound erupted as the cherry blossom sphere was breached, enabling Hashirama and the Senju cannon to escape. This battle was nothing short of breathtaking, leaving spectators across countless realms trembling with fear. In the world of pirates, Whitebeard expressed a sense of dread, remarking that it was fortunate his opponent was Pain and not Hashirama. Otherwise, the situation could have been far worse. In a mysterious location within the pirate world, the elusive Lord M, who never reveals his true visage, commented on the formidable power displayed, admitting that had he encountered Hashirama Senju and Byakuya Kachiki, he would not have been confident in overcoming them. Such extraordinary beings, how were they even conceived? Meanwhile, the captains of the Soul Society had long since shed their initial sense of ease. Indeed, while Byakuya Kichiki was not the strongest among them, his prowess undoubtedly ranked within the top 5. Even when employing Bankai, he was unable to vanquish Hashirama, a testament to the latter's extraordinary strength. Not long ago, the captains had scoffed at the ninjas and pirates, dismissing their prowess as trivial, believing their Zanpakuto could eliminate these warriors without even resorting to their shuriken. However, the captains have since relinquished their haughty disdain, recognizing that the experts from the worlds of pirates and ninjas are not to be underestimated and can indeed engage them in battle. The most astonished were the inhabitants of the ninja world, for to them, Hashirama Senju was nothing less than a deity, the god of ninjas, an invincible entity. However, the fierce battle between Senju Hashirama and Ukitake Shiraya yielded no advantage for either side, prompting the inhabitants of the Naruto world, particularly those in Konohagakure, to re-evaluate their understanding of the world beyond the Hokage. It became evident that there existed numerous formidable warriors in other realms, each comparable to the deities of the ninja world. Even Uchiha Madara began to ponder the implications of this revelation. At this juncture, Madara had ascended to the state of Six Paths Madara, possessing the capability to vanquish Senju Hashirama. In the context of the Naruto world, he was virtually invincible. Yet, outside of this realm, one could only speculate on his standing. As the spectators were lost in their contemplations, the two combatants resumed their fierce clash. Senju Hashirama uttered a few words with quiet determination, Buddha of the Summit. This was the pinnacle of his sage art would release, True Thousand Hands. By invoking this technique, Hashirama could manipulate the true Thousand Hands, concentrating all his might into a single blow aimed at his opponent. The force generated could unleash 1,000 instances of retribution, with each strike capable of obliterating mountains and meteors, an unimaginable display of power. Without hesitation, Hashirama unleashed this devastating move against Ukitake Shiraya. The battle escalated to a fever pitch as Hashirama employed his most potent ninjutsu, sage art would release, True Thousand Hands, Buddha of the Summit. In an instant, the divine figure of the thousand-handed cannon concentrated all its strength into a single fist, delivering a lethal blow to Ukitake Shiraya. Not to be outdone, Ukitake Shiraya invoked his ultimate technique, the final form of the Thousand Cherry Blossoms sword. This represented the zenith of Shiraya's abilities, channeling the petals of the Thousand Cherry Blossoms, along with his spiritual energy, into his Zanpakuto, radiating a brilliant white light that resembled outstretched wings. When employing this technique, Shiraya could soar through the air and deliver a decisive strike to his adversary with astonishing might. Amidst the astonishment of countless spectators from various realms, Ukitake Shiraya began to sprint forward, leaping into the air, raising his Thousand Cherry Blossoms to strike at the thousand-handed cannon. In response, Hashirama executed the Buddha of the Summit with all his might, directing a powerful punch towards the onlookers could only witness a clash of brilliant white light against a dark azure glow, the white light representing Ukitake Shiraya and the azure representing Hashirama's Buddha of the Summit. At that moment, the hearts of the spectators raced with anticipation, for they understood that this was the decisive blow that would ultimately determine the victor of the battle. In the Naruto world, Tsunade watched with bated breath, her voice trembling as she inquired, "Will Grandpa win?" Even Uchiha Madara felt a surge of tension, fixated on the arena. While he regarded Hashirama as a rival, the bond between the two was profoundly deep. Uchiha Madara appears indifferent to the battle at hand, yet in truth, he is deeply invested, for standing there is Senju Hashirama. At this moment, Madara cannot quite determine whether he wishes for Hashirama to triumph or to falter. In the realm of the Soul Society, no one is more concerned about this confrontation than Rukia Kichiki, for her brother, Byakuya Kichiki, is the one engaged in combat. Rukia is apprehensive about her brother's potential defeat and is even more troubled by the thought of him sustaining injuries. Although Rukia is an exceedingly strong-willed young woman, she now trembles with anxiety, scarcely daring to glance at the arena. In the world of One Punch Man, Genos turns to Saitama and inquires, "Master, who do you believe is stronger, Byakuya Kichiki or Senju Hashirama?" Saitama, engrossed in a video game with the S-Class heroes, is on the verge of losing and has little time to respond to Genos. With a sigh, Genos shifts his gaze back to the celestial arena, only to hear Saitama exclaim in frustration, "I lost again." Genos is taken aback. Lost again? Who exactly has been defeated? Initially, Genos assumes Saitama refers to the events in the arena, but upon turning, he realizes Saitama is lamenting his gaming defeat. Saitama, ever the eloquent speaker, remarks. It seems you are preoccupied with the battle in the celestial arena while simultaneously playing a game, which has led to this outcome. Upon hearing this, Saitama's spirits lift, and he slaps his bald head, exclaiming, "Indeed, that must be it." In truth, Saitama harbors no interest in the arena battle. He is wholly absorbed in his game. His gaming losses are merely a reflection of his skill level. Nevertheless, having received a way to elevate his mood, Saitama naturally embraces this newfound perspective. Just as Saitama revels in this moment, a tremendous explosion erupts from the arena, the result of two formidable forces colliding. As the blinding light gradually fades, onlookers witness Byakuya's Senbonzakura poised against Hashirama's neck. Clearly, in this climactic showdown, Byakuya holds a slight advantage. In the world of Naruto, Tsunade, upon witnessing this, cries out, "Grandfather." She feels a pang of distress at Hashirama's peril, yet the sight of him uninjured offers her a semblance of comfort. Meanwhile, in the Soul Society, Rukia cannot contain her joy upon Byakuya's victory, erupting in cheers. The captains of the 13 court guard squads also wear smiles, for had Byakuya lost, their entire division would have suffered disgrace. In the realm of One Piece, the clown Buggy exclaims, "Byakuya Kachiki and Senju Hashirama must have consumed devil fruits. Otherwise, how could they unleash such terrifying attacks?" Senju Hashirama bowed his head, glancing at the 1,000 cherry blossoms poised at his neck, and smiled at Yukitake Shiro, saying, "You have won." Despite his calm demeanor, a tinge of melancholy lingered in Hashirama's heart. After all, he had been an invincible force until this moment, the god of shinobi. Though he possessed a magnanimous spirit, this defeat left a bittersweet taste in his mouth. Yukitake Shiro sheathed his Zanpakuto and remarked, "Senju Hashirama, you are a remarkable opponent, and a formidable one at that. It brings me immense joy to have battled against someone of your caliber." With a nod to Hashirama, he descended from the arena. Observing this, Yeching announced to all realms, "The victor of this match is Yukitake Shiro. He shall proceed directly to the finals to contend for the ultimate championship." He then turned to Hashirama and added, "Senju Hashirama also performed admirably. You are eligible to participate in the revival match, allowing you a chance to re-enter the finals and vie for the championship once more." In response, Hashirama bowed respectfully to Yeching before stepping down from the stage. Thus far, the Celestial Arena had witnessed 7 matches, with the victors being Ultraman Tiga, Edward Newgate, Hatake Kakashi, Godzilla, Uchiha Sasuke, Naruto Uzumaki, and Yukitake Shiro. They would all automatically advance to the finals. As for those who had faltered in the preliminary rounds, they too could find alternative paths to the finals, where they would face off against these champions in pursuit of the coveted throne of victory. Yeching surveyed the scene, and, with the current match concluded, it was time to select participants for the next bout. He pressed the random selection button once more, and a luminous point appeared, darting across the visages of the formidable beings across the realms. This scintillating point moved swiftly, capturing the attention of all present, their hearts racing, eager to discern who the randomly chosen contender would be. Would it be one of them? And if selected, how should they present themselves upon the stage? Chapter 70. Admiral Aokiji under the watchful gaze of the gathered champions. The rapidly gliding point came to a halt, resting upon a particular visage. As the crowd peered closer, they discerned the name inscribed, Uchiha Itachi. Curiosity rippled through the assembled multitude as they speculated on the identity of this Uchiha Itachi. Among them, those hailing from the Naruto universe erupted into a fervor, with the most animated response coming from Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke Uchiha, the younger brother of Itachi Uchiha, harbors an intense animosity towards his brother, who is infamous for the massacre of their entire clan. Although Itachi acted out of a sense of necessity, the fact remains that he committed the heinous act of slaughtering their family. This betrayal fuels Sasuke's relentless pursuit of vengeance, his sole motivation being to avenge the fallen members of his clan by eliminating Itachi. Therefore, upon seeing Itachi's name appear in the arena of the multiverse, Sasuke could not contain his fury and shouted, "Itachi Uchiha." At that moment, Itachi, a member of the Akatsuki organization, was equally taken aback to witness his own name on the celestial stage, as he had never anticipated being summoned there. The masked figure, Obito Uchiha, looked at Itachi with a grin and remarked, "Congratulations, Itachi Uchiha, on your selection." Itachi merely glanced at Obito, dismissing him without a word. Just then, a voice echoed in Itachi's mind, "Congratulations, Itachi Uchiha. You have been chosen as a participant in the multiverse arena. Are you ready?" Without a moment's hesitation, Itachi nodded and replied, "I am prepared, master. I am ready to ascend the stage." As soon as he finished speaking, a golden orb enveloped his body, and he materialized on the arena. There stood Itachi, with his raven black hair and dark eyes, clad in the Akatsuki's signature black and red garb, beneath which he wore a simple black short-sleeved shirt. His fingernails were painted a deep shade of purple, exuding an air of aloofness and reserve. Witnessing Itachi, Sasuke's heart raced with excitement. For a long time, it was less about revenge for Sasuke and more about the desire to confront Itachi and demand an explanation for the massacre of their clan. Deep within, Sasuke could never forget his brother. However, the others present were not privy to Sasuke's sentiments. Instead, they speculated about Itachi's potential opponent. Many believed that the young man on the stage did not appear particularly formidable, and if chosen, they might have a chance to defeat him. Observing the rising tension and readiness in the atmosphere, Leaf Chin decided it was time to proceed and press the selection button once more. The luminous point began to roll as it sought out a challenger. Moments later, it fixed upon a visage, revealing a middle-aged man whose name was Kazan. While the denizens of the multiverse were unaware of who Kazan was, in the underwater realm, this name resonated with familiarity. Furthermore, Kazan was more famously known as Admiral Aokiji. In the world of pirates, Fleet Admiral Sengoku felt a surge of joy upon learning that Admiral Aokiji had been selected. In the world of pirates, many individuals have been chosen, yet nearly all of them are pirates, with not a single Navy personnel among them. This situation has caused great concern for Admiral Sengoku. At last, a member of the Navy has been selected, and not just any member, but an admiral. This is indeed a moment for the Navy to take pride. Sengoku wishes to converse with Admiral Aokiji, but alas, Aokiji is nowhere to be found. At that moment, Admiral Aokiji is leisurely cycling across the ocean's surface. Suddenly, a golden light envelopes Aokiji, along with his bicycle, transporting them both to the celestial arena. However, this particular arena resembles an island, surrounded by water. The onlookers from various realms are astonished to see a figure cycling gracefully upon the turbulent sea. Many cannot fathom why Aokiji has chosen to ride his bicycle on the ocean rather than on solid ground. Some perceptive individuals speculate that beneath the bicycle, something is supporting it, possibly a whale. Those from the Naruto world theorize that it is an advanced illusion. In reality, Aokiji is traversing the water on a vessel, but due to the illusion, it appears as though he is cycling atop the waves. Yet, the pirates are unfazed, for Aokiji frequently rides his bicycle across the sea, a peculiar hobby of his. As Aokiji approaches, the crowd begins to discern his features. He is tall, clad in a white vest and deep blue shirt, draped in a navy coat, with a green eye patch adorning his forehead. The word justice is emblazoned on the back of his coat. Many spectators scoff at the sight of the word justice printed on his coat, deeming it rather foolish. It might be excusable if a naive teenager were to wear such a garment, but Aokiji, a middle-aged man, still naively believes that donning the word justice on his attire signifies his embodiment of justice. However, their remarks do not reach Aokiji, and even if they did, he remains indifferent. He continues cycling leisurely across the water. As he draws nearer, astute observers notice that the ocean beneath his bicycle freezes upon his passage. This phenomenon explains how Aokiji is able to ride on the surface of the sea. He is, in fact, cycling on a layer of ice. This revelation astonishes many. How is it that this fellow, Aokiji, can cause the water to freeze in his wake? Can he truly manipulate temperature? In the realm of the Soul Reapers, Suifeng observed the scene and remarked to Hitsugaya Toshiro, "Little White, this fellow named Aokiji is also an ice-type ability user, much like yourself." Hitsugaya nodded in agreement, indeed. However, judging by his demeanor, it appears he can wield freezing techniques without the need for a Zanpakuto or any activation. In the world of Naruto, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, gazed at Aokiji and mused, could this individual named Aokiji possibly utilize the rare ice-style ninjutsu? As far as I know, each of the 5 great hidden villages has its specialties, but ice-style techniques are not among them. Chapter 71. Uchiha Itachi and Aokiji. Under the watchful eyes of all present across the multiverse, leisurely rode his bicycle across the ocean's surface before making his way to the arena island. There, Uchiha Itachi had been waiting for quite some time. Aokiji, known for his laid-back nature and fondness for slumber, donned an eye mask that allowed him to sleep at any moment. He could even doze off while standing. Dismounting his bicycle, Aokiji approached Uchiha Itachi and said, "I apologize for keeping you waiting." With an impassive expression, Uchiha Itachi nodded and inquired, "Are we ready to begin?" Aokiji, despite his relaxed demeanor, maintained a sense of courtesy. Acknowledging Itachi, since I've made you wait, I shan't delay any further. Let us commence. Yet, he remained nonchalant, resembling an elderly man taking a leisurely stroll. Uchiha Itachi wasted no time and immediately unleashed the advanced ninjutsu, Phoenix Fire technique. This technique gathers chakra at the throat and then expels it forward in a fiery torrent. Much like the seeds of the phoenix flower that burst forth upon contact, the flames emitted from Itachi's mouth spread in all directions, targeting his adversaries. Each flame was meticulously controlled by chakra, making evasion a formidable challenge. The spectacle of this ninjutsu was not only visually stunning, but also immensely powerful, eliciting gasps of awe from many witnesses across the multiverse. In the world of One Piece, Kaido of the 100 Beasts remarked, "Could it be that this Uchiha Itachi has consumed the Flame fruit? I've heard that Ace's Flame fruit was taken by Blackbeard, in the realm of Soul Society." Ulquiorra commented, "This Uchiha Itachi seems to be performing a circus act, spewing fire from his mouth. Quite amusing." However, what Ulquiorra remained unaware of was that the flames expelled by Uchiha Itachi possessed considerable might. As Aokiji observed the numerous fiery projectiles, reminiscent of phoenix flower seeds, approaching him, he maintained his languid posture. It was only when the flames drew near that Aokiji activated the power of his ice fruit. In an instant, the flames swirling in the air were abruptly frozen. This spectacle left the onlookers utterly astonished. "My goodness, how astonishingly skilled you are. While others manipulate the flames to resemble delicate petals, you have taken a different approach entirely, freezing the flames themselves." Frozen flames. It is likely that most beings across the myriad realms have never witnessed such a phenomenon before. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, a series of crisp sounds echoed. The spectators soon realized that the frozen flames, due to the gravitational pull of the earth, had fallen to the ground and shattered into fragments. Uchiha Itachi, observing this scene, was momentarily taken aback. However, he did not hesitate, launching another assault against Aokiji. With swift movements, Uchiha Itachi formed hand seals and unleashed a high-level ninjutsu. The Water Bullet Technique. This technique draws upon water to inflict physical damage upon adversaries. By compressing the water and adding a rotational force, its lethality is significantly enhanced, allowing for attacks from any angle. As Uchiha Itachi executed this ninjutsu, several water columns erupted from the sea, swirling toward Aokiji. Aokiji merely shook his head slightly, as if to convey, "Young man, your physical attacks hold no efficacy against me." With a languid gesture, Aokiji activated the powers of the ice fruit. In an instant, the water columns crystallized mid-air, reflecting a spectrum of brilliant colors under the sun's rays. In the Marvel Universe, Thor retrieved a chilled bottle of beer from the refrigerator and chuckled, "Look at how practical this ability is. If I possessed such freezing powers, I wouldn't need a refrigerator. I could enjoy frozen beer every day." Nearby, Spider-Man chimed in, "Oh, indeed. If I could wield such freezing abilities, I could prepare myself a scoop of ice cream no matter where I found myself." In the pirate world, Fleet Admiral Sengoku nodded in satisfaction, declaring, "Choosing Kazan for the arena this time seems to be a wise decision." Beside him, Akainu let out a disdainful grunt, feeling displeased. He believed that had he taken the stage, he would have vanquished Uchiha Itachi far more swiftly than Aokiji. On the celestial arena, Aokiji had successfully frozen Itachi's 2 consecutive attacks, yet Uchiha Itachi remained largely unfazed. For those 2 attempts were merely exploratory. After these trials, Uchiha Itachi concluded that ordinary physical assaults would not inflict even the slightest harm upon Aokiji. Thus, he resolved to experiment with genjutsu to assess its efficacy. With determination, Uchiha Itachi activated his Sharingan. In an instant, his pupils transformed into a vivid red, revealing the faint outline of a tomo within. Subsequently, Uchiha Itachi turned his gaze towards Aokiji, locking eyes with him momentarily. Renowned as a master of illusion, Uchiha Itachi possessed the remarkable ability to wield a plethora of genjutsu. At that instant, he unleashed an illusion capable of ensnaring his adversary in terrifying visions, thereby incapacitating their physical autonomy. This illusion could also disrupt the opponent's movements, serving a myriad of purposes. The moment their eyes met, Aokiji sensed an unsettling shift. He hastily shut his eyes, but alas, it was too late. He had already fallen victim to Itachi's genjutsu. Soon, Aokiji found himself witnessing a vivid scene. In this vision, 2 figures emerged. One was Aokiji, and the other, Akainu. They were not allies fighting side by side, but rivals vying for the position of Fleet Admiral. In this fierce struggle, both parties exerted their utmost strength. Ultimately, Aokiji suffered a broken leg and arm, departing from the Navy in solitude and despair. This revelation left Aokiji astonished. How could this be possible? He had engaged in combat with Akainu and suffered such grievous injuries. Yet, he quickly pondered that such an event was not entirely implausible. Their relationship had always been strained, and if it came to a contest for the admiralty, conflict was certainly conceivable. But to find himself so utterly defeated, with an arm and a leg broken by Akainu, was a bitter pill to swallow. While Aokiji was ensnared in these troubling thoughts, Akainu suddenly emerged from behind a towering tree. Approaching Aokiji, he declared, "Aokiji, Fleet Admiral Sengoku is set to retire. The new admiral will be chosen between the two of us. In that case, let us engage in battle. The victor shall assume the mantle of Fleet Admiral, while the vanquished will depart from the Navy." Before Aokiji could respond, Akainu transformed his arms into molten lava and launched a devastating punch towards him. Chapter 72. The illusion of the Sharingan. Aokiji had been ensnared by Uchiha Itachi's Sharingan Jinjutsu. In his vision, Akainu suddenly materialized before him, with his fists morphing into magma as he hurled them towards Aokiji. With a cold snort, Aokiji activated the powers of his ice fruit, retaliating with a punch of his own. Onlookers from all realms were left bewildered, as they remained untouched by Itachi's illusion and were unaware of the events unfolding within Aokiji's mind. All they witnessed was Aokiji, filled with fury, directing his strike towards a nearby tree. As Aokiji's fist connected, the tree was instantaneously encased in ice, transforming into a frozen monument. The spectators could only watch in confusion. What was happening? Shouldn't Aokiji be targeting Uchiha Itachi? Why had he struck a tree instead? In the world of Naruto, those familiar with Uchiha Itachi understood that he had activated his Sharingan, unleashing a unique form of Jinjutsu. In the world of pirates, Fleet Admiral Sengoku of the Navy furrowed his brow upon witnessing the scene and remarked, "What on earth is this Aokiji doing? Why is he attacking a tree?" Vice Admiral Garp, munching on a rice cracker, chuckled, "Huh? Perhaps Aokiji is still half asleep." Although Garp's words were laced with jest, it was true that Aokiji had a penchant for slumber, often donning a green eye mask to facilitate uninterrupted naps. At Garp's comment, Sengoku shot him a glare and admonished, "Garp, refrain from speaking carelessly." In the realm of the Soul Reapers, Aizen observed the unfolding spectacle with a hint of surprise. Could it be that Uchiha Itachi is casting an illusion? It seems he is utilizing his eyes to weave a Jinjutsu. Yet, in comparison to my own mirror flower, Water Moon, it pales significantly. Under the influence of Itachi's illusion, Aokiji launched repeated assaults against the tree before him. Despite his seemingly languid demeanor, Aokiji was, in truth, remarkably composed, capable of calm analysis in any circumstance. After executing a series of attacks on the tree, Aokiji suddenly sensed something amiss. He was in the celestial arena, with only Uchiha Itachi before him. How could Akainu possibly appear here? Realizing this, Aokiji halted his onslaught. Could it be that Uchiha Itachi had ensnared him in some trickery, resulting in this bewildering illusion? Contemplating this, Aokiji swiftly turned to Itachi and questioned, "What have you done to me, Uchiha Itachi?" Itachi, maintaining his inscrutable expression, offered no response. In light of this, Aokiji activated the powers of his ice fruit and hurled a punch towards Itachi. However, midway through the strike, he abruptly halted. His eyes widened in astonishment as he called out, "Teacher Zifa." For Aokiji suddenly realized that the figure he was about to strike had vanished, replaced by his mentor, Zifa. Yet, Aokiji quickly grasped that Zifa could not possibly appear in the celestial arena. After all, he had some understanding of its rules. If the figure before him was not Zifa, the answer was all too evident. Thus, the punch that had momentarily been held back was unleashed with ferocity. A chilling blast erupted forth with Aokiji's strike, instantly encasing the figure before him, whether Zifa or Uchiha Itachi, in ice. As Itachi was frozen, the Jinjutsu he had previously cast faded away, restoring clarity to Aokiji's vision. In the world of Naruto, upon witnessing Itachi encased in ice, Sasuke could not suppress a startled cry. Despite his outward hatred for Itachi, deep down, he still harbored profound affection for his elder brother. The sight of Itachi frozen evoked a spontaneous display of concern from Sasuke, albeit in his own distinctive manner. Sasuke clenched his fist and declared, "Itachi Uchiha, you cannot perish on the arena. You must return alive, and then I shall personally end your life." In the world of pirates, Admiral Sengoku observed the shifting circumstances and exhaled deeply. Uncertain of what transpired moments ago with Aokiji, it appeared that he had gained the upper hand on the battlefield. If nothing unforeseen occurred, Aokiji was likely to emerge victorious. In the realm of Soul Reapers, Toshiro Hitsugaya remarked, "This Aokiji, without utilizing his Shurkai or Bankai, is capable of employing freezing techniques. Could it be that he too practices the art of Kido?" Upon witnessing Itachi Uchiha encased in ice, Aokiji let out a sigh of relief. However, in the next instant, he became anxious as he observed spiderweb-like cracks beginning to form on the ice surrounding Itachi. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Aokiji hastily attempted to unleash his ice fruit once more to solidify Itachi's icy prison. But then, with a resounding explosion, shards of ice erupted, and Itachi leapt from the chaotic fragments. The moment Itachi emerged from the ice, he was already prepared. He executed the body flicker technique. Appearing in a flash behind Aokiji, and with incredible strength, he delivered a powerful punch to Aokiji's back. Itachi was also capable of harnessing immense strength. He could precisely manipulate his chakra, concentrating it within his fist, thereby unleashing devastating physical damage capable of shattering boulders. This prowess was comparable to that of Tsunade's monstrous strength. Itachi's sudden emergence from the ice and swift movement behind Aokiji transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the onlookers stunned. In the pirate world, Captain Smoker felt a pang of concern for Aokiji upon witnessing this scene. As a close friend of Aokiji, he was one of the few who genuinely cared for him. Seeing Aokiji ambushed from behind by Itachi made Smoker understandably anxious. Admiral Sengoku also felt a surge of tension. While he was aware of Aokiji's capabilities, he could not be certain whether Itachi could inflict harm upon him, given that Itachi was a formidable warrior from another realm. In the world of Naruto, the spectators beheld Itachi's punch land upon Aokiji, their faces lighting up with joy. Although many regarded Itachi as a rogue ninja, he nonetheless represented the Naruto world in this battle. Should Itachi prevail, it would bring some honor to their world. Particularly, Sasuke Uchiha, witnessing Itachi's escape from the ice, could not suppress a faint smile. In the Soul Society, Toshiro Hitsugaya held a favorable view of Aokiji, as both wielders of ice abilities shared a commonality. Upon witnessing Uchiha Itachi deliver a powerful blow to Aokiji's back, Hitsugaya Toshiro felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that Aokiji might succumb to the strike. Chapter 73, Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Uchiha Itachi executed a swift movement, suddenly appearing behind Aokiji, and unleashed a formidable punch towards his back. Despite Aokiji's ability to utilize Kenbunchika Haki, Itachi's rapid motion did not evade his perception. Although Aokiji's speed may not rival that of Kizuru, under the influence of Kenbunchaku, evading Itachi's punch was not an insurmountable task. However, Aokiji, in his languid demeanor, chose not to evade and instead transformed his body into ice. Almost simultaneously, Itachi's fist collided with Aokiji's form, employing a strength akin to Tsunade's, delivering a blow of immense power that created a gaping hole in Aokiji's body. Onlookers gasped in horror, for the severity of Aokiji's wound was grotesque, appearing as though Itachi had nearly penetrated his entire being. Such an injury in the world of Naruto was often a death sentence, as it suggested that his internal organs might have been obliterated. Hinata Hyuga, a timid girl, was so frightened that she closed her eyes, unable to bear the sight. In the realm of Bleach, Ulquiorra observed Aokiji and the large hole in his body with an impassive expression, remarking, "Aokiji has a substantial hole in his body, reminiscent of the one on my chest. Yet, it appears far more impressive." Ulquiorra, bearing a similar wound, took a peculiar delight in seeing his adversaries similarly marked. Witnessing the damage inflicted upon Ulquiorra felt a sense of satisfaction. Hitsugaya, watching this unfold, expressed his regret, stating, "It seems Aokiji may not survive. I had hoped to find an opportunity to spar with him." In the world of One Piece, Admiral Sengoku and Akaina remained unmoved, for they were well aware that Aokiji had consumed a Logia-type devil fruit, the Hai no Mi, rendering him essentially immune to physical attacks. Thus, they harbored no concerns for his safety. After Itachi's punch had pierced Aokiji, he gradually withdrew his fist. Yet he was taken aback to find no blood emerging from Aokiji's wound. Rather, he observed as the injury began to freeze and heal rapidly. This was the effect of Aokiji's elemental transformation. Itachi, astonished by this development, stepped back in surprise. He had only known of Aokiji's ability to wield ice powers, not realizing that his very form could become ice. Aokiji then turned lazily towards Itachi and remarked, Your punch indeed possesses considerable strength. It even reminded me of Iron Fist Carp. However, it is not so easy to harm me. In the world of One Punch Man, Genos exclaimed upon witnessing the scene, an indestructible monster. Hearing this, Saitama immediately lifted his head from the gaming console and inquired, "What monster?" Genos pointed towards the celestial arena and replied, "Master, over there." Only then did Saitama notice Aokiji, who had been pierced through by Uchiha Itachi's punch. Saitama's thought process diverged from that of others. Rather than expressing shock like everyone else, he began to ponder. He wondered what would happen if he delivered a regular punch to Aokiji. Surely, if he struck, Aokiji's body would also be penetrated. But he was uncertain whether it would be fatal. The reactions from the individuals on the Naruto side, however, were markedly different. Many ninjas speculated whether the Aokiji that had been pierced was not his true form, but merely a clone. After all, he had been impaled yet remained unharmed. Only Uchiha Madara seemed to discern something. Contemplating, Uchiha Madara remarked, "It appears that this Aokiji is not merely proficient in ice techniques. His body can also undergo a transformation into ice and snow. This adds an intriguing layer. I wonder how Uchiha Itachi will confront such an Aokiji next." Noticing the ineffectiveness of his attack on Aokiji, Uchiha Itachi promptly activated his Mangekyou Sharingan. Instantly, his eyes transformed to a crimson hue, with the unique patterns of the Mangekyou appearing within his pupils. Upon utilizing the Mangekyou Sharingan, a burst of black flames erupted from Itachi's right eye. This was the pinnacle of fire techniques that Uchiha Itachi had mastered, Amaterasu. Such a technique could only be wielded by a select few who possessed the Mangekyou Sharingan. Not only was it the highest fire technique, but it was also revered as the most formidable physical assault. Uchiha Itachi could manipulate the focus of his gaze to ignite the powerful black flames at the point of intersection. These flames were terrifying, as they would not extinguish until the opponent was completely incinerated. However, employing such a technique came with significant drawbacks. It demanded immense chakra and placed a considerable strain on the eyes, leading to pain and even bleeding. Due to these side effects, Uchiha Itachi rarely resorted to its use. As he unleashed Amaterasu, Aokiji immediately sensed a looming threat. Maintaining his observation haki, Aokiji swiftly thrust both hands forward, conjuring a wall of ice that appeared before him, serving as a shield. In the next moment, the black flames of Amaterasu collided with the ice wall. Normally, flames would extinguish rapidly upon contact with ice. The water from the melting ice wall extinguishes flames. Additionally, the low temperature of the ice wall prevents the fire from reaching its melting point, thus extinguishing it. However, when the black flames collided with the ice wall, they surprisingly ignited. Under the influence of the black flames, the ice wall quickly began to melt. The melted ice transformed into water, cascading over the black flames, yet the flames continued to burn, vaporizing the icy water into steam. The rarity of such black flames is astonishing, as they possess the ability to melt ice and even vaporize icy water. This phenomenon transcends mere rarity. In the realm of the Soul Reapers, Toshiro Hitsugaya gazed at the black flames and remarked, "Could this be the legendary hellfire that incinerates both soul and flesh?" Captain Yamamoto Jean-Marie Sai observed, "This black flame appears quite peculiar. I wonder how it compares to my Regine Jacka." In the world of pirates, Vice Admiral Garp, forsaking his rice crackers, solemnly stated, "Why do I feel that this black flame is so eerie? Could it be the flames of the underworld?" Admiral Akainu also spoke up. "The temperature of this black flame likely exceeds that of my magma fruit. If I were to come into contact with it, I cannot fathom the consequences." Chapter 74. Amaterasu. Uchiha Itachi's Amaterasu is exceedingly terrifying. Should its flames directly engulf Aokiji, even he, in his elemental form, would likely struggle to endure. Aokiji, acutely aware of this reality, observed the ice wall being consumed by the black flames and couldn't help but feel a surge of dread. Grateful for his earlier caution in utilizing the ice wall as a shield, he reflected that had he been caught by the black flames, he would have likely faced dire consequences. Though this instance of Amaterasu did not harm Aokiji, it instilled a significant fear within him, compelling him to regard Uchiha Itachi with newfound seriousness and to summon his full strength in response. At this moment, Itachi, having exerted the power of Amaterasu, found blood streaming from his eyes, creating a rather unsettling appearance, which Aokiji noticed. While Aokiji could not comprehend the reason behind Itachi's condition, he sensed an opportunity. Consequently, he swiftly activated his ice fruit, launching an ice blade towards Itachi. At this juncture, Itachi was considerably weakened and sought not to engage Aokiji directly. Thus, he hastily began to form hand seals, executing the advanced ninjutsu, bird clone technique. This technique allows him to project his chakra onto hundreds of birds, transforming them into his clones. Since it utilizes birds as a medium, it consumes significantly less chakra than the shadow clone technique, making it a necessary recourse for the current state of Uchiha Itachi. As Uchiha Itachi executed the technique of the crow clone, the sky became filled with hundreds of crows, cawing as they settled upon the trees in every direction. At that moment, Aokiji's ice blade had already struck, piercing Itachi's chest. Instantly, his body was enveloped in ice, transforming into a frozen statue. However, in the next heartbeat, onlookers beheld the frozen Uchiha Itachi vanish, replaced by a single frozen crow. The denizens of the Naruto world understood that this was Itachi's substitution technique, allowing a crow to take his place and absorb the blow. Yet, those from other realms were left bewildered, speculating furiously. In the world of pirates, Akainu furrowed his brow and remarked, "What is the meaning of those crows? How did so many appear all at once? And why do they seem so ominous?" Vice Admiral Garp, munching on sabe, replied, "Of course they seem ominous. They are messengers from the underworld." Fleet Admiral Sengoku interjected, "Garp, cease your nonsense. These crows appear to be some form of energy manifestation. They resemble the shadow techniques they've employed, merely transformed into the guise of crows." Having evaded Aokiji's icy blade with the crow substitute, Uchiha Itachi stood upon a rock, his long hair billowing in the wind, exuding an air of striking elegance. At that moment, with his back turned to Aokiji, he softly uttered, "Susanoo." As he invoked this technique, a magnificent crimson giant emerged behind him. This Susanoo was unlike any previously witnessed. It boasted colossal wings, a sword in its left hand and a shield in its right. The sword, known as the Tatsuka no Tsurugi, possessed the ability to ensnare its targets within a dreamlike illusion, with the power to seal them away permanently. The shield-like object, called the Yada no Kagami, was an intangible spirit artifact capable of altering its properties to nullify attacks based on their attributes. The appearance of Itachi's Susanoo sent shockwaves through the multiverse. Although many had witnessed Susanoo before, Itachi's manifestation appeared distinctively more formidable, evoking an inexplicable sense of awe. Even Aokiji found himself retreating several steps, uncertain of the true strength of this Susanoo. Determined to test its capabilities, Aokiji swiftly moved his hands, employing the powers of his ice fruit. In an instant, 5 ice pillars shot forth from his palms, hurtling directly toward Itachi. The Susanoo immediately positioned itself before Itachi, wielding the Tatsuka no Tsurugi to cleave through the 5 ice pillars. A cacophony of shattering echoed as 5 ice pillars were obliterated by the Ten-Fist Sword. Subsequently, Susanoo sprang into action, raising the Ten-Fist Sword and aiming a strike at Aokiji. In response, Aokiji casually seized a handful of grass from the roadside, tossed it into the air, and then exhaled a chilling breath, instantly transforming the airborne grass into a blade of ice. Aokiji wielded the ice blade, advancing toward the Ten-Fist Sword. With a resounding crack, the ice blade in Aokiji's grasp was severed by the Ten-Fist Sword. However, the ice blade was far from ordinary. At the moment of its shattering, it unleashed a formidable wave of cold. In an instant, the Ten-Fist Sword metamorphosed into an ice sword, with the frigid air spreading upward along its length. First, Susanoo's arm encased in ice, and soon the entirety of Susanoo was frozen solid, transforming into a colossal sculpture of ice. The chilling aura also ensnared Uchiha Itachi, who was linked to... In the world of Naruto, some ninjas from Konoha remarked, "This Uchiha Itachi is an irredeemable traitor. If he perishes in the arena, it would be a fitting end." Upon hearing this, Uchiha Sasuke clenched his fists and shouted, "Silence. He is not someone you can judge." A ninja, dismissive, retorted, "Uchiha Itachi annihilated your entire clan. Are you still going to defend him?" Uchiha Sasuke coldly replied, "I am not defending him. I merely do not wish for him to die in the arena. I intend to kill him myself, for the sake of my deceased parents and clan." In the world of pirates, Fleet Admiral Sengoku observed the scene and nodded, stating, "Despite his laziness over the years, Aokiji's prowess appears undiminished based on the battle conditions." In the realm of Soul Reapers, Kenpachi Zaraki remarked to Toshiro Hitsugaya, "Hey, why do I feel that this Aokiji's mastery over ice is superior to yours?" Toshiro Hitsugaya glared at Kenpachi Zaraki, retorting, "Do you wish to test that theory?" Kenpachi Zaraki stepped forward with a grin. "I've been eager to give it a try." This man, Kenpachi Zaraki, is a true combat enthusiast. He relishes provoking these captains to seize the opportunity for a duel. This is the thrill he seeks. as it seemed that a confrontation was imminent between the two. Captain Commander Yamamoto Jinryusai approached and interjected, "Enough. You two, cease your bickering. If you wish to fight, there will be ample opportunities in the future. For now, let us observe the celestial arena. The battles above are truly spectacular." Chapter 75, The Ten-Fist Sword. Witnessing Susanoo frozen, Aokiji prepared to press on, intending to eliminate Uchiha Itachi first. After all, Uchiha Itachi was the root of the problem, while Susanoo was merely a giant formed from the chakra released by Uchiha Itachi. However, at that moment, the crows previously released by Uchiha Itachi flapped their wings and soared towards Aokiji. The eyes of those crows suddenly transformed into the shape of Sharingan, unleashing a barrage of shurikens towards Aokiji. This was a meticulously orchestrated plan by Uchiha Itachi, designed as a precautionary measure. Upon witnessing the swarm of shurikens converging upon him, Aokiji waved his hand, releasing an icy gust that instantly froze every single shuriken in midair. Nevertheless, the crows appeared unaffected, continuing their relentless assault towards Aokiji. These crows were not merely carriers of shurikens. Each one was a self-destructive bomb, intent on colliding with Aokiji in a mutual demise. As they approached directly above Aokiji, he once again invoked the power of his ice fruit, freezing them mid-flight. The crows, now encased in ice, plummeted to the ground like hailstones, having been primed for detonation. They exploded upon impact, creating a cacophony akin to a multitude of bombs going off simultaneously, sending debris flying and smoke billowing into the air. Aokiji found himself at the epicenter of this explosion. The warring state's commander couldn't help but worry for Aokiji. Would he withstand such a blast? While the commander understood that Aokiji, being a natural fruit user, possessed immunity to all physical attacks, there were limits to this immunity, and exceeding those thresholds could still lead to harm. In the Marvel Universe, Spider-Man exclaimed, "Those aren't just crows. They're crow bombs. Look at them. They intend to blow Aokiji to smithereens." Thor remarked, "I harbor no fondness for that Uchiha Itachi. He constantly resorts to illusions and cunning schemes. However, I do admire Aokiji. His ability to freeze others intrigues me." Iron Man chimed in, "Oh, these crow bombs are truly an innovative concept. If I were still in the arms, I would certainly develop such crow bombs. They are exceedingly difficult to defend against." As the smoke from the crow bombs dissipated, everyone beheld Aokiji standing there, unscathed. Surrounding his form was a transparent ice shield, which had been fractured like a spider's web from the explosion. It was evident that Aokiji had employed this ice shield to protect himself from the blast. Witnessing this, many couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. His capabilities were indeed remarkable, demonstrating an extraordinary mastery of ice manipulation. Even Toshiro Hitsugaya found himself admiring Aokiji, contemplating that he could learn from him and perhaps even devise some new techniques of his own. As the crowd engaged in discussions about Aokiji, a thunderous sound erupted as the ice encasing Susanoo shattered. In a swift motion, Susanoo surged forward, extending its colossal hand to seize Aokiji. This sudden turn of events left many momentarily stunned, for it was utterly unexpected, as though it had been meticulously orchestrated. By the time the onlookers regained their composure, Aokiji was already lifted into the air by Susanoo. The warlord, observing Aokiji's capture, pondered aloud. It seems that the earlier crow bomb and shuriken attack were not intended to eliminate Aokiji, but rather to buy time. The objective was to facilitate Susanoo's escape and gain a fleeting moment. Vice Admiral Garp remarked, "Perhaps this is also part of Uchiha Itachi's scheme." He deliberately allowed Susanoo to break free at that precise moment, taking advantage of Aokiji's unpreparedness to strike with lightning speed. The warlord nodded in agreement, "My old friend. Your reasoning holds merit. It appears that Uchiha Itachi possesses a keen intellect, adept at employing cunning tactics. Aokiji seems to be in quite a predicament." As Susanoo's grip tightened around Aokiji, its arm began to exert tremendous force, preparing to crush Aokiji into a pulp. Although Aokiji could assume an elemental form, rendering him impervious to ordinary attacks, the raw strength being applied now threatened to obliterate his entire being, challenging the efficacy of his elemental transformation. Uchiha Itachi, too, was probing for a method to defeat or eliminate Aokiji. Realizing the imminent danger, Aokiji promptly activated his ice fruit abilities. In an instant, the turbulent ocean was encased in ice. The frozen sea then erupted with a thunderous roar, sending a towering column of water skyward, which transformed into a roaring ice dragon that lunged towards Susanoo. Vice Admiral Garp, witnessing this spectacle, paused his chewing of senbei, puzzled. "What is this technique? I have never seen Aokiji employ it before." The warlord took a piece of senbei from Garb's hand, popping it into his mouth as he replied. This is Aokiji's development of his ice fruit. It seems that encountering peril has spurred him to achieve this advancement. As he spoke, he continued to chew the senbei. It appears that occasionally placing Aokiji in danger is essential to unlocking his potential and elevating his strength. The roaring ice dragon captured the attention of many. In truth, there existed numerous individuals across the myriad realms capable of wielding ice abilities. However, few could utilize them with the effortless fluidity exhibited by Aokiji. In the world of Naruto, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, watched this scene unfold with deep concern for Uchiha Itachi. While others viewed Itachi as a rogue ninja deserving of death, Hiruzen understood the complexities underlying the situation. Uchiha Itachi is not a traitor, but rather a spy sent by his clan. Consequently, Yuan Fury Jean holds a significant concern for Itachi. As he observes Aokiji gradually manifesting his formidable prowess, Yuan cannot help but feel a tinge of apprehension. Aokiji, in turn, did not anticipate that under such circumstances, he would be inspired to further develop his ice fruit abilities, ultimately unlocking the power of the ice dragon. Overjoyed, Aokiji swiftly commands the ice dragon to launch an assault on Susanoo. Witnessing this, Itachi could no longer remain passive. After all, it was a hard-won opportunity to ensnare Aokiji. And should the ice dragon succeed in its attack, Aokiji might escape, rendering all previous efforts futile. Thus, Itachi hastily surged forward, gathering chakra in his throat, and unleashed a massive fireball from his mouth. This was Itachi's signature jutsu, the Great Fireball technique. He aimed to thwart the ice dragon's rescue of Aokiji. As the ice dragon lunged towards Susanoo, Itachi unexpectedly leapt in from the side, releasing a fireball aimed directly at the ice dragon. This tremendous fireball, under the watchful eyes of many, struck the ice dragon squarely on the head, resulting in a thunderous explosion that obliterated its cranium. However, the decapitated ice dragon did not cease its onslaught. It retaliated with a sweeping tail attack, using its colossal tail to strike at Susanoo. Susanoo was caught off guard and was struck by the enormous ice dragon's tail, causing it to sway violently. Aokiji, grasped tightly in its hold, could not maintain his grip and was flung away to crash onto the ground. Upon landing, Aokiji retrieved a doll from his pocket and cast it into the sea, immediately activating the powers of the ice fruit. In an instant, the doll was encased in ice, transforming into a sculpture. Yet, the freezing process did not halt there. More seawater surged forth, enveloping the ice sculpture and solidifying it further. In this continuous cycle of freezing, the sculpture grew larger, ultimately morphing into an ice giant resembling a small mountain. This was the manifestation of Aokiji's fully awakened abilities. Previously, Aokiji's command over the ice fruit had been only partially realized, existing in a state of semi-awakening. It was only now that his powers had fully emerged. Subsequently, the ice giant let out a mighty roar and charged towards Susanoo. This spectacle left even Uchiha Itachi momentarily speechless, while spectators from realms beyond were utterly. In the world of pirates, Luffy exclaimed, "Uncle, this is incredible. I never imagined you could create a giant from ice." Nami, hands on her hips, retorted, "What do you mean, Uncle? He is Admiral Aokiji. He might very well become our enemy in the future." Colonel Smoker of the Navy removed his cigar from his mouth and remarked, "It appears that Aokiji has made significant strides in the development of the ice fruit." Aokiji's mentor, Zephyr, was also observing the celestial arena. Upon witnessing Aokiji's performance, Zephyr nodded in approval and stated, "Your synergy with the ice fruit is truly a match made in heaven. No one is more suited for this devil fruit than you." In another realm, Batman exclaimed, "Is this a sanctuary for superpowered individuals? How is it that they all possess extraordinary abilities, and they appear so formidable, almost inhuman?" Superman replied, "Are you not a superpowered individual as well?" The ice giant lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch towards Susanoo. Just as Susanoo was about to strike Aokiji, the ice giant charged in. Susanoo, deciding to abandon Aokiji, raised his hand to seize the ice giant's fist. With a resounding crack, Susanoo broke the ice giant's arm. Observers from the Naruto universe concluded, "Indeed, Susanoo from our world is impressive. Although the ice giant appears formidable, he is, in fact, easily vanquished." As the ice giant roared in pain and swung his other arm towards Susanoo, Susanoo retaliated with a punch that sent the ice giant flying. This demonstrated that Susanoo's power was undeniably substantial, showcasing both remarkable offensive and defensive capabilities. Seeing the ice giant hurled away, Aokiji remained composed and approached the fallen giant. In a swift motion, he entered the ice giant's mind. Subsequently, the spectators witnessed the ice giant rising once more, now enveloped in a layer of black substance. The gathered multitude was puzzled by this dark material, save for those from the pirate world who recognized it as Aokiji's haki. Even among pirates, the sight of Aokiji and the ice giant sharing haki was astonishing, as it marked a groundbreaking achievement. Many in the pirate realm could wield haki. Yet Aokiji was the first to employ it in such a manner. Even Vice Admiral Garp couldn't help but exclaim. It seems that none who rise to the rank of admiral are to be taken lightly. Even Akainu acknowledged that while Aokiji may be indolent, he undeniably possesses remarkable talent. By enveloping the ice giant in haki, Aokiji effectively adorned him with a suit of armor, significantly enhancing the giant's defensive capabilities. The haki-clad ice giant advanced towards Susanoo once more. Uchiha Itachi also leaped into Susanoo's mind, maneuvering the entity towards the ice giant. The onlookers from various realms could discern that both sides were preparing for a decisive duel, intent on determining the victor through this clash of titans. As the two giants drew closer, they simultaneously raised their fists, ready to strike at one another. With a thunderous clash, the Susanoo collided with the punch of the ice giant. This time, the ice giant's body remained intact, as both his physique and fists were enveloped in armament haki, significantly enhancing their hardness. Observing that a direct confrontation was futile, Susanoo took flight, flapping its wings, and raised the Ten-Fist sword to strike at the ice giant. In the Naruto world, Kakashi remarked, "Is this the Ten-Fist sword? Truly a weapon of legends, it stands apart." Naruto, hearing this, inquired, "Kakashi-sensei, what is this Ten-Fist sword you speak of? Is it the sword wielded by Itachi Uchiha?" Kakashi nodded, affirming, "Indeed. Itachi Uchiha wields the Ten-Fist sword." Kakashi, having transplanted Obito Uchiha's Meijiki Sharingan, was well-versed in the powers of Susanoo. However, upon comparing his own Susanoo with that of Itachi's, Kakashi felt a distinct absence. Perhaps lacking the Uchiha bloodline, he found that he could not fully harness the potential of Susanoo. In the world of Bleach, Kenpachi Zaraki, eyeing the Ten-Fist sword in Susanoo's grasp, licked his lips and mused, "I wonder how this sword measures up against my Zanpakuto." In the pirate world, Whitebeard lay in bed, surrounded by a flurry of nurses attending to him, administering 4 drips. As he received treatment, he gazed at the celestial arena and remarked, "Has Aokiji truly developed the ice fruit to such an extent? Impressive. However, should he dare to obstruct me when I go to Marineford to rescue Ace, I will not hesitate to strike back. He shall feel my wrath." In truth, Whitebeard's health had deteriorated significantly, and he was merely clinging to life through the 4. Yet, for the sake of Ace, he was resolute, for Ace was his son, and he would go to any lengths, even at the cost of his own life, to save him. Chapter 77. Tsukuyomi. Seeing his Ten-Fist sword intercepted by Aokiji, Itachi Uchiha unleashed a powerful technique, Yasaka Magatama. This ninjutsu involved 3 enormous Magatama, resembling the pattern of the Sharingan, connected by a rope, which were hurled like shurikens at the target with immense force. The fully realized Susanoo swiftly gestured forward, launching the golden Yasaka Magatama toward Aokiji. Although the ice giant possessed formidable strength, its movements were not particularly agile, making it unable to evade the Yasaka Magatama. Consequently, the ice giant placed its hand against a nearby tree, which instantly froze, transforming into a colossal ice spear. With a mighty roar, the ice giant brandished the ice spear and hurled it at the Yasaka Magatama. Then, a crisp sound echoed as the Yasaka Magatama cleaved through the icy spear with the ease of a knife slicing through bamboo, propelling itself forward with unrelenting momentum. Before the gaze of the gathered onlookers, the Yasaka Magatama struck the ice giant, effortlessly shattering its armed haki. In the wake of this tremendous force, the ice giant disintegrated into a myriad of shards. As the ice giant crumbled, Aokiji leapt to the ground. Upon landing, he placed his hand on the earth and uttered a few words, "Ice Age." This was one of Aokiji's signature moves, unleashing a frigid aura that could transform an entire island into a frozen expanse in an instant, with the ice persisting for a week. As Aokiji invoked the Ice Age, the surrounding air plummeted in temperature, swiftly descending to several degrees below zero. Everything on the island, including trees, rocks, and seawater, succumbed to the freezing cold in the blink of an eye. Among those affected was Uchiha Itachi, along with the Susanoo, which was instantly encased in ice while poised in an attacking stance. In the pirate world, Chopper gasped, wide-eyed, exclaiming, "Oh no, why is the arena suddenly frozen? Everyone is frozen solid. Such temperatures could be lethal." Nico Robin closed her book and remarked, "Chopper, are you not aware? This is Admiral Aokiji demonstrating his freezing abilities." Usopp, with his long nose, jumped up to interject. Are you implying that Aokiji has frozen the entire island and the surrounding sea? Nico Robin nodded in silence. At that moment, Usopp and his companions had yet to encounter such phenomena, rendering them somewhat naive. Thus, Robin chose not to elaborate further. She believed that once they had more experiences, Usopp and the others would cease to be so astonished. Aokiji's ability to freeze an entire island and its ocean left those from the Naruto world in awe, including the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, whose mouth fell agape. In his understanding, the tailed beasts represented the pinnacle of destructive power, capable of annihilating a village. Yet, Aokiji's feat was on a far grander scale, capable of encasing an entire island in ice, far surpassing the capabilities of a tailed beast. However, Kagaya Otsutsuki dismissed this with disdain. Scoffing, what significance does destroying an island hold? If I so desired, I could obliterate the entire world in an instant. In the Marvel Universe, Iron Man remarked. That guy Aokiji is ruthless. He has turned this island into an Arctic wasteland, freezing everything in sight, even himself. Is this a form of mutual destruction? Spider-Man interjected, excuse me. Sir, look, Aokiji is still moving. He must not be frozen. Iron Man took a closer look and was astonished to see Aokiji taking 2 steps forward. He exclaimed, oh my heavens, why is he not frozen? Thor snatched the drink from Iron Man's hand and gulped down a couple of swigs before wiping his mouth and replying. He cast a spell to freeze himself. Do you think he is a fool? Aokiji, believing the situation was already settled, advanced a couple of steps. At that moment, he noticed that the frozen Itachi Uchiha suddenly opened his left eye. Itachi's left eye appeared peculiar, with a red iris radiating an eerie glow. In an instant, Aokiji felt his body vanish from the island, transported to an unfamiliar realm. Where's this place? How did I suddenly arrive here? What on earth is happening? A flurry of questions raced through Aokiji's mind, yet he found no answers. Unbeknownst to him, he had fallen victim to Itachi's Jinjutsu, Tsukuyomi. Although Itachi's body was immobilized by ice, his eyes remained active, allowing him to cast Tsukuyomi on Aokiji in an instant. This was one of Itachi's most formidable illusions, activated by the ocular powers of his Sharingan. Just moments ago, Itachi had employed Tsukuyomi, drawing Aokiji's consciousness into the illusionary space. Within this Tsukuyomi realm, everything time, place, and substance was under Itachi's dominion. He was the god of this world. Itachi gazed down upon Aokiji, who had entered the Tsukuyomi world. When Aokiji lifted his gaze, he was met with a colossal visage and its features. He recognized that face. It was Itachi's. But why had Itachi's face become so immense? It was as if a deity were looking down upon an ant. Yet Aokiji, a dignified admiral of the navy, could hardly accept being likened to an ant. Gathering cold energy in his right arm, Aokiji unleashed an ice bird, propelling it towards Itachi. This was a standard technique of his, known as ice block explosion. As Aokiji swung his fist, the ice bird soared directly toward Itachi, freezing everything in its path. Should the ice bird collide with Itachi, he too would be encased in ice. However, Itachi remained unfazed. In this Tsukuyomi world, he was the sovereign, omnipotent. With a mere flick of his hand, 10 suns appeared in the sky. These suns emitted a scorching light that directly struck the ice bird, causing it to melt away in an instant. Aokiji was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden appearance of 10 suns in the sky. What in the world is happening? The fluctuating expressions and peculiar actions of Aokiji captured the attention of myriad beings across the realms, leaving many in a state of bewilderment. What has transpired with Aokiji? Why has he become so enigmatic? In the world of pirates, Admiral Sengoku's countenance shifted dramatically upon witnessing this spectacle, exclaiming in disbelief. Could it be that Aokiji has fallen victim to an illusion? The world of pirates is indeed not devoid of hypnosis and illusions. Although Sengoku had never encountered such phenomena, he had heard whispers of them. Observing Aokiji's erratic behavior, Sengoku suddenly recalled the possibility that Aokiji might be ensnared in an illusion. In Chapter 78, titled Imperial Armor, despite being encased in ice, Uchiha Itachi continued to employ his ocular technique, Tsukuyomi. Unbeknownst to Aokiji, he had succumbed to the illusion of Tsukuyomi and was drawn into its realm. In this space, Uchiha Itachi reigned supreme. Aokiji's attempts to counter Itachi's assault were effortless. Itachi gazed at Aokiji and inquired, "Do you still refuse to concede?" Aokiji met his gaze defiantly, responding, "Have you ever witnessed an admiral of the navy surrender to an adversary?" Although Aokiji often appeared languid, as a top-tier force within the navy, He upheld the dignity of a formidable warrior. A being of his caliber would never bow to an opponent. Itachi declared, if that is the case, then prepare to face the consequences. With that, he gestured, and the moon suspended in the sky began to descend, hurtling directly towards Aokiji. Instinctively, Aokiji attempted to evade, only to realize that the moon was far too colossal. No matter where he sought refuge, he could not escape the impending impact. Gritting his teeth, Aokiji seized a handful of grass and cast it skyward, subsequently unleashing the powers of his ice fruit. In an instant, the entire sky was enveloped in frost, seemingly freezing even the moon itself. Yet, the very next moment, a cacophony of shattering echoed through the air. The moon's immense weight shattered the icy barriers before it. Continuing its descent, the multitude across the realms found themselves utterly perplexed. They had not fallen prey to Tsukuyomi's illusion. They merely witnessed Aokiji, seemingly deranged, incessantly employing his ice fruit abilities to freeze the sky time and again, while the sky appeared devoid of anything amiss. However, not all were oblivious to Aokiji's plight. Admiral Sengoku discerned the truth. Yet, aside from feeling helpless, he could do little to assist. In the world of the Shinigami, Aizen also recognized this phenomenon and began to compare Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi with his own Kyuka Suigetsu. After careful consideration, Aizen nodded and acknowledged, stating, the illusion crafted by Uchiha Itachi is indeed formidable. Furthermore, he executed this illusion without the use of his Zanpakuto, relying solely on his eyes. Clearly, his ocular abilities are extraordinary. He has unleashed illusions with his eyes more than once. In the realm of Naruto, Hinata Hyuga's mentor, the renowned master of illusion in Konoha, Kurenai Yuhi, observed Uchiha Itachi's Tsukuyomi and could not help but exclaim, though I possess considerable skill in Jinjutsu, I am still vastly overshadowed by Uchiha Itachi. His Tsukuyomi is beyond my comprehension. At that moment, within the confines of the Tsukuyomi, Aokiji was enduring an unimaginable mental assault. Had he been an ordinary individual, he would have succumbed to madness by now. However, as an admiral of the Navy, Aokiji boasted not only formidable physical strength but also a spirit far surpassing that of the average person. Thus, he continued to persevere. Aokiji soon realized that he had fallen victim to Uchiha Itachi's Jinjutsu. He attempted to stimulate his senses through pain to awaken his consciousness, yet his efforts proved futile. Consequently, he deduced that the key to breaking the illusion lay with Uchiha Itachi himself. It is essential to note that Aokiji referred to the Uchiha Itachi outside of the realm of the Tsukuyomi, not the one trapped within. At this juncture, Aokiji's spirit had been ensnared in the Tsukuyomi, while his physical form remained outside. Uchiha Itachi, too, was present in the external world, encased in ice, albeit not immovably frozen, as his eyes were still capable of movement. If Aokiji could completely encase Uchiha Itachi in ice, depriving him of any opportunity to wield his Jinjutsu, perhaps he could liberate himself from the illusion. With no alternative recourse, Aokiji unleashed a more potent version of his Ice Age, releasing a torrent of frost into the external world. In an instant, the previously frozen island plummeted even further in temperature, nearing an astonishing -100 degrees. At such frigid levels, the question of mobility became moot, for even the very cells would be frozen. In such extreme cold, time and space themselves appeared to be suspended, rendering the casting of illusions utterly impossible. Finally, Aokiji exhaled in relief, having regained his freedom and emerged from the constraints of the Tsukuyomi. While the spectators were left in confusion, Ichin was well aware of the situation. He understood that the temperature on the celestial arena had plummeted to levels akin to that of outer space, approaching absolute zero. If action were not taken promptly, Uchiha Itachi risked freezing to death. Thus, Ichin swiftly intervened, dissolving Aokiji's Ice Age. He then proclaimed, in this match, Aokiji is the victor. He shall advance directly to the finals to compete for the championship. Yet, he encouraged Uchiha Itachi not to lose heart, for he could still participate in the revival tournament and re-enter the finals, maintaining his chance at the championship. After expressing their gratitude to Ichin, both contenders descended from the arena. With the conclusion of this match, preparations for the next competition commenced, and the selection of participants began. As Ichin pressed the selection button, a luminous point began to flow rapidly, traversing across various faces before settling upon one. People could only see a humanoid being, adorned in golden armor that exuded an air of majesty. Upon witnessing this sight, Ichin couldn't help but utter a soft exclamation. The figure clad in golden armor was unfamiliar to others, yet Ichin recognized him instantly. This was none other than the illustrious Emperor Knight, also known as the Emperor Armor. In the world of Transformers, Bumblebee expressed his surprise, pondering whether this was a robot, although it did not appear to be one. Optimus Prime approached and remarked that it seemed more like a person clad in armor, albeit one that was difficult to discern clearly. At that moment, in the realm of Kamen Rider, Time King gazed at the Emperor Armor and wondered aloud if this too was a Kamen Rider, noting its unfamiliarity. Nevertheless, the armor appeared undeniably striking and impressive. When Emperor Armor realized he had been selected by the arena of the multiverse, he felt a twinge of astonishment. However, he did not resist the opportunity, understanding the necessity of combat to enhance his own prowess. The chance to encounter formidable opponents from other worlds in a transformative battle was, after all, a promising prospect. Just as Emperor Armor contemplated this, Yuchin's voice echoed in his mind. Emperor Knight, congratulations on being chosen by the arena of the multiverse. You are now a contender. Are you prepared? Emperor Knight nodded affirmatively, declaring, I am ready. With those words, a radiant sphere of white light enveloped him, transporting him instantaneously to the arena of the multiverse. Observing this phenomenon, Emperor Knight mused to himself, is this the art of spatial transition? It seems this arena of the multiverse and Yichin are indeed extraordinary. Chapter 79. Emperor Knight and the Father of Ultraman upon his arrival at the arena. Emperor Armor ignited a wave of excitement among the spectators. The sheer brilliance of his golden armor was nothing short of spectacular, captivating even the Kamen Riders and Ultramen who gazed upon him with envy. The primary hue of Emperor Armor's armor, a majestic gold symbolizing imperial supremacy, was complemented by silver accents. The bodysuit was a blend of black and purple, with critical areas such as the eye mask and shield adorned in crimson. Additionally, his belt and knee guards featured a black and white yin-yang taiji symbol, surrounded by 8 yellow dots and emblems representing the fire dragon, wind eagle, black rhinoceros, earth tiger, and snow mastiff, symbolizing the 8 trigrams and 5 elements. In summary, Emperor Armor's debut radiated an aura of unparalleled grandeur. After admiring the valiant figure of Emperor Armor for a moment, Yichun began to seek out an opponent for him. As he placed his hand upon the selection button, all eyes turned towards him, for everyone sensed that this Emperor Knight was no ordinary contender, and they eagerly anticipated the nature of his forthcoming challenge. As Yichun pressed the button, the luminous point began to flow rapidly, traversing the myriad realms and passing by numerous faces, eventually coming to a halt after half a minute. Upon seeing the outcome, Yichun could hardly suppress his laughter. To his astonishment, the random opponent chosen for the Emperor Knight was none other than the formidable figure from the Kingdom of Light, the mysterious Ultraman Father, one of the 4 guardians. One represented the heavenly path, while the other embodied light. Their encounter promised an epic showdown, akin to a clash of titans. Meanwhile, in the Kingdom of Light, Ultraman Father was consoling the defeated Ultraman Zero when he looked up to discover that he too had become a contender on the celestial arena. Upon this realization, Ultraman Father furrowed his brow, as he had no desire to participate in the celestial tournament. He regarded such contests as the domain of the younger warriors, feeling that his advanced years rendered him unfit for such frivolities. Seeing this, Ultraman Zero encouraged him, stating, participating in the celestial arena, winning the championship surely comes with special rewards. Ultraman Father nodded in acknowledgement, not out of greed for accolades, but rather to avoid offending Yichin. He discerned that both the celestial arena and Yichun were formidable in their own right. A cunning old fox like Ultraman Father, who had lived for 300,000 years, would not recklessly provoke a powerful adversary. Clearly, in his eyes, Yichin was a rival of equal strength. With this in mind, he resolved to engage in the contest. As he solidified his decision, a sphere of white light enveloped him, transporting him instantaneously from the Kingdom of Light to the celestial arena. Upon his arrival, it became evident to the onlookers that Ultraman Father was unlike any other Ultraman, for he bore twin horns atop his head, resembling a bull's. Moreover, he sported a subtle mustache, which, though not overtly pronounced, was nonetheless discernible. Approaching Ultraman Father, the Emperor Knight inquired, "Are you my opponent?" Ultraman Father nodded, introducing himself. "I am Ultraman Father from the 78th Nebula, the Kingdom of Light." The Emperor Knight responded, "I am known as the Emperor Knight." Being both titans, they naturally refrained from immediately clashing. Instead, they engaged in a brief exchange. Ultraman Father then stated, "In that case, Emperor Knight, allow me to test your skills." With that, he extended his hand forward, unleashing crescent-shaped energy projectiles that swiftly surged toward the Emperor Knight. This was one of Ultraman Father's signature moves, the crescent beam. Though not particularly devastating, this maneuver served as a means for Ultraman Father to gauge the Emperor Knight's capabilities. If the Emperor Knight could not withstand even this attack, he would not merit the status of a worthy opponent. As the crescent energy blasts approached, the Emperor Knight remained unperturbed, drawing forth the Aurora sword from his back and preparing to slash forward. As the Emperor Knight wielded the Aurora sword, a blade of energy surged forth, striking the crescent moon projectile with precision. The collision of two formidable forces resulted in a resounding explosion, erupting into a blinding sphere of light. Observing that the Emperor Knight effortlessly shattered his lunar shot, the Father of Ultra nodded in acknowledgement, remarking, You possess sufficient merit to be my adversary." The Emperor Knight offered no reply, for he embodied the Celestial Order, a being of unparalleled supremacy who required no validation from others. Recognizing this, the Father of Ultra understood that the Emperor Knight was exceedingly proud, and thus refrained from further commentary, simply gesturing toward him and stating, "Very well. Prepare yourself." With that, the Father of Ultra extended his palm and unleashed a strike towards the Emperor Knight, a technique known as the Father S/, channeling energy into his hand. He aimed for the Emperor Knight's throat, while the Emperor Knight, brandishing the Aurora sword, could have easily repelled the Father of Ultra. His pride dictated otherwise. Consequently, he sheathed the Aurora sword, opting to engage barehanded, launching a punch toward the Father of Ultra. This was the renowned Emperor Fist. As the Emperor Knight delivered his powerful blow, a colossal fist shadow materialized, hurtling directly toward the Father of Ultra. With remarkable swiftness, the Father of Ultra countered, striking the massive fist shadow and shattering it into fragments. In the same fluid motion, he executed a kick aimed at the Emperor Knight, known as the Father S kick. This technique concentrated immense power within the leg muscles, unleashing a devastating kick capable of rivaling the force of 1,000,000 tons, with various forms including direct kicks, side kicks, and spinning kicks. Even a jumping kick could unleash a destruction comparable to 10 atomic bombs. This exemplified the terrifying potency of the Father of Ultra. Each punch and kick wielded the power to obliterate stars. In response, the Emperor Knight ascended, delivering a kick of his own toward the Father of Ultra. Upon impact, an explosive sound reverberated as their feet collided, resulting in a tremendous burst of light akin to a nuclear explosion. Many inhabitants of lower worlds, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but gasp in astonishment at the sheer terror these two beings embodied. The mere clash of their fists and feet unleashed a force reminiscent of a nuclear detonation. Such explosive power could effortlessly annihilate an entire city. The Father of Ultra, surprised that the Emperor Knight could withstand his kick, felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. He was acutely aware of the magnitude of his own kick, capable of shattering a meteorite with ease. The fact that the Emperor Knight had absorbed it without injury indicated that he possessed strength on par with the Father of Ultra. As awe filled him, the Father of Ultra pondered, having lived for 300,000 years and witnessed every formidable force in the universe. How is it that I have never known of a being called the Emperor Knight existing within this cosmos? Is he not a being of our universe? Chapter 80. The Ultimate Emperor Hero. The performance of the Emperor Hero astonished the Father of Ultra. As the pinnacle figure of the Land of Light, the Father of Ultra had encountered countless scenarios and faced numerous adversaries. Yet, it was for the first time that he encountered a foe like the Emperor Hero. This realization humbled the Father of Ultra, prompting him to regard his opponent with greater caution. The Emperor Hero, too, possessed an air of pride, however, unlike mere passive defense. He understood that the best form of defense is a vigorous offense. Since the Father of Ultra had just launched an attack that the Emperor Hero had successfully thwarted, it was now time for the Emperor Hero to counterattack. With that, the Emperor Hero raised his index finger, upon which a golden orb of light materialized. This was the renowned Finger Aurora. Pointing his finger, the Emperor Hero unleashed the radiant light towards the Father of Ultra. Not daring to underestimate his opponent, the Father of Ultra swiftly called out, "Ultra Barrier." This barrier, created from his own energy, served as a luminous shield to fend off enemy assaults. Distinct from other Ultras, his Ultra Barrier manifested as a curtain of sparkles, enveloping him entirely. As the Finger Aurora struck, it was instantly halted by the Ultra Barrier. Witnessing this spectacle, many powerful figures from various realms fell into silence. Their previous encounters had been mere tentative exchanges, Yet the formidable power displayed by both combatants left many leaders feeling inadequate. In the realm of the Shinigami, the Captain Commander Yamamoto Genre-sai muttered to himself, "Indeed, there are always those beyond our ken, realms beyond our reach." This Emperor Hero and the Father of Ultra have merely showcased a fraction of their astonishing combat prowess. Kiraka Shunsui, observing the two, felt an exhilarating thrill. These two are extraordinarily powerful. If only I could engage them in battle, it would surely be an exhilarating clash. Sharing this sentiment was Kaido of the Beast Pirates, who brandished his kanabo with a grin. This Emperor Hero and the Father of Ultra both possess the capability to slay me. I truly wish they would come to attempt my demise. Kaido, a madman and a relentless seeker of death, often sought ways to end his own life or provoke others into doing so. Unfortunately, his immortality rendered such desires futile, making his proclamations mere bravado. In the world of Naruto, Uchiha Madara no longer exuded his usual arrogance. A towering figure in his realm, Madara believed himself invincible, capable of overpowering any adversary. Yet, upon witnessing the Emperor Hero and the Father of Ultra, he felt the unsettling realization that he was not, in fact, invulnerable. Before the Emperor Knight and the Father of Ultra, he was undoubtedly at a disadvantage. However, if the Emperor Knight and the Father of Ultra were merely average, Uchiha Madara believed he might not necessarily be defeated by these two. In the Land of Light, both Ultraman Tiga and Ultraman Zero felt an overwhelming sense of dread. They could discern that the Emperor Knight's power was formidable, rivaling that of the Father of Ultra. Initially, they assumed that with the Father of Ultra's involvement, victory over the opponent would be assured, and claiming the championship would pose no challenge. Yet, upon witnessing the Emperor Knight's true capabilities, these Ultramen were astounded and began to worry for the Father of Ultra. Their concerns stemmed not only from their deep bond with him, but also from his unique status. As one of the four deities of light, the Father of Ultra was the supreme leader of the Land of Light, a symbol of its very essence. Should he be defeated or even injured, it would be a profound emotional blow for them, shaking their faith in the Ultra Warriors. At that moment, Ultraman Zero felt a pang of regret for having encouraged the Father of Ultra to enter the fray. Ultraman Tiga placed a reassuring hand on Zero's shoulder, saying, "Zero, there is no need for excessive worry. The Father of Ultra's strength is unfathomable. It is far more complex than it appears. I firmly believe he will triumph over the Emperor Knight. Of course, the Emperor Knight is powerful as well, so the struggle will be arduous. Yet, in the end, victory shall undoubtedly be ours." As Tiga spoke, he gazed towards the celestial arena where the Father of Ultra had commenced his counterattack. The Father of Ultra raised his hands, forming a symbol as he transformed the light energy within him into explosive spark energy, releasing it in a powerful blast from his right arm. This was his signature technique, known as the Father Ray or Father Shot, remarkably potent. Spectators beheld the vibrant orange and green spark rays emanating from the Father of Ultra's arm, hurtling towards the Emperor Knight. Witnessing this, Ultraman Zero exclaimed with excitement, "This is the Father Ray. It is incredibly powerful." He has previously used this technique to vanquish Namage and Jeto. At this moment, Zero had chosen to place his faith in the Father of Ultra, which explained his exhilaration upon seeing the attack. Although the Emperor Knight possessed formidable defenses, he dared not confront this ultimate move head-on. Utilizing the Aurora Shield could easily repel it. Yet, in his ordinary form, the Emperor Knight could not activate the Aurora Shield. He needed to evolve from his basic form into the enhanced combat form, the Ultimate Emperor Armor. Thus, he placed his hand on the Emperor Belt, and as the 5 elements began to rotate, his upgrade commenced. The crowd was mesmerized as a radiant golden light enveloped the Emperor Knight. Once the brilliance faded, onlookers beheld that the Knight's arms were now adorned with armor, and his chest was fortified with an Aurora Shield, while the overall potency of his armor visibly surged. At this moment, the Emperor Knight had transcended his ordinary form, manifesting in the Ultimate Emperor state. The reason for this elaborate transformation was his realization of the formidable strength of the Ultra Father. Relying solely on his typical Emperor state would render him incapable of vanquishing such an opponent. Thus, the upgrade to the Ultimate Emperor Armor was of paramount necessity. Upon donning the Ultimate Emperor Armor, the Emperor Knight pressed his hand against his chest, precisely on the Aurora Shield. In response, the shield emitted a resplendent golden light. In the next moment, the Father's beam struck the Aurora Shield, yet all the unleashed energy was effortlessly absorbed by the shield, causing not a scratch upon the Emperor Knight. The stunning metamorphosis of the Emperor Knight left many in awe, dropping their jaws in disbelief. If the previous incarnation of the Emperor Knight resembled a cultured sovereign, now he stood as a martial emperor, wielding a sword and shield, exuding an aura of power that compelled all to bow before him. Chapter 81. The Emperor Knight's Celestial Command. The Emperor Knight's magnificent transformation astonished the Ultra Father as well. The Ultra Father sensed that the power of the transformed Emperor Knight had surged significantly beyond mere increments. This realization weighed heavily upon him, as the pre-transformation ordinary state of the Emperor Knight was already a formidable contender against him. Now, facing the ultimate Emperor state, the balance of power had undeniably shifted in favor of the Emperor Knight, intensifying the pressure upon the Ultra Father, who felt compelled to change his own form. Consequently, the Ultra Father began to enlarge his physique. Initially, upon ascending the celestial arena, he had underestimated the Emperor Knight, considering his diminutive stature. He believed that battling the Emperor Knight at his towering height of 45 meters would be akin to bullying. Therefore, he had reduced himself to a mere 2 meters. However, the Ultra Father soon comprehended that the might of the Emperor Knight far surpassed his expectations. He could no longer afford to hold back. Only by reclaiming his true form could he hope to contend with the Emperor Knight. Thus, the Ultra Father restored himself to his original height of 45 meters and a weight of 50,000 tons, revealing his true visage. At that moment, the Ultra Father loomed like a small mountain, towering above the tallest trees, which barely reached his knees. In stark contrast, the Emperor Knight, standing at less than 2 meters, appeared as insignificant as a mere insect before the Ultra Father. With a single step forward, the Ultra Father flattened an entire forest as if it were mere grass beneath his feet. He raised his colossal foot and aimed it towards the diminutive Emperor Knight below. The Emperor Hero deftly sidestepped, leaping onto a nearby hillock, just as the Father of Ultra brought his foot crashing down. The earth trembled with a thunderous boom, leaving an imprint on the ground that resembled a swimming pool in size. Despite his colossal transformation, the Father of Ultra retained remarkable agility. Noticing that his footfall had missed the Emperor Hero, he swiftly delivered a punch towards his adversary perched on the hill. The Emperor Hero leapt nimbly to evade the strike. But with a resounding crash, the Father of Ultra's fist struck the hill, shattering it to pieces. At that moment, Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Sasuke, and Uchiha Obito lowered their heads in awe. They had always believed that their Susanoo was the pinnacle of power. However, upon witnessing the enlarged Father of Ultra, they quickly realized that their formidable Susanoo seemed but a jest in comparison. Although the Susanoo towered at 20 to 30 meters, dominating the Naruto realm, the Father of Ultra began at an impressive height of 45 meters. Standing next to him, the Susanoo appeared dwarfed. More crucially, while the Susanoo could obliterate a mountain with a single punch, the Father of Ultra possessed the capacity to shatter a planet with his might. In essence, the Susanoo, when placed beside the Father of Ultra, resembled a mere child in a kindergarten. As the Father of Ultra transformed into a giant, his confrontation with the Emperor Hero placed him in a decidedly advantageous position, given the vast disparity in their height and weight. Observing this, the Emperor Hero spoke, "Only you can grow larger? Can I not?" With a mighty roar, he invoked Law of Heaven and Earth. Instantly, golden light cascaded from the heavens, enveloping the Emperor Hero. In the blink of an eye, he too began to expand, soon reaching a towering stature of over 40 meters, becoming a giant akin to the Father of Ultra. As these two titans took simultaneous strides, the ground quaked beneath their colossal feet, sending tremors throughout the entire island and triggering tsunamis in the surrounding oceans. The scene was nothing short of apocalyptic, akin to the end of humanity. Many inhabitants of the lower martial worlds trembled at the sight, for they bore witness to cataclysmic power capable of annihilating entire planets. The giants charged forth, their fists colliding with earth-shattering force. A tremendous explosion erupted, engulfing the entire island in a blinding radiance. In the Naruto world, Naruto could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming that they've obliterated the entire island. This moment resonated with profound shock in the Naruto realm, for even their mightiest tailed beasts, revered for their unparalleled destructive power, could only lay waste to a village at best. The island, destroyed by the Emperor Knight and Ultra Father, is even larger than the Land of Fire. With such a vast expanse, a mere exchange of blows between these two formidable beings was sufficient to annihilate the island. This implies that if the Emperor Knight and Ultra Father were to enter the world of Naruto, they could effortlessly obliterate the Land of Fire with a single punch, including the Hidden Leaf Village. In the world of pirates, although there exist some top-tier powerhouses capable of decimating an island, They could never achieve such destruction with a mere clash of fists as the Emperor Knight and Ultra Father did. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Ball realm, Goku was brimming with excitement, for he too possessed a fierce warrior spirit, unable to resist the urge to engage a powerful adversary. Previously, few opponents in the multiverse arena had piqued his interest, but the Emperor Knight and Ultra Father were an entirely different story. Their overwhelming strength ignited a fervor within Goku, compelling him to challenge them with his Kaioken technique. As the island crumbled, Ultra Father leaped gracefully, landing on a rock jutting out from the sea. The Emperor Knight summoned his specialized steed, the Imperial Horse, which appeared in a dazzling display. This ethereal creature, adorned in silver and gold, differed greatly from the 5 armors of light. The Imperial Horse boasted the ability to fly, surpassing light speed, traversing through time, and entering different dimensional realms. Moreover, it could unleash energy blasts from its eyes and fire the Emperor cannon and lasers from its mouth. Upon the arrival of the Imperial Horse, the Emperor Knight leapt onto its back, soaring into the sky and surveying Ultra Father from above. Undaunted, Ultra Father also possessed the ability to fly. He nodded at the Emperor Knight, remarking, "Is this your steed?" "Impressive." The Emperor Knight remained silent, yet the Imperial Horse responded by opening its mouth, firing a laser directly at Ultra Father. Quick to react, Ultra Father dodged to the side, but the laser struck the rock upon which he had been standing, shattering it into fragments with a resounding explosion. In the Transformers universe, Megatron nodded in approval, exclaiming, "Indeed, that is a laser, and a highly destructive one at that. I never imagined a mere steed could possess such formidable destructive power." Chapter 82. The 5 Elements Ultimate Techniques. Ultra Father leapt into the air, evading the laser shot from the Imperial Horse, and retaliated with a flash of energy aimed at the steed. The Emperor Knight, determined to protect his mount, struck his auroral shield, which radiated golden light and intercepted the incoming attack, shielding the Imperial Horse from harm. Unfazed by the encounter, the Emperor Knight stood atop the Imperial Horse, basking in the sunlight, appearing as a celestial being of radiant brilliance. Amidst the reverent adoration of the crowd, the Emperor Hero removed the snow mastiff crystal from his belt and affixed it to the Aurora's sword. With the sword imbued with the crystal, he raised it, summoning a tempest of lightning that converged around him. The Emperor Hero then struck down with the electrified Aurora's sword towards the father of Ultraman, unleashing one of the 5 elemental ultimate techniques, the Imperial Thunderstrike. As he swung the sword, the heavens roared with thunder, and a bolt of lightning shot directly towards the father of Ultraman. In response, the father extended his hand, unleashing a crimson beam of light from his palm to intercept the celestial thunder. As the thunder and light clashed, the Emperor Hero invoked the wood-stretching technique, another of the 5 elemental ultimate techniques, which harnesses the power of wood. Through the wood seal, he could summon the roots of nature to restrain his opponent's movements. Not limited to terrestrial trees, even the flora of the sea responded to his command. As he executed this technique, seaweed and similar aquatic plants surged from the ocean depths, coiling around the legs of the father of Ultraman like serpents. The father was momentarily taken aback, and so were the onlookers from various realms. In the world of Naruto, Hashirama Senju remarked, "Could it be that this Emperor Hero has mastered Wujutsu? How else could he wield such power?" His words revealed a narrow perspective. For the Emperor Hero's abilities transcended mere ninjutsu, effortlessly overshadowing any wood-based techniques. In the Ultraman realm, both Dinah and Zero observed with urgency as the father of Ultraman became ensnared by the seaweed. While the seaweed posed little threat to him, the timing was critical. This moment coincided with the fierce battle between him and the Emperor Hero, and such entanglement could significantly hinder the father's performance. In the realm of masters, even the slightest delay could lead to irreparable consequences. Fortunately, the father of Ultraman, seasoned in combat, quickly regained his composure following a brief moment of panic. Flames erupted around his legs, incinerating the encroaching seaweed, causing the surrounding seawater to boil with the intensity of the blaze. This was the father's illusory flame, a technique that allowed him to conjure fire beneath his foes or, as in this case, to liberate himself from peril. Yet, the father's crisis was far from averted. For the Emperor Hero's mastery of the 5 elemental arts had only just begun to unfold. With the Aurora sword raised once more, 5 luminous rings materialized around him in an instant. The 5 luminous circles, adorned with intricate runes, are colored green, white, blue, red, and yellow, representing the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The Emperor Knight brandished the Aurora Sword and struck at the fire crystal and earth crystal. In an instant, the molten magma beneath the sea surged forth, erupting from the ocean's depths towards the Father of Ultra. Although this searing magma posed no threat to the Father of Ultra, he leaped into the air to evade it. However, as he ascended, enormous meteors began to fall from the heavens, crashing down towards him one after another. This was the Emperor Knight's elemental technique, known as the Fiery Earth Emperor's Lava. The magma from the ocean floor and the meteors from the sky were thus summoned. Despite the meteors being as large as the moon, the Father of Ultra remained unfazed and retaliated with a powerful punch, shattering the meteor into countless fragments that rained down into the sea. Witnessing this display, Kaguya Otsutsuki, sealed within the moon, felt a flush of embarrassment. Despite proclaiming herself the progenitor of chakra and a deity among mortals, she had been confined by the planetary devastation. Observing the Father of Ultra effortlessly obliterate a meteor with a single strike, she contemplated the futility of her ambitions. It seemed that should she attempt to seal the Father of Ultra with the planetary devastation, he could easily shatter it with a mere fist. Such a disparity rendered her somewhat despondent, even leading her to consider abandoning her original plans and resigning to eternal confinement within the planetary devastation, as she felt utterly humiliated. After demolishing the meteor, the Father of Ultra retrieved a feather and hurled it towards the Emperor Knight. This was one of the Father of Ultra's unique artifacts, the Ultra Feather. A weapon resembling a feather, it could penetrate the enemy's body and unleash shockwaves within, annihilating them entirely. The Emperor Knight recognized the danger of the Ultra Feather and wisely refrained from engaging with it. Instead, he raised the Aurora Sword and struck at the green water crystal, which promptly shielded him by transforming into an ice barrier that deflected the Ultra Feather. This sequence of events left the denizens of the myriad realms utterly astonished. Even the King of Ultra was profoundly impressed. Unlike the Father of Ultra, the King of Ultra reigns supreme over the Ultra lineage, possessing power that surpasses all Ultra warriors in the Land of Light. Regarded as a guardian deity of the cosmos by his kin. Yet, even the formidable King of Ultra was taken aback by the dazzling prowess exhibited by the Emperor Knight, whose strength transcended that of any Ultra warrior outside the enigmatic Four Ultras. As King Ultraman observed, he remarked, "This time, Ultraman Father has encountered a formidable adversary. I wonder if he can triumph over him." In the realm of One Punch Man, the cosmic overlord Boros was filled with exhilaration. The reason he traversed the cosmos was in search of an equal opponent. To his astonishment, he encountered not one, but two on the celestial arena, Emperor Knight and Ultraman Father. At this moment, Boros felt a restless urge to leap onto the celestial arena himself, to engage in an epic battle with both Emperor Knight and Ultraman Father, thereby asserting his dominance as the cosmic overlord through victory. Chapter 83, The Five Shadows' Fatal Strike. In the confrontation with Emperor Knight, Ultraman Father distinctly felt the strain. This was the first time in over 100,000 years he experienced such a sensation. Thus, Ultraman Father spread his arms wide and shouted, "True power." As he uttered this declaration, his body was enveloped in a golden aura, and the two horns atop his head, known as the Ultraman horns, instantaneously expanded to twice their original size. This represented Ultraman Father's awakening of true power, revealing his authentic strength. Upon entering this awakened state, not only did his Ultraman horns grow larger, but his combat prowess also surged dramatically. In this awakened state of true power, King Ultraman unsheathed the ultimate blade, a revered weapon passed down through generations in the Land of Light, also known as the ultimate holy sword. With a mighty, Ultraman Father raised the ultimate blade and struck towards Emperor Knight. In response, Emperor Knight drew his Aurora Sword and countered with a swift slash at Ultraman Father. The sword wielded by Ultraman Father was a holy sword from the Land of Light, while Emperor Knight's sword was also a sacred blade. The collision of these two swords unleashed ripples that caused the entire ocean to churn violently, inundating the land. As they engaged in fierce combat, they ascended into the sky, breaking through the atmosphere and into outer space. However, this had no bearing on the celestial arena, as it was inherently a virtual realm, regardless of their physical location. As long as they were within the celestial arena, their battle was visible to all beings across the myriad realms. When their figures appeared against the backdrop of the pitch-black, silent expanse of outer space, many gasped in astonishment. They were aware that the temperature in outer space plummeted to -273 degrees Celsius, which was absolute zero. Any human exposed to this environment without protection would instantly freeze solid, even causing cellular activity to cease. Yet, these two beings seemed unaffected. However, the onlookers quickly realized that these entities were not human. They were, indeed, divine. They possessed the ability to expand and shrink their forms. What else could they be but gods? Since he is a deity, it is not entirely inconceivable for him to endure the absolute zero of outer space. At this moment, the battle between Father of Ultra and Emperor Knight had reached a fever pitch. Emperor Knight softly uttered a few words. 5 Shadows' ultimate move. As he unleashed this technique, 5 rectangular sigils emerged beside him, each inscribed with the characters for metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, representing the 5 elements. Subsequently, Emperor Knight brandished the Aurora Blade, slicing through the elemental sigils to create 5 doppelgangers, simultaneously launching a series of relentless strikes at Father of Ultra. Perceiving the onslaught, Father of Ultra immediately activated his instantaneous movement ability. Golden energy vortices enveloped his entire being, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from the encirclement of the 5 doppelgangers. In the next moment, Father of Ultra reappeared behind the true form of Emperor Knight, raising the ultimate blade to deliver a lethal thrust towards his back. Emperor Knight, however, did not turn around. Instead, he brought his hands together in a prayer-like gesture before his waist. This was the time manipulation technique he had mastered, known as time-stop meditation seal. When this technique was invoked, time itself came to a halt. As time froze, Father of Ultra, caught in the flow of temporal stasis, also became motionless, not due to a binding spell, but simply because time had ceased, independent of his own existence. Initially, the onlookers from various realms failed to perceive anything amiss, for time is an invisible force. However, it soon became apparent that something was awry. Father of Ultra, poised to strike Emperor Knight, suddenly appeared as if ensnared by a binding spell, suspended in his lethal motion. This spectacle left many in shock. Could it be that Emperor Knight wielded a binding technique? Only the King of Ultra discerned the underlying anomaly. Having lived for 300,000 years and interacted with countless formidable beings, some of whom could manipulate time and space, he recognized the gravity of the situation. The King of Ultra was profoundly astonished. In any realm, those who command time and space are undoubtedly among the most powerful. Clearly, Emperor Knight was one of those supreme beings. In the Marvel Universe, Doctor Strange grasped his time stone and mused, the ability to manipulate time. This Emperor Knight can control time without the time stone. Could he be a deity? By employing his time manipulation ability to halt time, Emperor Knight inadvertently immobilized the ambushing Father of Ultra. Once he had executed this feat, he slowly turned to face Father of Ultra and intoned, I am Emperor Knight. I am the way of heaven. With these words, he leaped into the air, delivering a powerful kick towards Father of Ultra. The formidable figure of Father Ultraman was immediately sent flying, crashing onto the moon and creating a sizable human-shaped crater upon impact. Upon witnessing this, both Tiga Ultraman and Zero Ultraman gasped in astonishment, particularly Zero, who was engulfed in profound. It was his persuasion and encouragement that had ultimately compelled Father Ultraman to ascend to the celestial arena. In the Marvel Universe, Thanos clenched his fist, adorned with the Infinity Gauntlet, which already housed 3 Infinity Stones. Observing the spectacle, he mused, this imperial hero, from which planet does he hail? He has grown so powerful, surpassing even the divine. However, he added with a smirk, once I acquire all 6 Infinity Stones, with but a snap of my fingers, even the mightiest of foes shall be reduced to dust. In the world of Kamen Rider, Time King gazed at the imperial hero on the arena and remarked, this imperial hero possesses the ability to manipulate time, much like myself. Should the opportunity arise, I would relish a contest against him. Time King spoke truthfully, for he too wielded dominion over time and space. Their abilities in this regard bore striking resemblance. Unbeknownst to the imperial hero in a parallel dimension, another Time King was declaring war upon him. Habitually, the imperial hero snapped his fingers and pointed skyward, his expression seemingly proclaiming, by the mandate of heaven, I govern all. At that moment, he stood as if the very embodiment of dominion over existence, evoking a sense of reverence. As he awaited Yu Chen's announcement of his victory, he was met with silence. A flicker of doubt crept into his mind. Had Father Ultraman not perished? If so, why had Yu Chen not declared the outcome? Just as this thought crossed his mind, a luminous orb shot upwards, darting away into the vastness of the cosmos. Chapter 84. Absolute Kill with a Swift Kick. The Imperial hero embedded Father Ultraman into the moon's surface, believing the matter settled and victory secured. He was taken aback as Father Ultraman transformed into a blue-green orb of light, propelling himself into the depths of the universe. This transformation was a shared ability of the Ultraman race, allowing Father Ultraman to reshape his form into a gigantic blue-green sphere of light, moving at superluminal speeds. Realizing this was unacceptable, the Imperial hero thought, "You have yet to concede. How can the outcome of this arena be determined if you flee?" Resolutely, he summoned his steed, the Imperial steed, and mounted it, pursuing Father Ultraman. The Imperial steed, capable of flying at light speed and traversing time, enabled them to venture into different dimensional spaces. Thus commenced their chase, and soon the Imperial steed caught up to Father Ultraman on a small celestial body. Soon, Father of Ultra stood firm on the small planet, radiating a verdant glow from his being, which coalesced into a luminous green sphere. This extraordinary sphere enveloped both Father of Ultra and Emperor Knight within its embrace. The sphere was no ordinary phenomenon. Any adversary caught within its confines would find their strength significantly diminished, while Father of Ultra would experience a remarkable amplification of his own power. His earlier feigned retreat was a deliberate strategy to construct this very circle, preparing for a moment of decisive counterattack. Inside the sphere, Emperor Knight felt an overwhelming sense of constraint, as though his powers were being suppressed. However, he remained undeterred and addressed Father of Ultra, "Do you still wish to flee?" To which Father of Ultra shook his head resolutely, replying, "I have never fled. I merely lured you into the sphere I have established." Emperor Knight glanced skeptically at the green sphere and remarked, "Is this all there is?" Father of Ultra cautioned, "Do not underestimate this sphere. Once you enter it, your abilities will be drastically weakened, while mine will be greatly enhanced. If you doubt me, feel free to test your strength against me." With a dismissive snort, Emperor Knight remained silent, gesturing with his hand to conjure 5 shield-like insignias, each adorned with the images of a snow mastiff, a ground tiger, a black rhinoceros, a flying eagle, and a fiery dragon. Subsequently, he transformed his sword, the Aurora Blade, and struck these 5 shield-shaped marks. The Aurora Blade pierced through each insignia, morphing into a brilliant dragon of light that surged towards Father of Ultra. This was Emperor Knight's ultimate technique, the 5 Sacred Kill. Observing this, Father of Ultra smiled faintly and unsheathed the ultimate blade, delivering a swift strike. In a flash, the formidable dragon was cleaved in twain, its power unmistakable, capable of annihilating an entire planet. Yet, confined within the sphere, its strength was severely curtailed, while Father of Ultra's prowess was significantly augmented, enabling him to sever the dragon with ease. Seeing this unfold, both Dyna and Zero Ultraman let out a sigh of relief. Zero remarked, "I didn't expect Father of Ultra possessed such a formidable move. Why have I never witnessed him employ it before?" Dyna responded, "Father of Ultra is unfathomable. It is only natural that we have yet to witness many of his abilities." Zero chuckled, "That is indeed true. I was nearly consumed by self-reproach, fearing something might go awry with Father of Ultra." Dyna smiled back, "I told you to trust in Father of Ultra. As long as you have faith in him, he will undoubtedly prevail." Zero nodded in agreement, affirming his belief. In the Marvel Universe, the Time Variance Authority is closely monitoring the celestial arena, particularly focusing on Yi-chun. The director of the Time Variance Authority suspects that Yi-chun may be a temporal smuggler who could disrupt the normal flow of timelines across various realms. Consequently, a warrant for Yi-chun's capture has been issued. However, they are unable to locate his presence, as if he exists beyond the continuum of time itself. Nevertheless, the director has not relinquished hope and continues to dispatch agents in pursuit of Yi-chun. Upon witnessing the effortless counter of his ultimate technique, the 5 Saints' Fatal Strike, by the Father of Ultra, the Emperor hero feels a stirring in his heart. It appears the Father of Ultra's claims hold true, within this green sphere of light. The Emperor hero's abilities are significantly diminished, rendering his assaults easily neutralized by the Father of Ultra. Despite this, the Emperor hero remains unfazed, for he possesses an abundance of formidable skills and techniques, any one of which could astonish the world. Moreover, escaping from this predicament is not a challenge for the Emperor hero, as he commands both temporal and spatial powers. He can utilize the door of space to depart from this verdant orb. Yet, he refrains from doing so, as he seeks to hone his prowess through battle. Encounters with adversaries as formidable as the Father of Ultra are rare, and since the opportunity has arisen, he intends to relish the experience. Thus, The Emperor Hero unsheaths his Aurora sword and removes the wood-wind eagle crystal from his Emperor belt, affixing it to the blade. This tech, originally belonging to the Wind Eagle hero, serves as a powerful sealing strike. As he executes this maneuver, a pair of wings unfurl from his back. The Emperor Hero flaps these wings into the sky, transforming them into a myriad of lights that surge toward the Father of Ultra. The Father of Ultra, upon witnessing this, hastily conjures an Ultra defense, erecting a wall of luminous energy to intercept the multitude of feather-like beams. After dissolving the defense, he turns to the Emperor Hero with a grin, proclaiming, "Now it is my turn to counterattack." With that, he crosses his arms to form a stance, unleashing a barrage of radiant beams directly aimed at the Emperor Hero, bolstered by the enhanced powers of this luminous sphere. The potency of the Father of Ultra's ultimate technique multiplies. In the Father of Ultra's estimation, the Emperor Hero would surely employ the Aurora Shield for defense, as it is the most reliable and convenient method of protection. However, the Emperor Hero remains motionless, seemingly oblivious to the impending assault. Not only is the Father of Ultra perplexed, but many observers across the realms are equally bewildered. What is the Emperor Hero thinking? Why does he not evade or defend himself, merely watching as the Father of Ultra unleashes his lethal beams? After the Father of Ultra unleashed his devastating beam, a sudden shock coursed through him. The Emperor Knight exhibited such audacity. Could it be that he possessed some hidden advantage? Contemplating this, the Father of Ultra hastily diminished the potency of his beam by half. In Chapter 85, titled One Punch Man Saitama, the Father of Ultra employed strategy to lure the Emperor Knight into a green light circle, whereupon he unleashed his lethal beam, rather than utilizing the Aurora Shield for defense. The Emperor Knight executed a move known as Star Shift, directly rebounding the Father of Ultra's lethal beam back at him. The Father of Ultra was taken aback. It dawned on him why the Emperor Knight had remained so composed earlier. He had already devised a plan. Swiftly, the Father of Ultra raised his arm, releasing a blue beam to collide with the rebounding lethal beam. Fortunately, due to his earlier caution, the potency of his lethal beam had been reduced. Otherwise, even if he managed to block the rebound, he would have sustained injuries. This scene caused the onlookers to break out in cold sweat, for the displayed ability was truly formidable. The Father of Ultra constructed a spherical space using a force field, within which the Emperor Knight's powers were infinitely diminished while his own were exponentially amplified. In this regard, the Father of Ultra held a significant advantage. However, once the Emperor Knight executed his Star Shift, all of the Father of Ultra's advantages evaporated, regardless of how much his power increased within that sphere. Any attack he launched would inevitably be reflected back by the Emperor Knight. Thus, no matter what tactics the Father of Ultra employed, he found himself utterly powerless against the Emperor Knight. In the Ultraman world, Belial Ultraman, witnessing this spectacle, could not help but burst into laughter. Father of Ultra, look at you now. Belial Ultraman, once a comrade of the Father of Ultra, had succumbed to darkness and become his adversary. Seeing his foe humiliated before the Emperor Knight naturally brought Belial great joy. Meanwhile, in the Marvel Universe, Odin, the king of the gods, sat upon his throne, wielding the eternal spear. At that moment, Odin was observing the celestial arena, where he witnessed the clash between the Father of Ultra and the Emperor. This left him profoundly astonished, as both the Father of Ultra and the Emperor Knight appeared to possess at least the strength of a celestial deity. Odin himself was merely of the same caliber. As he watched, he mused aloud. Could it be that this Emperor Knight and the Father of Ultra are gods from another realm? To this, the malevolent god Loki retorted, "Father, you overestimate these two. The Emperor Knight and the Father of Ultra may simply be deities from a different world. Should they stand before you, the king of the gods, they would still be compelled to bow in reverence." Odin's single eye radiated a brilliant glow as he gazed at the malevolent god Loki, declaring, "They are not as simple as you imagine. In terms of both status and strength, they stand at least on equal footing with me." With that, Odin shifted his attention to the celestial arena. In the arena, the Emperor Hero combined the Aurora Sword and the Aurora Shield, enhancing the blade of the shield and extending the edge of the sword, thus forging the mightiest weapon, the Emperor's War Spear. Grasping this formidable weapon, the Emperor Hero soared into the heavens, shattering the force field that enveloped both him and the Father of Ultraman with a thunderous crash. The protective sphere dissipated, leaving the Father of Ultraman devoid of his final bastion. After breaking the force field, the Emperor Hero leapt high, thrusting the Emperor's spear into the body of the Father of Ultraman, propelling him forward. With a resounding boom, The Emperor Hero drove the father of Ultraman directly into the moon, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that shattered the lunar surface. The sight of the moon's destruction reverberated across the myriad realms, instilling fear in all who beheld it. In the Dragon Ball universe, the Super Saiyan Prince Vegeta, witnessing the spectacle, nodded in admiration, exclaiming, "This Emperor Hero is undeniably powerful. If fate allows me to, I shall make him feel the force of my fists." Meanwhile, chaos erupted in the Land of Light as Ultraman Saga and Ultraman Dyna ascended into space, intent on rescuing the father of Ultraman. Alas, the universe they inhabited was entirely separate from that of the Celestial Arena, rendering their search for the Emperor Hero and the father of Ultraman futile. Once the aftershocks of the moon's explosion subsided, the onlookers beheld the Emperor Hero standing in the void of space, while the father of Ultraman resided within a golden sphere of light. As the sphere emanated various energies, the wounds inflicted upon the father of Ultraman began to heal rapidly. In no time, he regained his former state and emerged from the golden sphere, addressing the Emperor Hero. "You are the strongest being I have ever encountered. You have triumphed." With the father of Ultraman conceding defeat, the battle came to a close. As customary, Yi-Chin stepped forth to announce, "Congratulations to the Emperor Hero. The victor of this match is the Emperor Hero. He will advance directly to the finals to contend for the Ultimate Championship." Furthermore, the father of Ultraman would also have the opportunity to participate in the revival match, allowing him to re-enter the finals and vie for glory once more. Following Yi-Chin's declaration, two golden orbs enveloping the Emperor Hero and the father of Ultraman respectively, transporting them back to their respective worlds. With this match concluded, it was time to select the contestants for the next bout. Yi-Chin pressed the selection button, and the light began to dart rapidly, eventually halting upon the visage of an individual amidst the multitude of gazes. This is a bald individual, resembling a pickled egg. Yi-Chin recognized him at a glance. Was this not Saitama from the world of One Punch Man? It was truly unexpected that, during this random selection, the illustrious Saitama would be chosen. Saitama was engaged in a video game when Genos rushed in, breathless, exclaiming, "Master, you must see this. You have become a contestant in the Celestial Arena." Upon hearing this, Saitama was immediately taken aback. Historically, only the most formidable warriors from various realms were selected to ascend to the Celestial Arena. While it was well known that Saitama possessed immense strength, there remained some skepticism regarding his status as the apex warrior of this world. However, judging by the Celestial Arena selection, it seemed quite plausible that Saitama was indeed the strongest in this realm, or at the very least, among the elite. Startled, he halted his gaming. Saitama, slightly annoyed at the interruption, remarked, "What is going on? Why did you stop?" Genos pointed towards the sky and reiterated, "You have been chosen by the Celestial Arena. You must compete there." Finally comprehending the gravity of the situation, Saitama paused, stroking his bald head and murmuring, "Oh, I see." Chapter 86. The ascendance of Son Wukong. Saitama's selection to the Celestial Arena sent shockwaves through the One Punch Man universe. At this moment, only a select few, like Genos, were aware of Saitama's true prowess. To the masses, Saitama was merely a low-ranked hero. The notion that a mere low-ranked hero could represent the One Punch Man universe at the Celestial Arena left the other heroes in a state of astonishment, mingled with indignation. The low-ranked hero, Dogman, exclaimed, "What is the Celestial Arena thinking? How could they choose a low-ranked hero to compete? Are there truly no other heroes in our world?" Meanwhile, the low-ranked hero, Pig God, munched on snacks and added, "Indeed, is there anyone here not stronger than that bald head? I fail to understand why he was selected to represent us at the Celestial Arena." Silver Fong, the third-ranked hero, stated, "As far as I know, contenders at the Celestial Arena are all top-tier champions of their respective realms. Could it be that this bald-headed Saitama possesses some extraordinary ability unknown to us?" The second-ranked hero, Tornado, a fiery-tempered little girl, scoffed, "Why is it always this bald guy? He is merely a low-ranked hero. What right does he have to represent our world at the Celestial Arena?" Metal Bat interjected, "Do not underestimate Saitama. He is incredibly strong, far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary low-ranked hero." Tornado replied, "Indeed, I too sense that Saitama is no ordinary individual. His strength undoubtedly surpasses that of a mere class hero. Yet, this Saitama can barely be considered a class hero. A class hero cannot represent us, after all. We have so many class heroes among us." Tornado's frustration mounted as she slammed her fist on the table, rising to her feet. I shall persuade Saitama to relinquish his place in the celestial arena. We will select one among our class heroes to take his place. With that, Tornado dashed out like a gust of wind in search of Saitama. Her speed rivaled that of a tempest, and she swiftly located him, getting straight to the point. Saitama, have you been chosen as a contestant for the celestial arena? Saitama looked at Tornado, utterly perplexed, but nodded nonetheless. Yes. Tornado, with a temperament as fiery as her appearance, wasted no time in delivering her message. You would be wise to decline your participation in the celestial arena. It is perilous. I advise you to forfeit this position, allowing one of our class heroes from the Hero Association to represent you. Before Saitama could respond, Genos interjected. Unable to contain himself, the chosen contestant for the celestial arena is my master. It would violate the rules to replace him. Tornado, infuriated, pointed at Saitama, exclaiming, a mere class hero representing our world in the celestial arena. Do you not find that disgraceful? If he is defeated with a single punch, how will the others perceive our world? They will think we lack powerful warriors. Genos, greatly dissatisfied, retorted, why should my master not represent our world in the celestial arena? Do you not comprehend his immense strength? Others chimed in, indeed. Saitama is incredibly strong. With a fierce glare, Tornado clenched her fist, declaring, I am speaking with Saitama. Who invited you to interject? As the second-ranked hero in the Hero Association, Tornado held considerable sway, and her words silenced Genos and others. She turned her gaze back to Saitama, demanding, Saitama, tell me, will you relinquish this opportunity to ascend the arena? Saitama scratched his bald head, responding, I too wish to ascend the celestial arena. I want to see if anyone can withstand a punch from me. Tornado extended a slender finger, pointing at Saitama. You speak with such bravado. Do you truly believe you are formidable? To ascend the celestial arena is to court death. Just as Tornado was reprimanding Saitama, a voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Congratulations, Saitama. You have been selected as a contestant for the celestial arena. Are you prepared? Having witnessed numerous matches, Saitama felt somewhat seasoned. Upon hearing the voice in his mind, he promptly replied, I am ready. I can ascend to the celestial arena. As soon as Saitama's voice faded, a radiant sphere of golden light enveloped him, and in the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original location, reappearing on the heavenly arena. Tornado, witness, furiously shook her tiny fist and shouted, Saitama, when you return, I shall settle the score with you. Upon Saitama's arrival at the heavenly arena, he began to rotate his head, surveying his surroundings. The onlookers from the myriad realms were instantly disheartened upon seeing Saitama. How did a bald man get up here? He looks utterly foolish, they lamented. Unlike the previous contestants, who donned formidable armor and exuded an aura of strength, this bald individual resembled nothing more than a giant egg, appearing comically absurd. The heroes from the One Punch Man universe shook their heads in dismay. Indeed, it is bald Saitama who has taken the stage. But how dare he? With his level of strength, he has the audacity to step onto this arena that faces countless worlds. Is he seeking his own demise? Regardless of the opinions of others, Saitama stood firm on the heavenly arena, awaiting his opponent. Yi Chun, noticing the situation, decided not to prolong Saitama's wait and pressed the selection button. In the next moment, a glowing point began to drift and passed over the images of various strong contenders from the myriad realms. After a minute, the point came to a halt. The onlookers beheld a name inscribed beneath the glowing dot, Son Wukong. This was not the great sage equal to heaven, but rather the Super Saiyan Goku from the Dragon Ball universe. At that moment, in the Dragon Ball world, Goku leapt for joy upon discovering that he had been chosen by the heavenly arena, for he had longed to compete with the powerful beings from the myriad realms. The selection of Goku as a contestant was precisely what he had hoped for. Vegeta, standing nearby, expressed his envy, saying, How is your luck so extraordinary? Why wasn't Ti selected by the heavenly arena? Goku comforted Vegeta, replying, Fear not, Vegeta. Perhaps the next contestant will be you. Just be ready here and wait. While they conversed, Yi Chen's voice resonated in Goku's mind. Congratulations, Son Wukong. You have been selected as a contestant for the heavenly arena. Are you prepared to step onto the stage? Goku eagerly responded, I am ready. I can take the stage at the heavenly arena right now. Upon Goku's appearance on the arena, the crowd beheld him clad in a blue tank top, adorned with a turtle school GI, complemented by blue boots featuring a yellow stripe down the center. He wore blue wristbands and a blue belt, and emblazoned on his back was the character for Turtle. Although Goku appeared as a youth, he nonetheless emanated an imposing presence. Let us turn our gaze to Saitama, who stands in stark contrast to Son Wukong. This fellow possesses a bald head, resembling a light bulb, and is clad in a rather unrefined yellow superhero ensemble, complete with a white cape draped upon his back and red boots and gloves that do little to convey an air of strength. Approaching Son Wukong, Saitama boldly declared, "Are you my opponent? I have awaited your arrival for quite some time. Come on. After our battle, I have to rush to the supermarket to snag some discount coupons." At this proclamation, a wave of astonishment swept across the myriad realms. What? Did I hear that correctly? Off to the supermarket for discount coupons? This individual is clearly just a homebody. How did he even find his way to this arena of celestial champions? In the world of One Punch Man, Tornado. Upon hearing Saitama's words, placed a hand on her forehead and awkwardly remarked, "Does this guy not realize he is on the stage facing countless powerful beings? How could he muster the audacity to utter such a statement?" The esteemed heroes within the Hero Association, upon hearing Saitama's words, felt the urge to dig a hole in the ground with their toes, wishing to hide from the embarrassment. Yet, upon hearing Saitama, Son Wukong found himself quite amused. For he too was a straightforward individual who preferred direct confrontations over frivolous banter. Nodding in agreement, he said, "Very well. If that is the case, let us begin." With that, Son Wukong transformed into his Super Saiyan state, driven by his eagerness to swiftly vanquish Saitama and claim victory. As he underwent this transformation, his hair shimmered with a golden hue, his muscles swelled, and his stature appeared to grow. Saitama, observing Wukong's drawn-out transformation, felt a pang of impatience. "I still need to go to the mall to purchase discounted items. Why are you dragging this out?" As his impatience mounted, Saitama made the rare decision to take the initiative. Clenching his fist, he charged at Son Wukong and unleashed a powerful punch. By this time, Son Wukong had completed his transformation and officially embraced the Super Saiyan form. Not only had his strength significantly amplified, but his speed had also become remarkably swift. As Saitama's fist approached, Son Wukong evaded with lightning speed, narrowly dodging the blow. Witnessing this, Saitama's excitement surged. For the fact that Wukong could evade his punch indicated that he too was a formidable opponent. For years, Saitama had been plagued by monotony, unable to find anyone capable of withstanding his might. Encountering a powerful adversary like Son Wukong revitalized his spirit, causing him to forget about the discounts and solely desire an epic clash. At that moment, Son Wukong too felt a rush of anticipation. Although Master Saitama only threw a single punch, which did not even make contact, Son Wukong, possessing vast combat experience, could sense the immense power radiating from him. The very wind generated by Saitama's fist was enough for Wukong to recognize his strength. Consequently, Wukong unleashed his signature move, the Kamehameha. He extended his arms, forming them into a flower bud shape, and placed his hands at his waist, conjuring a blue energy sphere in his palms. With a swift motion, Wukong propelled the blue sphere forward, trailing a comet-like tail as it hurtled towards Saitama. Upon seeing the blue sphere approach, Saitama, curious, remarked, "What is?" He then raised his hand and effortlessly swatted the energy sphere away, causing it to explode in the distance with a loud bang. Wukong was momentarily stunned. It was as if Saitama had swatted away his Kamehameha as one would a mere fly. At that moment, the Hero Association began to stir. The 9th-ranked hero, Drive Knight, exchanged glances with the 12th-ranked hero, Police Dog Knight. Police Dog Knight commented, "This bald-headed Saitama possesses considerable strength. Ranking him as a C-class hero seems a misjudgment. Once this matter concludes, I shall propose to the Hero Association that Saitama be elevated to A-class." Drive Knight nodded in agreement, saying, "I wholeheartedly support your suggestion." The 2nd-ranked hero, Tatsumaki, merely snorted in silence. Though she still harbored a grudge against Saitama, she could not deny that his capabilities surpassed those of a C-class hero. He certainly deserved to be recognized as an A-class hero. Meanwhile, on the Celestial Arena, taking advantage of Wukong's moment of distraction, Saitama swiftly circled around to Wukong's rear. He then unleashed a straightforward punch aimed at Wukong. As this powerful blow approached, an overwhelming sense of pressure astonished Wukong. Before he could evade, the punch struck him squarely in the face, shattering the ground beneath him. Wukong was sent flying, crashing through a small mountain and carving a path through its center. He eventually came to a halt, lying motionless on the ground. In the Dragon Ball universe, Vegeta watched in concern, exclaiming, "Kakarot, you cannot perish like I have yet to defeat you." Also worried for Wukong was Chi-Chi. Although they were not yet married, their bond was extraordinary, and she cared deeply for him. Witnessing Wukong being hurled away by a single punch, Chi-Chi felt a surge of anxiety, nearly crying out in alarm. At this moment, Saitama approached the fallen Son Wukong and inquired, "How are you feeling now? Can you continue to fight?" Hearing Saitama's words, Son Wukong slowly propped himself up with his hands and stood tall, responding, "I was merely caught off guard. The true battle is about to commence." As he spoke, Son Wukong clenched his fists and began to transform, ascending to Super Saiyan 2. This form, cultivated in the underworld, boasted a battle power 100 times that of his normal state, representing an enhanced evolution beyond the Super Saiyan transformation. At this moment, Son Wukong's hair stood even more erect, a few strands falling across his forehead, while lightning crackled around him, and his energy manifested in a jet-like form. With a mighty roar, Son Wukong, now in his Super Saiyan 2 form, unleashed a powerful punch directed at Saitama. The transformation granted him strength 100-fold that of an ordinary Saiyan. As the two titans prepared to clash, Saitama too felt the surge of battle spirit and raised his fist, mirroring Son Wukong's action. In an instant, their fists collided, resulting in a colossal explosion of light centered around them. This astounding sight left the high-ranking heroes of the Hero Association in sheer astonishment. Pig God, ranked 10th among the heroes, halted his eating and exclaimed, "What on earth is happening? How can their fists create such a burst of light? It's as if a bomb has detonated." Zombie Man, another high-ranking hero, took a drag from his cigarette and remarked, "What do you mean? This is merely the collision of their energies, unleashing tremendous power." He spread his hands and added, "I've told you before, Saitama is no ordinary person. His strength is on par with that of a top hero. Yet, none of you believed me." The other heroes remained silent, for seeing is believing. And the truth lay before them. The force unleashed by Saitama's punch was capable of shattering a massive boulder, a feat not all of these elite heroes could achieve. At this juncture on the celestial arena, Saitama and Son Wukong had exchanged blows for several rounds. Suddenly, Son Wukong executed a technique known as instant transmission, a teleportation skill he had mastered on planet Yardrat. By sensing Saitama's energy, he instantly appeared before his opponent without traversing any distance. Seizing the opportunity while Saitama was unprepared, Son Wukong launched a flying kick that struck Saitama squarely in the face, sending him hurtling through the air and crashing into a small mountain. Son Wukong was far from finished. Instead, he summoned the Kamehameha wave once more, coalescing a luminous sphere of energy between his hands before unleashing it with a ferocious shout directed at Saitama. This iteration of the Kamehameha was markedly different from the last. It was a level 2 Super Saiyan Kamehameha, possessing an astonishing power 100 times greater than before. As Son Wukong released the energy sphere, it instantly obliterated the area surrounding Saitama, leveling it to the ground. The sheer force of the explosion was enough to make even Megatron break a sweat. Raising his arm and gazing at the missile launcher mounted on it, he remarked in a mechanical tone, "Is this fellow utilizing some sort of extraordinary ability?" The explosion's power rivals that of a missile. In the world of One Punch Man, the various ranked heroes watched in stark disbelief, their faces paling, especially Tornado. Though she looked down upon the B-class hero Saitama and had even contemplated teaching him a lesson, Tornado was, at heart, a compassionate woman. Witnessing Saitama being engulfed by the Kamehameha, she could not help but mourn for him. "Alas, I warned you against entering the celestial arena. Yet you insisted. Now look where you are, reduced to mere fragments and utterly humiliated across the multiverse." In the Dragon Ball universe, Vegeta, witnessing the spectacle, clenched his fists in exhilaration and exclaimed, "Excellent. Kakarot, you've transformed into a Super Saiyan once more. Only in this state can you truly become formidable." Son Wukong surveyed the flattened expanse and assumed Saitama had been utterly annihilated. He turned to stride forward, ready to claim victory in the celestial arena. However, after taking only a few steps, he halted abruptly upon hearing a sound behind him. Slowly, he turned around, incredulous as he beheld Saitama standing amidst the dissipating smoke. "How can it be that you remain unscathed?" Son Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Saitama dusted himself off and replied, "Of course," before he could finish his sentence. Saitama leaped into action, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Son Wukong. With a swift motion, Son Wukong caught Saitama's fist, finding it impossible for either to gain the upper hand. They were at an impasse, equally matched in strength. Suddenly, Saitama unleashed his signature headbutt, his bald head crashing forward with a resounding thud against Son Wukong's forehead. Unprepared for such an attack, Son Wukong was left struggling to maintain his footing before collapsing to one knee, propping himself up with his hand to avoid falling completely. In the One Punch Man universe, Tornado could not suppress her laughter at the sight. That big bald head, who would have thought it was so solid? Genos chimed in with excitement. I told you. The teacher would prevail. Although his opponent is formidable, I am certain he will triumph. In the world of Dragon Ball, upon witnessing the scene, Chi-Chi, Goku's girlfriend, couldn't help but exclaim, Goku, what has happened to you? Observing his friend in such a state, Vegeta cupped his hands into a horn shape and shouted towards the heavens, Goku, get up quickly. Defeat that bald giant before you. Do not bring shame to us Super Saiyans. It seemed Goku heard Vegeta's call and rose once more from the ground. Clenching his fists, Goku let out a long howl. As he did so, he was enveloped by a multitude of blue orbs of light, causing the very earth to tremble beneath him. Soon, his golden hair began to lengthen, cascading down past his waist, his brow furrowed, his pupils transformed into a striking dual color, and his muscles bulged with newfound power. This was Goku's Super Saiyan 3 form, a transformation he cultivated in the afterlife, boasting a battle power 400 times that of his normal state. Saitama observed this spectacle with a hint of envy. For while Saitama's strength diminished his hair, Goku's power only seemed to amplify his mane. This comparison stirred a sense of jealousy within Saitama. Truly, it was a case of comparison makes one feel inadequate. Once Goku completed his transformation and entered the Super Saiyan 3 state, he bellowed and leaped in his aerial ascent. Goku unleashed the Kamehameha wave once more. This iteration of the Kamehameha was 400 times more powerful than in his usual state, resembling a colossal blue sphere. With a forceful push of his hands downward, the blue sphere hurtled towards Saitama. As Goku executed this technique, a cacophony of astonished exclamations erupted across the realms, for any knowledgeable onlooker could discern the exceptional strength of Goku's Kamehameha, one that possessed the potential for devastation. In the One Punch Man universe, Tatsumaki had fully entered the fray, having forgotten her previous conflict with Saitama, now viewing him as her ally. Observing her comrade facing such a formidable attack, Tatsumaki instinctively grew concerned for Saitama's safety. Chapter 89, Super Saiyan God. After transforming into Super Saiyan 3, Goku unleashed the Kamehameha once more. This particular Kamehameha, 400 times stronger than his normal state, was terrifyingly potent. As Goku released the Kamehameha, a massive blue sphere appeared, hurtling towards Saitama with apocalyptic force. Yet, Saitama did not display fear. Rather, he appeared exhilarated. He stomped his feet into the ground, creating a deep pit, then leapt into the air, delivering a punch directly at the enormous Kamehameha. This scene left all onlookers utterly dumbfounded. The massive blue orb was clearly formidable enough to reduce a person to mere pulp, and instead of evading, Saitama charged directly toward the attack. How should one even describe such audacity? Is it courage or folly? No one holds faith in Saitama, for the strike from Son Wukong appears overwhelmingly powerful, possessing the potential to annihilate the very heavens. How could Saitama, barehanded, dare to confront such might? Yet, oblivious to the murmurs around him, Saitama ascends, launching a punch toward the sky, connecting with the colossal blue energy sphere. Contrary to the expectations of the onlookers, Saitama does not succumb to the weight of the sphere, nor does he shatter upon impact. Instead, his fist cradles the immense orb, propelling it back towards its origin. Naturally, Son Wukong would not concede easily. With a bellow that reverberates through the air, he amplifies his strength, pressing the blue sphere down upon Saitama. In response, Saitama intensifies his own power, pushing upward. Under the duress of these formidable forces, the blue sphere can no longer withstand the pressure and erupts in a thunderous explosion. In this world of One Punch Man, Tornado, witnessing the spectacle, finds her legs weaken, causing her to collapse into a chair. At that moment, she acknowledges Saitama's prowess, believing him to possess the strength of a class hero. The other class heroes in the Hero Association also nod in agreement, recognizing Saitama's capabilities. After all, even they, seasoned class heroes, could scarcely endure the force of Son Wukong's earlier strike. Consequently, their perceptions shift collectively, agreeing that Saitama harbors the potential to ascend to the rank of a class hero. They resolve to petition the Hero Association to bestow upon him the esteemed title upon his return, contemplating that he might even rank within the top 10 of class heroes. As the Kamehameha wave detonates, both Saitama and Son Wukong descend back to the ground. Saitama gazes at Son Wukong and inquires, "Will you continue to fight? Persisting further may lead to your demise." Son Wukong retorts, I have not yet been defeated. I shall fight on. With that, he closes his eyes, allowing flames of spiritual energy to envelop his form. In this fiery aura, his hair and brows ignite in a luminescent crimson, his eyes transforming into red orbs framed by dark pupils. This is Son Wukong's newly attained form, the Super Saiyan God state. At this juncture, Son Wukong wields divine power. One might assert that he embodies a deity. Saitama observes each of Son Wukong's roars catalyzing transformation and enhancing his strength. In imitation, Saitama bellows, attempting to unleash his own might, yet his muscles do not respond as his body remains unchanged. Despite his efforts, he remains the same Saitama, devoid of any new hair or color transformation. The witnesses from the Hero Association, witnessing this scene, cannot bear to watch further, covering their faces in dismay. Saitama, you just exhibited the essence of a formidable warrior. How could you so swiftly revert to your original state, in the midst of a bustling crowd? Do you not feel a sense of shame in your actions? If you are devoid of shame, we feel it on your behalf. Upon witnessing Saitama mimicking his demeanor, Son Wukong presumed he was being deliberately ridiculed. In a fit of fury, he unleashed a mighty roar and struck out at Saitama with a powerful punch. Saitama merely tilted his head, evading the blow, and retaliated with a swift counterpunch that landed squarely on Wukong's abdomen. However, the Super Saiyan form of Wukong rendered him largely unperturbed. Observing this, Saitama displayed a rare expression of astonishment, as it was the first time he encountered someone impervious to his strength. In the following moment, Wukong executed a hook punch that connected with Saitama's chin, propelling him skyward as if shot from a cannon. Just as Saitama ascended, Wukong leapt into the air, delivering a knee strike that sent Saitama crashing back to the ground, creating a substantial crater upon impact. From his elevated position, Wukong unleashed a spirit bomb directly towards Saitama below, amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd. The bomb detonated upon contact, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion akin to a cruise missile strike. The earth trembled, and for miles around, vegetation was obliterated. As Wukong descended, he murmured to himself, "Who on earth are you to possess such formidable power?" No sooner had he spoken than, from the chaos of the explosion, a figure, this person, sporting a shiny bald head and a billowing cloak, approached while declaring, "I am merely a hero driven by curiosity." This individual was none other than Saitama. He stepped forward, confronting Wukong with the assertion, "I have not yet been defeated." At that moment, Saitama's aura and his words exuded the essence of a true warrior. Tornado. Upon realizing Saitama was unharmed, breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, remarking, "Now that resembles a true strongman. I hope you maintain this demeanor." In the world of Kamen Rider, Tsukuyomi observed the celestial arena and remarked, "These two are indeed powerful, on par with the previous Emperor Rider and Ultraman Father. Yet, why was I not chosen to compete? I too wish to challenge the might of other universes." Seeing Saitama unscathed, Wukong ascended once more into the air, launching a barrage of energy blasts in rapid succession against Saitama. In response, Saitama began to sprint, dodging the relentless attacks. At that moment, he appeared anything but a formidable warrior, which caused Tornado to feel a twinge of embarrassment. Just moments ago, he had been praised for embodying the essence of a strong fighter, yet now he resembled a mere schoolboy, running to evade the onslaught instead of employing flight to avoid the barrage. Even we, the comrades of the Hero Association, feel a sense of shame for your actions. Saitama deftly dodged while sprinting forward. Soon, he reached a massive boulder, leaped into the air, and with a powerful kick, shattered the stone into fragments. Utilizing the force of this kick, he soared into the sky and aimed a punch at Son Wukong. Chapter 90. A serious punch. Saitama ascended into the air, delivering a punch towards Son Wukong, who was already on high alert. The onlookers observed as Son Wukong's aura turned a vivid crimson, and with a mighty roar, he unleashed the Kaioken. In a single, powerful strike, this technique, one of Son Wukong's signature moves, multiplied his strength, speed, and defense several times over, especially enhanced by his current Super Saiyan God form, making his punch even more formidable. As Son Wukong executed the Kaioken, he hurled a punch at Son. The impact resonated with a thunderous boom as their fists collided. Saitama was immediately sent plummeting to the ground, crashing with such force that he created a large, human-shaped crater upon impact. Witnessing this scene, the members of the Hero Association were visibly unsettled. After all, they had already acknowledged Saitama and intended to elevate him to the rank of a top-tier hero. He was considered one of their own. Seeing him suffer such a devastating blow stirred a sense of worry among them. The top-tier hero, Metal Knight, remarked, "Surely this bald-headed Saitama won't perish so easily. If he does, we will lose a remarkable hero." Another hero interjected, "No way. He has endured much fiercer attacks before and remained unscathed. I'm certain he will be fine this time too." Tornado added, "Let us hope he comes through this unscathed." As she spoke, her gaze was fixed intently on Saitama, who was embedded in the ground. Suddenly, Tornado's eyes widened with excitement as the earth around Saitama began to crack extensively. Then, from his grounded position, Saitama extended his arms and lifted his head from the ground, looking around in bewilderment before pushing himself up to stand. In the Marvel Universe, Deadpool, witnessing this, placed his feet on the ground and exclaimed, "Oh, could it be that this guy possesses Wolverine cells like I do, making him virtually indestructible?" Indeed, many shared this sentiment. Characters like Hyperion and Ultraman, who obviously were not ordinary humans, were expected to withstand such blows. However, Saitama appeared to be an ordinary human, lacking armor or special suits. How could he possibly endure such damage? Even Son Wukong found himself intrigued, questioning Saitama, "You seem like just an ordinary earthling. How is it that you possess such strength?" The essence of Son Wukong's statement lies in his assertion of strength derived from being a super scion, suggesting that such power is inherent in one's genes and lineage. In contrast, he questions how a mere earthling could possess such formidable strength. Saitama, brushing off the dust from his attire, replied, "Allow me to share my secret to strength. Each day, I perform 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and maintain a daily regimen of running 10 kilometers. I have adhered to this routine for 8 years, through rain and shine. That is the reason for my formidable prowess." Upon hearing Saitama's proclamation, many could not suppress their exclamations of disbelief. "What nonsense! You must be joking. My daily exercise regimen surpasses yours. And I have been at it for an even longer duration. Though I may have lost my hair, I have not gained any strength." Yet, there were those who admired Saitama's words, notably Might Guy from the world of Naruto, often referred to as the Eight Gates Master. Upon hearing Saitama, Guy exuberantly waved his hands and declared, "Friends, youth knows no bounds. Let us train together." He then turned to Kakashi and urged, "Do you wish to grow strong like this bald-headed fellow? Come, let us do 10,000 push-ups together." Kakashi, rarely one to jest, quipped, "I do wish to grow stronger, but I certainly do not aspire to be bald. I prefer my hair intact." Son Wukong, upon hearing Saitama's words, was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. For someone of his stature, daily exercise would entail propelling the moon back and forth 100 times. Yet, despite his explosive musculature, Son Wukong did not perceive a significant increase in strength. To him, the exercises Saitama described were as mundane as eating and drinking. How could they possibly forge such an immensely powerful individual? Thus, Son Wukong remarked, "You need not disclose the true source of your strength. But there is no need to trivialize me with such remarks." Saitama responded earnestly, "I speak nothing but the truth. Long ago, I was weak and sported a thick mane of hair. However, through relentless training, I lost all my hair and concurrently grew stronger." Son Wukong, scoffing, retorted, "Very well. If you choose not to reveal more, let us continue our battle." With that, he raised his right hand, conjuring a golden disc known as the Chi Yuan Slash, a technique generated directly from his palm, capable of being hurled at foes. With a mighty roar, Son Wukong thrust his hand forward, launching the Chi Yuan Slash. Observing the disc hurtling towards him, Saitama retaliated with a punch, striking the Chi Yuan Slash and shattering it with a resounding explosion. He then charged towards Son Wukong, fist clenched, exclaiming, "Serious punch." With that declaration, Saitama unleashed his serious punch with a thunderous impact. Son Wukong was equally unyielding, launching himself forward with a powerful punch. With a resounding boom, the two colossal fists collided. Son Wukong felt as if the entire earth were crashing into him, sending him reeling backward. His feet, determined to remain planted, carved 2 deep grooves into the ground. At that moment, Wukong sensed a tumultuous churn within his abdomen, and his punching arm felt as if it might shatter. This was Saitama's serious punch, a blow potent enough to obliterate deities. Saitama, witnessing that despite Wukong's injuries he remained relatively unscathed, could not help but feel astonished. Over the years, the number of adversaries capable of provoking his serious punch was exceedingly rare. Even when faced with formidable opponents, Saitama had rarely encountered anyone he could not overcome with that one decisive blow. Yet here stood Son Wukong, who not only withstood Saitama's serious punch but also emerged with minimal damage. This alone indicated that Wukong was stronger than all the opponents Saitama had ever faced combined. At this moment, Saitama's fighting spirit ignited. For years, he had struggled to find an adversary capable of enduring his punch. Now, such a person stood before him, igniting a thrill within Saitama. His blood surged with excitement as he clenched his fist and roared, once more unleashing his serious punch towards Son Wukong. Chapter 91. Super Blue Kaioken. This was the first time Son Wukong had truly been injured, struck by Saitama's serious punch. However, this injury was trivial for Wukong, as he possessed remarkable self-healing abilities. When in his Super Saiyan form, if he sustained a fatal wound, his injuries would ignite with a crimson aura, healing themselves automatically. Consequently, the damage inflicted by Saitama's serious punch was swiftly mended. Son Wukong could sense the terrifying power behind Saitama's serious punch. In his current state, he was uncertain if he could withstand it. Thus, he immediately began to transform. With a mighty roar, his body was enveloped in a blue aura. At that moment, his hair, eyebrows, and pupils all shifted to a luminous blue, and his aura transformed into a sky blue hue. This was Son Wukong's new form, Super Saiyan Blue. In this state, Son Wukong was exponentially more powerful than before, akin to a true deity. Saitama's eyes widened in disbelief, his face reflecting indignation. How could it be? Why did you continue to transform and grow stronger, your hair never diminishing? Moreover, your hair kept changing colors, from black to red and now to blue. This aspect was utterly unacceptable to Saitama. Unbeknownst to the onlookers, Saitama's thoughts were far from what they presumed. When they beheld Saitama's wide-eyed expression, they mistakenly believed he was rendered speechless by Goku's prowess. As Goku entered the Super Saiyan Blue state, he exhaled heavily, clenched his fist, and shouted, Super Blue Kaioken. This technique, employed after transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, possessed a power 100 times that of the ordinary Kaioken. As Goku unleashed this formidable attack, the arena was engulfed in a cataclysmic scene reminiscent of the heavens collapsing. Such was the might of the Super Blue Kaioken. It was capable of obliterating an entire planet with a single strike. Even Odin, the All-Father, beheld this spectacle with a look of astonishment. The tremendous force of this punch was unmistakable to him, despite being the god of gods and wielding the power of the eternal spear for his ultimate strike. He could only achieve such might. Yet, Goku accomplished this feat without any external assistance, relying solely on the strength of his fist. This indicated that, at this moment, Goku in his Super Saiyan Blue state possessed strength rivaling that of Odin, perhaps even slightly surpassing him. This was indeed terrible. What relieved Odin was the knowledge that this Goku hailed from an alternate universe. As Goku's Super Blue Kaioken bore down upon him, Saitama immediately sensed an overwhelming pressure. He could feel the sheer magnitude of the attack. In response, Saitama swiftly planted his hands on the ground, lifting the very earth beneath him. This was one of Saitama's ultimate serious moves, the serious table flip. As he executed this maneuver, the ground was uprooted and launched towards the Super Blue Kaioken. With a resounding crash, the two forces collided. In the next moment, the lifted ground was utterly shattered by the Super Blue Kaioken, yet it relentlessly pressed forward towards Saitama. Unfazed, Saitama retaliated with a punch of his own, this time delivering a serious punch. This prompted even Vegeta to express concern for Goku. Vegeta, well aware of Goku's formidable strength, indeed, even surpassing his own, could not ignore the equally terrifying display of power emanating from Saitama. This caused Vegeta immense worry for his friend and rival, fearing that Goku might not withstand the onslaught. Meanwhile, in the realm of the armored warriors, the Shura armor observed the battle with keen interest. The Shura armor, a creation of the proud and solitary Emperor Yen, was a testament to his martial obsession. As he witnessed the clash between these two titans, the warrior within him stirred, yearning for a chance to engage in combat with such formidable opponents. Under the tense gaze of the spectators, the Super Blue Kaioken and the serious punch collided, unleashing a shockwave that lifted the very ground and reverberated throughout the entire planet. Were it not for the celestial arena's system support, the entire planet would have succumbed to an explosion. As the explosive winds dissipated, the onlookers beheld a scene of utter devastation, with two figures standing amidst the wreckage. One was Son Wukong, the other, Saitama. Saitama's cape was tattered, with only a fragment fluttering behind him in the breeze. Son Wukong's attire was similarly in tatters, revealing his muscular physique, reminiscent of an explosion. Clearly, in this clash of titans, neither emerged victorious. They were evenly matched, neither able to best the other. Such planet-shattering prowess left the spectators in awe. The champions of the League of Legends swallowed hard, having just deliberated on Saitama's potential to ascend to the ranks of the elite heroes, possibly securing a place within the top 10. However, their opinions swiftly shifted. They now believed that Saitama not only deserved to be an elite hero, but could also claim the second position, surpassing the previously second-ranked Tornado. The reason for not placing Saitama at the pinnacle was the enigmatic figure of Blast, who had never truly been seen in action, yet was known to possess immense strength. As for the extent of Blast's power, it remained an enigma. Thus, the consensus was that until Blast's true capabilities were revealed, Saitama would remain in the second position. Tornado felt somewhat discontented with this decision, though her dissent was merely verbal. In her heart, she recognized that Saitama's displayed prowess could easily warrant the top rank within the Hero Association, as none could hope to reach the planet-busting level of strength. Son Wukong, undeterred by his failure to defeat Saitama, unleashed another signature move, the Dragon Fist. With a mighty roar, he struck towards Saitama, unleashing a golden dragon from his fist that coiled around Saitama's body, immobilizing him momentarily. Son Wukong's fist followed swiftly, crashing into Saitama's form with a resounding impact, sending him hurtling backward. Son Wukong pursued and executed a King Kai Fist Kamehameha, a devastating attack amplified by the King Kai Fist, exponentially more powerful. The sheer force of this blow caused the surrounding flora to bend and yield. With a thunderous crash, the fist connected with Saitama's body, and time seemed to halt in that instant, as silence enveloped the world. Saitama's form, akin to a kite severed from its string, soared backward. Chapter 92, Cosmic Dinosaur Hyperion. In this encounter, Saitama, the One Punch Man, was ultimately defeated beneath the might of Son Wukong's Ultra Blue King Kai Fist. With the outcome now evident, it was time for Yichin to make his appearance. The ethereal silhouette of Yichin swiftly manifested upon the celestial arena, proclaiming to the myriad realms, "Congratulations to Son Wukong, the victor of this match. He shall advance directly to the finals, bestowed with the authority to contest for the championship." As for Master Saitama, he too may partake in the revival tournament for contestants, thereby earning another opportunity to vie for the title. Following his declaration, Yichin extended his hand, enveloping Son Wukong and Saitama in radiant golden light, transporting them back to their respective worlds. Though Saitama faced defeat, he retained his dignity. Upon returning to the world of One Punch Man, he was greeted by a procession of heroes from the Hero Association, all ranks present to honor him. Furthermore, the Hero Association issued an official proclamation recognizing Saitama as a Class S hero, ranking him at the pinnacle of their hierarchy. The display of his combat prowess had transcended the realms of even the mightiest heroes. The Hero Association felt immense pride in Saitama's membership, for he was not merely a Class S hero, but a hero of Earth. Once Saitama and Son Wukong descended from the celestial, Yichin commenced the selection of new contestants. He placed his hand upon the selection button and pressed down. As the luminescent point glided over the visages of formidable beings across the myriad realms, it swiftly settled upon a particular image. Upon closer inspection, Yichin discerned that the chosen contestant was not a human, but a monstrous entity. However, this was not unprecedented, for Godzilla had previously graced the arena. The emergence of another beast was hardly remarkable. Yet, as Yichin scrutinized the selected monster, a sense of familiarity washed over him. The creature bore a striking resemblance to a denizen of the Ultraman universe, Hyperjet. Upon examining the name inscribed below, he confirmed it to indeed be Hyperjet. This creature's significance was even greater than that of Godzilla. It was the ultimate biological weapon crafted by the Baltan alien, subsisting on the cosmic sphere of Sphia and various monsters. It thrived on the despair and anguish of humanity, embodying terror and despair, earning the title of the God of Destruction. The mere sight of Hyperjet instinctively conjured thoughts of Godzilla within Yichin. The prospect of a titanic clash between Godzilla and Hyperjet would undoubtedly be awe-inspiring. Of course, now that Godzilla had successfully navigated the preliminary rounds, Hyperjet too would need to triumph in the preliminaries before they could face one another in the finals. In the Ultraman universe, the Ultramen, upon learning that Hyperjet had been selected as a contestant for the Celestial Arena, exchanged glances of astonishment. Hyperjet was one of Ultraman's most formidable adversaries, being the first monster capable of vanquishing an Ultraman. In a display of overwhelming might, Hyperjet had once defeated 3 Ultramen, Zero, Dyna, and Gauss, single-handedly overcoming them. This alone attests to Hyperjet's extraordinary prowess. Zeroth Ultraman could not help but exclaim, how could they have chosen Hyperjet? I wonder who his opponent is. Tiga Ultraman raised his fist and declared, if I were to be selected for the Celestial Arena, I would certainly teach this Hyperjet a lesson. Meanwhile, Hyperjet, who was wreaking havoc across planets, heard a voice in his mind. Congratulations, Hyperjet. You have been chosen as a contestant for the Celestial Arena. Do you wish to ascend to the arena? Although Hyperjet was a monster, his intelligence rivaled that of humans, being a top-tier cosmic creature. Moreover, the voice of Yichin was transmitted in the form of brainwaves. Thus, Hyperjet not only comprehended the message but also raised his head and emitted a roar, signaling through brainwaves to Yichin, I am ready. I can ascend to the Celestial Arena. As Hyperjet affirmed his readiness, a golden light, Hyperjet felt a flash before he found himself standing on the Celestial Arena. While there had been instances of Godzilla before, many still felt unsettled at the sight of another monster appearing in the arena. In the Marvel Universe, Deadpool remarked, another monster. And this one looks absolutely grotesque. Hyperjet indeed possessed an unappealing appearance. With a humanoid insect form, Hyperjet sported black horns that granted him heightened sensory perception, claw-like hands, and yellow crystalline structures. Additionally, his arms and legs featured the typical white serpentine structures akin to ordinary jetons. His body was encased in a black exoskeleton, with wings and a tail folded on his back. Compared to Godzilla, who exuded a commanding presence while still possessing a hint of rugged charm, Hyperjet appeared rather unrefined, evoking a sense of discomfort. Upon ascending to the Celestial Arena, Hyperjet brandished his clawed hands and let out a long howl, scanning the surroundings in search of his opponent. Meanwhile, Yichin was busy finding a suitable adversary for Hyperjet. As he pressed a button, a small light began to randomly select an opponent, swiftly landing on a particular avatar. Yichin nearly burst into laughter upon realizing who it was. Isn't that Superman from the universe? He thought, to his astonishment. After all the selections, Hyperjet was pitted against such an opponent. Was this a stroke of misfortune for Hyperjet or for Superman? In the world of heroes, Superman was disguised as an ordinary man, complete with glasses and a suit, when Batman rushed in, snatching off Superman's glasses and exclaimed, why are you still wearing those? You've been chosen for the Celestial Arena. Hurry and get up there. Only then did Superman realize, glancing up at the Celestial Arena, where he indeed saw his name. Superman stood in a daze when Yichin's voice resonated in his mind. Superman, congratulations on being selected for the Celestial Arena. Do you wish to ascend to the Celestial Arena? It was only then that Superman regained his senses and promptly replied to Yichin, please hold on a moment. I need to change my attire and I shall be on stage shortly. As he spoke, Superman dashed towards his bedroom, removing his suit as he ran. When he emerged, he was clad in his iconic blue bodysuit, adorned with a red cape, and comically wearing his underwear over his costume, a quintessential Superman ensemble. Once attired, he declared to the Celestial Arena, I am ready. I can ascend to the Celestial Arena now. Seeing Superman prepared, Yichin effortlessly unleashed a beam of golden light that enveloped Superman's form. In an instant, Superman vanished from his original position and reappeared on the Celestial Arena. Chapter 93, Superman vs. Hyperion. As soon as Superman took the stage, he was immediately targeted by Hyperion. Astutely perceptive, Hyperion recognized Superman as its opponent in the Celestial Arena. With a resounding roar, Hyperion lunged at Superman, raising its colossal pincers to strike. Hyperion's pincers bore a resemblance to those of a giant lobster, yet their destructive potential far surpassed that of any mere lobster. With ease, Hyperion's pincers could pierce through tanks, and should they strike a human, the result would be devastating. The spectators from myriad realms, witnessing Hyperion's sudden assault, could not help but condemn its actions. They were taken aback by the monster's lack of honor. At the very least, it should have given Superman a warning before launching an attack. How could it initiate a surprise assault without any forewarning? Superman, too, was caught off guard by Hyperion's immediate aggression upon his arrival at the Celestial Arena. However, being a seasoned warrior, he swiftly evaded the unexpected strike, his body moving like lightning. Hyperion's massive pincers missed their target, instead crashing into a small hill behind Superman. With a ferocious tug, Hyperion yanked its pincers back, causing the hill to crumble under the immense force, an indication of the terrifying strength Hyperion possessed. Meanwhile, in another universe, Godzilla observed the cosmic creature Hyperion and let out a defiant roar. This was the first time Godzilla had encountered a monster in the arena, and moreover, a creature from an alternate universe. As the king of monsters, Godzilla found himself intrigued by Hyperion, eager to engage in a confrontation. Unbeknownst to Hyperion, a rival monster king from another universe was poised to challenge it. If Hyperjet were aware, it would undoubtedly rise to the challenge without hesitation. However, at this moment, Hyperjet was preoccupied. It merely conducted a minor test and was astonished when Superman evaded it. From this initial probe, Hyperjet discerned that its opponent was formidable and certainly not to be underestimated. Consequently, Hyperjet unleashed a thunderous roar, and from its chest erupted an ultra-high-temperature fireball. This fireball was Hyperjet's signature technique, the Dark Fireball. The power of this Dark Fireball was immense, comparable to the most potent beam techniques of Ultraman Tiga. Furthermore, once launched, the Dark Fireball could split into multiple projectiles and adjust its trajectory, showcasing its remarkable prowess. As Hyperjet executed this maneuver, the Dark Fireball surged forth, directly aimed at Superman. Yet, Superman was no ordinary adversary. He was the mightiest hero of the cosmos, endowed with extraordinary combat abilities. Not only could Superman fly, but his movement speed also reached supersonic levels. Upon witnessing the Dark Fireball hurtling towards him, he swiftly employed his supersonic speed, evading it in an instant. Moreover, Superman resolved to adopt an offensive strategy. He not only sidestepped but also advanced towards Hyperjet, launching a powerful punch aimed at its cheek. Hyperjet, dismissive of the human before it, had underestimated Superman's incredible speed. Consequently, it failed to react in time, and Superman's punch landed squarely on Hyperjet's face, causing it to stagger backward despite its massive form. The impact of Superman's blow elicited cheers from countless onlookers. Although they were unfamiliar with Superman, he represented humanity, and in the clash between humans and monsters, spectators instinctively sided with the former. Thus, witnessing Superman repel Hyperjet with a single punch, many raised their fists in encouragement, rallying behind him. Among the most jubilant were those from the cosmos, for Superman was their pride. His close ally, Batman, witnessing Superman's triumph over Hyperjet, exuberantly shouted, "Clark, well done. Eliminate this hideous creature." Meanwhile, the Flash's attention was captivated by Superman's astonishing speed. He exclaimed, "How did he achieve that? His velocity surpasses supersonic levels, nearly matching my own in normal conditions." It is worth noting that the Flash was renowned for his speed, famously known as the fastest in the universe, a fact evident from his very name. Hyperjet, a cosmic dinosaur capable of facing 3 Ultramen simultaneously, had never encountered such a setback before. Hephaestus let out a furious roar, brandishing his massive claws as he lunged once more at Superman. This time, however, Superman did not evade. Instead, he raised his hands to block the descending claws. Though Hephaestus possessed immense strength, Superman was not merely a terrestrial being. He hailed from the distant planet Krypton. When Superman unleashed his full power, his might was formidable, and for a moment, he managed to withstand the force of Hephaestus's claws. The two remained locked in a stalemate for a brief interval until, without warning, Hephaestus vanished from sight. Before Superman could comprehend the situation, Hephaestus reappeared behind him, striking him with a claw. Caught off guard, Superman was sent hurtling away, crashing into a small mountain and scattering rocks in all directions. Batman, witnessing this spectacle, exclaimed in astonishment, "This Hephaestus moves with astonishing. It's almost beyond the capacity of my own eyes. I didn't even see how he got behind Superman." The Flash shook his head, stating, "Hephaestus isn't employing supersonic speed to reach Superman's rear. I suspect he is utilizing teleportation." As the fastest among them, the Flash possessed considerable expertise and speed, and his insight proved accurate. Hephaestus indeed wielded teleportation, a technique far superior to mere supersonic movement. By employing this ability, Hephaestus could instantaneously arrive at a designated location and launch a surprise attack, leaving his opponents defenseless. Having successfully executed his ambush, Hephaestus raised both claws and let out an exuberant roar towards the heavens. In his mind, dealing with a mere human had seemed effortless. That single strike should have sufficed. Even if the human survived, he was likely gravely injured. Chapter 94. Superman's heat vision elated by his successful ambush, Hephaestus wielded his claws and roared triumphantly. Just as he believed victory was assured, a loud crash echoed as Superman erupted from the rubble, soaring into the sky. Superman's resilience was remarkable. and his self-healing abilities rendered such injuries insufficient to vanquish him. Ascending into the heavens, Superman hurtled towards Hephaestus with breathtaking speed, diving down to deliver a powerful punch. Hephaestus hastily raised his claws to parry, pushing Superman back. Subsequently, Hephaestus opened his claws, unleashing a dark fireball that hurtled towards Superman. Superman ascended higher to evade the attack. And then, with his eyes glowing a fiery red, he unleashed his signature move, Heat Vision. As a Kryptonian, Superman's body stored an immense reservoir of solar energy. When the need arises, Superman can convert solar energy into high-temperature rays, which he emits through his eyes. As he unleashes his Heat Vision, two crimson beams of intense heat erupt instantaneously. Due to his infrequent use of this ability, he finds himself somewhat unpracticed. Thus, when he raises his gaze, the high-temperature rays inadvertently strike a nearby mountain peak. In an instant, the flora on that mountain withers, and the stones swiftly transform into molten lava. After all, Superman's heat vision possesses a temperature akin to that of the sun, rendering it capable of melting almost anything. Quickly adjusting his angle, Superman directs his gaze toward Hyperion and unleashes a beam of heat vision. However, Hyperion, unfazed by the solar-like intensity, raises his hands. Within his claw-like grip, circles of rotating light materialize, resembling a spinning roulette wheel. Superman's heat vision collides with this swirling wheel and is absorbed in an instant by Hyperion. The next moment, Hyperion thrusts his claws forward, redirecting Superman's high-temperature rays back at him. Although Superman has faced many formidable opponents, he encounters this peculiar situation for the first time. He is astonished that his adversary can absorb his attack and counter it. Realizing the potency of his heat vision and lacking time for contemplation, Superman swiftly employs his super speed to evade. Almost simultaneously, the reflected high-temperature rays strike a small river behind him. The river evaporates instantly under the intense heat, transforming into a dry valley, with the fish and shrimp within being cooked alive. In the world of Atlantis, Aquaman exclaims, "I never imagined the power of heat vision was so immense. It seems I should refrain from provoking Superman in the future." Meanwhile, in the Marvel Universe, Deadpool, sipping on a cola, remarks, "Oh, so that's the guy? Isn't he from that neighboring universe?" Deadpool is the most eccentric among all heroes. Not only is he an unkillable cockroach, but he can also traverse dimensional walls to other worlds. This audacious character has previously penetrated dimensional barriers and encountered Superman in the cosmos. Naturally, during his cosmic escapade, Deadpool merely engaged in some verbal sparring without stirring up any significant commotion. This is why Deadpool is familiar with Superman, even having exchanged barbs that nearly escalated to blows. Upon witnessing Superman's heat vision, Deadpool can't help but clap his hands in admiration, exclaiming, "This heat vision seems quite formidable. Next time I breach the dimensional wall, I must seek out this Superman and request a taste of his heat vision to end my life." Frequently troubled by his immortality, Deadpool often seeks death by deliberately courting danger, and now he has set his sights on Superman, eager to find an opportunity to engage in the world of Ultraman. Upon witnessing that Superman was not swiftly vanquished by Hyperjet, Zero Ultraman could not help but feel astonished. In the past, when Zero Ultraman had confronted Hyperjet, he had been decisively defeated. Initially, upon encountering Superman, Zero Ultraman held little faith in him. After all, Superman appeared to be a quintessential Earthling, possessing nothing remarkable beyond his robust physique. However, Superman's current display had greatly altered Zero Ultraman's perception, leading him to believe that Superman's prowess was not inferior to his own. Despite his skepticism regarding Superman's ability to triumph over Hyperjet, Zero Ultraman still harbored a hope for a miraculous victory on Superman's part. After all, witnessing Hyperjet being struck was a source of great delight for him. Superman deftly evaded Hyperjet's reflected heat vision and seized a massive boulder from the mountaintop, hurling it with great force towards Hyperjet. However, with a swift motion of his pincers, Hyperjet shattered the boulder into fragments. Subsequently, Hyperjet unfurled his wings and ascended into the sky, launching an attack with his pincers aimed squarely at Superman. Aware of the formidable nature of the pincers, Superman hastily sidestepped. Yet, just as he had transitioned to the side at supersonic speed, another pincer lunged towards him. Superman was taken aback. Turning to investigate, he noted that Hyperjet remained in place, leaving him to wonder about the source of the new attack. Not only was Superman puzzled, but the spectators from myriad realms were equally bewildered. Had Hyperjet executed a teleportation maneuver to appear before Superman, it would have seemed entirely plausible. However, What they observed was not teleportation, but rather the manifestation of two hypogetons. Could it be that hypogeton's speed had generated an afterimage, creating the illusion of a duplicate? Some speculated that Hyperjeton had employed a technique akin to the shadow clone jutsu, a common practice in the world of Naruto, where such techniques are frequently utilized in combat. In truth, while the reasoning of the Naruto world's inhabitants was not entirely misguided, Hyperjeton's method was not akin to their chakra-based clones. Instead, Hyperjeton employed a mimicry technique, fundamentally distinct from teleportation. At that moment, Hyperjeton's mimicry had already thrust its pincers towards Superman. Superman extended his hand to grasp the pincer, preventing it from impaling his chest. Finally, his gaze shifted towards the iron tower on the mountain, and he unleashed his heat vision. This time, however, the emitted rays were a striking blue, showcasing a different aspect of his extraordinary abilities. Chapter 95. The unique abilities of Hyperjeton. As Superman ascended to the stage, he immediately engaged in close combat with Hyperjeton, and soon the battle escalated to a fever pitch. Hyperjeton employed his mimicry to launch a fierce assault with his massive pincers aimed directly at Superman's chest, intending to pierce him to the core. In a swift reaction, Superman grasped Hyperjeton's pincers with both hands, thwarting his advance. However, this passive defense proved disadvantageous for Superman, who found himself unable to mount an offensive. In a moment of contemplation, Superman turned his gaze towards the iron tower on the mountain. He unleashed his heat vision once more, this time emanating a striking blue hue, serving a different purpose than before. As his heat vision focused on the tower, it began to tremble and gradually ascended from the ground, as if being hoisted by a crane. In the Marvel Universe, Spider-Man leaped from his seat, exclaiming, "What on earth is happening? How is that tower suddenly levitating?" Iron Man swirled the red wine in his glass before responding, "Can you not see? That Superman is using telekinesis to lift the tower." Dr. Strange shook his head, stating, "If it were telekinesis, it would not possess such immense power. I believe it is a form of sorcery. Observe." With that, Dr. Strange cast a spell, causing the coffee on the table to float towards him. He caught the coffee midair and took a sip. Superman employed another variant of his heat vision to extract the electrified tower from the mountainside. The tower then floated into the air, drifting towards Hyperjeton. Without needing to turn around, Hyperjeton sensed the impending threat, for the two horns atop his head granted him heightened perception. Through these horns, he detected an object approaching from behind. Without looking back, Hyperjeton kicked backward with force, colliding with the iron tower and distorting it upon impact. However, in the next moment, he felt a surge of intense electricity coursing from his feet, prompting a startled cry. The tower was a high-voltage power line structure, and upon contact, the electricity surged through Hyperjeton. As a cosmic dinosaur, he was naturally resistant to high voltage. Yet the sudden shock elicited involuntary convulsions. This transpired in an instant, and Superman seized the opportunity. He began to inhale deeply, compressing the air in his lungs to an extraordinary degree before exhaling. In an instant, a wave of cold air enveloped Hyperjeton. At that moment, due to the electric shock, Hyperjeton was momentarily incapacitated, allowing the chilling force to envelop his body. Moments later, he found himself frozen. This was yet another of Superman's formidable techniques, albeit one he seldom employed, for he rarely encountered truly formidable foes. Witnessing Hyperjeton's frozen state, Aquaman exclaimed with excitement, "Goodness! I had no idea you possessed such a skill. So, with just a breath, you could freeze my ocean." The Joker, observing this scene, erupted into laughter, twirling his wine glass in hand. "Huh. Isn't this Batman's dear friend? Who would have thought him so powerful? Yet, in my view, despite his strength, he is unlikely to match this monster." Sharing a similar sentiment was Ultraman Zero. Having previously employed various tactics to attack Hyperjeton, none had significantly impacted him, let alone the freezing breath unleashed by Superman. As anticipated by Ultraman Zero, a moment later, a cacophony of shattering ice echoed as the frozen shards around Hyperjeton exploded outward. With an enraged roar, Hyperjeton burst forth from the ice, charging towards Superman. In a fit of fury, Hyperjeton unleashed a fireball of unimaginable intensity, reaching a staggering temperature of 1,000,000 degrees. This infernal sphere could vaporize steel in an instant. A truly terrifying force. The temperature of this fireball was intrinsically linked to Hyperjeton's emotions. The angrier he became, the hotter the fireball would burn, even exceeding the temperature of the sun itself. As the 1,000,000-degree fireball surged forth, Superman, not daring to be complacent, swiftly dodged at supersonic speeds. Just as he evaded, the ground he had occupied transformed into a scorching inferno, leaving the area barren. Hyperjet, not one to relent easily, let out a furious roar and shook his head, releasing a Sphia light orb. This unique orb was emitted from Hyperjet's Sphia cells and could manifest lifeless puppets, known as monster weaponry. Upon materialization, this Sphia light orb could create 5 lifeless puppet monsters: Sphia Tyrant, Sphia Antora, Sphia Pondan King, Sphia Black King, and Sphia Balakan. The first to emerge was the Monster Tyrant. With a resounding roar, the Monster Tyrant launched a whip from a metallic sphere on its left, aiming directly at Superman. Initially, Superman had anticipated a fireball attack, but was taken aback by Hyperjet's deployment of monster weaponry. Without a moment to ponder, he extended his hand to seize the whip that the tyrant had unleashed. However, the monstrous tyrant possessed immense strength, and with a resounding roar, it sent Superman hurtling through the air. In the world, Batman, witnessing this spectacle, excitedly waved his arms and exclaimed, "Wasn't there only one monster? How has another emerged from nowhere? This is utterly unfair. How can one man confront 2 beasts?" The Joker then burst into laughter, declaring, "How amusing! This creature known as Hyperjet can summon other monsters to its aid. Ha ha ha. It seems Superman's myth is destined for ruin. Ha ha ha." In the world of Ultraman, however, the onlookers showed no sign of surprise. This was because Hyperjet had previously employed this very tactic in its battle against Ultraman, summoning 5 monsters to engage in combat with the Ultraman warriors. This is precisely why Zero Ultraman held little faith in Superman. Hyperjet was simply too formidable. It possessed not only the abilities demonstrated, but also numerous devastating powers capable of annihilating planets. Even the Ultraman warriors needed to unite in order to contend with Hyperjet. Chapter 96. Encircled by monsters, Hyperjet was not only immensely powerful itself, but also capable of summoning monstrous minions. The first minion summoned by Hyperjet was the Creature Tyrant. This being was no longer a living entity. Rather, it was an automaton. The puppet monster Tyrant, having missed its previous strike at Superman, promptly opened its maw and unleashed a torrent of searing flames directly towards Superman. In haste, Superman activated his supersonic speed, ascending into the sky and concealing himself among the clouds. Observing this, Hyperjet let out a cold laugh and summoned new monstrous puppets. Soon, the puppet monsters Endora, King Pondan, King Black, and Philokan emerged. Thus, 5 monstrous puppets appeared in the celestial arena alongside Hyperjet, totaling 6 beasts, a formidable army of super monsters. Anyone witnessing this scene would be filled with trepidation. In the world, the Flash was the first to shout, "Oh my goodness! Good heavens! So many monsters! Is this the onset of the apocalypse?" Batman shrugged, spreading his hands and replied, "Oh, this isn't the end of the world. It is merely Superman's demise." In the Ultraman realm, Belial Ultraman found himself unable to contain his laughter at this sight. "My dear little monsters, go forth, devour that feeble human. Ha ha ha." Once a noble Ultraman, Belial had succumbed to darkness, becoming an adversary of the Ultraman warriors. And Hyperjet, too, was an enemy of the Ultraman fighters. Thus, it is said that an enemy of my enemy is my friend. According to this reasoning, Hyperjet is also a companion of Ultraman Belial. Thus, Ultraman Belial is pleased to witness Hyperjet annihilate Superman. Upon encountering these 6 monsters, King Kong on Skull Island immediately pounded its chest with fervor, emitting a series of resounding roars. King Kong delights in battling monsters, and the sight of so many creatures from various realms undeniably stirred his combative spirit, mirroring the nature of Godzilla. In the Dragon Ball universe, Vegeta, upon seeing such a multitude of monsters, exclaimed to Goku, "Look at these formidable beasts. If I could ascend to the stage, I would undoubtedly relish the opportunity for a vigorous contest." Goku chuckled, "What do you have to gain from fighting these monsters? Why not spar with me instead?" One of the 5 puppet monsters, Balakan, aimed at Superman in the sky and commenced launching missiles. This Balakan is renowned as the Missile Monster. Formed from coral and extraterrestrial entities, he is adorned with vibrant red coral on his back, giving him a peculiar appearance. Yet, his formidable strength allows him to launch missiles and rockets. The missile strike just executed was a direct hit. Balakan unleashed missiles from the launchers on his body and arms. Despite Superman's evasive maneuvers, the sheer volume of rockets soon overwhelmed him, resulting in a hit. After being struck, Superman tumbled through the air and crashed to the ground. Before he could rise, the 5 puppet monsters encircled him, roaring as they launched their assault. Superman's eyes flared red as he unleashed his heat vision, incinerating the arm of one puppet monster with 2 beams of scorching red light. Observing this, Balakan summoned a luminous ring with his hands and directed it towards Superman. This was Balakan's signature move, the Binding Light Ring. He had previously ensnared Ultraman Ace with this very technique, and now it was employed against Superman. Taken by surprise, Superman found himself ensnared by the Binding Light Ring. Alarmed, he desperately struggled to break free. Balakan, seizing the opportunity, extended 5 monstrous fingers, which emitted 5 beams of light, knocking Superman to the ground. This was Balakan's attack beam. Previously, he had first entrapped Ultraman Ace before using this move to defeat Ultraman X. Now, he had directed it against Superman. Witnessing Superman's entrapment and subsequent defeat, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the realms. After all, as humans, no one wishes to see their kind fall victim to monstrous assaults. The loudest gasps came from the world itself, as it is Superman's homeland, where both his allies and foes reside. Even the Joker let out a gasp, but he quickly broke into a maniacal laugh, exclaiming, "This is splendid. Just as it ought to be." The Marvel Universe resonated with many gasps, including that of Wolverine. Observing the 5 puppet monsters on stage, Wolverine was equally astonished and began to worry for Superman. Upon seeing Superman bound by the glowing ring and subsequently knocked down, Wolverine could not contain his exclamation, "Good heavens! Get up. Otherwise, those monsters will devour you. Oh, this is dire." In his fervor, Wolverine's adamantium claws extended from the back of his hands, as if he were about to rush to Superman's aid. Alas, Wolverine could not ascend to the celestial arena, and even if he could, his strength would render him unfit to even serve as a distraction for those monsters. At that moment, Superman, lying on the ground, struggled desperately. However, no matter how he thrashed, he could not break free from the ring's confinement. In his desperation, he unleashed his heat vision once more. Lowering his head, he aimed his heat vision at the very ring that restrained him. In an instant, 2 blazing red beams erupted from his eyes, striking the binding ring. In that fleeting moment, the ring was scorched to a fiery crimson, allowing Superman to muster his strength and break free from its grip, soaring into the skies. Yet, flying above was not without peril, as Belrican unleashed missiles to assault him, while the other monsters launched fireballs and heat rays, all targeting Superman. He knew that defeating these monsters was an insurmountable task. If it were merely one, there might be a chance, but now 5 puppet monsters stood before him, alongside the ever-watchful Hyperion. To vanquish these foes, the sole possibility lay in defeating Hyperion before the appearance of the 5 puppet monsters. Yet, how could this be accomplished? Was he to traverse time, returning to before the monsters manifested, to eliminate Hyperion in advance? As Superman darted through the skies, evading attacks, the onlookers below were equally anxious for his safety. The celestial arena did not impose restrictions against killing opponents. Hyperion could indeed slay Superman to claim victory. This was not a daunting feat for Hyperion and aligned perfectly with his character. Chapter 97. The Power Rankings Unveiled. Superman had never encountered such a predicament before. He understood that overcoming this multitude of monsters was beyond his capabilities. The only way to secure victory was to exceed the speed of light, shattering the barriers of time and traversing back to the past. This was an exceedingly perilous endeavor. Superman had previously collaborated with the Flash in such feats. Now, to undertake this alone was undeniably fraught with danger. Nevertheless, it appeared he had no other options left. This was the path he must tread. Taking a deep breath, Superman began to accelerate his supersonic flight. The process of enhancement was neither swift nor abrupt. It gradually escalated to near light speed, and then as Superman's velocity reached that of light, he experienced a sensation of his body being torn apart. Gritting his teeth in determination, he resolved to further augment his speed. At last, Superman surpassed the speed of light, successfully shattering the barrier of time, and returned to a moment just a few minutes prior. At that time, he had only just ascended the celestial arena, and Hyperjet had yet to regard him as a threat, launching a direct assault with his massive pincers. If Superman could seize this opportunity, taking Hyperjet by surprise, he could secure victory. Unbeknownst to him, this action induced a state of cognitive dissonance among the myriad beings of the cosmos. The spectators found it peculiar that the 5 puppet monsters on stage had vanished without a trace. Moreover, the confrontation between Superman and Hyperjet seemed to have reset, as if they had witnessed it before. While most were oblivious to the cause of this anomaly, A select few with mastery over time and space discerned at once that Superman had breached the temporal barrier and returned to a few moments earlier, aiming to defeat Hyperjet. This time, Superman altered his combat strategy, initiating the assault with fervor. He employed his lightspeed movement, appearing instantaneously behind Hyperjet, extending his hand to grasp one of Hyperjet's wings, then yanking with tremendous force. It is worth noting that Superman's strength knows no bounds. He once pushed 7 planets to avert being drawn into a black hole. Such power dwarfs even that of the Ultraman warriors. When Superman unleashed his full might and wrenched at Hyperjet's wing, he succeeded in tearing it off with sheer force. Hyperjet let out a wretched scream, swinging his pincers in a desperate attempt to strike at the Superman behind him. In truth, Hyperjet could have evaded Superman's sudden strike. But having just taken the stage, he underestimated Superman's prowess, allowing himself to be caught off guard. The loss of a wing significantly diminished Hyperjet's strength, however. It also ignited his ferocity. He brandished his 2 massive pincers, unleashing a golden crescent-shaped arc of energy aimed at Superman. Recognizing this as the optimal moment to vanquish Hyperjet, Superman understood that with one wing torn away, Hyperjet's energy was considerably weakened. Should the battle persist, Hyperjet might unleash the 5 puppet monsters, placing Superman in dire peril once more. Thus, Superman unleashed his ultimate move, the solar flare. All of Superman's energy derives from the sun. His body continuously absorbs solar power, storing it within. In a moment of unparalleled power, Superman unleashed the entirety of the solar energy he had stored within himself. Following a solar flare, the arena was enveloped in a colossal fireball, radiating brilliance akin to that of the sun itself. Spectators from realms beyond shielded their eyes from the blinding light. This immense fireball erupted with a resounding boom, engulfing Hyperion within its fiery embrace. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking, reminiscent of a solar explosion. Batman, witnessing this spectacle, exclaimed in astonishment, "He has resorted to this technique." To which the Flash inquired, "What is the matter? This move carries tremendous power. It surely must obliterate Hyperion." Batman shook his head, responding, "Indeed, this maneuver possesses great might. However, once Superman executes it, his energy will be utterly depleted, leaving him in a state of profound weakness. At that juncture, even an ordinary individual could easily bring him to his demise." Upon hearing this, the Flash's expression grew grave, and he pondered aloud. "Are you concerned that if this strike fails to vanquish Hyperion, even if he is left with but a breath of life, he could still end Superman?" Batman nodded in agreement. "This is precisely my concern. Should such a calamity occur, it would be utterly disastrous." As they conversed, their gazes turned to the arena, where they discerned Superman's fatigued visage, his body swaying precariously. Suddenly, with a thud, Superman collapsed to the ground, lying motionless. Both Batman and the Flash gasped in alarm, yet found themselves powerless, merely pacing in anxious circles. The crowd soon realized that Superman had exhausted all his energy and was now in a state of extreme vulnerability. If Hyperion remained alive, even for a fleeting moment, Superman would be in grave peril. The elation that had previously filled the air plummeted into despair. All eyes were fixated on the remnants of the explosive solar orb. As the energy from the solar flare gradually dissipated, the circumstances within began to materialize. At last, the spectators beheld Hyperion, lying defeated, his body charred beyond recognition, utterly lifeless. Although Hyperion possessed strength that surpassed Superman's, his overconfidence had led to this catastrophic outcome. With Hyperion's demise, the conclusion of this battle became unmistakably clear. Yuchin's ethereal form materialized upon the celestial arena, declaring to all realms, "The victor of this match is none other than Superman from the cosmos. He shall advance directly to the finals." With a flourish of his hand, Yi-chun enveloped Superman in a golden light, transporting him back to his world. At that moment, Yi-chun had already arranged a power ranking for the contestants. This ranking was not indicative of the final standings, but rather a composite reflection of their performances on the arena, considering various factors such as their adversary's strengths and weaknesses. As Yi-chun seized the opportunity, he unveiled the combat power rankings: Emperor Hero, 9999, Son Wukong, 9000, Ultraman Tiga, 8700, Godzilla, 8000, Byakuya Kachiki, 5100, Whitebeard Newgate, 5000, Naruto, 4900, Sasuke Uchiha, 4900, Aokiji, 4800, Kakashi, 4600. This evaluation was solely based on the contenders' performances in the arena and may not accurately reflect their true combat capabilities. Thus, During the decisive battle, it is conceivable that a participant with a lower combat value could triumph over one with a higher rating. Chapter 98. The King of Demonic Time, with his hand poised over the button, each pressed it amidst the collective gaze of all beings across the myriad realms. In an instant, a luminous point appeared, gliding over the avatars of all present. After a brief span of seconds, the light revealing an individual adorned with a peculiar mask, none other than the King of Demonic Time from the Kamen Rider universe. In that realm, the King of Demonic Time was taken aback upon being chosen for the celestial arena, but soon broke into a smile. Having attained an invincible status, he found himself in a state of profound solitude. The heights of power often bring an accompanying chill. He yearned for a worthy adversary to engage in combat, yet such challengers were non-existent in his world. Thus, the prospect of encountering formidable warriors from other realms in the celestial arena seemed a delightful opportunity. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Yi Chen's voice resonated within his consciousness. King of Demonic Time, congratulations on being selected for the celestial arena. Are you ready to ascend the stage? Having resolved his intent, the King of Demonic Time responded decisively, I am prepared. I can ascend the celestial arena now. No sooner had he spoken than a radiant golden light descended from above, enveloping his form. In the blink of an eye, the King of Demonic Time vanished from his original position, reappearing on the celestial stage. Upon his arrival, a wave of commotion erupted, for the King of Demonic Time's appearance was indeed peculiar, characterized by a blend of gold, black, red, and silver hues, rendering him even more bizarre than Ultraman. Particularly striking were the elongated sensory appendages resembling long eyebrows, which added to his eccentricity. Nevertheless, the King of Demonic Time paid little heed to the sentiments of others. In his eyes, the inhabitants of the myriad realms were mere insects, unworthy of passing judgment upon him. Once on stage, he turned his gaze about, exclaiming, Where is my opponent? Where is he? Yi Chen would not keep the King of the Twilight waiting. He pressed the selection button once more, and this time, the chosen contender was Belial Ultraman from the Ultraman universe. Belial Ultraman is a particularly unique entity. He was originally a warrior from the Land of Light and a comrade of the Ultra Father during their era. However, during the Great Ultraman War, he fell under the sinister influence of the Dark Emperor of the Dark Universe, the Ampulla alien, which ignited his desire for the power of the Plasma Spark Tower, leading him to succumb and become an evil Ultraman, possessing the ability to control monsters due to the influence of the Raybland aliens. Belial could unleash the ultimate combat device to its fullest potential. His malevolent soul rendered him the most feared being among the Ultramen. Naturally, Belial Ultraman was observing the arena of the heavens. Upon realizing that he had been selected, he exhibited an air of aloofness, devoid of emotion, neither joy nor sorrow. Belial harbored the ambition to unify the universe, even aspiring to conquer the multiverse. He understood that those who ascended to the arena of the heavens were formidable beings from various dimensional universes. Thus, he desired to participate in the arena to establish connections with individuals from other dimensions, potentially using this as a springboard for future invasions. Given his ambitions, when Yi Chen inquired whether he wished to enter the arena, Belial nodded in agreement. Once Belial Ultraman consented, a golden light enveloped him, and he subsequently materialized in the arena of the heavens. Belial Ultraman bore a striking resemblance to other Ultramen. However, his form was composed of a striking black and red color scheme, exuding an aura of formidable power, far more imposing than that of an ordinary Ultraman. The appearance of Belial Ultraman in the arena sent shockwaves through the Ultraman world, as he was regarded as a traitor among them. Now, having chosen to stand against the warriors of the Land of Light, he had become their adversary. The Ultraman warriors, upon witnessing their nemesis take the stage, could not help but grit their teeth in frustration, yet they found themselves powerless to intervene. This was the choice of the arena of the heavens, a decision made by Yi Chen, and even the King of Ultraman could not interfere. After Belial Ultraman ascended the stage, the King of Twilight approached him and said, So, you are my opponent? Belial nodded and replied, Your aura is quite formidable. It bears a resemblance to my own. Upon seeing you, I feel an instant kinship. Unbeknownst to Belial, the King of Twilight, like himself, was the ultimate villain of his respective world. When two such nefarious beings converge, it is only natural that they would find common ground. However, the Overlord of Time, in all his pride, could hardly spare a glance at the present Ultraman Belial. Thus, he merely nodded slightly and remarked, Very well. If that is the case, let us commence. As he spoke, the Overlord of Time assumed a combat stance. Observing this, Ultraman Belial had no further words to offer. He promptly retrieved his weapon, the ultimate battle device. This device, emblematic of Belial as a Rayonix, possessed the capability to command 100 monsters and extraterrestrial beings, and could unleash attack skills to enhance his own prowess. Raising the ultimate battle device, Belial aimed it directly at the Overlord of Time. In an instant, a formidable destructive energy orb was launched from the tip of the device, hurtling towards the Overlord of Time. This maneuver was one of Belial's signature techniques, known as Belial Shot, renowned for its immense power. Belial had previously vanquished foes such as Gray, Chuck, and Pawat with this very attack. The sheer might of the Belial Shot momentarily astonished the Overlord of Time, who sensed its overwhelming force, eclipsing the threats posed by many Kamen Riders. Swiftly manipulating causality, the Overlord of Time evaded the Belial Shot with extraordinary speed. In the realm of Kamen Riders, D-End watched the Overlord of Time and couldn't help but exclaim, "It has been a while. And it seems the Overlord of Time has grown stronger. This may not bode well for us." Having previously clashed with the Overlord and suffered defeat, D-End, though unyielding in spirit, acknowledged the formidable strength of the Overlord. Witnessing his appearance in the celestial arena, exhibiting greater prowess than before, stirred a sense of unease within D-End. Chapter 99. The Overlord of Time and Ultraman Belial. In truth, Ultraman Belial and the Overlord of Time were asymmetrical in stature. Belial stood at an impressive height of 55 meters and weighed 60,000 tons. Conversely, while the Overlord of Time towered over the average human at approximately 2 meters, he appeared diminutive in comparison to the colossal Ultraman Belial. Yet, this disparity in height did not diminish the Overlord of Time's imposing presence, which rivaled, if not exceeded, that of Belial. Seizing the initiative, Ultraman Belial employed the ultimate battle device to launch a Belial Shot at the Overlord of Time. However, the Overlord, being formidable, was unfazed by such a probing assault, which could hardly harm him. Utilizing causality, he deftly evaded the attack, leaving Ultraman Belial unperturbed. After all, Belial's strike was merely a test. Should the Overlord of Time fail to evade such an attack, it would only indicate his inadequacy to engage in battle with Ultraman Belial. As the ominous Hour King executed this maneuver, he wielded the ultimate combat instrument, unleashing luminous ropes that ensnared the Hour King, who had just shifted to the side. This was the Hour King's unique technique, the Belial Light Rope. While it lacked offensive power, it served as a means of restraining foes, functioning as a form of auxiliary attack. In a previous encounter, Ultraman Mebius had found himself bound by this very technique, only to be cast into the cosmos by Ultraman Belial. Upon successfully binding the Hour King, Ultraman Belial approached with a smirk, remarking, "I never expected you to be so careless." The Hour King lowered his gaze upon the Belial light rope binding him, betraying no change in expression. "A jest? You believe that a mere light rope can restrain me? Do you think the King of the Kamen Riders is merely a hollow title?" The Hour King merely glanced at the Belial light rope before transferring it to a different dimensional space. This ability was formidable. The Hour King could utilize it to displace all enemies within a 4-kilometer radius to another dimension. Thus, not only could he transfer the Belial light rope, but he could also banish Ultraman Belial to that otherworldly realm. However, the Hour King refrained from doing so, having been invincible for far too long. He relished the rare opportunity to face a worthy adversary and would not easily conclude this battle. Seeing the ropes that had ensnared him suddenly vanish, Ultraman Belial expressed surprise and inquired, "How did you accomplish that?" The Hour King understood the implication of Belial's question. He sought to uncover how the Hour King had effortlessly released himself from the Belial light rope. The Hour King chose not to divulge the truth, fearing that revealing his method might dissuade Belial from continuing their confrontation. Thus, he replied, "It is perhaps better for you to remain in the dark. Such knowledge could undermine your confidence." Ultraman Belial, upon hearing this, could not suppress a cold laugh. Choosing not to waste words, he wielded the ultimate combat instrument once more, unleashing a scythe-like beam directed at the Hour King. This technique, known as the Belial Scythe of Death, had previously felled numerous Ultraman warriors, showcasing its tremendous power. The Hour King, intrigued by the attack, raised his hand to unleash a shockwave. The immense force of the shockwave reverberated outward, effectively countering the Belial Scythe of Death. Seizing the offensive, the Hour King launched a punch toward Ultraman Belial. In response, Belial, consumed with fury, retaliated with a powerful fist aimed at the Hour King. Given the vast disparity in their sizes, Belial's fist was nearly as large as the Our King's entire form. The two fists collided with a resounding impact. At this moment, the contrast between the two figures was stark. Belial Ultraman loomed like a giant, while Omakoshi Time King appeared diminutive in comparison. It felt as though an infant had leapt up to strike an adult with a punch, only for the child's tiny fist to collide with the adult's substantial hand. A resounding boom followed, as the energy from their clash radiated outward, obliterating the surrounding mountains. In the world of armored warriors, Ashura Armor observed this scene with a keen gaze. Such formidable power, although their encounter was brief. Ashura Armor discerned that both Omakoshi Time King and Belial Ultraman possessed immense strength, rivaling his own. The presence of Omakoshi Time King instilled a sense of trepidation within Ashura Armor. It was the oppressive aura of a stronger being over a weaker one. An invisible force that could only be felt by those directly involved. Ashura Armor murmured, "This Omakoshi Time King is truly powerful. Perhaps only the Emperor Hero could contend with him." In the Ultraman universe, the long-absent King of Ultra regarded the two combatants on the arena with a complex expression. Only a being of his caliber could genuinely appreciate the strength of the two warriors on the celestial stage. As a native of the Land of Light, he was familiar with Belial Ultraman and had interacted with him before. However, this was his first encounter with Omakoshi Time King. Squinting at Omakoshi Time King, the King of Ultra mused, "I never anticipated encountering such a formidable force in another universe. It seems I have been woefully uninformed." As one of the enigmatic Four Ultra, he stood at the pinnacle of his universe, a figure of supreme power. Previously, the King of Ultra believed himself to be among the most powerful beings in the cosmos, with few rivals aside from Noah Ultraman. Yet, upon witnessing Omakoshi Time King, he recalled a saying, "There are greater beings beyond the realm of man, and skies beyond the heavens." In the Marvel Universe, the Celestial Group was also observing the tournament on the celestial stage. The Celestials, an ancient race of cosmic beings, were among the earliest forms of life to emerge in the universe. They had visited Earth multiple times, each visit transforming the course of history. Even the emergence of humanity was attributed to the Celestials. At this moment, they were closely monitoring the celestial arena. However, their focus was not on the combat itself, but rather on the arena as a whole, as the Celestials considered themselves the rulers of the universe. They believed the appearance of this celestial arena could pose a threat to their dominion, necessitating vigilant scrutiny to uncover the puppet master behind it all.